Chapter 1: An exorbitant bride price at the start. Mother-in-law, give my son your parents' house. The atmosphere inside the luxury hotel's private room was oppressive. On the mahogany round table, the exquisite dishes were still steaming, but no one touched them. Lin Fan sat upright. Across from them were Su Qingqing and her family of 3. Su's mother, Zhao Huilan, crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and scrutinized Lin Fan with a natural sense of superiority. Su Qingqing completely ignored the atmosphere at the dinner table, focusing intently on scrolling through short videos on her phone, occasionally letting out a soft laugh that seemed out of place with the surrounding silence. Her younger brother, Su Lei, was even more flamboyant, spitting as he boasted into the air. Let me tell you, my new account is amazing. I got a rare, limited edition skin right at the start of the game. There are only a handful of those in the entire server. My buddies are so jealous. As he spoke, he shoved his phone screen in front of his sister. Su Qingqing waved her hand impatiently. I know, it's so noisy. Su Lei pursed his lips, then turned his phone towards Lin Fan, raising his voice a few decibels. Hey, Lin Fan, have you played this game? Oh, I forgot, this game is only fun if you spend money. You probably don't have any money to spend, right? Lin Fan remained silent, simply gazing at the cup of Longjing tea on the table. The tea leaves slowly unfurled in the water, releasing a refreshing aroma, yet unable to dispel the stagnation in the air. Finally, Zhao Huilan cleared her throat, her high-pitched voice breaking the false calm. Lin Fan, the reason I called you here today is to talk to you about your marriage with Qingqing. She slowly picked up a damp towel and wiped her hands, every movement exuding an air of superiority. Our Qingqing has been pampered since she was little and has never suffered any grievances. Marriage is a major life event and cannot be taken lightly. Lin Fan looked up. Auntie, please speak. Zhao Huilan put down the towel, leaned forward, and a sense of oppression came over her. As for the bride price, our family doesn't need much. We'll just go with the city standard of 888,000 yuan, for good luck. 888,000. These 5 words struck Lin Fan's heart, making him catch his breath. Standard? His parents were both working class, and their life savings combined were barely enough for a down payment on a small house. This 888,000 is meant to empty his family's coffers. Auntie, this amount. Lin Fan tried to organize his thoughts and try to put it more tactfully. What? You think it's too much? Zhao Huilan's eyebrows immediately shot up, and her tone instantly became harsh. I haven't finished yet. Besides the dowry, we also need wedding cars, right? My Qingqing's best friend married a man whose family owns a company, and their wedding car fleet was full of Bentleys. We don't ask for that much, but at least the lead car should be a Porsche Panamera, right? And the cars following behind shouldn't be less than a BMW 5 Series. That's not too much to ask, is it? Su Qingqing, who had been playing on her phone, finally reacted. She looked up and frowned. Mom, what's with the Panamera? Isn't it tacky? If you're going to use one, go for the latest Cayenne. All the models my friends on WeChat Moments are showing off are the Cayenne. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Lin Fan again and added a sentence. You can't even afford to rent a Cayenne? What's the point of this wedding? It's so embarrassing. That casual tone carried undisguised contempt. Lin Fan's heart sank. Rent? In his view, marriage should be a joint effort between 2 people, not a performance built on money. But now, in the eyes of the mother and daughter, he seems not to be a partner who was about to become family, but an ATM that needs to satisfy all their vanity. Su Lei, who was standing next to him, chuckled and chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Sis, you're making things difficult for him. How much does Lin Fan earn in a month again? This outfit I'm wearing earns more than he does in a month. Instead of having him rent a Cayenne, you might as well have him collect a whole row of shared bikes to use as a wedding caravan. They'd be colorful and festive, ha ha ha. Zhao Huilan glared at her son, but it wasn't a real scolding. Instead, it carried a hint of indulgence. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan, don't listen to him. However, what your brother said makes some sense. Your financial situation is indeed a bit lacking. She sighed, looking as if she was thinking of you. So, don't worry about the wedding house. Our family has prepared a house in Tianlan Bay as part of Qingqing's dowry. Tianlan Bay. That's the city's most exclusive upscale neighborhood, where a single apartment can easily cost tens of millions. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could there still be a chance for things to turn around? He was about to say something to express his gratitude when Zhao Huilan's next words chilled him to the bone. However, this house was bought by our family, and the property certificate can only be in Qingqing's name. You can move in, but it has nothing to do with you. You have to understand that." She paused for a moment, then dropped a real bombshell. "Also, after you get married, you can't let your parents still live in that dilapidated old house, can you? It would be embarrassing for our Su family if word got out. How about this, you have your parents transfer that house to Su Lei's name." "What?" Lin Fan suddenly looked up, staring at Zhao Huilan in disbelief. Should he get his parents to transfer their only house to Su Lei? This isn't just greed, it's outright robbery. Zhao Huilan seemed oblivious to Lin Fan's shocked reaction and continued explaining to herself. "Look, Su Lei is almost of marriageable age and is just short of a wedding house. You two can live in our big villa, and he can live in your small house. That is called making good use of resources. As for your parents, they can live with us. The villa is so big, there are plenty of rooms for maids. Nanny room. Should parents who have worked hard all their lives be forced to live in a maid's room?" Lin Fan felt a surge of blood rush to the top of his head, and his blood was flowing backwards. He looked at Su Qingqing, the girl he once loved deeply and vowed to protect for life. He hoped to see a hint of opposition, a hint of reluctance, from her. However, Su Qingqing simply said, "My mom has a point. Anyway, that house will be yours sooner or later. What's wrong with letting Su Lei use it for a while? We're all family, don't be so stingy." A family? Do they consider themselves and their parents as family? It's nothing more than a tool they use to extract profits and satisfy their vanity. Su Lei, beaming with pride, patted his chest and said to Lin Fan, "Lin Fan, did you hear that? From now on, you're my brother-in-law. It's only right that I live in your parents' house. You'd better hurry up and get the paperwork done. My girlfriend is waiting to see the house. It is a matter of course." These 4 words, like 4 red-hot iron nails, were driven deep into Lin Fan's heart. He recalled how he had tried so hard to please Su Qingqing and how he had tolerated her family's mistreatment over the past 3 years. He could eat instant noodles for 2 months to buy her a designer handbag. In order to help smooth things over after Su Lei got into trouble, he humbled himself and begged someone for help. To please Zhao Huilan, he would visit her every weekend, doing her bidding like a slave. He believed that his efforts would always be reciprocated with sincerity. In the end, all they got in return was further humiliation and plunder. 3 years. It turned out to be just a joke. The last vestige of warmth and illusion in his heart was utterly shattered at this moment, turning to dust. Endless anger and icy disappointment intertwined and surged within him, finally settling into a deathly stillness. "That's enough. That's enough." Lin Fan slowly picked up the cup of tea in front of him, which had already cooled down. All eyes in the private room were on him. Zhao Huilan thought he was going to back down and offer her tea. Su Qingqing felt that he was about to start saying those useless sweet nothings again. Su Lei, on the other hand, wore a disdainful expression, as if he were watching a good show. Lin Fan brought the teacup to his lips and took a small sip. The bitter tea slid down his throat, but it made him more awake than ever before. Then, he slowly placed the teacup back on the table. Smack! A crisp, light sound rang out, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet private room. Chapter 2 Ding. Your billions in assets have arrived in your account. Please choose how to slap them in the face. Zhao Huilan's face was filled with an arrogant air of certainty. Su Qingqing was playing with her phone with a hint of disdain on her lips, and Su Lei looked on with an arrogant expression, as if he was waiting to see a good show. They were all waiting for him to speak. Wait for him to haggle humbly, wait for him to struggle and hesitate painfully, and finally, just like every time in the past 3 years, humiliatingly agree to all their demands. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Huilan tapped the table, making a tap-tap sound, as if urging him. Lin Fan, let me tell you, there's no room for discussion on this. It's a blessing that Qingqing has taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Su Qingqing finally looked up from her phone screen, her brows furrowed and her face full of impatience. Lin Fan, what are you dawdling for? My mom is saying all this for our own good. It's just a house, isn't it? Your parents are getting old, and sooner or later you'll be the one to take care of them. Wouldn't it be better to give the house to Su Lei now, and then we can all live in a villa together? She spoke as if it were a matter of course, as if she were bestowing a great favor. Exactly. Su Lei propped his legs up on the chair, shaking them uncontrollably. Brother-in-law, hurry up. I already boasted to my girlfriend that I'd have a wedding house soon. Don't embarrass me. Brother-in-law? What a huge irony. Each harsh word in each greedy face struck Lin Fan's dignity like a heavy hammer. 3 years of dedication and patience seemed so laughable and so worthless at this moment. He felt a fire burning in his chest, growing stronger and stronger, almost threatening to consume his reason. Humiliation, anger, disappointment, countless emotions intertwined, raging wildly within his chest. Just then, a burning sensation spread from his chest to his limbs and bones. Immediately afterwards, a completely unfamiliar voice, with a hint of mockery and amusement, exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully found this system and the dumping ground of life. Host detected to be facing an epic level of PUA, being mentally bullied by 3 extremely eccentric individuals. Humiliation levels have reached an off-limits threshold. The God-level selection system is now officially activated for you. Lin Fan's body stiffened slightly. System? Isn't this something that only appears in online novels? He even suspected that he was hallucinating because of excessive anger. However, the voice in his mind grew clearer and clearer, carrying an excitement that seemed to thrive on chaos. Host, don't just stand there. The newbie gift pack is ready. Now, please make your choice. Option 1, endure humiliation and kneel down to sing conquer. Agree to all the unreasonable demands of the Su family, including but not limited to a dowry of 888,000 yuan, transferring the only property owned by your parents, and promising to repay all of Su Lei's game debts. Choose the following rewards: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles honorary title, 50% chance to trigger absolute defense and retract into the shell when attacked, an eco-friendly green hat handwoven, warm in winter and cool in summer, and a lifetime honorary elder certificate of the Su family. Lin Fan. This reward is truly unique. He was almost laughing out of anger. Option 2, enough is enough. Overturn this hypocritical dining table on the spot, angrily denounce this money-grubbing family, sever all ties with Su Qingqing, and from then on, all will be well. Choose the reward: 1 billion yuan in starting capital already deposited into a top-secret Swiss bank account, withdrawable at any time, 70% equity in the Tiancheng Group effective immediately. You are now the absolute controlling shareholder of a multi-billion yuan group, perfect level fighting skills allowing you to fight safely and leave gracefully, and an engagement to Qin Yu, the most beautiful woman in Donghai City and the heiress of the Qin Group. Boom! Lin Fan's mind went blank. 1 billion? Tiancheng Group? That's one of the business giants in Donghai City, a behemoth with a market value of tens of billions. And Qin Yu's engagement? Qin Yu is a name that is known to almost everyone in the upper-class circles of Donghai City. The sole heir of the Qin Group, rumored to be a beautiful and intelligent woman, hailed as the #1 goddess of the business world. More importantly, she was Su Qingqing's mortal enemy, whom she had been insanely jealous of since her student days, yet could never even get close to. Su Qingqing had mentioned Qin Yu to Lin Fan more than once, her words filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. This choice was practically a revenge script tailor-made for him. Looking at the 2 drastically different options, Lin Fan's anger and humiliation were instantly replaced by an unprecedented ecstasy and chilling pleasure. Do we still need to choose? Any man with a sound mind knows how to choose. For the past 3 years, he has lived like a dog. From this day forward, he will show them what God is. I choose option 2. Lin Fan silently recited the mantra in his mind, without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a wise choice. Rewards for option 2 are being distributed. 1 billion yuan in cash has been received. The agreement for the transfer of 70% equity in Tiancheng Group has been generated, and the legal documents have been simultaneously sent to major authoritative institutions worldwide. It is effective immediately. Perfect level fighting techniques have been instilled. Friendly reminder: the host can now kill a bull with 1 punch, please use with caution. The engagement tokens and documents with Qin Yu have been placed in the system space. Please retrieve them at an opportune time. As a series of notification sounds came down, Lin Fan felt a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, as if his body was filled with explosive power. His phone vibrated slightly at that moment. An international text message from an unknown number. Dear Mr. Lin Fan, your Swiss bank account ending in 8888 has received a deposit of 1 billion renminbi today, and your current available balance is 1 billion renminbi. Looking at that long string of zeros, Lin Fan felt as if it were all a dream, yet incredibly real. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. This breath released 3 years' worth of grievances and resentment. He also poured out the last bit of affection he had for the family in front of him. Hey! Are you dead or not? Are you mute? Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't spoken for a long time, Sule thought he was scared silly, so he kicked Lin Fan's chair with his toe even more arrogantly. Zhao Huilan also lost her patience. With a cold face, she issued an ultimatum. Lin Fan, I'll count to 3. If you don't give me a straight answer, your marriage with Qingqing is off. Don't think that our Qingqing can't live without you. The men who want to date her could stretch all the way to France. Su Qingqing crossed her arms and coldly echoed, Did you hear that? My patience is limited. I'm giving you one last chance. Give me an answer now, immediately. Their haughty demeanor made them seem like gods who controlled Lin Fan's fate. However, they didn't know that in those brief few dozen seconds, the god has been replaced. Lin Fan finally moved. He didn't look at them, but slowly stood up and straightened his cheap shirt. His movements were slow and deliberate, every detail exuding an unprecedented calmness. This composure inexplicably quieted down the previously noisy Zhao Huilan and Su Lei. An ominous premonition quietly rose in their hearts. The Lin Fan before me seems different in some way. Playing tricks. Su Qingqing muttered under her breath, trying to break the eerie atmosphere. Lin Fan acted as if he hadn't heard him. He took out his old phone, which he had used for 3 years and had a crack on the screen. Seeing this, Su Lei immediately sneered, What? You've finally seen the light? You're going to call your parents and tell them to hurry up and complete the transfer of ownership? Wouldn't it have been better to do that earlier? Lin Fan ignored him, simply swiped the screen, found a number, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Lin Fan's voice was very steady, revealing no emotion whatsoever. The 3 people opposite him all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what kind of sweet words he would say to his parents, and how he would coerce his honest parents. However, what Lin Fan said next made the air in the entire private room freeze instantly. He spoke calmly into the phone, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tianlan Bay No. 1 Villa. Go and buy it right now. Chapter 3, Here's $1 million, kneel down and bark like a dog. On the other end of the phone was a calm and respectful male voice, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Hello? Lin Fan's words caused the air in the entire private room to freeze. Zhao Huilan, Su Qingqing, and Su Lei seemed to have been put on pause, their facial expressions a fascinating mix of emotions. Mockery, contempt, disdain, all ultimately settled into an absurd astonishment. Tianlan Bay No. 1 Villa? Should we buy it right now? Has he gone mad? After a brief silence, Su Lei burst into an exaggerated, maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. What did I just hear? Buying Villa No. 1 in Tianlan Bay? Lin Fan, have we driven you insane? He laughed so hard he almost fell over, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Do you know what Tianlan Bay No. 1 Villa means? It's the king of villas. It's the most luxurious mansion in the entire Donghai city. It costs hundreds of millions. Who are you calling? The Jade Emperor? Zhao Huilan also came to her senses. She looked at Lin Fan with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, and said sarcastically, Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep up this act. What, do you think you can't meet the conditions we set, so you're resorting to this crazy way to end things? She crossed her arms, looking as if she knew everything. Let me tell you, this trick won't work. If you can't give us a satisfactory answer today, you can forget about getting your money back for this meal. Su Qingqing's face turned pale and then flushed. She felt extremely ashamed. In her view, Lin Fan's actions were nothing more than a helpless and impulsive rage of giving up. Lin Fan, haven't you made enough of a scene? She finally couldn't hold back any longer, her voice filled with disgust and contempt. Do you think I'll think you're so great just because you're putting on this show? You only make me think you're more pathetic. A coward who can't even face reality. However, Lin Fan turned a deaf ear to all the ridicule and humiliation. His attention was entirely focused on the phone receiver. Because after the system was activated, his hearing was also enhanced in an unbelievable way. He could clearly hear a cacophony of background noise on the other end of the phone, besides the steady male voice. It sounded like a high-level meeting with someone giving a report. After that male voice rang out, the entire conference room fell silent instantly. Excuse me, who are you? The voice on the other end of the phone became increasingly respectful, even carrying a hint of cautious probing. Lin Fan did not answer his question, but simply repeated it in a calm tone. I said, go buy Villa No. 1 in Tianlan Bay. Full payment, now. To make the scene more interesting, he pressed the speakerphone button. That deep, steady male voice echoed clearly in every corner of the private room. Yes, Chairman. I understand. I'll get on it right away. Chairman. These 3 words, like 3 bolts of lightning, struck the Su family of 3 with a deafening roar. The laughter in the private room stopped abruptly. Su Lei's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Zhao Huilan's mocking smile froze. Su Qingqing had just raised her phone to continue scrolling through short videos when it stopped in mid-air. They are not fools. The voice on the other end of the phone conveyed a genuine respect and obedience that could never be faked. Moreover, the words Tiansheng Group and quarterly financial report faintly heard in the background made Zhao Huilan's heart clench. Tiansheng Group? That's a business tycoon in Donghai City. It's an act, right? Su Lei's voice was hoarse, even he didn't believe his own words. Aren't there a lot of those prank call apps these days? It's definitely fake. Zhao Huilan didn't speak, but she stared intently at Lin Fan, as if trying to find a flaw in his face. But Lin Fan's expression was as calm as a deep pool of water, without the slightest ripple. He looked into his phone and continued in that unquestionable tone, "Get back to me when it's done." Yes, Chairman. I'll personally take people to handle it right away. I guarantee that the property certificate and keys will be delivered to you within an hour. The voice on the other end of the phone was resolute. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan gently placed the old phone with the cracked screen on the table. The whole process was smooth and seamless. The private room was deathly silent. The Su family of 3 felt that their brains were no longer enough to keep up. Chairman? Tiansheng Group? Delivered to your door within an hour? What exactly is going on? Could this good-for-nothing who has been working like a slave in their house for the past 3 years, being bossed around by them, it will actually be some kind of hidden super boss? No, impossible. The moment the thought arose, they extinguished it themselves. This is absurd, more bizarre than a movie. Lin Fan Yu Zhao Huilan's throat went dry. She wanted to say something, but found that her usually sharp tongue, which she was so proud of, was now tied in knots. Lin Fan finally raised his head and looked directly at them. He first looked at Su Qingqing, the woman he had loved for 3 years. You just said you wanted the latest Cayenne as your wedding car? Su Qingqing nodded subconsciously, but then felt something was wrong, and her whole body was in a state of confusion. Lin Fan smiled. It was a smile they had never seen before, tinged with a hint of mockery and a condescending indifference. Good eye. However, the Cayennes are too small. Using them as a wedding car fleet would be a bit cheap. I'll buy a whole row later, specifically for my gardener to use for hauling fertilizer. That should be quite suitable. Gardener, hauling fertilizer? Su Qingqing's face turned pale instantly. Lin Fan then turned to Su Lei, the arrogant playboy who had just been so cocky. You like playing games? And you like collecting skins? Su Lei opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. What a coincidence, Lin Fan said slowly. I just acquired a game company, and it seems to be the one you play. I'll talk to them later and they'll create a special limited edition turtle shell warrior skin just for you, the only one in the entire server. What do you think? It matches your style perfectly today. But Su Lei felt a mouthful of blood rise to his throat, and his face turned as red as a pig's liver. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze fell on Zhao Huilan. That mother-in-law who was just moments ago bossing him around and sentencing him to death. Auntie, he called out politely, but the respect he once showed was completely gone. The bride price of 888,000, right? Zhao Huilan unconsciously shrank back a little and nodded. He said calmly, I'll give you $1 million. Now kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, and the money is yours. Boom. Zhao Huilan's mind went blank. Humiliation. This is a blatant and extreme humiliation inflicted on her by using money, which she believes in most. You. She pointed at Lin Fan, trembling with anger, unable to finish a sentence. What? You think it's not enough? Lin Fan mimicked her previous tone, tilting his head slightly. Or are you just being reserved, Auntie? He stood up and looked down at the family of 3. Also, transfer your parents' house to my younger brother? Let my parents live in your family's maid's room? Are we family? With each word Lin Fan spoke, the faces of the Su family of 3 grew paler. The words they had just used to humiliate Lin Fan were now returned to them verbatim, each word like a resounding slap across their faces. It hurts like fire. Su Qingqing, Lin Fan said, looking at the completely stunned girl one last time, from this moment on, you are dumped by me. You are not good enough for me. After saying that, he didn't look at them again and turned to leave. Stop. Su Lei finally snapped out of his extreme humiliation in shock, a surge of anger rising to his head. He felt like he'd been tricked by a piece of trash he despised the most. He roared, grabbed an unopened bottle of liquor from the side, and smashed it hard against the back of Lin Fan's head. Go to hell! Zhao Huilan and Su Qingqing both screamed at the same time. However, just as the bottle was about to hit Lin Fan didn't even turn his head, he simply waved his hand casually behind him. Smack! A crisp sound. Su Lei felt an irresistible force coming from his wrist, and the bottle flew out of his hand and into the air. He was carried by that force, spinning twice in place like a top, before falling to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan caught the flying bottle, weighed it in his hand, then turned around and walked up to Su Lei. He crouched down and gently patted Su Lei's face, which was contorted with fear, with the wine bottle. Remember, don't point at me with your dirty hands again. After he finished speaking, he stood up, straightened his collar, as if he were just dusting off a bit of dust. He walked to the door of the private room, his hand just touching the doorknob. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a bespoke suit, his hair neatly combed, stood panting at the door, followed by two assistants in equally suited outfits. The man spotted Lin Fan immediately, and his face instantly filled with an extremely humble and respectful smile. He rushed to Lin Fan in 3 quick steps and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Chairman, I have fulfilled my mission. I have brought you the purchase contract for Villa No. 1 in Tianlan Bay. Chapter 4: Crushing Vanity, Porsche becomes a grocery shopping car. The middle-aged man's name was Wang Hai, the director of the president's office of Tiancheng Group, a figure whose every move in the business world of Donghai City could cause a stir. At this moment, however, he was like a primary school student, holding a document with both hands and respectfully handing it to Lin Fan. Chairman. These 2 words struck the hearts of everyone in the private room like 2 heavy hammer blows. The world of the Su family of 3 collapsed completely in that instant. Zhao Huilan froze, staring intently at Wang Hai, then at Lin Fan, her mind blank. Chairman? Which chairman? The chairman of Tiancheng Group? That legendary, elusive figure who controls a multi-billion-dollar business empire? How could it be Lin Fan? This must be a dream. They must have conspired to put on a show to fool me. Su Qingqing's phone fell to the ground with a clatter, the screen shattering instantly, but she didn't even notice. She stared blankly at Lin Fan, at the man she had just scornfully called someone who couldn't afford a Cayenne. 3 years together, wasn't he just an ordinary guy from a humble background, earning a meager salary, and completely subservient to her? How could this be? Su Lei, who was slumped on the ground, was terrified. He had just smashed a wine bottle against the chairman of Tiancheng Group? Just thinking about the power of Tiancheng Group made Su Lei feel a chill run from his tailbone to the top of his head, and he even felt a warm, damp sensation in his crotch. Lin Fan ignored the 3 petrified people. He took the document from Wang Hai and flipped through it casually. Well done. He spoke casually, tossing the multi-million-dollar house purchase contract onto the dining table with a soft thud. The sound startled Zhao Huilan from her daze. Lin Fan. She began with difficulty, her form of address changed, the previous imperiousness gone, replaced only by deep fear and disbelief. Who is this? Before Lin Fan could speak, Wang Hai turned slightly and glanced at Zhao Huilan with a scrutinizing look. I am Wang Hai from Tiancheng Group. I am here on the orders of the chairman. Tiancheng Group. Wang Hai. Although Zhao Huilan was shrewd and calculating, she had heard of the top figures in Donghai City. This really was Wang Hai from Tiancheng Group. The big shot that countless small business owners would kill to meet. He actually called Lin Fan. Chairman. It's over. Zhao Huilan felt dizzy and her vision went black. She finally realized what her family had missed. They had treated a true god walking among humans as an ant that could be trampled on at will. Chairman, is there anything else you need? Wang Hai turned to Lin Fan again, his posture extremely humble. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the contract on the table, then landed on Zhao Huilan's bloodless face. Oh, right, he said slowly. This auntie just said that her family has also prepared a house in Tianlan Bay as part of her dowry. Wang Hai immediately understood. With a hint of professional disdain, he added, Chairman, you bought Villa number 1 in Tianlan Bay, the King of Kings. As for the Su family, I just checked, they don't own any property in Tianlan Bay, only one ordinary high-rise apartment with a 30-year mortgage, which is above the 30th floor. Puff. These words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhao Huilan's boasted dowry was completely exposed in front of the real estate tycoon, leaving her with nothing but her underwear. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Huilan finally realized what was happening. She forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and took a few steps forward, trying to grab Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan, no, Mr. Lin. I was just joking with you. How could we possibly want your dowry or your house? We're just doing this for your own good. Her change of expression was so rapid that Wang Hai, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Su Qingqing also seemed to wake up from a dream. She staggered over, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, looking at Lin Fan pitifully. Lin Fan, I'm sorry, it's all my mom's fault, it's all my fault. We shouldn't have talked to you like that. Please don't be angry, okay? Have you forgotten our 3 years together? She reached out, wanting to grab Lin Fan's clothes, to relive the feeling of him being so obedient to her in the past. Lin Fan simply shifted his body slightly, and she missed her target. He didn't even glance at her. His gaze shifted to Su Lei, who was still sprawled on the ground. You were about to hit me? Su Lei trembled all over, scrambled to his knees, and began to kowtow frantically. Chairman Lin. I was wrong. I'm not human. I was blind to your greatness. I'm just trash. Please, have the magnanimity to let me go. As he spoke, he slapped himself hard across the face, making a loud slap-slap sound. Looking at the ugly state of this family of 3, Lin Fan felt no pleasure, only disgust. This is the family he has loved and devoted himself to for 3 years. In the face of power and money, their dignity is worthless. Lin Fan, look, Xiao Lei already knows he was wrong. Zhao Huilan quickly tried to smooth things over, smiling ingratiatingly, her well-maintained face now creased with wrinkles. Just forgive him this once. We're still family. Qingqing loves you, and I treat you like my own son. Yes, Lin Fan, Su Qingqing chimed in eagerly, how about we start over? We don't want a single penny of the bride price. Our family will even give you a car as part of your dowry. No, 2 cars. Whatever car you like, we'll buy it for you. They were still having their last beautiful dreams. He thought that with their past relationship and Su Qingqing's beauty, he could still salvage everything. Lin Fan finally smiled. He took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a bank card, and threw it at Zhao Huilan's feet. There is 1 million here. Zhao Huilan and Su Qingqing both paused in their breathing. 1 million. Didn't you just say that if I gave you 1 million, you would kneel down and bark like a dog? Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Now, I'm giving you that chance. Zhao Huilan's body trembled violently, as humiliation and greed battled fiercely within her. Kneel? In front of Wang Hai of Tiansheng Group? But, that's 1 million. Just as she was struggling with this internal conflict, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingqing again. You want a Cayenne? Su Qingqing nodded subconsciously, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Lin Fan turned to Wang Hai and said in a tone as if ordering a servant, Director Wang, go and buy the Porsche from the Forest store in Donghai City. From now on, it will only be sold to my employees as grocery shopping cars. Wang Hai immediately bowed, yes, Chairman. Su Qingqing's hopes froze instantly. By the 4S store? Sold only to employees as grocery shopping carts? This isn't just slapping her in the face, it's trampling her vanity into the ground and crushing it with a diamond-studded shoe sole. As for you, Lin Fan finally looked at Su Lei, who was still trembling on the ground. You like skin slapping, right? He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Ma? This is Lin Fan from Tiansheng. Yes, I just took over. For that game in your company, ban my account named Lei Xiaowei Wu permanently. Reason? I don't like him. Hang up the phone. The entire process takes no more than 30 seconds. Su Lei's face turned completely ashen. That account he'd spent hundreds of thousands on, the one he was so proud of, was gone just like that? After doing all this, Lin Fan felt as if he had finally expelled all the pent-up emotions from his chest. He never wanted to see that family's faces again. Director Wang, I'm leaving this to you. Lin Fan straightened his collar and turned to leave. Settle the bill, and then, escort these distinguished guests out. I don't want to see them at any high-end events in Donghai City again. Understood, Chairman. Wang Hai replied respectfully. This phrase, please leave, has sealed the Su family's social death sentence. No. Lin Fan. You can't do this to me. Su Qingqing finally broke down. She lunged forward, trying to hug Lin Fan from behind. However, before she could even touch Lin Fan's clothes, she was stopped by two black-clad assistants brought by Wang Hai. Zhao Huilan collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's all over." Lin Fan walked to the door of the private room, his hand already on the doorknob. Just then, his old cell phone with a cracked screen rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. A clear, pleasant, yet slightly urgent female voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Fan paused and spoke into the phone with an unprecedented gentleness. Qin Yu? Don't worry, where are you? I'm coming right away. Chapter 5, One phone call, and Blackwater Capital is crushed. The air in the private room froze completely because of that gentle "I'll be right there." Zhao Huilan, Su Qingqing, and Su Lei stared blankly at Lin Fan, as if they were frozen in place. Especially Su Qingqing. Her mind was in a whirl, and her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, sending a sharp, stabbing pain through her. Qin Yu? The woman she had been insanely jealous of since her student days, yet could only look up at from behind. The dream goddess of all the young talents in Donghai City? How did Lin Fan come to know her? Moreover, that kind of gentleness, that kind of unthinking concern, was something Su Qingqing had never truly experienced in the past 3 years. She always thought that Lin Fan's obedience was a given, a simp's instinct. Only now did she realize with horror. That tenderness, it turns out, already belonged to someone else. I am nothing more than a cuckoo occupying another's nest. Lin Fan's Su Qingqing's voice was hoarse, with a tremor and pleading she herself didn't even realize. You and her. Lin Fan hung up the phone, and the brief gentleness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an icy indifference. He didn't even bother to look at Su Qingqing again and walked straight towards the door. Stop. Su Qingqing finally snapped out of her shock and rushed forward, spreading her arms to block Lin Fan. You can't leave. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears, making her look utterly pitiful. Lin Fan, are you really going to just throw away our 3-year relationship like that? It was all my mom's fault just now, I was so immature. I apologize to you, please forgive me? She tried to play the role of the pampered heroine again, thinking that as long as she gave in, everything could go back to the way it was. Lin Fan stopped and finally looked at her directly. It was a scrutinizing look at a stranger, devoid of any emotion. 3 years of relationship? He repeated it softly, then smiled. All I remember is that I ate instant noodles for 2 months and bought you a bag, and you immediately posted it on your WeChat Moments saying that you earned it yourself through hard work. All I remember is that Su Lei got into a fight outside, and I humbly went to apologize to him. You were impatiently urging me to hurry up, saying that it was delaying your manicure. I only remember that on Ms. Zhao Huilan's birthday, I bought bird's nest with half a month's salary, and she poured it into her pet dog in front of me. With each word Lin Fan spoke, Su Qingqing's face paled a little more. These details, which she had long been accustomed to and even disdained, now felt like sharp knives, cutting her hypocritical self-esteem until it bled profusely. Now you're talking to me about feelings? Lin Fan took a step forward, and his powerful aura forced Su Qingqing to unconsciously retreat. Su Qingqing, stop with your cheap tears. Ever since you and your family set your sights on my parents' house, all that's left between us is disgust. After saying that, he didn't linger. He walked past the petrified Su Qingqing and pushed open the door to leave. Outside the door, Wang Hai was bowing and waiting. Chairman, the car is ready downstairs. Where do you want to go? Yuehua Group Headquarters. Lin Fan's steps did not falter in the slightest. At the end of the corridor, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Fan and Wang Hai stepped inside. Inside the private room, Su Qingqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. It seemed she lost more than just a simp. It was a world she could never reach. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan cruised smoothly along the city's main road. The car was so quiet that you could hear the faint sound of the air conditioning blowing out. Tell me about Yuehua Group and Qinyu. Lin Fan leaned back in the soft leather seat, closed his eyes, and unconsciously tapped the armrest with his fingers.
Yes, Chairman. Wang Hai observed the excessively young new master through the rearview mirror, feeling increasingly awe. Yuehua Group is a technology giant that has gained a reputation both domestically and internationally in the past 5 years. Its founder is Ms. Qin Yu.
The Qin family is an old and established family in Donghai City with a deep foundation, but Ms. Qin Yu started from scratch without using any of the family's resources.
She is a recognized extraordinary woman in the business world.
She herself graduated from Wharton Business School and founded Yuehua after returning to China. She focuses on the fields of artificial intelligence and chip research and development. She is ruthless and decisive, and is known as the Ice Queen by outsiders.
Ice Queen?
Lin Fan's mind, however, was filled with the image of the woman's voice on the phone, which sounded somewhat anxious and helpless.
The contrast is quite significant. What trouble did she encounter?
Lin Fan cut straight to the point.
Wang Hai's expression became more serious.
According to information I just learned, Yuehua Group's core project, the Sky Dome AI chip, has suffered a fatal blow in its supply chain.
Their core photoresist supplier, a European company, suddenly unilaterally broke the contract, causing the entire production line to shut down.
At the same time, an international investment bank called Blackwater Capital is aggressively shorting Yuehua's stock on the secondary market and spreading various negative news to create panic. With these two tactics combined, Yuehua Group's stock price has already evaporated by nearly 30 billion today.
Wang Hai paused, then added, Blackwater Capital is known for its ruthlessness and brutality. They are the vultures of Wall Street.
They are clearly well prepared this time, and their goal is to swallow Yuehua Group whole.
Lin Fan opened his eyes.
A cold, sharp glint flashed and disappeared deep within his pupils.
Blackwater Capital? Ding. Host, get him. How can the host of this system let his wife suffer such injustice?
In his mind, the system's voice rang out at just the right moment, carrying a hint of excitement that seemed to thrive on chaos.
Temporary mission issued, a fury for a beauty.
Mission objective, help Qin Yu thwart Blackwater Capital's malicious attacks and bankrupt them. Mission rewards, God-level trading skills allowing you to dominate the capital market, 100% ownership of Blackwater Capital if you win, it's yours, and plus 50 favorability with Qin Yu. Lin Fan ignored the system's clamor. His brain, after being enhanced by the system, operates at an astonishing speed. Suppliers breaching contracts, short selling in the secondary market, media attacks. His seemingly flawless series of killing moves had a fatal flaw in his eyes.
Too hasty.
Blackwater Capital's aggressiveness and rapid pace mean they have invested massive amounts of money and leveraged extremely high levels of capital. They wanted to use a blitzkrieg to crush Yuehua, giving Qin Yu no chance to breathe. But this also means that they themselves are exposed to enormous risks.
As long as Yuehua can hold on, or even just launch an effective counterattack, the lever that has been pried open will become the noose that strangles them.
The car stopped in front of the headquarters of Yuehua Group.
This is a futuristic skyscraper that soars into the sky and gleams in the sunlight.
Lin Fan didn't let Wang Hai follow him and went in alone.
Top floor, CEO's office.
In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, a stunningly beautiful figure with aloof and cold demeanor was pacing back and forth with her back to the door. She wore a well-tailored white business suit that accentuated her breathtakingly perfect curves, and her long, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of fragility rarely seen on her usual appearance. She was holding her phone, seemingly on a call, but her usually cool voice was now filled with barely suppressed anxiety.
The funding gap is at least 5 billion.
No, mortgaging equity is too risky, it's playing right into their hands.
What did Smith say? Is he still unwilling to budge?
Hearing the noise at the door, she instinctively turned around. The moment she saw Lin Fan, she froze, as if time had stood still. Those phoenix eyes, usually as clear and cold as a deep pool, instantly filled with a layer of mist. All her strength and pretense crumbled the moment she saw this man.
You.
Qin Yu's lips trembled slightly, and she could only utter one word before she could no longer speak. Lin Fan walked up to her in a few steps, naturally raised his hand, and gently wiped away the tear that was about to fall from the corner of her eye with his fingertips. The movements were incredibly gentle.
I'm here, everything will be all right now.
His words had a reassuring magic. Qin Yu stared at him blankly, letting him do these intimate things, her mind completely blank.
Just then, the phone she was still holding suddenly came through with an anxious voice. President Qin? President Qin, are you still listening?
Harrison, the CEO of Blackwater Capital, has sent a video conference request, specifically asking to speak with you, and his attitude is extremely arrogant.
Should we answer it? Xin Yu hadn't had a chance to respond yet.
Lin Fan had already taken her phone, and with his other hand, he gently pulled her into his arms.
He spoke calmly into his phone, his tone utterly indifferent. Catch. Tell him I'll only give him 3 minutes.
Chapter 6, In the blink of an eye, the financial empire vanishes. On the huge screen in Xin Yu's office, the video signal was connected. A blond, blue-eyed white man with a meticulously trimmed stubble appears in the frame. He leans back in a large executive chair, with the dazzling night view of Manhattan behind him, his posture arrogant, like a hunter eyeing its prey.
He is Harrison, the CEO of Blackwater Capital. Miss Qin, it seems you've finally come to your senses.
Harrison spoke fluent Chinese, but his tone was full of condescending mockery.
My patience is limited.
Now, I'm only willing to offer 70% of the original asking price to acquire your sinking ship. His gaze moved across the screen, noticing Lin Fan holding Xin Yu in his arms. Harrison paused for a moment, then let out a contemptuous sneer.
Oh? Is this your new sugar daddy? He looks very young. Miss Qin, your taste has really declined quickly.
He didn't take Lin Fan seriously at all, treating him as just a pretty boy whom Xin Yu had brought to seek comfort in the face of the apocalyptic crisis.
Kid, go make us 2 cups of coffee.
Remember, Miss Qin's must be without sugar, or her days ahead will be very difficult.
Xin Yu's body trembled slightly with anger.
Lin Fan simply patted her back gently to soothe her emotions. He didn't even look at Harrison on the screen, but instead gave instructions to his assistant on the other end of the phone in a calm tone. Activate highest level permissions, utilize all available funds of Tiancheng Group, target, Yuehua Group stock, buy without limit. The assistant on the other end of the phone was clearly startled by the instruction.
Chairman, all the working capital? This is at least in the hundreds of billions. Implement.
Lin Fan only said 2 words before hanging up the phone. Xin Yu, who was in his arms, was completely stunned.
Tiancheng Group? Hundreds of billions?
She looked up in disbelief at Lin Fan's sharply defined profile, her mind completely blank. Harrison, on the other side of the screen, also heard the conversation and burst into exaggerated laughter.
Ha 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 ha. 100 billion? Kid, are you in a movie? Do you even know what 100 billion means?
Even if you sold the entire Tianqing Group, you might not be able to raise that much working capital. He laughed so hard he almost fell over, his laughter filled with disdain.
Miss Qin, the actor you found has such exaggerated acting skills.
Lin Fan finally turned his gaze to the screen.
You have 2 minutes left. Ding.
God-level trading techniques have fully taken over the host's financial operation permissions.
Analysis begins.
Blackwater Capital boasts a leverage ratio of 15-1. Its core assets are deeply intertwined with 3 hedge funds. All of its short positions have been locked up. A fatal weakness has been discovered. Blackwater Capital heavily invested in Vertex Biopharmaceuticals and used its influence to push for the release of a false positive news report.
Host, let's take them down. If we pop this bubble, they'll be wiped out instantly.
The system's voice rang rapidly in his mind, and countless streams of data flashed before Lin Fan's eyes. He picked up his old cell phone and dialed Wang Hai's number. Director Wang, immediately contact all major global financial media outlets and release a message. For example, Tiancheng Group's laboratory successfully developed a perfect alternative to Dingdian Biopharmaceuticals' core drug last night, at a cost of only 1/10 of its original price. Wang Hai paused for a second on the other end, then replied in an extremely excited voice, "Yes, Chairman. I'll take care of it right away."
Every instruction Lin Fan gave was clearly transmitted to Harrison's ears via the phone. Harrison's laughter gradually subsided. A nameless unease began to spread in his heart. Tiancheng Group? This name carries significant weight in the international capital market.
Although he didn't believe the other party could mobilize hundreds of billions of yuan, Tiancheng Group's reputation was enough to make any news of them cause a huge uproar.
Playing tricks.
Harrison cursed, his words sounding fierce, but his heart was filled with fear. Just then, a commotion broke out among his assistants behind him. A pale-faced blonde female assistant rushed up to him and handed him a tablet computer.
CEO. Something terrible has happened. The market has gone crazy. Harrison looked down.
On the screen, the stock chart of Yuehua Group looked like it had been injected with hormones, with a straight green giant pillar shooting into the sky. In just a few dozen seconds, the stock price was pulled up by more than 30% from the daily limit down. Countless massive buy orders flooded in, devouring all the sell orders.
This is impossible. Who has so much money? Harrison's pupils suddenly contracted. This force of capital is so violent and unreasonable it's not normal market behavior at all, it's war. Meanwhile, the stock price of Dingdian Biopharmaceutical, in which he had a large stake, collapsed instantly. A massive, straight, red pillar crashed down upon hell. Tiancheng Group has released a major announcement. Their alternative drug is out. Our long positions have been liquidated. Completely liquidated. Margin call. Our account has received forced liquidation notices from multiple brokerages. Desperate cries echoed from the trading room behind him. Harrison swayed, then steadied himself on the table, staring intently at the calm Eastern man on the screen. Sweat streamed down his forehead. Who are you? His voice was filled with fear and trembling. Lin Fan did not answer him. He simply dialed another number. The call connected, and a voice with a heavy German accent spoke in English on the other end. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Smith, I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan said in fluent English, I have bought your photoresist company, Eurotech Precision Chemicals. Smith, sitting opposite him, was clearly confused. What? Sir, I don't understand what you mean. My company has no plans to sell. I'll offer 10 billion euros, Lin Fan interrupted him. Smith's breath hitched. 10 billion euros? His company is worth at most 3 billion. The only condition, Lin Fan continued, is to immediately resume all supplies to Yuehua Group and sign a permanent exclusive supply agreement at 70% of the current market price. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately following was Smith's incredibly excited, even somewhat obsequious, voice. No problem. Of course, no problem. My boss. I swear by God, the transport convoy will depart within an hour. Upon hearing this phone call, the last trace of color drained from Harrison's face. He understood. The killer feature of the supply chain is gone. The short position was wiped out by the opponent with unimaginable funds. A series of elaborate schemes, when faced with the opponent's absolute power, are as fragile as a piece of paper. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. In just 3 minutes. No, please stop. Harrison finally broke down, pleading with the screen, we can talk. Everything is negotiable. What do you want? Money? I can give you that. Lin Fan checked the time. 3 minutes, we're there. After saying that, he hung up the video call immediately. The screen went black instantly. The reflection above only showed Qin Yu's stunningly beautiful face, which was filled with shock and infatuation. The entire office was deathly silent. Qin Yu looked up at Lin Fan without moving, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. This man mobilized hundreds of billions of dollars in 3 minutes, crushed a Wall Street giant, and also acquired a European-listed company. He did all this simply to avenge her. Lin Fan lowered his head and met her phoenix eyes, which were glistening with moisture. He reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. Okay, let's go home. Chapter 7. My name is Lin Fan, and I am your fiancé. Home. We're going home. These 4 words, though seemingly light and airy, have a greater impact than the previous mobilization of hundreds of billions of funds, or the financial empire that vanished in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu felt her heart gently struck by those 4 words. Her brain, that sophisticated instrument hailed as the most powerful brain in the business world, was now completely a mess. Home? Do she and he have a home? Who is he? Chairman of Tiancheng Group? That legendary, mysterious entity that can control the economic lifeline of the East China Sea? Why does he have his own engagement? Countless questions churned in her mind, each one enough to stir up a storm. But in the end, all the doubts and shocks were completely melted away by his words, let's go home, leaving only a warm current flowing from the heart to every part of the body. For the past 3 years, she has been fighting alone in the business world, and no matter how bitter or tiring it was, she could only bear it all by herself. For her, the word home was simply a cold, huge house. And now, this man, with an undeniable tenderness, tells her that they have a family. Just as Qin Yu was lost in thought, the office door was suddenly pushed open.
Her chief secretary, a usually capable and composed woman, was now flushed and panting, forgetting even to knock on the door.
President Chin. President Chin.
The secretary's voice was distorted with extreme excitement.
It's over. It's all over.
She rushed to the desk and saw Chin Yu being held in Lin Fan's arms. She was stunned for a moment, but was then overwhelmed with even greater joy.
Blackwater Capital has gone completely bankrupt.
Their servers were overwhelmed by an unknown flow of funds, all leveraged positions were forcibly liquidated, and hundreds of billions of dollars evaporated in a second.
Harrison just suffered a mental breakdown during a video conference and was taken away by the New York Police Department on suspicion of market manipulation and financial fraud.
And Smith from Eurotech, he called personally to say that their transport fleet has set off, not only to restore supply, but also to offer us a permanent 30% exclusive supply price. Our stock price has repeatedly hit the daily limit and triggered circuit breakers.
Everyone on Wall Street is going crazy. They're all asking who's behind this.
The secretary finished speaking in one breath, her whole body trembling with excitement.
This is a miracle. This is a miracle. It was a battle that will be recorded in the annals of global finance.
After she finished her report, she finally noticed the unfamiliar man in the office, the man who cherished their all-powerful CEO Chin like a precious treasure. She looked at Chin Yu with a questioning gaze.
Chin Yu had not yet recovered from the huge emotional upheaval.
Lin Fan didn't even turn his head. He simply uttered 2 words to the secretary who was still panting.
"New."
That attitude was as casual as saying, "The weather is nice today." The secretary's mouth opened slightly, but the words she was about to say were stuck in her throat.
"New? That's it? This is an epic victory that has shaken up Wall Street."
Lin Fan ignored her and looked down at the woman in his arms who was still in a daze. He gently tidied her slightly messy hair.
"Were you scared?"
Chin Yu subconsciously shook her head, then nodded. She didn't know how to describe her current feelings.
"Let's go."
Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions and took her hand.
Chin Yu's body trembled slightly.
His palms were large and warm, carrying an irresistible strength and a reassuring temperature. This was the first time in over 20 years that a man had held her hand like this. She didn't resist, letting him lead her, like a little girl who had found her anchor, obediently following behind him.
When the office door opened again.
Outside the door, the entire senior management team of Yuehua Group, dozens of people, all stood holding their breath. Their faces were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster, and a fervent fascination with the unknown. When they saw their aloof, icy queen, who never had much contact with any men, being led by the hand by a strange young man as they walked out of the office. The entire corridor was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Who is this man? Is he the mysterious being who just saved the entire Yuehua Group with the divine hand?
Lin Fan ignored the jaw-dropping expressions of those around him. He took Chin Yu's hand and headed straight for their private elevator. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically parted to both sides, bowed their heads respectfully, and dared not even breathe loudly.
Until the elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off all outside views.
In the cramped space, only the 2 of them remained. Chin Yu's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She finally mustered her courage, raised her head, and her clear, cold phoenix eyes were now filled with tears and complex emotions.
"Who are you?"
Her voice was very soft, with a slight, barely perceptible tremor. Lin Fan turned around to face her. The bright lights in the elevator made his silhouette stand out clearly. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he reached out his other hand and gently stroked her cheek.
"My name is Lin Fan."
His fingertips were warm to the touch, which made Chin Yu's body stiffen again.
"He's yours, fiancé." Boom. Fiancé.
These 3 words had an even greater impact than chairman of Tianxing Group.
Chin Yu's mind went completely blank. Ding. Host. Well done.
The achievement, the overbearing CEO's exclusive confession, has been achieved.
Chin Yu's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 70. Warning. Warning.
The iceberg is about to completely melt. Please prepare for potential flooding. The system's voice was frantically scrolling through Lin Fan's mind.
Lin Fan ignored it.
He looked at the woman in front of him, who was stunned by his words, and found it somewhat amusing. The Ice Queen and miracle woman in business rumored by the outside world are actually quite a handful. He moved closer, so close that they could feel each other's breath.
What? You don't believe me?
He lowered his voice, which had a slightly mocking magnetism.
Or should I take out the engagement token so you can verify it?
Shinyu's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks quickly flushed a beautiful blush. Having lived for over 20 years, this was the first time she realized that a man's approach and a single sentence could throw her into such a state of utter confusion. She wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't utter a single word.
Bite. The elevator arrived at the first floor.
The door slowly opened. Lin Fan naturally withdrew his hand, still holding hers, and walked out. In the lobby of Yuehua Group, Wang Hai, accompanied by a team of bodyguards in black, had cleared the entire area and was respectfully waiting by the door of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Chairman. Wang Hai opened the car door for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan shielded Qinyu's head and let her sit down first, then he followed suit. The car doors closed, shutting out all the noise from the outside world.
The car started smoothly and merged into the city's traffic.
Inside the car, Xinyu was still immersed in the huge information shock. She leaned back in the soft seat, turned her head, and stared at the man next to her without blinking, as if she wanted to see through him. Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, so he touched his nose and broke the silence.
Are you hungry?
Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously.
She hasn't had a drop of water since this morning.
Lin Fan smiled.
What would you like to eat? French cuisine, or Michelin-starred food?
Xinyu shook her head. She was in no mood to think about such things right now. Looking at her adorable, somewhat absent-minded expression, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. I know a wonton shop in the South City night market that has been open for 30 years and tastes good.
Want to try it?
Chapter 8, a Rolls-Royce paired with a roadside stall. You don't understand the romance of a tycoon.
The entire Su family is heartbroken. Ravioli? Changnan night market? For a moment, Xinyu's mind went blank.
She looked at the man beside her, who had just casually mobilized hundreds of billions of dollars to crush Wall Street financial giants into dust. But now, he wants to take me to eat wontons at a roadside stall. This extreme contrast stirred a strange ripple in her heart, which had become somewhat numb from the immense shock.
She nodded as if possessed.
The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a mobile palace representing the ultimate in luxury, finally came to a stop at the bustling entrance of the South City night market, driven by Wang Hai in a state of extreme confusion. The car door opened. A wave of heat, a mixture of cumin, cooking fumes, and the warmth of everyday life, hit me. Xinyu, dressed in a haute couture white suit and Jimmy Choo crystal high heels, looked completely out of place on this noisy and greasy land. She looked at the crowds coming and going around her, and listened to the shouts of the barbecue vendors not far away. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly involuntarily. She had never been to a place like this before.
Let's go.
Lin Fan naturally took her hand and led her into this bustling, human world. His actions were so natural, as if they hadn't just emerged from a multi-billion-dollar financial war, but were simply an ordinary couple taking a walk. Xinyu's fingers twitched slightly, but in the end she let him hold them. His hands were warm and steady. They weaved through the crowds and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous little stall. The stall was small, with only 4 or 5 greasy folding tables.
In a huge iron pot, plump white wontons were tumbling in boiling water, emitting an enticing aroma.
Boss, 2 large bowls of fresh pork wontons, with extra seaweed and dried shrimp, Lin Fan called out familiarly.
All right.
The boss was a man in his 50s. He looked up at Lin Fan, then at the elegant Xinyu beside him, and grinned. Lin Fan pulled out a plastic stool, carefully wiped it with a tissue, and then gestured for Xinyu to sit down. Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but looking into Lin Fan's smiling eyes, she obediently sat down. The surrounding environment was noisy and chaotic, but her heart was surprisingly calm. She looked at Lin Fan, who was taking in his surroundings with great interest. His composure and relaxation were something she had never seen at any high-end business banquet. This man is shrouded in mystery. He could be a capital tycoon who commands a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate and strikes fear into the hearts of Wall Street. It could also be like this, the boy next door sitting at a roadside stall in the night market, hoping for a bowl of hot wontons.
Which one is the real him? Ding.
Host, you have successfully lured the billionaire ice queen to a roadside stall. The human touch achievement has been unlocked.
Xinyu's favorability +5. Current favorability, 75.
The system's voice carried an air of excitement, as if it were watching a good show.
Soon, 2 steaming bowls of wontons were served.
In a white porcelain bowl, thin-skinned, generously filled wontons float in the clear broth, garnished with emerald green scallions, purple seaweed, and a few small dried shrimp, emitting a fragrant aroma.
Try it.
Lin Fan handed her a pair of chopsticks.
Xinyu picked up a spoon, carefully scooped up one, blew on it gently, and then put it in her mouth.
The savory meat filling, the smooth dough, and the piping hot yet incredibly delicious broth exploded on her taste buds in an instant. A warm current slid from her throat down to her stomach, dispelling all the fatigue and coldness she had accumulated throughout the day.
Tasty.
It was surprisingly delicious. She looked up and saw Lin Fan smiling at her.
Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you.
Xinyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and continued to eat in small bites, but her pace was noticeably faster than before. She ate a little too quickly, and a drop of soup accidentally splashed onto her smooth chin.
She herself didn't realize it.
Lin Fan had already reached out and naturally wiped away the drop of soup with his fingertips.
Xinyu's body froze instantly.
His fingertips, warm to the touch, gently brushed across her skin, sending a shiver of tingling sensation through her. Her heartbeat went out of control once again.
Warning! Warning!
The iceberg is melting at a rate exceeding 99%. Host, if you keep flirting like this, the goddess will become as soft as silk. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Looking at Xinyu's beautiful face, which was already flushed, he felt that she was much more adorable than the aloof Ice Queen.
At the same time, the atmosphere inside the taxi was so oppressive it was almost suffocating.
Su Qingqing's face was still streaked with tears, and she stared blankly out the window. Su lay huddled in the corner, his body still trembling slightly, not daring to utter a single word. Zhao Huilan held her phone, her fingers flying across the screen, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid.
Found it, she suddenly screamed, startling Su Qingqing and Su Lei.
On the phone screen was a local forum for wealthy people in Donghai City. A post highlighted in red and bold was pinned to the top.
Shocking news! Tiancheng Group changes hands.
Mysterious new owner spends hundreds of millions to buy Villa No. 1 in Tianlan Bay within an hour.
Below the post is a slightly blurry photo taken secretly. The background of the photo is the entrance to the restaurant they just left.
A man in an expensive suit is respectfully opening the car door for a young man.
The young man's profile was unmistakably that of Lin Fan.
The man who opened the car door was recognized by someone below.
Holy crap! Isn't that Wang Hai, the CEO of Tiancheng Group? Who is this young man who can get him to personally open the car door? The information upstairs is so outdated. Didn't you see the news?
Tiancheng Group's stock price fluctuated today. Inside sources say the chairman has been replaced.
So, this young man is the new chairman of Tiancheng Group? Tianlan Bay Villa No. 1, that cost several $100 million. To buy it so easily, that kind of financial power. Boom!
Zhao Huilan's mind went blank, and she almost dropped her phone.
Chairman of Tiancheng Group.
Lin Fan, whom she bossed around, called a good-for-nothing, and forced to sell his parents' property, was actually the chairman of Tiancheng Group.
Mom, is this real?
Su Qingqing also came over, and when she saw the photo and the comments below, she was completely dumbfounded. A wave of regret and jealousy, many times stronger than what she had felt in the private room, instantly engulfed her. What did she lose? She lost a super-rich man worth hundreds of billions, a man who could have a big shot like Wang Hai personally open the car door for him. She actually pushed away such a true god for a mere house and a dowry of 800,000 yuan. Moreover, she pushed it onto Xinyu, whom she was most jealous of.
Ah! Su Qingqing finally broke down, grabbing her hair and letting out a scream of regret. Smack!
A loud slap landed hard on her face.
Zhao Huilan's eyes were bloodshot.
She grabbed Su Qingqing's collar and acted like a madwoman.
Cry! What's the use of crying? Now you know you regret it?
Where were you before? She was breathing heavily, her chest heaving, but the greedy light in her bloodshot eyes overwhelmed all other emotions.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Zhao Huilan stared intently at her daughter, her gaze as if she were looking at a product. He's loved you for 3 years.
Qingqing.
That's your greatest asset.
No matter how rich a man is, he will never forget his first woman. What is Xinyu? She's just a later arrival.
Su Qingqing was stunned by the slap, covering her face and staring blankly at her mother.
Listen.
Zhao Huilan's voice was low, yet carried an unyielding ruthlessness.
From now on, stop your useless tears. What you need to do is take him back. Go find him. Go to Villa Number 1 in Tianlan Bay.
Kneel down and beg him, apologize to him. Use all your skills to make him change his mind. Zhao Huilan leaned close to Su Qingqing's ear and spoke slowly and deliberately, in a voice only the two of them could hear. If all else fails, we'll find a way to get pregnant with his child. Once we have the child, Xin Yu will have to step aside. The entire Tianqing group will belong to the Su family from now on. The insane plan made Su Qingqing's body tremble. And at that moment, at the Chengnan night market, Lin Fan and Xin Yu had finished eating their wontons and were strolling side by side through the night market. Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. He took it out and glanced at it. It was a message from Wang Hai. Chairman, it has been confirmed that the 3 members of the Su family are currently traveling in a taxi towards the Tianlan Bay Villa area. Lin Fan paused in his steps. Xin Yu keenly noticed his change. What's wrong? Lin Fan put away his phone, turned to look at her, his relaxed and carefree expression unchanged, only now with a hint of amusement. Nothing. He reached out and took Xin Yu's slightly cool fingers in his hand again. There are just a few clowns who are unwilling to take their final bow and want to return for an encore of their farce.
Chapter 9: The Mansion Stage, The Clown's Encore. Xin Yu paused for a moment. Clown? An encore?
She was incredibly clever and instantly connected those 2 words with the message she had just received. They are from the Su family. She didn't ask any more questions, but just quietly looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan met her probing gaze, smiled, and there was a hint of undisguised mischievousness in that smile.
Would you like to see a good show? A good show? A live farce about human nature.
Lin Fan took her hand and walked towards the exit of the night market. I guarantee it'll be more exciting than any movie you've ever seen.
Xin Yu did not refuse.
She was also curious about how this man, who had just shared a bowl of wontons with her, would deal with those lingering past issues. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided silently through the night, eventually merging into the traffic heading towards the Tianlan Bay Villa area.
At the same time, the grand entrance to the Tianlan Bay Villa area. A dilapidated taxi was stopped by security guards outside the turnstile.
I'm sorry, this is a private residential area.
Without an appointment and confirmation from the owner, no outside vehicles are allowed to enter.
The security guard was wearing a crisp uniform and had a professional but aloof expression on his face. Zhao Huilan leaned out of the car window, her face full of a smug smile.
We're not outsiders. We're here to see my son-in-law.
She deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word son-in-law.
Your son-in-law?
The security guard looked her up and down, then at the taxi that seemed out of place in its surroundings.
Yes. My son-in-law's name is Lin Fan. He just bought Villa Number 1 here. Open the door quickly and let us in.
Zhao Huilan said imperiously, as if she were already the lady of the house.
Lin Fan? Villa Number 1?
The security guard's expression turned somewhat strange. This afternoon, the entire Tianlan Bay property management was in an uproar because of the change of ownership of Villa Number 1. They knew, of course, that the new owner's surname was Lin, but these people in front of them didn't look like relatives of the owner of Villa Number 1 at all.
Mom, keep your voice down.
Su Qingqing tugged at her clothes from behind, feeling a little embarrassed. Su lay huddled in a corner, his courage shattered by Lin Fan's attack in the restaurant. He was now like a frightened bird. I'm just showing you this good-for-nothing you hired, he can't even get through a door. Zhao Huilan didn't take it seriously, instead using the opportunity to teach the taxi driver a lesson. When you see my son-in-law later, let's see if you still dare to ask for this fare. The driver looked at this odd family in the rearview mirror, said nothing, and simply paused the meter.
The security guard confirmed the information with the staff inside via walkie-talkie.
I'm sorry, the owner hasn't registered your information, so I can't let you in.
Impossible. Zhao Huilan shrieked. He must be joking. Call again and ask.
Tell him his mother-in-law is here.
The security guard frowned, about to say something. Just then, a dazzling beam of light shone from behind. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, like an emperor in the night, silently approached. Its iconic Parthenon grille and the emblem of the goddess of celebration gleamed brilliantly under the streetlights.
Zhao Huilan and Su Qingqing both stopped breathing at the same time. They recognized the car. It was the car that Wang Hai personally opened for Lin Fan at the restaurant entrance. Under their astonished gazes, the turnstile in the security booth automatically rose, and the security guard gave a standard salute towards the Cullinan.
The Cullinan drove smoothly into the villa area without stopping, passing by their taxi. The car window was rolled down halfway. Su Qingqing could clearly see that Wang Hai was sitting in the driver's seat. In the back seat, Lin Fan was tilting his head and talking to a woman next to him. She knew that woman too. She knew. The eldest daughter of the Qin family who made her feel ashamed at the financial summit, and who didn't even have the courage to go up and talk to her. At this moment, Qin Yu was sitting quietly next to Lin Fan, her profile breathtakingly beautiful under the soft lights inside the car. Lin Fan's hand was naturally resting on the back of her hand. Boom! The flames of jealousy instantly consumed all of Su Qingqing's reason. Why should I? That position should have been hers. That car, that villa, everything around that man should belong to her. Lin Fan. Su Qingqing suddenly pushed open the car door and rushed out without regard for anything, screaming at Cullinan's retreating figure. However, the luxury car worth tens of millions didn't even change speed and quickly disappeared around the corner ahead. Qingqing. Zhao Huilan also realized what was happening and hurriedly chased after her. A farce unfolded at the entrance of Donghai City's most exclusive upscale neighborhood. In the end, Zhao Huilan was quick-witted. She grabbed her daughter, who was on the verge of collapse, and knelt down with a thud in the direction of the security booth. "Security guard, please let us in. We really are Lin Fan's family," she cried and shouted while giving Su Qingqing meaningful glances. Su Qingqing also knelt down on the ground, crying. The mother and daughter sang in unison, tears streaming down their faces, leaving the security guards completely bewildered. In the end, the security captain couldn't withstand the ordeal and, considering the identity of the owner of Villa Number 1, he used the car phone to dial the internal line of Villa Number 1. The call was answered quickly. "Hello?" It was Lin Fan's voice. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm from the security department at the entrance. There are two ladies here who claim to be your relatives and want to come in." "Oh," Lin Fan said in a flat tone, "let them in." The security captain hesitated for a moment, but immediately carried out the order. Zhao Huilan and Su Qingqing immediately showed smug expressions, jumped up from the ground, and patted the dirt off their knees. "I told you so. He still cares about us," Zhao Huilan said smugly to Su Qingqing. She pulled her daughter along and walked into Tianlan Bay with an air of arrogance. Su Lei and the taxi driver, who was already dumbfounded, followed them. When they finally stood before the magnificent gate of Villa Number 1, they were utterly awestruck. This is no longer a villa. It's practically a small palace. See that? Qingqing. This will be our home from now on. Zhao Huilan's eyes gleamed with greed. She took a deep breath, straightened her appearance, and rang the doorbell. The door opened silently. Lin Fan stood there under the dazzling crystal chandelier in the entryway. Beside him, Qin Yu had taken off her high heels and put on a pair of soft women's slippers, and was curiously looking at the decorations inside the villa. Those slippers were clearly prepared for her. Lin Fan. Zhao Huilan's face instantly lit up with a smile, and she was about to step forward affectionately. "Chairman Lin. Son-in-law Lin." Su Qingqing followed closely behind, her eyes fixed on Qin Yu's slippers, her gaze seeming to spit fire. "Lin Fan, please let me explain, it's all a misunderstanding." Lin Fan ignored them. He simply turned to the side, facing Qin Yu inside, and spoke in a gentle, tender tone. "See, I told you, the Joker is making a comeback." Then, he turned back to look at the family of three at the door, a smile of schadenfreude on his face. "Come in." He stepped aside. "I specifically let you in so that you could see for yourselves what you've missed." His words, like an ice-cold awl, pierced deeply into the hearts of Su Qingqing and Zhao Huilan. Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. Zhao Huilan's smile froze on her face, but she still forced herself to pull Su Qingqing inside. "Lin Fan, we're family, why are you being so formal?" As she spoke, she began to survey the mansion, her eyes brimming with greed. Su Qingqing rushed straight to Lin Fan, tears welling up in her eyes. "Lin Fan, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Was our 3-year relationship all a lie? Please give me another chance, okay?" She reached out, wanting to pull Lin Fan's arm, to relive the feeling of him being completely devoted to her. Lin Fan took a step back, avoiding her hand. He looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Chance?" He slowly walked to Qin Yu's side,
and in front of Su Qingqing, reached out and tucked a strand of Qin Yu's hair behind her ear. Qin Yu's body stiffened slightly, but she did not dodge.
Give her a chance, and then deny her one?
Lin Fan's voice was soft, but every word was piercing.
Su Qingqing's body trembled violently. No. No. Who is she?
I'm the woman who's been with you for 3 years. She finally lost control and screamed.
Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
You've been with me for 3 years just so I'd buy you a house, buy skins for your brother, and take care of your parents in their old age? He turned to Zhao Huilan, his smile becoming increasingly playful.
I heard that auntie has an even grander plan?
Zhao Huilan's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling.
What plan?
Lin Fan leaned close to her ear and, in a voice only they could hear, repeated word by word what she had said in the taxi. If all else fails, try to get pregnant with my child? Once she has a child, Qin Yu will have to step aside? The entire Tianqing group will belong to your Su family in the future?
Boom! Zhao Huilan and Su Qingqing's minds went blank with a buzzing sound. How could he have known?
Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu, standing to the side, also had a barely perceptible glint of cold light flash in her clear, cold phoenix eyes.
Chapter 10 Lin Fan, sorry, my female lead's surname is Qin. Dead silence. A deathly stillness powerful enough to freeze one's soul.
Lin Fan's words were like an invisible hammer, shattering Zhao Huilan and Su Qingqing's last illusions. Their most secret, most malicious, and most self-righteous plans were laid bare in the sunlight.
And right in front of Qin Yu. The color drained from Zhao Huilan's face instantly.
She opened her mouth, making a hoarse sound in her throat, but couldn't utter a single word.
How could that be? How could he have known?
That was the scheme. She revealed herself in the taxi, in what they thought was an absolutely private space. Su Qingqing trembled violently, as if her bones had been removed, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Shame, fear, despair, a mixture of countless emotions twisted her fairly pretty face into a terrifying sight. She felt as if she had been stripped naked, inside and out, and displayed in front of everyone, especially Qin Yu. That woman she was most jealous of and hated.
No. No.
Zhao Huilan finally regained a bit of strength from her extreme shock. She waved her hands frantically, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace.
Lin Fan. You've misheard. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Someone is trying to sow discord. Her mind was racing, trying to find any possible excuse. Yes. It's that driver. That taxi driver is definitely talking nonsense. He's trying to scam you. Lin Fan, don't believe him.
She suddenly pointed at the taxi driver who was still standing dumbfounded at the door, and threw all the dirty water at him. The driver was startled by the sudden accusation. He backed away, waving his hands, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Looking at Zhao Huilan's pathetic, desperate struggle, Lin Fan's smile grew even more mocking.
He couldn't even be bothered to refute it. Mom! Shut up! A sharp scream interrupted Zhao Huilan's performance. Su Qingqing finally broke down.
With bloodshot eyes, she lunged at Zhao Huilan like a wild beast, frantically pounding her body with her fists.
It's all your fault. It was all your terrible idea. You ruined me. You destroyed everything I had. I hate you. I hate you.
Zhao Huilan was forced to retreat repeatedly by her blows, her well-maintained hair instantly becoming disheveled, and several bloody marks quickly appeared on her face.
Are you crazy? Su Qingqing. You dare hit me? Who am I doing this for? I'm doing it for your own good. For my own good?
You're doing it for yourself.
For your vanity. For your money.
The mother and daughter got into a fight right there in the entrance hall of this multi-million-dollar mansion.
It's an eyesore.
Su lay huddled in the corner, watching this crazy scene, his body trembling even more violently, and the wetness in his crotch intensified.
A farcical drama of human nature is unfolding vividly before our eyes.
Lin Fan, however, had no interest in even glancing at it. He turned around and smiled apologetically at Qin Yu, who had remained silent throughout.
Sorry, you had to witness a farce. Qin Yu's reaction was calm. She seemed completely unaffected by the disgraceful scene over there.
She simply looked at Lin Fan quietly, her clear, cold phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, she reached out her hand. Instead of touching Lin Fan, she reached out to his shoulder and gently pinched it with her slender, fair fingers. It was as if there was an invisible layer of dust that had actually settled there.
It's dirty, she said softly. These two words are more lethal than any weapon.
It was like an invisible needle, precisely piercing Su Qingqing's last line of psychological defense.
Su Qingqing stopped moving.
She stared blankly at Qin Yu's intimate and natural gesture, and at Lin Fan's calm acceptance.
That was a declaration. A subtle yet incredibly clear declaration of sovereignty.
Qin Yu was telling her that Lin Fan belonged to her, and that he shouldn't be tainted by anything related to Su Qingqing, not even a speck of dust.
Ah! Su Qingqing let out a desperate cry, collapsed to the ground, and burst into tears. Ding!
Host has completed the one-finger kill achievement.
The villain's psychological defenses have been completely destroyed. Reward: top-tier mansion butler service package activated. The god-level butler Uncle De will arrive within 10 minutes.
The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude and excitement. Lin Fan remained non-committal regarding the system's prompt. He felt that this show should come to an end. Looking any further will only offend your eyes. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Hai's number.
Director Wang.
His address was very calm. Send a few security guards over to Villa number 1 in Tianlan Bay. Wang Hai on the other end of the phone was visibly taken aback, but immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Chairman.
I'll arrange it right away. Please ask these guests to leave." Lin Fan's tone was devoid of any emotion.
I don't want any unclean things left in my house.
Hang up the phone. He didn't even look at the family of 3 who were sprawled on the ground like rotten mud.
Upon hearing the contents of the phone call, Zhao Huilan stopped struggling with her daughter, and the last trace of color drained from her face.
It's over. This time it's for real, it's completely over.
She wanted to beg for mercy, to kneel down, to do anything to make amends. But when she looked at Lin Fan's indifferent profile and at Qin Yu beside him, who had an elegant and goddess-like demeanor, she knew that it was all in vain.
They no longer even deserve a second glance from Lin Fan. Less than 5 minutes. The villa's gate was opened again. Several tall, serious-looking security guards dressed in black suits strode in.
They bowed slightly to Lin Fan and Qin Yu, then walked straight toward the 3 members of the Su family.
"Please, everyone."
The head of security made a pleased gesture, but his posture left no room for refusal.
"No. I won't leave. This is my son-in-law's house. You can't kick me out." Zhao Huilan threw a tantrum, grabbing tightly onto an expensive entryway cabinet.
Su Lei was so frightened that he ran away as fast as he could without waiting for the security guards to make a move. The 2 security guards exchanged a glance, then, without further ado, grabbed Zhao Huilan's arms from both sides and dragged her outside.
"Lin Fan! You ungrateful wretch!
You deserve to die a horrible death.
My daughter has been with you for 3 years. And this is how you treat us."
Zhao Huilan's curses were sharp and grating. Another security guard walked towards Su Qingqing, who was slumped on the ground. Su Qingqing did not resist, she simply stared intently at Lin Fan with her empty eyes. There was hatred, regret, and resentment in it, but more than anything, there was a profound sense of utter desolation. She was lifted up by 2 security guards and dragged outside. As she passed by Lin Fan, she used her last bit of strength to murmur a question.
"Why?
Our 3 years of relationship,
doesn't it mean anything at all?"
Lin Fan finally moved. He turned his head and looked directly at her, at the face he had once loved so deeply.
He smiled. "Emotion?"
He shook his head, walked slowly to her, leaned down, and whispered in her ear. He spoke a sentence in a voice so low that only 2 people could hear it. "Your so-called feelings are not even worth as much as the taxi fare for that driver at the door." After saying that, he straightened up and never looked at her again.
Su Qingqing's body froze completely.
These words are more cruel than any insult. It completely negated everything she had done over the past 3 years, reducing her self-righteous efforts to nothing. She was dragged out of the gate by security guards, her sharp curses and desperate cries shut out by the heavy door. The whole world became quiet in an instant. Under the dazzling crystal chandelier, only Lin Fan and Qin Yu remained.
A lingering sense of absurdity from the farce remained in the air.
Lin Fan straightened his collar, as if trying to brush away those unpleasant memories.
He turned around and looked at Qin Yu.
The aloof girl was looking at him with inquisitive eyes that held a strange gleam. Lin Fan suddenly smiled. He took a step closer to her, so close that they could feel each other's breath.
"All right, the flies are all gone."
His tone returned to its usual light-hearted, slightly playful quality. Xinyu didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue.
Chapter 11. Cold and aloof female CEO. Lin Fan, you're mine.
Lin Fan turned around and looked at Xinyu. The aloof girl was looking at him with inquisitive eyes that held a strange gleam. Lin Fan suddenly smiled. He took a step closer to her, so close that they could feel each other's breath.
All right, the flies are all gone.
His tone returned to its usual light-hearted, slightly playful quality. Xinyu didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. In the spacious entryway, the light from the crystal chandelier poured down, casting long shadows of the two people. The absurd, farcical atmosphere in the air seemed to be being replaced by a more ambiguous and intense one. Xinyu moved. She took a small step forward, a movement that completely erased the last bit of safe distance between them. She reached out her hand, her fingertips slightly cool, and gently placed it on Lin Fan's chest. It wasn't about chasing away dust, but rather a touch that felt almost comforting. She followed the grain of his shirt, slowly and inch by inch, upwards, finally stopping at his collar, straightening his perfectly neat collar. This gesture was a little too intimate. Lin Fan did not move, letting her do as she pleased. He could smell the unique, refreshing yet sweet fragrance emanating from her hair. Ding! Host, high energy warning ahead. The iceberg is undergoing an irreversible melting reaction. Please prepare to receive it. The system's voice was filled with the excitement of watching a spectacle unfold. Lin Fan ignored the system's noise. He reached out and covered Qinyu's small hand, which was making trouble at his collar, and gently held it. Her hands were soft and slightly cool. What? Lin Fan lowered his head, bringing his breath close to her earlobe, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin.
Is President Qin checking me to see if I have any unwanted scents?
His words were laced with mockery, causing Qinyu's body to stiffen almost imperceptibly. She raised her head, and her clear, cold phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, shimmering with captivating light. She didn't answer his question, but spoke softly in an almost complaining tone. You're too flashy. 3 words, spoken softly, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. I don't like it. 3 words again. This time, it's a pure declaration. To declare her dissatisfaction, to declare her possessiveness. Lin Fan hadn't had time to process the astonishing information contained in those 2 sentences. Xinyu made a move that caught him completely off guard. She pulled her hand back, not by stepping back, but by opening her arms and suddenly hugging his waist. Her cheek was pressed tightly against his chest. Through her thin shirt, he could clearly feel the warmth of her cheek and her rapidly beating heart. Soft jade, warm and fragrant, filling my heart. Lin Fan's body stiffened for a moment. Is this still the same ice queen who, at financial summits, could cause Wall Street to bleed with a single decision? Is this still the same Qinyu who remained indifferent like an outsider when faced with the Su family's disgraceful behavior? Who is this girl who throws herself into my arms with a hint of grievance and domineering attitude? Warning! Warning! Goddess's favorability has exceeded the threshold. Hidden mode unlocked, exclusive little wife. Host, you're awesome. You turned a 10,000-year-old iceberg into a volcano. The system notification sounded like a celebratory champagne popping. Lin Fan slowly raised his arms and hugged her back. Her body was so slender that it seemed as if it would break if you held it in your arms, yet it possessed an astonishing resilience. Lin Fan. Her muffled, nasal voice came from his chest. You are mine. These 4 words were like a thunderclap, yet also like a warm current, instantly permeating Lin Fan's entire body. Overbearing. Unreasonable. Yet it was so sweet that it made his heart tremble. She lifted her head from his embrace, her exquisite face now flushed with a captivating blush. She looked at him and repeated each word with unprecedented seriousness. From now on, you belong to me alone. I will not allow any disreputable woman to come near you. Did you hear that? Those last 4 words carried a hint of command, a hint of threat, and a hint of fear of loss that she herself was unaware of. Looking at her like this, Lin Fan's mischievous side resurfaced. Instead of nodding, he deliberately raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Oh! He tightened his arms, holding her even closer in his embrace, making it impossible for her to move. Is Mr. Qin using his position to pressure me? He lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers. But I am the chairman of Tianshang.
In terms of status, you don't seem to be able to suppress me. What if he deliberately drew out his words, but I insist on talking to other women? You. A flame instantly ignited in Qin Yu's phoenix eyes. It's anger. She hadn't expected that even after she had said all that, this man would still be teasing her. She struggled for a moment, but found that his arm was like an iron band, and she couldn't break free at all. A mix of embarrassment, resentment, and a touch of helplessness at being teased by him welled up inside her. She gently bit her lower lip and made an even bolder decision. She suddenly stood on tiptoe. Soft, slightly cool lips landed precisely on his lips. This was not a gentle kiss. This was a punitive, assertive, and authoritative kiss, a kind of stamping kiss. Lin Fan's mind went blank for a moment. All his teasing and joking were completely shattered at this moment by the sudden softness and sweetness. He took the initiative and deepened the kiss. Even the crystal chandelier in the entryway seemed to have become hot and bothersome. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Ding! Host has completed an epic achievement, the sacrifice of the iceberg. Reward, God-level culinary skills has been issued. Congratulations to the host for becoming a peerless gentleman who was elegant in the living room, skilled in the kitchen, capable of fighting off thugs, and warming an icy bed. Ding dong! A crisp doorbell rang out unexpectedly, shattering the tranquility of the room. Qin Yu, like a startled deer, suddenly sprang away from Lin Fan's embrace, her pretty face flushed red as if it were about to bleed. She turned around in a panic, her back to the door, and touched her burning cheek with the back of her hand. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. Looking at her shy and adorable appearance, Lin Fan's smile deepened. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms from behind again, resting his chin gently on her shoulder. "Don't be afraid," he whispered in her ear, at a volume only the two of them could hear. "It's not a fly. Our new butler has arrived." Chapter 12: Ice Queen vs. All-Powerful Maid. Our new butler has arrived. Lin Fan's warm voice brushed against Qin Yu's ear, waking her from the dizzying kiss. A new housekeeper? Qin Yu's heart was still pounding like crazy. She subconsciously straightened her slightly disheveled clothes and hair, trying to calm her breathing. She expected to see a white-haired, well-mannered old British gentleman in a tailcoat. Lin Fan turned around and opened the heavy, carved wooden door. The person standing outside the door was not the old gentleman. It was a woman. A woman dressed in a well-tailored black suit skirt with a white silk blouse underneath. Her hair was neatly styled in a bun, revealing a smooth forehead and a swan-like, elegant neck. Her appearance was exquisitely perfect, and her temperament was aloof and capable. Even standing in front of Qin Yu, she was not overshadowed in the slightest. This is a presence that would make any man take notice and any woman feel threatened. "Good evening, sir. I am Luo Bing, and from today onwards, I will serve as your personal butler." The woman's voice was clear and melodious, without any unnecessary emotion. She bowed slightly to Lin Fan, her movements so perfect they could be written into a textbook. The air in the entryway seemed to freeze instantly. The atmosphere, which had just been warm and intimate because of the kiss, suddenly plummeted to freezing point. The blush on Qin Yu's face faded at a visible speed, replaced by a layer of frost that kept everyone at arm's length. She looked at Luo Bing outside the door, then at Lin Fan beside her. A subtle scrutiny and wariness flashed in her clear, cold phoenix eyes. Lin Fan sensed the change in air pressure around him. Interesting. His ice queen is jealous. Instead of explaining, he became playful and nodded at Luo Bing with satisfaction. "Ms. Luo, welcome. I've reviewed your resume, it's excellent." He turned to the side, deliberately allowing Qin Yu to see Luo Bing more clearly. Outstanding graduate of the Swiss International Butler Academy. Fluent in 8 languages. Holds dual licenses as an internationally certified family physician and senior nutritionist. At the same time, he is a graduate of Le Cordon Bleu Culinary School in France, and is skilled in close combat. With each word Lin Fan spoke, the chill emanating from Qin Yu intensified. This is hardly like hiring a butler. This is clearly hiring an all-around, perfect, and stunningly beautiful bodyguard and nanny. Red alert! The host is dancing wildly on the verge of death. Jealousy mode is about to activate. The system's notification tone was filled with a gloating, electronic vibrato. However, Qin Yu did not have the reaction Lin Fan had expected. She simply walked forward quietly without saying a word. She didn't question Lin Fan, nor did she provoke Luo Bing with words.
She simply walked to Lin Fan's side, reached out, and naturally took his arm, then gently leaned her body against him.
This is an incredibly intimate gesture. A gesture to assert sovereignty.
After doing all this, she raised her breathtakingly beautiful face, looked at Luo Bing at the door, and spoke softly.
Hello.
2 words, no self-introduction, no unnecessary small talk.
But the aura of the lady of the house was instantly amplified.
Luo Bing was highly professional. She only paused for half a second before bowing again, this time towards Qinyu.
This must be Miss Qin. Hello. The master has already given instructions in advance.
Her response was impeccable, both clarifying Qinyu's identity and implying Lin Fan's high regard for her.
But Qinyu saw this perfection as an even greater threat.
Lin Fan felt the increasing pressure from Qinyu on his arm and chuckled inwardly.
I've had enough fun. If this continues, the iceberg might actually erupt into a volcano.
He took Qinyu's slightly cool hand in his own and pulled her closer to him. Then, he looked at Luo Bing and introduced her in an unquestionable tone.
Butler Luo, I need you to remember the most important thing.
Luo Bing immediately stood up straight and listened attentively.
This is Qinyu.
Lin Fan gently stroked Qinyu's cheek with his other hand, his movements so tender they seemed to melt your heart.
She is the only female owner of this villa.
From now on, any of her instructions are equivalent to my instructions, and she has the highest execution authority.
Boom. This statement is more effective than any explanation or reassurance.
Qinyu's body trembled, and the strength with which she held his arm instantly loosened, replaced by a shy and sweet dependence. She looked up at Lin Fan's profile. His phoenix eyes, which had been frozen with ice just moments before, had now completely melted, turning into a pool of shimmering spring water. A slight ripple finally appeared on Luo Bing's face, but she quickly regained her composure.
Yes, sir. I understand.
She bowed again, this time with even greater respect than before.
An invisible confrontation vanished without a trace with just a few words from Lin Fan. All right, come in.
Lin Fan took Qinyu's hand and made way for her. Luo Bing walked in carrying a suitcase that didn't look very big, and then closed the door behind her.
Sir, Miss Qin, would you like our late-night snack prepared now?
She stopped and immediately got to work. I just had a shipment of fresh king crab and sea urchins air freighted from Hokkaido. Making a crab porridge or a steamed egg with sea urchin will only take 15 minutes.
Qinyu couldn't find a single fault with their efficiency and thoughtfulness. No need, we just ate out.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
Go and familiarize yourself with the surroundings first. Your room is on the first floor of the east side. Wang Hai should have already told you.
Yes, sir. Luo Bing nodded without saying another word, picked up her suitcase, and walked towards the east corridor.
The high heels clicked crisply and rhythmically on the marble floor before disappearing at the end of the corridor.
In the entryway, only Lin Fan and Qinyu remained.
Snort.
Qinyu let out a soft snort, her arm still linked with Lin Fan's, but she turned her head to the side, looking like a coquettish girl saying, I'm still angry, come and coax me.
What? Are you jealous?
Lin Fan smiled and pinched her cheek. No, Qinyu denied stubbornly, but her slightly pouting red lips betrayed her true feelings.
Really not?
Lin Fan leaned closer to her and lowered his voice.
Then why did someone smell like Shanxi aged vinegar just now? You.
Qinyu was both embarrassed and angry, and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. Of course, no force was used. Lin Fan grabbed her mischievous little hand and pulled her into his arms.
All right, stop fooling around, he said softly. Chapter 13 Breakfast Showdown. My back is perfectly fine, no need for you to worry.
Lin Fan replied to the system in his mind, and then picked up Qinyu, who was now as docile as a kitten, and carried her horizontally. Caught off guard, Qinyu gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck.
What are you doing?
She was both embarrassed and angry, and gently punched his chest with her small fist.
What are we doing?
Lin Fan carried her up the luxurious spiral staircase to the second floor, a mischievous grin on his face. Of course, I'm fulfilling my duty as the master of the house and showing the mistress around her bedroom.
Qinyu's cheeks instantly turned so red they looked like they could bleed.
She buried her head in Lin Fan's arms and dared not say another word.
He.
Host, good luck. This system has already locked the door for you, not even a fly can get in. The system's voice was filled with lewd anticipation.
The next day.
Lin Fan opened his eyes as the first rays of morning light streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on the million-dollar top-of-the-line mattress. Xinyu was still fast asleep beside him. Gone was her usual aloofness and guardedness in her sleep. Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy rosy glow, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Fan looked at her quietly for a while, then leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. He got up, washed up, changed into casual clothes, and went downstairs. Inside the restaurant, a perfect figure is busy at work. Luo Bing had changed out of her smart suit and put on a modified maid outfit that accentuated her figure. The black and white combination was elegant yet sexy. Hearing footsteps, she turned around and gave Lin Fan another impeccable bow. "Good morning, sir. Breakfast is ready. We have your favorite Cantonese dim sum, as well as Miss Chen's preferred low-fat healthy meal. Which would you like?" Lin Fan's gaze swept across the long dining table. At least 20 kinds of exquisite pastries were laid out on the table. Crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast siumai, lava buns, and desserts carefully stewed with bird's nest and milk, as well as a vegetable salad and quinoa porridge prepared for Xinyu, which were arranged as exquisitely as works of art. "This isn't breakfast, it's practically a state banquet. You did this all by yourself?" "Yes, sir. To ensure the best taste, all ingredients were airlifted to the port at 5 o'clock this morning and processed by 6 o'clock. Luo Bing's answer was always so calm and professional. All-rounder. Perfect. Lin Fan now finally understood why Xinyu had reacted so strongly yesterday. Having a woman like that in the house would definitely be too threatening. Just then, Xinyu also came downstairs. She had reverted to her ice queen persona, donning a well-tailored Chanel suit, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, exuding an aura of power. When she saw the extravagant display on the dining table and Luo Bing standing to the side like a perfect work of art, her beautiful eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. "Good morning." She walked over and sat down next to Lin Fan, naturally picking up a sandwich. The sandwich was the most common type found in hotel buffets, completely out of place amidst the delicious food on the table. It was clearly something Xinyu had just taken from the kitchen herself. Luo Bing stepped forward, as if to say something. Xinyu didn't even glance at her, but simply said to Lin Fan, "Today is your first day at the company, I'll give you a ride." "Okay," Lin Fan agreed with a smile. A war without gunfire quietly began in the restaurant early in the morning. A company demonstrates its value and sense of existence through meticulous and perfect service. One, with an indifferent and detached attitude, asserted her status as the mistress of the house. Lin Fan was happy to watch the show. He picked up a custard bun, took a bite, and the scalding hot filling burst out instantly. Ding! High concentration of female hormones detected. The king's breakfast achievement has been unlocked. Host, you have successfully made 2 goddesses vie for your attention. Charm +10. After breakfast. Xinyu indeed drove the red Ferrari herself, carrying Lin Fan out of Tianlan Bay. "Let's stop at the intersection ahead," Lin Fan suddenly said as they approached the Tiancheng Group building. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I, your fiancé, will embarrass you?" Xinyu turned her head, a half smile on her face. "Of course not." Lin Fan squeezed her hand. "I just want to experience what it's like for an ordinary employee on their first day at work." "Ordinary employee?" Xinyu scoffed. "What ordinary employee comes to work in a Ferrari?" Even so, she still followed Lin Fan's instructions and stopped the car steadily at an intersection a few hundred meters away from the Tiancheng Group building. "I'll pick you up tonight." "Good." Lin Fan got out of the car, waved to her, then turned around and merged into the hurried crowd of commuters. The Tiancheng Group headquarters building is one of the landmark buildings in Donghai City, towering into the clouds and exuding an extraordinary aura. It was rush hour, and countless professional men and women dressed in business attire, with name tags around their necks, were pouring into the building's entrance from all directions. Lin Fan was dressed casually and didn't wear a name tag. He blended into the crowd and looked somewhat out of place. Instead of using the VIP entrance, he followed the flow of people to the most ordinary employee revolving door. Just as he was about to step into the revolving door. "Hey! You! Stop right there!" A sharp sound came from behind. Lin Fan stopped and turned around. A woman wearing a tight-fitting pencil skirt and heavy makeup, but with an extremely arrogant expression, was looking at him with disgust as she walked in high heels. "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking to you." "The new intern?" The woman crossed her arms and pointed her chin at Lin Fan, as if she were looking at a stray dog that had accidentally wandered into a palace.
Interns can't use the main entrance?
Lin Fan asked with great interest.
Ha, still talking back?
The woman laughed in anger. She pointed to the side door next to her.
See that?
That's the passage for interns and delivery drivers like you.
The main entrance is for full-time employees and VIPs. Who do you think you are? Can you afford to pay for the carpet you've dirted?
Her voice was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of everyone around her. Countless gazes were cast over, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and schadenfreude. Being publicly humiliated like that by a woman would probably make any man blush with embarrassment. But Lin Fan still wore that playful smile on his face.
He even found it somewhat interesting.
On his first day at his own company, he was stopped at the door by his own employees.
What if I insist on going this way? You really want to leave?
The woman seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world.
She looked Lin Fan up and down in his casual clothes, the brand of which was unrecognizable, and spoke with disdain.
Then you try. My name is Manager Liu, the deputy manager of the HR department. If you dare to walk through this door today, I guarantee you won't even pass your internship period, you'll be fired immediately. Behind her, a young man who looked like her subordinate immediately jumped out and echoed her arrogantly. Kid, didn't you hear what our manager Liu said? Get out of here and go through the side door. Don't get in our way and delay us from clocking in.
Lin Fan smiled. He took out his phone and glanced at the time. 8:55. 5 minutes until I have to go to work. The timing was perfect.
He ignored the shouting manager Liu, turned around, and walked straight toward the revolving door.
You've gone too far. Security. Where are the security guards?
Stop him. Manager Liu screamed in anger, her heavily made-up face contorted in rage. 2 security guards who were maintaining order rushed over immediately, one on each side, and reached out to grab Lin Fan's arms. However, their hands had not yet touched the hem of Lin Fan's clothes. Lin Fan simply leaned back casually and bumped his shoulder lightly.
Bang! Bang!
2 burly security guards, each over 180 pounds tall, were knocked back by this seemingly casual bump and ended up sitting on their backsides.
The entire venue was deathly silent.
Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene.
The arrogant manager Liu gaped in astonishment. The sycophantic subordinate's expression froze.
Lin Fan acted as if he had done something insignificant. He straightened his collar and walked leisurely into the magnificent hall without stopping.
He stood in the center of the hall and looked around.
Then, he took out his old phone with a cracked screen and dialed a number.
Wang Hai.
On the other end of the phone, Wang Hai responded with utmost respect, Chairman.
Have you arrived? I'll come down to meet you right away. No.
Lin Fan spoke softly, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears in the quiet hall. You have 5 minutes to notify all management personnel at the director level and above in the group to immediately assemble in the lobby downstairs.
Everyone must be there. If you're even a second late, you'll have to go to the finance department to collect your salary yourself.
Chapter 14. Sorry, I decide your salaries. The call ended. Lin Fan casually stuffed the old phone back into his pocket, his movements as relaxed as if he had just ordered takeout.
The entire lobby of the Tianxing group was deathly silent.
Everyone froze, and hundreds of eyes were now focused on the young man in casual clothes in the center of the hall.
Put! A piercing laugh shattered the eerie silence. It's Manager Liu.
She seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century, covering her mouth and laughing so hard that her body swayed back and forth from the exertion.
Oh dear, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. She laughed as she pointed at Lin Fan and loudly announced to her colleagues, Did you hear that? He's calling all senior executives at the director level and above in the group to assemble in the lobby within 5 minutes? You're fired if you're even a second late? Ha 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 ha.
The sycophantic subordinate behind her also realized what was happening and immediately slapped his thigh exaggeratedly in agreement.
Manager Liu, this kid must have escaped from some mental hospital, right? He's really got into acting. Exactly, who does he think he is? The chairman of our Tianxing group?
A country bumpkin who doesn't even have a work badge dares to spout nonsense here.
He really doesn't know how to spell death. The surrounding employees, having recovered from their initial shock, watched Lin Fan's actions with expressions of anticipation and excitement. Is this guy crazy? How dare he cause such a scene at the Tianxing group headquarters?
I guess he was rejected in the interview and is feeling resentful, so he's here to seek validation. Wang Hai is the general manager of our group.
How dare he call him by his first name?
He's got some nerve. Just wait, the security department will be here soon, he'll be in big trouble.
Whispers and laughter rose and fell. Manager Lu's vanity was greatly satisfied with the agreement of the crowd.
She straightened her back again and walked step by step in her high heels to Lin Fan.
Kid, are you done acting?
She looked down at Lin Fan.
I'm giving you one last chance. Now, get out of the side door right now. Otherwise, when the security department comes, it won't be as simple as just asking you to leave.
However, Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at her. He simply raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the old phone.
3 minutes left. These 3 simple words carry a calming quality that is unsettling. Manager Lu's temper flared up instantly. They were ignored.
She, a dignified deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, was completely ignored by some country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere.
Fine. Very well.
She trembled with rage.
You've got guts. I'd like to see whether, in 3 minutes, it'll be Mr. Wang and his men coming down, or the police taking you away in handcuffs.
She took 2 steps back, crossed her arms, and looked ready to watch the show.
Time passed, second by second.
The air in the hall seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Manager Lu's smug expression grew stronger.
Kid, your 3 minutes are almost up, aren't they? She reminded him sarcastically. The lackey's subordinates chimed in. Can't keep up the act anymore, huh? What are you waiting for, executives? I think you're waiting for an ambulance to come and take you away.
The moment he finished speaking.
Bite.
At the far end of the lobby, the VIP elevators, symbolizing the highest authority in the group, all emitted a crisp reminder that their time had come. Then, to everyone's astonishment, all 6 elevator doors opened simultaneously. A middle-aged man, dressed in a bespoke suit and with his hair meticulously combed, but now sweating profusely and panting heavily, was the first to rush out of the elevator. It was Wang Hai, the general manager of Tiancheng Group. As he ran, he anxiously straightened his tie, his usually dignified face now filled with fear and unease. Behind him, the group's vice president, financial director, chief technology officer, operations director, one after another, big figures whose mere presence in the Donghai city business world could cause a stir, filed out. Each of them looked disheveled, as if they had just finished a marathon, with the same panic on their faces, as if the sky had fallen.
What's going on? Everyone in the hall was stunned.
All of the group's core senior executives actually appeared in the lobby on the first floor at the same time.
The smile on Manager Lu's face froze. The lackey's subordinate gaped, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets.
Wang Hai completely ignored the stunned employees around him. His gaze swept across the crowd like a radar. When he saw the solitary young figure standing in the center of the hall, he was terrified, like a stray dog that had found its anchor, and rushed over with all his might.
Manager Lu, General Manager Wang.
Manager Lu instinctively wanted to go up and greet him, but Wang Hai swept past her like a gust of wind, not even giving her a second glance.
He rushed straight up to Lin Fan. Then, under the horrified gazes of hundreds of people in the audience,
he stopped and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his noble head bowed low.
Chairman. I'm late, please forgive me. Boom. These 2 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in everyone's mind. Chairman? This young man, dressed in cheap clothes and holding a beat-up phone, is the newly appointed, incredibly mysterious, new chairman of Tiancheng Group?
The whole world seemed to have been muted. Manager Lu felt a sudden darkness before her eyes and her legs went weak. If her subordinates hadn't caught her in time, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. The color drained from her face at a visible speed, leaving it deathly pale. The 2 security guards who had just tried to drag Lin Fan out were now trembling like leaves, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. Lin Fan did not immediately pay attention to Wang Hai, who was about to faint from fright. He simply raised his hand slowly and gestured with his chin to the digital clock on the wall.
4 minutes and 58 seconds.
He said casually, "It's all right, not too late." This seemingly casual remark sounded like heavenly music to Wang Hai's ears.
He was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly and bowing even lower. Yes, yes, yes. I dare not keep the chairman waiting.
It was my negligence that offended you. I deserve to die.
I deserve to die. Ding.
The epic moment of showing off, reign supreme, has been unlocked. The host is publicly humiliated, his identity revealed, and he intimidates everyone.
Aura value plus 100. Isn't that awesome? Just tell me, isn't that awesome? The system's electronic voice was cracking due to excitement.
Lin Fan then slowly shifted his gaze to Manager Lu, who was now deathly pale.
He walked over step by step.
The sound of leather shoes stepping on the marble floor was like a heavy hammer, striking Manager Lu's heart with each thud.
Chairman.
Manager Lu's teeth chattered, his lips trembled, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
I didn't know it was you. I was blind to your greatness.
Lin Fan stopped in front of her. He didn't get angry or scold him, he even had a playful smile on his face. But to Manager Lu at this moment, that smile was 1,000 times more terrifying than the devil's grin. You just said, Lin Fan finally spoke, his tone calm, as if chatting, that the carpets here are very expensive, and I can't afford to pay for them?
No. I'm talking nonsense. I'm a smart aleck.
Manager Lu couldn't hold on any longer and knelt down on the ground with a plop. She raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. Lin Fan didn't even glance at her, but turned his head to look at Wang Hai, who was still bowing.
Wang Hai.
Yes, Chairman. Please give your orders. Lin Fan pointed his finger at Manager Lu, who was kneeling on the ground.
I remember you said that interns and delivery drivers should use the side door? Manager Lu's heart sank to the bottom.
Lin Fan's voice echoed softly in the hall. Then let her, and everyone in her HR department, only be allowed to use the side door from today onwards.
Besides.
Lin Fan paused, glanced around at the employees who were silent with fear, and finally his gaze fell back on Manager Lu's desperate face. Notify the finance department that starting this month, the salaries of all personnel in the HR department will be halved. If anyone has any objections, let him come to the chairman's office and talk to me in person.
Chapter 15. 1 second they're going to fire me, the next they're promoting me to captain? The salaries of all personnel in the Human Resources Department will be halved.
If anyone has any objections, let him come to the chairman's office and talk to me in person. Lin Fan's words were like the last boulder crashing into the still lake. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Halved? Will everyone in the HR department have their salaries halved? This isn't just making an example of someone, it's completely destroying the whole henhouse.
It should be noted that Tianqing Group's salaries and benefits are among the best in Donghai City, and the Human Resources Department is a highly lucrative department. This cut will result in a loss of more than 10,000 yuan every month.
This will kill them.
Manager Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly trembled, and the last trace of color disappeared from his pale face. She opened her mouth as if to beg for mercy, but couldn't utter a single word. Finally, her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight backward, fainting from fright.
Manager Lu.
The lackey shrieked and frantically tried to help him up, but his own legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. The place was a complete mess. Lin Fan, however, had no interest in even glancing at them. His gaze shifted to Wang Hai, who was still bowing at a 90-degree angle.
Mr. Wang, didn't you hear what I said?
I heard you. Wang Hai shuddered, cold sweat instantly soaking through the back of his shirt. He sat up abruptly, not even daring to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and immediately turned to his assistant behind him, shouting sternly.
What are you waiting for?
Immediately notify the finance department that, starting this month, the salaries of all HR employees, including the manager and deputy manager, will be halved. Also, immediately notify the security department to set up posts at all entrances and strictly enforce the chairman's orders. From this moment on, any HR employee who dares to enter through the main entrance will be fired on the spot.
Yes, Mr. Wang.
The assistant, also sweating profusely, shakily took out his phone and immediately began making calls to assign tasks. Swift and decisive. There was not a single discount. The employees around them watched this scene with their hearts pounding in their throats.
This new chairman. That's incredibly ruthless. One wrong word and you're ruined.
After dealing with Wang Hai, Lin Fan slowly turned around and faced the hundreds of employees in the hall who were silent with fear. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The atmosphere in the entire hall was extremely oppressive. Why are you all so tense? Lin Fan suddenly laughed, his casual tone a stark contrast to his previous ruthless and decisive demeanor.
I'm not going to eat you all. No one dared to utter a sound. From today onwards, I will establish 3 rules for Tiancheng Group. Lin Fan extended one finger. First, I don't care which prestigious university you graduated from or what your background is. At Tiancheng, we only care about ability and performance. Whoever can create value for the company will get everything. On the contrary, if anyone dares to slack off here and engage in office politics, then don't blame me for not being ruthless. His gaze swept across the crowd, and many people felt as if they had been stripped naked and had nowhere to hide. He extended his second finger. Secondly, I hate hassle. Simplify all departmental processes to the extreme. A document that requires 7 or 8 signatures to pass? Don't let me see that again. Whoever is inefficient, whoever is dragging the whole company down, will be the first to leave. Many managers in government departments were already sweating profusely. Third. Lin Fan held up his third finger, which was also the last one. He paused, looked around the room, and finally pointed his finger at the 2 security guards who had gotten up from the ground and were huddled in a corner, trembling. The 2 security guards who had just tried to restrain him. You, come here. Lin Fan pointed at one of the security guards who looked slightly younger. The security guard trembled violently, his face ashen, and he practically crawled out, his legs shaking so badly he could barely stand. Chairman. Chairman. It's over. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. They'll settle scores later and make an example of this unfortunate security guard. Lin Fan looked him up and down. What's your name? I'm Zhang Long. The security guard's voice was choked with sobs. Why did you stop just now? Lin Fan asked a question that no one had expected. Zhang Long was taken aback and subconsciously replied, I didn't think you didn't seem like a bad person, and Manager Lu was being too bullying. I just hesitated for a moment. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Wasn't he indirectly speaking ill of the HR manager? They're doomed. However, Lin Fan nodded. From today onwards, you are the captain of the security department. Your monthly salary will triple. What? Zhang Long suddenly looked up, completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone thought they had misheard. They promoted a security guard who almost physically offended the chairman to team leader? And tripled his salary? What kind of amazing move is this? The other security guard, the one who had rushed forward the fastest and reached out the most, was now filled with remorse. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he met Lin Fan's ambiguous smile, he swallowed his words back, his face filled with despair. Ding! Hidden achievement: a balance of kindness and sternness triggered. The host displayed unexpected kindness under absolute authority, successfully winning people's hearts. Charm plus 20, prestige plus 50. Host, you played that trick brilliantly. A slap followed by a sweet treat: you've mastered the art of imperial maneuvering. This system's admiration for you is like a boundless river, never to end. The system's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Fan ignored the system's praise and simply looked at the security guard named Zhang Long, speaking calmly. I promoted you not because you think I'm a good person. It's because in that situation, you have a bit more of your own judgment and a bit more hesitation than your companions. You know who to stop and what not to do. What I need are employees who can think, not dogs who can only follow orders. Did you understand? I understand. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Zhang Long was so excited that he was incoherent. He gave Lin Fan a perfect salute, his back ramrod straight. Lin Fan waved his hand and stopped looking at him. He clapped his hands, addressing all the employees in the lobby who were still in a state of shock. All right, the show's over. It's 9:10 now, you're already 10 minutes late. Everyone lost the perfect attendance bonus this month. Now, all of you get back to your posts and get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned for a moment, and then scattered like a machine that had been started. Everyone rushed towards the elevator and the stairs as fast as they could, not daring to linger for even a second. Were you just watching a show? In the blink of an eye, my perfect attendance bonus was gone. This new chairman is truly a devil. In just a few minutes, the once crowded hall became empty, leaving only Lin Fan, Wang Hai, a group of senior executives of the group who were still standing there without daring to move, and Manager Lu who had fainted in the corner and his limp lackey. Wang Hai. Exist. Take me to the office. Yes, Chairman, this way please. Wang Hai quickly bowed and led the way, personally pressing the VIP elevator button for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan strode inside, not even glancing at the executives. Wang Hai and other executives filed in, and the elevator doors slowly closed. In the lobby, only the newly appointed security captain, Zhang Long, remained, standing there dumbfounded. He looked at his hands, which were trembling slightly with excitement, and then at the tightly closed VIP elevator doors, feeling as if he were in a bizarre dream.
Chapter 16: The Gray in the Chairman's Office. The VIP elevator ascended silently.
The elevator was deathly silent. Apart from Lin Fan, all the group's senior executives, including Wang Hai, held their breath and dared not even breathe loudly. Their expensive suits were now mostly soaked with cold sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies, making them look utterly disheveled. What happened in the hall just now had a huge impact on them.
Salary reduction, dismissal, promotion. Swift and decisive measures, an unbelievable act of kindness. This excessively young new chairman is completely unconventional. Every decision he makes exceeds everyone's expectations.
These seasoned veterans who had spent half their lives navigating the business world felt like a group of kindergarten children standing behind Lin Fan, facing a strict teacher wielding a ruler.
It's completely unfathomable. I dare not speculate at all. Bite. We've reached the top floor.
The elevator doors slid open slowly, revealing a wide corridor covered with top-quality handmade carpets. At the end of the corridor were two heavy rosewood doors.
Chairman, this is your office. Wang Hai quickly bowed and jogged forward to lead the way. His back was bent even lower than it had been in the hall.
Lin Fan stepped out of the elevator, his leather shoes making no sound on the soft carpet.
He looked around.
There were a few unrecognizable oil paintings hanging on the wall, and a few blue and white porcelain vases in the corner.
The overall decorating style could be summed up in one word: expensive.
But it's also quite vulgar. Lin Fan said nothing, but walked straight to the two large sandalwood doors.
Wang Hai quickly stepped forward and carefully pushed open the door. Chairman, please.
A huge space of nearly 300 square meters is displayed before your eyes. The floor-to-ceiling windows covering the entire wall offer a panoramic view of most of Donghai City's bustling cityscape. The room features a huge mahogany desk, an expensive leather sofa, and even a separate lounge and a small golf putting practice area. It was luxurious to the extreme. The former chairman certainly knew how to enjoy life, Lin Fan said casually. The executives who followed and all felt their hearts skip a beat.
No one dared to speak.
Everyone knows that the former chairman was kicked out by the major shareholder because he embezzled public funds and treated the company as his personal ATM.
What does it mean that this new master is bringing up this old issue again?
Lin Fan walked to the huge executive chair, but did not sit down. He simply ran his fingers lightly across the tabletop. A thin layer of dust. His movements stopped. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. Large beads of sweat rolled down Wang Hai's forehead.
Mr. Wang.
Yes, Chairman, I'm here.
Wang Hai trembled and almost knelt down. I informed you yesterday that you need to come to the company today.
Yes.
You've informed them. Then why is there dust on this table?
Lin Fan's tone was very flat, so flat that it was unsettling.
I. Wang Hai's mind went blank. How could he know why there was dust? He received the notice yesterday and immediately arranged for the administration department to come and clean it. He repeatedly told them to make sure it was spotless. Which link in the chain went wrong? It seems that Tiansheng Group's execution is even worse than I imagined.
Lin Fan withdrew his hand and patted off non-existent dust from his fingers.
The second rule I'm setting today is to simplify processes and improve efficiency. It seems that many people did not heed this advice.
His gaze slowly swept over each of the executives present. Those he saw all lowered their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Chairman, it's my fault. I'll deal with it immediately. I'll fire the administration manager right now. Wang Hai was almost crying.
He just wanted to find a scapegoat to appease his new boss's anger.
Deal with it? No need.
Lin Fan waved his hand, finally turned around, and sat down in the boss's chair that symbolized the highest power in Tiansheng Group. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and propped them up on the expensive mahogany desk.
An extremely casual and rude gesture. But no one present dared to raise any objection.
Everyone's here, let's have a short meeting. Lin Fan looked around at everyone.
Are you all part of the core management team of Tiansheng Group? Yes, Chairman, Wang Hai answered first. Who is the CFO?
Among the crowd, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a receding hairline stepped forward with a stiff upper lip. Chairman, I am Zhang Jianguo, the Chief Financial Officer. Fatty Zhang's heart was pounding. He didn't know why he was the first one called out. Director Zhang, Lin Fan leaned forward slightly. I have a question for you. How is our company's cash flow right now?
This is a very common question.
Zhang Jianguo breathed a slight sigh of relief and quickly replied, Chairman, rest assured.
The company's cash flow is currently very healthy, and its reserves are sufficient to cope with any market risks.
His answer was flawless. It was a prepared statement.
Yeah? Lin Fan smiled. Sufficient reserves and healthy cash flow?
He repeated it, then changed the subject.
Could Director Zhang explain to me why there was a 50 million yuan technical consulting fee in the company's accounts last quarter, which was paid to a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands called Yuanwang Technology?
Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in Zhang Jianguo's mind. He was completely stunned. All color drained from his chubby face, and sweat instantly soaked his collar.
How could he have known?
This matter was handled flawlessly, and the accounts had long been balanced. It was personally instructed by the former chairman, and there was no way a third person could know about it except for him and the former chairman.
How did he know? In the office, the other executives also looked horrified. 50 million. Shell company. Everyone was smart enough to understand what this meant in an instant. This is hollowing out the company.
All eyes were fixed on Zhang Jianguo, filled with shock and disdain. Chairman, you must have misread it. The company's accounts, there's no such money. Zhang Jianguo's lips trembled as he made his last stand.
No?
Lin Fan picked up a pen from the table and twirled it between his fingers.
The legal representative of that Yuanwang technology company is named Zhang Wei. His ID number is 42010XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Isn't he your younger brother?
This money was transferred to your wife's overseas account through a secret account at UBS at 2:37 p.m. on March 15th.
Should I read out the account number?
With each word Lin Fan spoke, Zhang Jianguo's face paled a little more. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhang Jianguo's legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees on the ground with a thud.
It's over. It's all over. He not only knew, but knew everything perfectly well.
Even the transfer time and the receiving account were exactly the same. This is no longer a simple audit, it's like stripping him bare.
Ding! Host is awesome.
Your god-level trading skills are showing their power.
Mere financial loopholes are nowhere to be found before you. Prestige plus 100.
These old foxes need to be dealt with this way.
If you don't scare them senseless, they won't know who's boss. The system's voice rang out at the opportune moment, filled with adoration.
Lin Fan ignored him. He simply looked down at Zhang Jianguo, who was sprawled on the ground.
Director Zhang, do you still think the company's accounts are healthy? I was wrong, Chairman, I was wrong. I was out of my mind. It was the former chairman who forced me to do it.
It has nothing to do with me, Chairman. Zhang Jianguo cried and cowed out frantically, begging for forgiveness.
Oh? Is that so? Lin Fan's tone was completely indifferent. Since someone forced you to do this, you should be happy to get this money back, right?
Zhang Jianguo was suddenly stunned. I'll give you 3 days. Lin Fan held up 3 fingers. Get me back every last penny of the 50 million, and put it back into the company's account.
If you can do it, I can forgive and forget about your embezzlement. I can't do it.
Lin Fan paused, leaned back in his chair, and spoke slowly.
You know the consequences.
Zhang Jianguo collapsed to the ground, his face ashen.
3 days? 50 million?
His wife had already invested that money in overseas luxury goods projects, and he lost it all.
Where is he going to get 50 million now? This is going to kill him. The entire office was completely silent.
The remaining executives were all silent, feeling a chill run down their spines.
To kill the chicken is a warning to the monkey. No, this is a warning to others. This new chairman is not here to reorganize the company. He's here to shuffle the deck.
Lin Fan stopped looking at Zhang Jianguo on the ground, picked up the internal phone on his desk, and dialed a number. Have Zhang Long from the security department bring 2 people up.
He gave a brief instruction and then hung up the phone. Chapter 17 Weakness and Loyal Dog. Mr. Wang, your daughter is studying oil painting in Florence. It must be quite expensive, right? The office was deathly silent.
For a moment, Wang Hai's blood seemed to stop flowing. The cold sweat on his face no longer dripped down, but burst out directly from his pores.
Florence. Painting. Daughter.
Each of these three words was like a death warrant, precisely affixed to his forehead. This was his deepest secret and his greatest weakness. To maintain his daughter's lavish study abroad life and the so-called respectable image of an artist, he had used his position to embezzle countless sums of money over the years, to the point that he himself could hardly remember. He thought he had done these things flawlessly. But now, this young man, in a casual, conversational tone, has effortlessly torn away all his pretense.
Chairman Dong.
Wang Hai made a strange clucking sound in his throat. He tried to force a smile, but found that his facial muscles were completely stiff and twitching uncontrollably. Lin Fan didn't even look at him. He simply fiddled with the Mont Blanc pen on the table and continued talking to himself. The Florence Academy of Fine Arts, one of the world's top art institutions, must cost over 70,000 euros a year, right? And that apartment your daughter rents by the Arno River, the view is really great, but the rent is 5,000 euros a month.
To make it easier for her to go sightseeing, you even had someone buy her a used Maserati last month?
Lin Fan's tone was calm, even tinged with appreciation.
Young people should pursue art. It's a good thing to have aspirations. It's just that the expenses are a bit high. I did the math, and in a year, it would probably take at least 3 or 4 million RMB to make a living. Mr. Wang, your annual salary after tax is only a little over 2 million, right? Lin Fan finally raised his head, his eyes, filled with a playful smile, falling on Wang Hai. How did you fill the remaining gap? Could you teach me too? Boom. Wang Hai's mind went completely blank. He found out. He knows everything.
He knows everything about his daughter, from the rent for her apartment to the car she bought last month.
This is not a reprimand.
This is not a warning.
This is a trial.
Thump. Wang Hai could no longer hold on, his legs gave way, and he knelt upright in front of Lin Fan's desk. That head, which had dominated the Donghai business world and lived a proud life, slammed heavily onto the cold, hard marble floor.
Chairman. I was wrong. I deserve to die. I'm not human.
I was blinded by greed. Please, Chairman, spare my life.
I'll never do it again.
Wang Hai was in tears, completely devoid of the dignity of a group's general manager, looking like a spineless, homeless dog. He cowed out frantically, again and again, until his forehead was quickly red and swollen, with blood seeping out. Lin Fan did not tell him to stop. He just stood there looking down at them, letting the thump-thump of the cowhouse echo in the empty office. Only when Wang Hai was so dizzy from banging on his head that he was about to faint did he slowly open his mouth. Mr. Wang, stop mopping the floor and clean yourself instead. Wang Hai abruptly stopped moving. He raised his face, which was covered in blood and tears, and looked at Lin Fan in despair. Lin Fan stood up from his office chair, walked around the desk, and stood in front of Wang Hai. He reached out and gently patted Wang Hai's shoulder. Get up.
Wang Hai trembled and dared not move.
I told you to get up.
Lin Fan's tone left no room for argument.
Wang Hai then shakily pushed himself up with his arms, struggling to his feet, still hunched over, not daring to lift his head.
Wang Hai, do you know why I left you alone?
Lin Fan walked to the French windows. Because my sins are grave.
No.
Lin Fan shook his head. Because they are all useless, while you are somewhat useful. Wang Hai suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Lin Fan turned around and looked at him. Zhang Jianguo, Li Wei, and that group of people are parasites in the company, but they only dare to gnaw on things secretly.
But you are different.
You participated in almost all of the former chairman's plans to siphon off the company's assets, yet you can still hold your position as general manager in the group and even distance yourself completely from the scandal.
This shows that you have both the means and the brains. Tiancheng Group is a wrecked ship, riddled with holes. I need someone to help me fix it. I need a dog.
Lin Fan's tone turned cold. A dog that knows the rules, can bite, and is absolutely loyal.
Would you be willing to be this dog? Wang Hai's heart started pounding.
He wasn't stupid, he instantly understood what Lin Fan meant. This is to give him a chance to redeem himself. A chance to save one's own life by sacrificing the blood of all one's colleagues.
I do. Chairman. I do. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hai knelt down again, this time willingly. From this day forward, I, Wang Hai, will be your most loyal dog. Whoever you tell me to bite, I will bite. Without hesitation. Ding. Epic achievement, power play and manipulation unlocked.
The host has completely subdued the group's second in command with swift and decisive actions and imperial tactics.
Prestige plus 500. Control plus 100. Host. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
This isn't just a slap followed by a sweet treat, this is directly seizing the other person's life and telling them that if they want to live, they'd better obey.
This system is now completely subservient to you.
Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction.
Very good.
He sat back down in his executive chair, his legs once again propped up on the desk.
You know how to help them write that 24-hour self-inspection report, right?
A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Hai's eyes.
Understood. I guarantee they'll return every penny they've taken from the company. Anyone who tries to hide anything, I'll skin them alive. Not bad.
Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Starting next quarter, your daughter's expenses in Florence will be covered by the company's newly established Art Investment Special Fund.
It's a small investment by the company in future artists. Wang Hai was trembling violently.
Overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, he was too excited to speak and could only kowtow heavily once more.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for your great kindness.
He knew that from this moment on, his life and his daughter's future were completely tied to the young man before him. All right, we've finished discussing the important matters.
Lin Fan waved his hand, seemingly losing interest in the topic. Get out and get to work. Yes. Yes.
Wang Hai felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet and retreated with a bow. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, Lin Fan's casual voice drifted over once again.
By the way, Mr. Wang.
Wang Hai's body froze instantly, and cold sweat broke out once again.
What was the former chairman's secretary's name again?
Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly back, as if trying to recall something. Oh, I remember now, her name is Xu Ting.
Where is she? Is she still at the company? Chapter 18, The Ex-Boyfriend's Canary. Xu Ting.
When Lin Fan uttered those two words lightly, Wang Hai's blood, which had just begun to warm up slightly after being pardoned, froze once again. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat again.
Xu Ting.
The former chairman's personal secretary, or rather, the former chairman's kept woman, a fact known to everyone in the entire Tianqing group.
This woman, thanks to the chairman's favor, practically roams the company with impunity.
Although her position isn't high, even the general manager sometimes has to show her some respect. More importantly, she was deeply involved in almost all of the former chairman's corrupt activities. Many shady accounts were handled through her. She knew even more secrets than the CFO, Zhang Jianguo.
Now, what does it mean that the new chairman suddenly brought her up? Is the intention to eradicate the root of the problem and wipe out all the remnants of the previous dynasty in one fell swoop? Still, countless possibilities flashed through Wang Hai's mind in an instant.
He secretly raised his eyes, trying to figure out Lin Fan's intentions, but only saw a young and calm face, revealing no emotion whatsoever.
Chairman Dong, this Xu Ting was hired privately by the former chairman.
Her work ability is mediocre, and, moreover, her reputation is not good.
I am preparing to dismiss her in accordance with company regulations. Wang Hai answered cautiously, choosing the safest answer.
First, distance yourself from the person in question, then hand over the authority to handle the matter.
Lin Fan didn't react to this, he just played with the pen in his hand. Yeah? He asked a question in return, seemingly casually. Mediocrity? Bad reputation?
Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had said the wrong thing.
This new master was clearly not one to believe only one side of the story.
The fact that he asked meant he already had some understanding of Xu Ting. His words just now not only failed to demonstrate loyalty, but also made him seem somewhat presumptuous.
Yes. I didn't understand everything. Wang Hai broke out in a cold sweat again.
Chairman, what I mean is, her position is rather sensitive, and continuing her tenure might not be appropriate.
Of course, everything is up to the chairman to decide.
Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. As for personnel matters, you're the general manager, so you handle it.
I only care about the results. Wang Hai was stunned. What do you think? Just the result? What does this mean? Does it mean he should be fired, or that he should stay? He stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move, his mind racing. The new chairman is known for his decisive and swift actions, his absolute authority. If he truly wanted to fire Xu Ting, he could simply utter a single word. There would be no need for further questions. The fact that he asked means that this person is useful to him. What is it used for? Wang Hai recalled the outrageous things the former chairman had done in the office, and then thought of Xu Ting's pure yet charming face, and her tall figure that made all men unable to look away. A bold idea took shape in his mind. Could this young chairman perhaps be planning to inherit his predecessor's legacy? Thinking of this, Wang Hai's heart began to pound. This is an opportunity. A perfect opportunity to present a pledge of allegiance to the new owner. I understand, Chairman. Wang Hai bowed deeply, his posture even more humble and submissive than before. I will definitely get things done and make sure you are satisfied. After saying that, he didn't dare to linger for another second. He bowed and carefully left the office, gently closing the door behind him. Outside the door, Wang Hai let out a long breath of stale air, his whole body almost exhausted. Dealing with a new boss is more tiring than closing a billion-dollar project. He didn't dare delay and immediately took out his phone to call the administrative manager. Where's Xu Ting? Tell her to come to my office. Immediately. At the same time, the atmosphere in the secretariat office was terribly oppressive. Everyone had their heads down, pretending to be busy working, but everyone's ears were perked up, watching for any movement in the corridor. The screams and pleas for mercy that came from the chairman's office, and the scene of security dragging the limp Zhang Jianguo away, had already spread throughout the entire top floor. A storm is brewing. Everyone knows that Tiansheng Group is about to undergo a major change. In this deathly silence, the most fearful and uneasy person was Xu Ting, who sat in the corner. She wore a well-tailored white shirt and a black pencil skirt, which perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her long, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and even sitting quietly, she exuded a breathtaking charm. But at this moment, her usually sweet and innocent face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Zhang Jianguo was taken away. She knew that she would soon be next. As the former chairman's personal secretary, she knew far too many secrets. Many of those dirty deals and shady financial transactions were handled by her personally. Although she was merely an executor, the word participation was enough to condemn her to eternal damnation. Going to jail? The thought of that cold and terrifying place made Xu Ting feel suffocated. She's only 24 years old, her life can't be ruined like this. What to do? What should we do? Just as she was in a state of utter confusion and on the verge of collapse, the internal phone on her desk rang. The shrill ringing sent a shiver down her spine. Her hands trembled as she answered the phone. Xu Ting, come to my office. It was an order from General Manager Wang Hai. They've arrived. The moment of judgment has finally arrived. Xu Ting hung up the phone, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from her body. She leaned on the table, struggling to stand up, her legs so weak she could barely stand. In the office, all the colleagues' eyes seemed to drift over to him, albeit subtly. Those gazes contained sympathy and pity, but even more so, schadenfreude and indifference. Xu Ting bit her lip, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She walked step by step, with great difficulty, toward the general manager's office, each step feeling like she was stepping on a knife's edge. Pushing open the door, she saw Wang Hai sitting behind his desk, looking at her expressionlessly. Mr. Wang, Xu Ting said, her voice trembling with tears. Secretary Xu, Wang Hai addressed her, his tone now distant and polite. Please sit down. Xu Ting didn't dare to sit down, she just stood there stiffly. You know why I called you here, right? Wang Hai got straight to the point. Xu Ting swayed, and tears, which she could no longer hold back, slid down her cheeks. Mr. Wang, I know I was wrong, please, give me a way out. A way out? Wang Hai sneered. You know perfectly well how much you've benefited from following that Zhao guy. Now you want a way out? I didn't take a single penny of that money. It was all, he forced me to do it. Forcing you? Wang Hai stood up, walked around the desk, and stood in front of her. Did he force you to live in a luxury apartment in Thompson Riviera? Force you to drive a Porsche worth millions? Force you to buy those bags that cost hundreds of thousands?
Every word Wang Hai said was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Shu Ting's heart. Her face instantly drained of all color.
Stop talking nonsense.
Wang Hai dared not mess up the first task Lin Fan had assigned him.
New chairman, they were asking about you earlier. Boom. Shu Ting's mind completely exploded.
What did he say? She used all her strength to ask the question. Wang Hai didn't answer directly, but instead looked her up and down, his gaze as if he were assessing the value of a commodity.
Shu Ting, you are a smart woman. You should know what your only value is right now.
Wang Hai walked up to her ear and spoke slowly in a voice only the two of them could hear. The former chairman has fallen, and it's time for you, this canary in the gilded cage, to find a new master. Now, immediately, go to the chairman's office. Use all your skills to satisfy him. Whether you live or die depends on your own fate. After saying that, Wang Hai took a step back, sat back in his seat, and didn't look at her again. Shu Ting stood frozen in place, completely stunned. She wasn't stupid, she instantly understood what Wang Hai meant.
Is this a way of asking her to serve the new chairman? The immense humiliation and fear left her feeling cold all over.
But what followed was a glimmer of hope for survival.
Yes. This is her only way out.
As long as she could grasp this lifeline, she would be willing to serve, even if it meant being a slave or a dog.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wang. Shu Ting bowed deeply to Wang Hai. She turned and walked out of the office, wiping away her tears.
When she raised her head again, the fear and confusion in her beautiful eyes had faded, replaced by a resolute determination. She straightened her clothes and hair and walked to the sandalwood gate that symbolized the highest power in the Tianqing group.
She didn't knock.
Instead, they simply pushed the door open and entered. In the office, Lin Fan was leaning back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the door open, he slowly opened his eyes. There stood a woman named Shu Ting at the door. She slammed the door shut behind her and even pressed the deadbolt button.
The crisp click sound was particularly clear in the quiet office.
Then, she walked step by step toward her desk. The high heels stomped on the carpet without making a sound, yet each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the person. She walked to a spot 3 steps away from the desk and stopped. Then, under Lin Fan's slightly amused gaze, she made a move that surprised everyone. Her knees buckled, and she knelt down. Without the slightest hesitation.
Chairman.
Her voice, with a deliberate, suppressed tremor, was exceptionally clear.
My name is Shu Ting, and from today onwards, I want to be your person.
Chapter 19. Your value lies not in your face, but in the secrets within your mind. Lin Fan leaned back in his large executive chair, his legs still casually propped up on the table. He looked at the woman kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly, but did not speak immediately. The office was eerily quiet. Shu Ting's words, "I want to be your person," carried a resolute determination that echoed in the air. She knelt upright, her full, rounded curves clearly visible beneath her black bodycon skirt. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, were tense with nervousness, outlining a breathtaking arc.
This is a beauty that no man can resist. Especially when this beauty willingly offers up everything she has.
Lin Fan finally moved. He lowered his legs from the table, leaned forward slightly, rested his elbows on the table, and interlaced his fingers.
My people?
He repeated it, savoring the 3 words.
Do you know what these 3 words mean? Shu Ting's heart pounded.
She looked up, her innocent face now filled with humility and pleading.
I know. It means that from today onwards, I am no longer myself.
Everything I have, my body, my soul, belongs to you.
I'll do whatever you ask.
I'll serve you like a slave without batting an eye. I'll be your most obedient pet if you make me a dog. Her words were clear and firm, each one conveying a chilling fear and an extreme desire to survive.
Lin Fan smiled.
It was a smile that carried a hint of mockery, yet also a hint of understanding.
Wang Hai sent you?
Shu Ting stiffened, then nodded emphatically.
It was President Wang.
He advised me, saying this was my only way out.
The only way out? Lin Fan's smile deepened.
He certainly knows how to read the higher-ups' minds.
Did he also tell you to use all your skills to serve me well? Boom.
Shu Ting's cheeks flushed bright red instantly, and the shame made her wish she could disappear into the ground.
The new chairman knows everything.
Wang Hai's despicable thoughts were completely exposed in front of him.
Chairman.
She stammered, unsure how to explain herself.
All right.
Lin Fan waved his hand, interrupting her.
Shu Ting, what do you think is your greatest value? He suddenly asked an unrelated question. Shu Ting was stunned, and subconsciously replied, It's my body. This is the only asset she can boast about. Your body?
Lin Fan scoffed, his laughter filled with undisguised contempt.
Do you think I lack women? Do you think that just because of your face and your figure, I'll make an exception for you? Shu Ting, aren't you overestimating yourself?
Every word Lin Fan said was like a cold awl, piercing Shu Ting's heart. Her last shred of dignity and support was mercilessly trampled underfoot and crushed to pieces by this man. Her face instantly turned from red to white, all color draining away. It turns out, he didn't even think much of me.
Wang Hai misunderstood. I was just being delusional. An overwhelming despair completely engulfed her.
She collapsed, as if all the bones in her body had been removed.
It's over. Everything is over.
Just as Shu Ting was filled with despair and awaiting the final judgment, Lin Fan's leisurely voice rang out again. However, Wang Hai was right about one thing. Shu Ting suddenly raised her head, and a faint flame rekindled in her dull pupils. Lin Fan stood up, walked over to her, and looked down at her.
You do have value. But your value is not this empty shell of a body.
He reached out a finger and gently lifted Shu Ting's chin, forcing her to look him in the eye.
Your value lies in what's in your head.
The former chairman was in office for 5 years, during which he embezzled, misappropriated funds, laundered money, and emptied the company.
How much of this filth did you participate in? And how much do you know about?
Shu Ting trembled violently.
So that's exactly what he wanted to do.
I know I handled many of the accounts, she answered, her voice trembling.
Very good.
Lin Fan released his hand and straightened up.
Now, I'm giving you a choice.
First, hand over everything in your head to me, exactly as it is. Then, get out of Tiansheng Group, and I'll pretend you never existed.
Second.
Lin Fan paused for a moment, then sat back down in his boss's chair.
Continue to be my secretary. Give me all your loyalty. Be my sharpest blade. Help me pry those parasites out of the company, one by one. Of course, in return.
Lin Fan's gaze once again fell on her shapely body, his gaze undisguisedly aggressive.
I won't treat you badly when it comes to money. The office fell silent once again.
Shu Ting knelt on the ground, her mind racing. The first option is survival, but also an ordinary one. She will lose everything she has now, her mansion, sports car, luxury goods, and become that ordinary girl with nothing again. The second option is hell, but it could also be heaven. She will become a tool of the new master, walking a tightrope and fighting against the old forces of the entire corporation. But at the same time, she can also keep her current life, and perhaps, gain more.
She hardly hesitated. Having tasted the power and money, who would want to go back to the impoverished days of the past? I choose option 2.
She raised her head, and in her beautiful eyes gleamed a morbid fanaticism and determination.
I'm willing to be your knife. I'm willing to be your dog. I'll do anything as long as you let me live. Ding. Host's domineering aura is overflowing. The art of mind control has reached perfection. Successfully subdued the former dynasty's seductive concubine. Prestige plus 200. Control plus 50. This woman is a promising prospect, host. With a little training, she'll definitely become a top-tier loyal dog. The system is already looking forward to seeing her cleaning for you in a maid outfit.
Lin Fan ignored the system's flirtatious remarks.
He was very satisfied with Shu Ting's answer.
A smart, pragmatic, and unscrupulous woman is far more easy to manage than a cunning and treacherous man like Wang Hai.
Very good.
Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction.
Get up.
He spoke calmly, as if the demon king who had just decided the life and death of others was just an illusion. Shu Ting felt as if she had been granted a pardon, but her legs were already numb from kneeling, and after struggling for a moment, she was unable to stand up. Lin Fan didn't help her up, he just looked at her calmly.
Kneeling won't solve anything.
What I want is your brain, not your knees. This statement is more powerful than any act of helping. Shu Ting gritted her teeth, bracing herself against the carpet, and stood up straight, looking disheveled yet determined. She didn't dare to look up, but bowed slightly, adopting the most standard and respectful posture of a secretary.
Chairman, please give your instructions.
The former chairman was in office for 5 years.
How long have you been with him? Lin Fan asked. Reporting to the chairman, it's been a full 3 years. Very good.
Lin Fan leaned back in his chair.
Now, pour out everything in your mind about him. How much did he embezzle? How much did he misappropriate? How much money did he launder overseas? Through whom, and which company's accounts did he use?
Also, who in the company were his confidants, who did his dirty work, and who received benefits from him?
I need a complete list and a detailed report. Can you give it to me? This is the real test.
Shu Ting was not afraid at all, on the contrary, she was invigorated. She knew this was her only chance to pledge her allegiance and prove her worth. I can, she answered without hesitation, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Chairman Zhao's largest overseas asset transfer occurred at the end of last year, totaling a staggering 500 million yuan. It was done through a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands called Shangda Trading. The legal representative of that company is his brother-in-law, Li Ming, who lives far away overseas. Within the company, Lu Wei, the deputy director of the finance department, was specifically responsible for helping him falsify accounts. Every instance of misappropriation of funds passed through Lu Wei's hands. And manager Wang from the purchasing department, Shu Ting seemed to have opened a floodgate, revealing one secret after another, secrets that were enough to shake the entire Tianqing Group's top management. She not only remembered the names and events, but also the specific times, amounts, and methods of operation. That's her value. A living ledger that knows all the secrets of the former chairman. Lin Fan listened quietly without interrupting her. He only raised his hand after she rattled off 7 or 8 names and related facts of corruption.
That's fine.
Shu Ting immediately shut her mouth and looked at him nervously.
It seems your brain is indeed more useful than your face.
Lin Fan picked up the internal phone on his desk and pressed one of the buttons.
Wang Hai, get in here. The unquestionable command was transmitted via electrical current.
Less than 30 seconds later, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Hai jogged in, his forehead still damp with sweat, but his face plastered with a fawning smile.
Chairman, you called me here? Is it because the matter has been settled? Are you satisfied?
As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Shu Ting, his eyes filled with a lewd and suggestive look that any man would understand. In his view, in such a short time, the young chairman must have already enjoyed the services of this canary, and now he was being called in simply to explain how to handle the follow-up. However, Shu Ting's reaction stunned him. She showed no signs of having been used. Instead, she stood there, her posture upright. Although she had her head down, the fear and unease she once exuded had vanished, replaced by an indescribable chill. Lin Fan completely ignored Wang Hai's winking and gesturing. He pointed at Shu Ting and announced it to Wang Hai. From now on, Shu Ting will serve as my special assistant, above you, and will report directly to me.
Boom!
Wang Hai's mind went blank, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer.
Special assistant? Is he in a higher position than him? What the hell is going on?
This isn't how the script goes.
Shouldn't he have just pulled up his pants and forgotten about her, then handed the woman over to me to deal with? How did he get promoted?
Chairman Dong, this isn't Wang Hai stammered, completely unable to understand. Lin Fan interrupted him. Her first task is to assist you in conducting a thorough financial audit and personnel reorganization within the group. No one should be left alive, not a single one of the bad debts involving the former chairman, nor any of the parasites who depended on him. Wang Hai's blood had completely turned cold.
He looked at Shu Ting in horror, finally understanding what this appointment meant. This is not a promotion. This is like bestowing upon someone an imperial sword.
Let Shu Ting, who knows the inside story best, personally clean up these remnants of the previous dynasty.
And he, the general manager, was actually supposed to assist her?
This isn't assistance, it's clearly making her a supervisor, forcing her to chop off the heads of her own people.
How ruthless. That move was absolutely ruthless. What? Is there a problem?
Lin Fan's voice drifted over.
No problem.
Wang Hai was so startled that his soul almost flew out of his body, and he didn't dare to say a single word of no. Shu Ting is responsible for providing the list and evidence. You are in charge of carrying out this. Lin Fan stood up, walked over to Wang Hai, and straightened his crooked tie for him. Personnel appointments and dismissals, asset freezes, calling the police to arrest people.
As the general manager, you should know the procedures, right? I know. Wang Hai's teeth were chattering. Very good.
Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder.
I like to see efficiency.
Tomorrow morning, before I come to work, I want to see the first batch of processing reports and the dismissal notices of the relevant personnel, neatly placed on my desk.
Is it possible? I can do it. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Wang Hai practically shouted. Get lost.
Lin Fan waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. Wang Hai felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the office. Shu Ting bowed deeply to Lin Fan again before turning around and following him out with steady steps. The office door was closed. Lin Fan sat back down in his boss's chair, a playful smile on his face.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You've mastered the art of fighting fire with fire and using someone else's knife to kill to perfection.
Wang Hai is utterly terrified. Prestige plus 300. Control plus 100. This is going to be interesting.
A former concubine, wielding the imperial sword, is purging her old subordinates. Wow, this plot is more exciting than any primetime palace drama. The system has already grabbed its little stool and is ready to watch the show. Lin Fan ignored the system's noise.
He enjoyed the feeling of having everything under his control. Chapter 20: Recruiting the Beautiful Undercover Agent. Lin Fan was the only one left in the office.
The excitement of having Wang Hai and the others manipulated like a puppet receded like the tide, replaced by a lonely boredom at the top. He leaned back in his executive chair, his feet propped up on the expensive mahogany desk, and gently turned his body, looking down at the bustling city below.
Everything seemed too simple.
Host, don't be so lonely. This is nothing. The system's voice carried a hint of obsequious flattery. That old dog Wang Hai has been completely trained into a loyal lapdog by you. Shu Ting's knife has also been handed to him.
Right now, the entire Tiansheng group is probably awash in blood. Aren't you going to go down and see this spectacle for yourself? Want to see it for yourself?
A playful smile curved the corners of Lin Fan's mouth.
That's a good suggestion.
He stood up, straightened the collar of his casual clothes, and walked towards the elevator. He wanted to see what kind of mess the fire he had lit would make of the company.
Step out of the private elevator on the top floor and into the ordinary office floor.
The office area, which should have been bustling and noisy, was now deathly silent. All the employees seemed to be frozen in place, completely still at their workstations. When they saw Lin Fan, the silence was instantly replaced by a deeper fear. The crowd scattered like a school of fish thrown with a stone. He lowered his head, turned around, and pretended to be busy. No one dared to meet his gaze. A thick sense of fear filled the air. Lin Fan enjoyed this feeling. He strolled leisurely like an emperor inspecting his territory, his gaze casually sweeping over his trembling subjects. His destination was clear. Human Resources Department. The department whose salaries he publicly cut for everyone. He wanted to know if the wailing there was the loudest. As soon as I reached the door of the Human Resources Department office, an extremely oppressive atmosphere hit me. The entire department was shrouded in gloom. Everyone had their heads down, but no one was working. Their faces were filled with despair, resentment, and anger. Wages cut in half. This was like a bolt from the blue for those of them who relied on wages to make a living. Lin Fan's appearance was like detonating a depth charge in a stagnant pool.
Chairman Dong.
The employee closest to the door stammered a shout and jumped up from his chair.
Whoosh! Dozens of eyes in the entire office were focused on Lin Fan. Fear, resentment, and anger that dared not be expressed.
Lin Fan didn't care at all. His gaze swept around the office and finally landed on a corner.
A woman was frantically organizing documents.
She had a great figure, and even in a stiff business suit, her stunning curves were still evident.
Shen Yan.
She felt Lin Fan's gaze, and her body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Then, she took a deep breath, picked up a thick stack of documents, stood up, seemingly to make copies. She walked towards Lin Fan with her head down and her steps somewhat unsteady. Just as the two were about to pass each other.
Ah!
A soft cry escaped her lips. Shen Yan twisted her ankle, her body swayed, and she fell towards Lin Fan. The documents in his arms, like snowflakes, scattered all over the ground.
An elaborately designed, yet utterly clumsy, accident.
The air in the entire office seemed to freeze.
Everyone held their breath, watching this dramatic scene unfold.
Lin Fan did not move, letting Shen Yan's soft body, carrying a fragrant breeze, gently bump against him. He simply looked down at the woman who was frantically squatting down to pick up the documents.
Her neckline was very low.
Because of the crouching posture, her private parts were briefly exposed. That snow-white expanse and deep ravine are enough to make any normal man's heart race. It was very deliberate.
It's also very inexpensive. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Chairman. I didn't mean to.
Xinyan's voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes instantly reddened.
Her pitiful appearance was enough to arouse a man's protective instincts.
Lin Fan's face, however, only showed amusement. He slowly squatted down, not to help her pick up the documents, but to pick up one of the employee information sheets that had fallen to the top.
Xinyan, he asked, knowing the answer already. Yes, Chairman. Xinyan's body trembled slightly as he approached.
Lin Fan's fingertip landed on the marital status column of the form.
Widowed. He then looked at the information on family members and emergency contacts. Supporting a family alone must be a lot of pressure, right?
These words were like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of Xinyan's emotions. She could no longer hold back her tears, which rolled down her cheeks in large drops.
Chairman. I'm really having a hard time.
I have a sick mother to take care of, and the monthly mortgage payment is suffocating me, and now my salary is.
She choked up, sobbing uncontrollably, perfectly portraying the image of a single woman crushed by life. Lin Fan listened quietly. He spoke softly only after she had cried enough. So what? Those three simple words brought Xinyan's crying to an abrupt halt.
She suddenly raised her head, looking at Lin Fan with teary eyes and a face full of astonishment.
The script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't he feel pity and take better care of himself? What are you trying to say?
Lin Fan's lips curled into a half-smile as he looked directly into her eyes.
You want me to help you?
Xinyan felt flustered under his gaze and nodded subconsciously.
How can I help?
Lin Fan's voice was very low, carrying a bewitching charm.
Like Shu Ting? Boom!
The name Shu Ting exploded in Xinyan's mind like a thunderclap. Her face instantly drained of all color, turning deathly pale.
He knows. He knows everything.
My little schemes are as laughable as a clown in his eyes.
What do you think enabled Shu Ting to get that position?
Lin Fan's voice suddenly turned cold.
Rely on this?
His finger pointed vaguely at Xinyan's deliberately exposed snow-white skin.
Can all problems be solved by simply lying in bed? Humiliation. A blatant humiliation.
Xinyan's body trembled violently, and tears of humiliation welled up again. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into on the spot. In the office, the other colleagues also lowered their heads, not daring to look anymore, but their pricked-up ears betrayed their eagerness to watch the drama unfold.
Do you think my taste is that bad?
Lin Fan stood up and looked down at the woman slumped on the ground. Her value lies in the secrets of her mind.
And you? What do you have?
The cold words shattered Xinyan's last illusions.
What does she have? She had nothing.
She had nothing but this body she was so proud of. Seeing her distraught and utterly desperate state, Lin Fan suddenly reached out his hand.
Stand up.
Xinyan stared blankly at the hand hovering in front of her, unable to react for a moment.
Lin Fan did not urge him.
A few seconds later, Xinyan trembled as she placed her icy little hand into his palm. Lin Fan pulled her up from the ground with a forceful pull.
I haven't seen your value yet.
He then changed the subject.
However, I can give you a chance to demonstrate.
Xinyan suddenly raised her head, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in her dim eyes. Lin Fan released his grip and gestured with his chin towards the lifeless office.
The HR department is a mess right now. Salaries have been cut in half, and everyone is in a state of panic.
Wang Hai and Shu Ting are doing the work upstairs, but I also need to have my people downstairs. His gaze returned to Xinyan's face. Someone who can stabilize the situation and keep an eye on those disobedient guys.
Are you obedient enough? Xinyan's heart started pounding. She understood. This is giving her a chance. A chance to become the chairman's confidant. I'll obey. I'll do whatever the chairman tells me to do.
She nodded frantically without the slightest hesitation, afraid that if she hesitated even for a second, this God-given opportunity would disappear.
Very good.
Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. He leaned close to Xinyan's ear and spoke slowly in a voice only the two of them could hear.
Tonight, Tianlanbei Villa number 1.
The warm breath brushed against Xinyan's earlobe, making her tremble all over. Bring the personnel files of everyone in the HR department, especially the detailed information of those who have the biggest complaints about this pay cut. Lin Fan straightened up and looked at her face, which was flushed with excitement and nervousness. Come here, I'll teach you myself. Where exactly is your value?
Chapter 21. The real fiancé blocks the door. Night. Tianlanbei number 1 Villa.
When the taxi stopped at the door, Xinyan felt her breath catch in her throat. She knew this was the most upscale neighborhood in Donghai City, but seeing it with her own eyes still left her utterly stunned by its extreme luxury.
The massive wrought iron gate resembles the entrance to a castle.
Inside the courtyard, the lights were on, and a 3-story modern villa stood quietly in the night, like a lurking beast. Just standing outside the door, the overwhelming sense of oppression made it almost impossible for her to breathe. She took a deep breath and straightened the dress she had carefully chosen. This is a black, form-fitting dress that accentuates her enviable figure without being overly revealing. The neckline height was carefully considered. She wanted to take a gamble. She was betting that this young chairman was no different in essence from the men she had met before. And for myself, I'm betting on an uncertain future. She carried a thick brown paper bag containing the personnel files of the entire Tianxing Group's Human Resources Department. She walked step by step to the cold door and pressed the doorbell. The door opened almost instantly. It wasn't the housekeeper or the nanny who opened the door. It's Lin Fan. He was wearing loose cartoon pajamas, flip-flops, and holding a cup of instant noodles, slurping them down. Her hair was a little messy, and she exuded a lazy vibe as if she had just gotten out of bed. His attire, the multi-million-dollar mansion, and his daytime identity as a powerful chairman created an absurd sense of disharmony. Xinyan's prepared complex expressions and words all the way were frozen on her face. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word.
Come in.
Lin Fan mumbled something indistinctly, then turned and walked towards the living room, seemingly oblivious to her current unease and shock. Xinyan changed into slippers and followed him in with a restrained air. The living room was surprisingly large, with a crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling, the name of which she didn't know, emitting a soft light. Lin Fan ignored her, walked straight to the huge leather sofa, sat down, put the instant noodle cup on the coffee table, picked up the game controller next to him, and his eyes were instantly focused on the 100-inch giant screen TV on the wall. On the television, there were intense scenes of video game battles.
He just left a female subordinate who had come to visit late at night standing there unattended.
Xinyan stood in the center of the living room, holding a file folder, looking completely lost. Leaving is not an option, staying is not an option either. The air was filled with the aroma of cheap instant noodles, which mixed with her expensive perfume to create a strange smell.
Time passed by, second by second.
A victory sound effect came from the game. Lin Fan then put down the handle, stretched, picked up the instant noodle cup, and drank the last drop of soup clean. Belch. He let out a satisfied burp before finally turning his gaze to Xinyan, who was now standing almost like a statue.
Why are you standing? Sit down. He pointed to the sofa opposite him. Yes. Chairman.
Xinyan moved over in small steps, only daring to sit on a corner of the sofa, her back ramrod straight.
Where are the documents? Lin Fan asked.
Xinyan quickly presented the brown paper bag in her arms with both hands. Lin Fan took it and casually poured it onto the gleaming coffee table, scattering a thick stack of employee files.
He picked up the top one and flipped through it. Who are the biggest complainers? They've arrived. The real test has begun.
Xinyan's heart was in her throat. She knew that her answer would determine her fate.
Mainly a few long-time employees.
She composed herself and tried to make her voice sound steady. Li Chang, the workshop supervisor in the production department, Zhao Lei, the deputy team leader in the marketing department, and Sister Sun from the administration department. They have all worked at the company for more than 10 years. They feel that this pay cut did not take into account their seniority and contributions, so they are quite emotional. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but precisely pulled out the files of these 3 people from the scattered documents and threw them in front of her.
Tell me about these 3 people.
His tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Xinyan's back was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. This is to make her prove her loyalty. She gritted her teeth, knowing she had no way out. Li Chang, the former chairman's brother-in-law, is used to bullying others in the workshop.
He's also dishonest and often sells off scraps of the company. Many people are angry but dare not speak out.
Zhao Lei's professional skills are average, but he is particularly good at building relationships. During this pay cut, he secretly colluded with several colleagues, saying that they would resign en masse and threatening the company. Sister Sun, she didn't do anything outrageous, she's just a gossip, she likes to stir up trouble in the break room, saying that the company is ungrateful and heartless. Shenyan finished speaking in one breath, looking nervously at Lin Fan.
She revealed everything she knew about the dark, unspoken secrets of the office.
She felt like a despicable informant. But to survive, to pay for her mother's medical expenses and the monthly mortgage, she had no other choice. Lin Fan's face remained expressionless after hearing this.
He simply picked up the file named Zhao Lei and glanced at it.
"You have a son studying in the UK, and the tuition is very high," he suddenly asked.
Shen Yan was startled and suddenly looked up. How could he know? This file only lists family members, it doesn't contain this information at all.
Yes, he often complains about the high expenses in the office," she stammered. Lin Fan nodded and casually tossed the file aside.
"Get this guy out of here tomorrow."
A single, casual remark can determine a person's career.
Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat. As for the other two,
Lin Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the coffee table. "Keep them for now, they'll still be useful."
He raised his head and looked at Shen Yan. "Well done."
These 4 words instantly relaxed Shen Yan's tense nerves, and a huge joy welled up in her heart.
She made the right bet. Starting tomorrow, you will be the acting deputy manager of the Human Resources Department. What? Shen Yan was completely stunned and couldn't believe her ears. Acting deputy manager? This is simply a meteoric rise.
"I will have the finance department reimburse you for the salary that was withheld, and starting this month, your salary will be doubled."
Lin Fan dropped another bombshell. Ding! The Emperor's mindset has been upgraded again. A carrot and stick approach, combining kindness and severity.
The host has successfully won over a key pawn, securing another victory and controlling the company.
Satisfaction plus 200. Charm plus 30.
The system's voice was filled with excitement.
Shen Yan's eyes immediately reddened. It wasn't an act.
It was excitement, it was ecstasy, it was an uncontrollable outpouring of emotions after escaping a desperate situation.
"Thank you, Chairman."
"Thank you, Chairman," she stammered, standing up to bow.
"Sit down."
Lin Fan waved his hand.
"I promoted you, not so you could come and thank me. I need you to do something for me."
He leaned forward slightly, his dark eyes fixed on her.
"I want you to be their friend.
Li Chang, Sister Sun, and everyone who is dissatisfied with the company, I want you to stand with them, listen to their complaints, encourage them to speak their minds, and become their pillar of support. Then, tell me exactly what they said and what they did." Lin Fan's voice carried a cold, magical quality.
"Can you do it?" Shen Yan's body was trembling slightly. She understood.
The chairman wants her to be a complete undercover agent. A sharpest nail driven into the heart of all dissidents.
This mission is insidious and dangerous.
But the rewards were so great that she couldn't refuse.
I can."
She nodded firmly without the slightest hesitation.
"Very good." Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction, resuming his lazy demeanor. "You can go now."
Shen Yan felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She quickly stood up, bowed, and then retreated step by step toward the door. Her heart was burning with passion.
The future seems bright. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again.
Shen Yan paused, and subconsciously turned around to look. Lin Fan remained leaning on the sofa, not moving an inch, and simply picked up the remote control to turn on the video intercom at the door. On the screen appeared a breathtakingly beautiful face. The woman was dressed in an expensive Chanel suit, exuding a noble and elegant air, but at this moment, her face showed a hint of anxiety and anger.
"Lin Fan. What do you mean? Why aren't you answering my calls?"
A cool, slightly arrogant question came from the speakers. Lin Fan glanced at the screen, then at Shen Yan, who was staring in disbelief at the door, and suddenly laughed. He spoke slowly, his casual voice carrying clearly to every corner of the villa. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. My fiancé will be coming home tonight too."
Chapter 22, a battleground?
"No, this is my home turf."
My fiancé is coming home to sleep tonight. These casual words struck Xinyan like a bolt from the blue. Fiancé? The chairman has a fiancé?
She froze on the spot, her mind blank. The elation she had just felt over the promotion and raise was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water poured over her head, chilling her to the bone. On the screen, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her noble bearing making the woman feel ashamed of herself. That impeccably tailored Chanel suit probably cost more than a year's salary for her. Looking at myself, I was wearing a faded business suit, the hem of which was wrinkled from stress and running around. A tremendous sense of loss and an indescribable shame instantly gripped her heart. It turned out that all her scheming and risking everything had only brought her amusement for the chairman during his leisure time. In his real world, she didn't even have the right to be a supporting character. She thought she was the chosen ugly duckling, about to transform into a swan. As it turned out, she was just a humble ugly duckling who entertained the swans in their performance. Lin Fan watched with great interest as Xinyan looked distraught at the door, then glanced at the beautiful face on the video intercom, her cheeks flushed with anger. Interesting. That's so interesting. He didn't even get up, he just lazily pressed the open button. Click. The door lock popped open. Xinyan's body trembled violently, and she instinctively wanted to run away, but her legs felt like they were made of lead and she couldn't move at all. The villa's main gate was pushed open from the outside with great force. A fragrant breeze carrying the scent of expensive perfume, along with a chilling anger, swept in. Xinyu strode in, wearing Jimmy Choo high heels. Her usually flawless face was now covered in frost. She didn't even look at Lin Fan first, her gaze immediately locked onto the woman in the center of the room, who was dressed in cheap business attire and looked uneasy. Xinyu paused for a moment. She looked Xinyan up and down, scrutinizing her as if she were looking at a cheap item that had been misplaced. Contemptuous and undisguised. Xinyan felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze, her hands nervously twisting together, and her head hanging even lower. Lin Fan. Xinyu finally spoke, turning her head to look at the man who was still lying sprawled out on the sofa. I called you more than a dozen times, and you didn't answer a single one. Is this how you treat your fiancé? Her question carried an innate arrogance. Lin Fan seemed oblivious to the hostility in her words, and simply picked at his ear. Oh, my phone is on silent, I'm playing games. This nonchalant attitude completely ignited Qin Yu's anger. Playing games? She laughed angrily. Playing games with a female subordinate in your private villa in the dead of night? Chairman Lin, your interest is quite unusual. She practically squeezed out the last few words through gritted teeth. These words pushed Xinyan into a desperate situation. No. No. Miss Qin, you've misunderstood. Xinyan was terrified and hurriedly waved her hands to explain. I'm here to report to the chairman. Her voice trembled with extreme nervousness, sounding utterly unconvincing and more like a guilty excuse. Xinyu sneered, not believing it at all. Reporting on work? Do we need to report to the chairman's bedroom? Xinyan's face drained of all color in an instant. It's over. Now even jumping into the Yellow River won't clear my name. Just then, Lin Fan's lazy, languid voice slowly rang out. He didn't look at Xinyu, and he didn't even sit up straight. His gaze fell on Xinyan, who was on the verge of tears. Deputy Manager Shen. Xinyan was startled. Did I let you leave? A simple sentence, yet it carries an undeniable authority. Xinyan was stunned on the spot, not understanding why the chairman would say that. Xinyu, caught off guard by this completely unexpected remark, found all the questions she had prepared stuck in her throat. What does he mean by that? Shouldn't he be frantically explaining? Lin Fan finally sat up slowly on the sofa. He ignored Qin Yu's surprised expression and turned his gaze to her. The playful smile was gone, replaced by a faint displeasure. Miss Qin. He changed his form of address. I'm having a serious talk with my subordinates. Don't you know you should knock before you come in? Boom. Qin Yu's brain buzzed. What is he saying? Is he blaming me? He accused me because I interrupted his serious business with this woman? An unprecedented surge of humiliation and anger rushed to the top of her head. Lin Fan. Her voice sharpened. You call this discussing serious business? She stretched out her finger and pointed it directly at the trembling Xinyan. Very good. Lin Fan nodded, not angry at all, but smiling instead.
He turned to Shen Yan and, in an introductory tone, said to Qinyu, "Let me introduce you. Shen Yan is the newly promoted acting deputy manager of the personnel department. I asked her to come over overnight so that I could discuss the company's next steps in its layoff plan." Layoff plan.
These 4 words were like a thunderclap, exploding simultaneously in Shen Yan and Qinyu's ears.
Shen Yan looked up abruptly, her face filled with disbelief. Qinyu was also taken aback.
No matter how unreasonable she was, she knew what layoffs meant for a group.
It was a top-level trade secret. Did Lin Fan tell this outsider about such a thing? What?
Lin Fan looked at Qinyu with a half-smile.
"Miss Qin, do you also want to interfere in the personnel appointments and strategic planning of my Tiancheng group? This is a trap. A trap she couldn't refute."
If she continues to harp on Lin Fan and Shen Yan's personal relationship, it would be tantamount to admitting that she was being unreasonable and interfering in the company's internal affairs.
Qinyu's chest heaved violently.
She wanted to lash out, but found herself unable to utter a single word.
Ding.
Achievement, Master of the Battlefield. The host has gained the upper hand in the emotional game, while simultaneously gaining loyalty and a sense of conquest.
Charm plus 100. Satisfaction plus 300. Host, that's high level. Absolutely high level. You turned your fiancé's questioning into a childish tantrum. This system is willing to call you the Grandmaster of PUA.
Lin Fan ignored the system's praise.
He stood up and walked to Shen Yan. "Deputy Manager Shen, don't be nervous." His actions flattered and surprised Shen Yan. "This is my fiancée, Qinyu."
Lin Fan's tone was as if he were introducing an immature younger sister.
"That's just her personality.
She's been spoiled by her family.
She doesn't mean any harm. You can go back now, you've had a hard day."
As for the layoff list, I'll put the detailed report on my desk tomorrow when we get to work. Every word of these words was like a slap in the face, striking Qinyu hard across the cheek.
He actually said in front of a stranger that she had a bad temper and was spoiled?
However, these words took on a completely different meaning in Shen Yan's ears.
"The chairman is protecting me?"
He didn't take his anger out on me because of his fiancé's appearance. Instead, he came to my rescue and affirmed my work. An indescribable sense of gratitude and excitement instantly overwhelmed all her grievances and unease.
"Yes, chairman." Shen Yan's eyes reddened.
She bowed deeply to Lin Fan, then glanced cautiously at Qinyu, whose face was ashen. With her head down, she hurriedly walked out of the villa as if fleeing. The door closed gently behind her. In an instant, only Lin Fan and Qinyu remained in the living room. The air was deathly silent. Qinyu stared intently at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes brewing a storm.
Chapter 23: Breaking Through Defenses and Establishing Authority. Dead silence. In the villa's enormous living room, the air seemed to solidify.
Qinyu's chest heaved violently, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on Lin Fan, filled with humiliation, anger, and a hint of grievance that she herself was unaware of. She has always been a pampered and privileged girl since childhood, and she has never suffered such humiliation. In front of an insignificant female subordinate, she was belittled to the point of being worthless in a manner that bordered on humiliation by her fiancé.
Lin Fan.
Her voice trembled slightly from extreme suppression.
"Don't you think this is interesting?"
Lin Fan did not answer. He simply strolled back to the sofa, plopped down, pulled an apple from under the coffee table, and took a big bite. The crisp chewing sound was particularly jarring in the quiet living room.
This is a silent form of contempt. More than any vicious words, they ignited Qinyu's anger. "I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?"
Qinyu's voice suddenly rose, and she completely lost her composure. Lin Fan finally swallowed the apple in his mouth and looked up at her. The previous languor and playfulness were gone from that handsome face. In their place was a deep, unsettling weariness. He didn't get angry, nor did he argue. He simply spoke in a frighteningly calm tone.
"Qinyu, I'm very tired today."
A simple sentence, yet it struck like a heavy hammer against the 10,000 questions Qinyu had prepared.
All her anger vanished instantly. Tired? What gives him the right to say he's tired? I'm the one who's been wronged. I'm the one who's been humiliated. You're tired? Qinyu laughed angrily.
I ran away from the banquet, called you more than a dozen times, drove across half the city to find you, and you were all lovey-dovey with another woman in a villa.
And now you're telling me you're tired? Are you done talking?
Lin Fan interrupted her, throwing the half-eaten apple into the trash can. He stood up and walked towards her step by step.
Qin Yu subconsciously took a step back.
The Lin Fan before her made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity and fear. His nonchalant air had vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of oppression. That was the aura of the leader of a huge corporation.
Do you think I wanted to take on this mess?
Lin Fan walked up to her, looking down at her. The two were so close they could feel each other's breath.
At Tiancheng Group, from top to bottom, they only value old relationships, not ability. If I promote a capable newcomer, I will be accused of nepotism and having ulterior motives.
The production department resells scraps, the marketing department takes kickbacks, and the administration department forms cliques. The whole company is like a wrecked ship riddled with holes it could sink at the slightest storm. Every word he uttered was like a bullet, shattering Qin Yu's pride in anger. She had never heard of such things before. In her world, Tiancheng Group is a business giant in Donghai City, the cornerstone of her and Lin Fan's future career, and a place of boundless glory. She never imagined that behind this glamour lay such shocking decay.
Why did I meet with Xin Yan in the middle of the night?
Because she was the only one in the entire HR department who was willing to tell me these dirty secrets.
Why would I show you no mercy in front of her? Lin Fan suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. Because I want everyone to see that I, Lin Fan, am ruthless. Anyone who gets in my way will be fired. No matter if they're a long-time employee or...
He paused, then looked directly at Qin Yu.
My fiancé. Boom. Qin Yu's mind went blank. So, that's how it is? He wasn't humiliating me, he was establishing his authority? Is she using herself, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, to make an example of someone?
The moment this thought arose, an emotion far more complex than anger and humiliation instantly seized her heart. It was shock, heartache, and a hint of lingering fear. She suddenly realized that her impulsive actions tonight had almost ruined his entire plan. What she thought was catching him cheating was, in his mind, a scheme concerning the life and death of the company. Qin Yu opened her mouth, but found that her throat was so dry that she couldn't utter a single word.
Her carefully chosen Chanel suit now seemed like a joke.
Her family background and beauty, which she was so proud of, seemed so pale and so immature in the face of the immense pressure Lin Fan was under.
So, are you still going to keep questioning me about why I didn't answer your calls?
Lin Fan's tone returned to a somewhat calm one, but the sense of exhaustion was even stronger.
Are you still going to ask me why I play games with a female subordinate? Qin Yu's body trembled slightly.
She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan's face again.
I'm sorry.
A whispered apology escaped her lips. For the first time, her proud head bowed before Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained silent.
He just watched her quietly.
Looking at this usually aloof and proud young woman, she now seemed like a child who had done something wrong, flustered and unsure of what to do with her hands.
That's enough. The heat was just right. If we keep pushing them, we'll drive them away. Ding.
Imperial mindset shifting heaven and earth. The host has successfully transformed a personal emotional conflict into a company management crisis.
By distorting the truth and confusing the public, the host has reshaped the fiancé's reasonable questions into an unreasonable and ignorant tantrum. PUA skills have reached perfection. Satisfaction plus 500. Charm plus 200.
System notification: target person Qin Yu detected her mental defense index has dropped to an all-time low. The first phase of the embryo development plan, breaking through defenses and establishing authority, has been perfectly achieved. Lin Fan ignored the system's clamor. He suddenly reached out and pulled the still-dazed Qin Yu into his arms.
Ah!
Qin Yu gasped as she crashed into a solid chest. The familiar scent, mixed with the faint smell of his shower gel, instantly enveloped her.
Her body stiffened instantly.
My brain crashed again.
What is he doing? Fool!
Lin Fan gently rested his chin on the top of her head, his warm breath brushing against her ear.
He tightened his arms, trapping her completely in his embrace.
If you dare to yell at me again without even asking what happened, I'll throw you out. His voice was deep and domineering, but it lacked the coldness and aloofness of before.
Instead, it felt more like a indulgent reproach. Qin Yu was completely stunned. What's this? A slap followed by a piece of candy? But why is this candy so sweet?
All the grievances, anger, and humiliation I had just suffered seemed to melt away completely in this sudden embrace. Her body slowly softened from its stiffness. Those hands, unsure of where to put them, cautiously grasped the hem of his pajamas. She wanted to explain, to say that she didn't mean it.
Shut up.
Lin Fan interrupted her impatiently.
You're giving me a headache.
Xinyu immediately shut her mouth and didn't dare to move, letting him hold her.
The living room fell silent once again.
But this time, the air was no longer thick with a cold confrontation, but rather with a strange, fermenting ambiguity.
For a long time,
Lin Fan released her and looked down at her beautiful face, which was flushed from the intense emotional turmoil.
Do you know you were wrong? He asked.
Xinyu responded softly, like a scolded kitten.
Will you dare to do it again? No. I wouldn't dare.
Good. Lin Fan reached out with satisfaction and ruffled her meticulously styled hair haphazardly, like petting a cat. Xinyu's body stiffened, but she did not dodge. She simply raised her head and looked at him with a completely new gaze, one that held a mixture of curiosity and admiration. So this is the real him. He wasn't some carefree rich kid, but a lone warrior who secretly carried everything on his shoulders and walked alone.
And I almost became his stumbling block.
A strong sense of guilt and a desire to make amends welled up in my heart.
You haven't eaten yet, have you? She asked cautiously.
I ate, Lin Fan burped, a bowl of braised beef noodles.
Xinyu was taken aback, then felt a pang of heartache. Is the chairman of the prestigious Tianqing group so stressed that he can only eat instant noodles at night?
Instant noodles have no nutritional value, she blurted out.
I'll go make you something to eat?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at her with feigned surprise.
You? Miss Qin can cook? Xinyu blushed.
I can cook frozen dumplings, she emphasized, somewhat defiantly. Lin Fan looked at her adorable appearance, where she was clearly embarrassed but still trying to save face, and suddenly laughed. He reached out his finger and gently stroked her nose.
Sure. Go ahead, my future little chef. Cook more, I'm hungry. Chapter 20 for the Little Fool's First Kitchen Experience, Heartbeat in Crisis. Little cook.
These 3 words carry a playful tone, yet also a hint of inexplicable intimacy.
Xinyu's cheeks instantly burned.
She had lived for over 20 years, and this was the first time someone had ever used that term of address for her.
Who is your little cook? I only took pity on you.
She retorted forcefully, but her body betrayed her as she turned and walked toward the huge, cold kitchen she had never set foot in before.
Lin Fan didn't follow them.
He simply leaned back on the sofa, turned on the TV, and randomly tuned to a financial channel.
But their ears picked up every sound coming from the kitchen. Bang!
There was a muffled thud, as if the pot had fallen to the ground. Xinyu let out a suppressed gasp. Hiss. Then came the sound of people gasping for air.
Lin Fan's lips curled up silently. As expected.
Asking the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who never lifts a finger and whose coffee is even prepared by her secretary, to cook dumplings is no less difficult than asking her to negotiate a contract worth hundreds of millions. In the kitchen, Xinyu stood helplessly in front of the high-end-looking German-style kitchen cabinets. She found the refrigerator, a double-door one, filled with all sorts of imported ingredients and drinks, but no frozen dumplings.
Wrong.
She opened the bottom freezer compartment.
Found it.
Several large bags of frozen dumplings with different fillings were neatly stacked there. She breathed a sigh of relief and took out a packet of corn and pork filling.
Then, a new problem arose. Where is the pot?
She opened one drawer after another, revealing a variety of kitchen utensils that she couldn't understand, all gleaming with a shiny luster. Finally, she found a soup pot that looked acceptable in a cabinet overhead.
It's too high.
She stood on tiptoe and stretched out her arms, but she could only barely touch the edge of the pot. She gritted her teeth, refusing to admit defeat. I moved a dining chair over, stepped on it, and then laboriously lifted the heavy stainless steel soup pot down.
Add water and turn on the fire.
The series of actions she performed were as clumsy as a baby just learning to walk. She studied the electronic ignition of the gas stove for a long time before it finally lit up with a whoosh, startling her so much that she jumped back and almost fell off her chair. In the living room, Lin Fan listened to the clattering sounds coming from the kitchen and leisurely changed the channel.
Host, is this the legendary Gapmo, a Japanese term for unexpected charm or adorable contrast?
A cold and domineering female CEO is completely controlled by a bag of frozen dumplings.
Awesome. So awesome. The system is yelling again. Make her cook. Cook her hard. Let her experience the simple life of the proletariat. This is a crucial part of the embryo development program, labor reform. Lin Fan ignored it. The water has finally boiled. Xinyu tore open the dumpling packaging and dumped all the dumplings in at once. As the plump, white dumplings tumbled in the boiling water, a small sense of accomplishment rose within her. Turns out, cooking isn't so difficult after all. She picked up her phone to check how long to cook dumplings. Put it in boiling water, bring it to a boil, then add a bowl of cold water. Repeat this process 3 times. Add cold water? She looked at the pot of boiling water and felt a little scared. Will it splatter and burn me? She hesitated for a moment, then filled a bowl with cold water from the tap and carefully approached the pot. Sizzle. When boiling water meets cold water, it makes a loud noise, and scalding water droplets instantly scatter and splash in all directions. Ah! A drop of hot water landed precisely on the back of her hand. It hurts like fire. Xinyu cried out in pain, her hand trembled, and most of the water in the bowl spilled onto the ground. Her fair hand quickly turned red. His eyes immediately welled up with tears. It doesn't hurt. It's a feeling of being wronged. What am I doing? In the dead of night, in a man's villa, she cooked frozen dumplings for him and burned herself in the process. If word gets out, the entire socialite circle of Donghai City will laugh their heads off. Just then, a figure appeared at the kitchen doorway. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, looking at her disheveled appearance. Miss Qin, are you planning to flood my kitchen, or are you planning to boil yourself? His teasing tone instantly turned Qinyu's grievances into anger. Mind your own business. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Tisk. Lin Fan walked in, his tall figure instantly making the spacious kitchen seem somewhat crowded. He walked past her and naturally took the half-empty bowl from her hand, then filled it with some cold water. Then, instead of pouring it directly into the pot, he picked up the lid and left a gap on the rim of the pot. Even if you've never cooked before, haven't you at least watched others cook? His movements were casual, yet they exuded a homely feeling she had never seen before. When adding water, pour it along the edge of the pot, or use the lid to block it. That's common sense, understand? Use silly goose. He was very close. Xinyu could even smell the same fresh scent of shower gel emanating from his pajamas as it did from his body. Her body stiffened involuntarily. Especially that little fool, with its deep, magnetic tone, drilled into her ears, making her heart skip a beat. Who's the idiot? Her rebuttal was weak and powerless. Lin Fan didn't say anything more, but just stood quietly beside her, looking at the dumplings in the pot. Add water for the 2nd time. Add water for the 3rd time. In the kitchen, only the bubbling sound of boiling water in the pot could be heard. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Xinyu secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. The profile of her face was particularly distinct under the illumination of the kitchen ceiling light. Gone was the languidness on the sofa, and gone was the previous sharpness and exhaustion. At this moment, he was just an ordinary man who could cook dumplings. Yet, damn it, it's incredibly attractive. Have you seen enough? Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Xinyu was startled and turned around abruptly, pretending to look at the dumplings in the pot. Who was looking at you? I was checking if the dumplings were cooked. Her cheeks were burning hot, and she felt extremely guilty. Lin Fan chuckled softly. He reached out and turned off the stove. It's ripe. He picked up a strainer and scooped the round dumplings into the bowl. The movements were so practiced, as if they had been done 1,000 times. Xinyu looked at him, suddenly lost in thought. He really is, completely different from the legendary spoiled brat. 2 steaming bowls of dumplings were served on the table. Lin Fan even ceremoniously poured 2 portions of vinegar into small dishes. Eat? He pushed one of the bowls in front of her. Xinyu was taken aback. I'm not hungry. This is compensation for your burns, Lin Fan said, pointing to the back of her hand. Medical expenses. Xinyu's heart softened for no apparent reason. She picked up her chopsticks, took a dumpling, blew on it, and carefully took a bite. The sweetness of corn, the aroma of pork, and the chewy texture of the dough. It tastes very ordinary. Yet it was the most special meal she had ever eaten in her life. As she watched the man across from her devouring dumplings, a corner of her heart began to crumble silently. Ding! The second phase of the embryo development project, labor reform, is 50% complete. The target, Xinyu, has begun to develop a subconscious understanding of living together. Host, keep up the good work, and getting her to wash your underwear is just around the corner. Lin Fan ignored the system's flirtatious remarks. He ate very quickly, finishing the bowl of dumplings in no time. It tastes good. He put down his chopsticks and gave a fair evaluation. Xinyu's mood inexplicably soared. Of course, it doesn't even matter who cooked it, she muttered softly, with a hint of smugness. Lin Fan found her smug little face rather amusing. Just then. Buzz buzz. His phone, which he had casually placed on the dining table, vibrated. The screen then lit up. A preview of a WeChat message popped up. Sender's nickname, Shinran. The message was short, consisting of a picture followed by an ambiguous sentence. Picture. Brother Fan, I can't sleep alone. Chapter 25. A bolt from the blue, followed by a series of explosions. In that instant, the nascent warmth that had just begun to rise at the dining table was shattered by the light from the phone screen. The air was even colder than when Xinyu had just entered. Xinyu's hand, holding the chopsticks, froze in mid-air. She saw the nickname, the censored yet alluring picture, and the extremely explicit invitation. Brother Fan. I can't sleep alone. Her heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The dumplings I ate earlier, still warm, are now churning in my stomach, turning into a cold, acidic liquid that rushes down my throat. What a brilliant breaking through defenses to establish authority strategy. What a lone hero who bears everything. It turns out that the so-called restructuring of the company and the so-called killing the chicken to scare the monkey were just excuses he used to appease himself. And yet, I actually believed it. She even foolishly ran to the kitchen to cook dumplings for him, burned her hand for him, and felt her heart race when he called her little idiot. It's the biggest joke in the world. Ha! A very soft, mocking laugh escaped Xinyu's lips. She put down her chopsticks. The movement was very light, but it made a jarring sound. Brother Fan, she repeated the address, emphasizing each word with a sharp, unfamiliar edge. Lin Fan did not react immediately. He slowly swallowed the last bite of dumpling, then wiped his mouth with a napkin. The whole process was unhurried and unhurried, as if that ambiguous message, which could ignite any romantic relationship, never existed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Host, this is a live-streamed battleground. The main wife is fighting the mistress, no, the fourth and fifth mistresses? Exciting! So exciting! This system can smell the gunpowder. Host, hurry! It's time to show your true skills. Will you choose to fail miserably on the spot, or turn the tide? God of PUA, please begin your performance. Lin Fan ignored the system's incessant chatter in his head. He looked up at Xinyu. All the blush and shyness had faded from that exquisitely beautiful face, leaving only a layer of icy frost. She didn't cry, nor did she make a scene. She simply looked at him quietly, with a scrutinizing, disappointed, and resolute calm that was more unsettling than any hysterical interrogation. This is troublesome. They went too far. The little bit of trust that had just been built was collapsing at a visible speed. Lin Fan picked up the phone on the table, and the screen automatically went dark. He didn't hide anything, nor did he rush to explain. He simply twirled the phone between his fingers and then spoke in a tone even calmer than Xinyu's. What, you want to interrogate me again? Xinyu's body trembled slightly. That same phrase again. It was that condescending attitude again, as if she were being unreasonable. Anger, mixed with immense resentment, surged up into her head once again. Interrogation? She laughed angrily. Lin Fan, you're really something. You're putting on this act of deep affection and unwavering commitment to me, while you're flirting and hooking up with other women. Aren't you tired? Of course you are. Even an iron body couldn't handle juggling so many women. Her words were sharp and sarcastic. Lin Fan didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply turned his phone screen up, turned it back on, and then pushed it to the center of the table. Look carefully. His actions caused Xinyu to choke on the 10,000 sarcastic remarks she had prepared. What's the meaning? Can you show me clearly how he cheated on me? They're humiliating me, and they want me to witness it with my own eyes? Xinyu stared intently at him, refusing to look at her phone. What are you looking at? Your romantic history? Sorry, I'm not interested. I'll show you clearly, this is the reality I face every day.
Lin Fan tapped the table lightly with his knuckles.
Once again, that deep, heart-wrenching weariness reappeared on his face.
In the eyes of many, the position of chairman of Tianxin Group is not a responsibility, but a piece of fat meat.
Everyone wants to take a bite. This girl, Zhang Xinran, is an intern in the marketing department.
She's good-looking and very ambitious. She thinks that as long as she can get into my bed, she can rise to the top in one step. His narration was so bland, as if he were talking about some official business that had nothing to do with him.
Qin Yu was stunned. This explanation sounds so familiar. So what?
Her guard didn't lower in the slightest.
So you were chatting with her flirtatiously in the middle of the night, and you were even planning to go over and sleep with her? Qin Yu.
Lin Fan called her name, his tone carrying a clear hint of disappointment.
I thought you were different from them.
These words, like a needle, precisely pierced Qin Yu's most sensitive nerve. I thought that after what happened tonight, you would understand that my fiancé should stand by my side and be my shield, instead of being like an ordinary woman who had a knife plunged into my chest because of a picture of unknown origin. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was piercing.
Qin Yu's mind was once again thrown into chaos. Yes. He just told me everything.
He is in a predicament of internal and external troubles. The company is full of people who want to bring him down or try to profit from him.
Isn't this person named Xinran just one of the filthy things he mentioned? Why am I questioning him again because of impulse?
Looking into Lin Fan's unfathomable eyes, at the undisguised weariness and disappointment within them, the scales in her heart swayed violently once again.
She sent you photos.
Qin Yu's voice had lost its previous sharpness, leaving only a final, powerless struggle. Yes, Lin Fan readily admitted, even giving a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth.
That's their tactic. Cheap, and they think it's effective.
He picked up his phone and, in front of Qin Yu, swiped his finger across the screen.
Find Xinran's contact information. Without the slightest hesitation. Delete. Block. Completed in one go. I've taken care of it.
He tossed his phone back onto the table with a soft thud.
Are you satisfied now?
He looked at her and asked calmly.
Are we really going to ruin the atmosphere we've just gotten going over with some trivial piece of trash? Qin Yu was completely speechless. He once again gave her the choice.
If I believe him, then everything tonight was just a misunderstanding, and I was just naive again. If she doesn't trust him, then she's the one who stabs him in the back during his most difficult time. Looking at his composed demeanor and his resolute decision to delete her contacts without hesitation, her defenses crumbled once again, inch by inch.
Maybe. I'm just overthinking it? Was I blinded by jealousy?
She was about to apologize.
Buzz buzz. On the table, the phone that had just dealt with a troublesome problem vibrated once again at an inopportune moment. The screen then lit up. Here's another preview of a WeChat message. This time, the sender's nickname consisted of 2 characters. Ching Ching. The message is more direct and explosive than the previous one. Hotel room booked, same place as always.
Chapter 26 turns a chaotic love triangle into a sweet romance.
Ching Ching. The hotel room is booked, same place as always.
If the previous news was a bolt from the blue, then this one is a series of nuclear explosions that followed.
There was absolutely no buffer. There is absolutely no room for maneuver.
On the dining table, the bowl of dumplings that had just been so tender and inviting instantly became the greatest irony. Qin Yu slowly lowered her hand that was holding the chopsticks.
It didn't fall, and it didn't shake.
Very slowly, she placed the chopsticks neatly around the edge of the bowl, her movements elegant and graceful, yet exuding a suffocating sense of alienation.
She didn't even look at the phone again. Because it's no longer needed. Ching Ching.
The usual place. These 2 words say it all. She raised her head and looked at Lin Fan quietly.
There was no warmth left on that exquisitely beautiful face. There was no anger, no questioning, not even disappointment.
There was only a pure, deathly, and icy silence. It was as if I were looking at a dirty stranger who had nothing to do with me.
I'm done eating.
She stood up, her movements still steady.
Thank you for the dumplings, the taste is all right.
After she finished speaking, she turned to leave. Decisive and efficient, without a trace of lingering regret. At this moment, Xinyu was even calmer and more resolute than when she was in the conference room of Yuehua Group, facing the evaporation of 30 billion yuan in market value. Because at that time, all she lost was money. Now, she feels that what she has lost is that nascent, ridiculous fantasy about the future. Host. Red alert. Highest level red alert. The iceberg didn't just melt, it went into nuclear explosion. She's leaving. If she walks out that door, your favorability rating will drop to 0, and the engagement will be void on the spot. You will become the first host in this system's history to be dumped by his fiancée right from the start. Quick! Think of something. Kneel down and hug her leg, crying? Or just knock her unconscious and carry her back to the bedroom? This system's database has 300 tutorials on how to redeem a scumbag. Which one do you want? The system's screams echoed wildly in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan remained motionless. He simply watched Xinyu's retreating figure in silence. Watching her walk step by step toward the door. Every step she took touched his heart. It doesn't hurt. But it's very numb. He knew that this trouble was bigger than all the previous ones combined. Explain? It's useless. Only a fool would use the same trick twice. Delete block? It's even more useless. That would only confirm your guilty conscience and destroy evidence. Xinyu is not Su Qingqing, she has her own pride. She will never tolerate this kind of thing happening again. He had to solve this problem in a way she would never have imagined. One way is to completely shatter all her doubts and make her unable to question herself anymore. Xinyu's hand was about to touch the doorknob. Lin Fan finally moved. He neither got up to chase after them nor tried to stop them. He simply picked up the troublesome cell phone from the table at a leisurely pace. Xinyu stopped in her tracks. She didn't turn around, but her whole body was tense. She wanted to see whether this man, in the final moments before she decided to leave completely, would choose to destroy the evidence or fabricate yet another elaborate lie. However, Lin Fan's next move was completely beyond her expectations. He turned on the screen and swiped to open it. My fingers flew across the screen. It's not deletion. It's not blocking. Instead, he typed a line of text in the WeChat chat box. Then, he raised his head, looked at Xinyu's resolute back, and spoke calmly. Xinyu. Come over. Xinyu's body trembled violently. Come over? What gives him the right? Does he still think he's the one who can give orders to him? A strong sense of humiliation welled up inside her, and she turned around abruptly, about to retaliate with the harshest words. But then she saw Lin Fan turn his phone screen towards her. On the screen is the chat interface with Su Qingqing. The line of text he had just typed was clearly displayed in the input box, but it had not yet been sent. My fiancée is right next to me. She asked if you wanted to come sleep in the room. It's big enough. Xinyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Her mind was blank. What kind of operation is this? Provocative? Still. I feel that responding like this isn't enough to vent my anger. Lin Fan looked at her, a troubled expression on his face, as if he were seriously considering a thorny problem. Why don't you help me think of something? He handed the phone to her. After all, she came here to provoke you. As my fiancé, don't you think you should personally take action to defend your rights? The entire living room was eerily quiet. Xinyu stood still, motionless. She looked at the phone Lin Fan handed her, and at his serious, even somewhat innocent face. She felt that her worldview had been completely overturned at that moment. Are there people who would steal something out of a guilty conscience? Are there people who handle suspected infidelity in this way? They just handed me their phone, the evidence, so openly, and then asked me to reply to that other woman? This is beyond outrageous. This is insane. Ding. Congratulations, host, for making a divine choice. Option 3, Reverse PUA, Extreme Pressure. Completely hand over the power of choice and judgment to Xinyu. Transform her from victim to controller. Selected rewards, part of a Casanova passive skill. When equipped, any flirtatious actions the host takes towards the opposite sex will be automatically filtered through a deep affection lens, with a 70% chance of being interpreted as deep love and strict criticism, immune to all poisons, permanently exempt from all negative effects of seduction tactics. Xinyu's favorability assessment in progress. Lin Fan ignored the system's announcement. His entire attention was focused on Xinyu. This is a high-stakes gamble. If he wins the gamble, the trust crisis between him and Qin Yu will be completely resolved, and they may even move forward together.
I lost the bet. That would truly be an irreversible disaster. Time passed, second by second. Qin Yu remained motionless.
She just stared intently at Lin Fan, as if trying to find even the slightest trace of guilt or pretense on his face.
But no. His expression was frighteningly calm, even carrying a hint of encouragement. It's as if it's saying, "Come on, take it, it's your right." Finally.
When Lin Fan's arm was starting to ache from holding it up,
Qin Yu moved.
She took a step, one at a time, and walked back to the dining table.
She did not sit down.
He simply looked down at Lin Fan, and also at the phone in his hand. Then, she reached out her hand. It was a perfect, flawless hand, with long, slender fingers that were as white as jade. At this moment, however, there was a barely perceptible tremor. Her fingertips gently touched the cold phone casing. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He saw Qin Yu take the phone, and her gaze fell on the chat box that had not yet been sent. Then, she looked up at Lin Fan. For the first time, a crack appeared in those icy phoenix eyes.
If.
Her voice was somewhat hoarse.
What I posted wasn't what you wanted me to post.
Lin Fan smiled. He withdrew his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and struck a casual pose.
The phone is in your hand. You are my fiancé. Send it however you want.
Even if you tell her now that you've decided to give me to her, that's your freedom. Chapter 27: Her Deadly Move and His Scheme. Free. These two words, though seemingly light and airy, carry an almost cruel indulgence. It instantly propelled Qin Yu from a passive, judged victim to a dominant figure with absolute power. She can vent, she can take revenge, she can judge. They could even mercifully hand over this man, along with the vast empire behind him, to someone else. Lin Fan entrusted everything to her. This is both the ultimate trust and the ultimate test.
Qin Yu's fingertips were icy cold.
She held the phone, which still retained Lin Fan's warmth, and felt it was like a red-hot iron, burning her heart with anxiety. She looked at Lin Fan. The man remained leaning back on the sofa, his posture languid and relaxed, appearing completely at ease, as if he were at the mercy of others.
Is he really not afraid? Wasn't he afraid that in a fit of anger, he might send out some irreparable message, completely shattering the fragile relationship they had just built? Or was he certain that he couldn't bear to part with it? An unnamed fire, mixed with intense resentment, rose from the depths of Qin Yu's heart. On what grounds? Why is it that he always takes the lead, always sets the trap, while I can only passively respond and make choices within the circle he has drawn? No. This time, she didn't want to choose. She wanted to set the questions herself. Qin Yu's breathing became long and steady at this moment. Her heart, which had been pounding wildly with anger, humiliation, and confusion, miraculously regained its composure. She transformed back into the ruthless and decisive Queen Yue, capable of striking with unwavering resolve in the business world. She didn't look at the provocative message Lin Fan had typed in the chat box. He didn't even look at that glaring woman named Qingqing. She tapped the screen lightly with her finger and exited the WeChat interface. Then, she did something that neither Lin Fan nor the system in his mind could have expected. She turned on the camera. Host. What is she going to do? Take a picture as a memento? To record evidence of your scumbag behavior? Lin Fan remained silent, only narrowing his eyes slightly as he watched with great interest. Qin Yu raised her phone, but the camera wasn't pointed at Lin Fan nor at herself. Instead, it was the bowl of dumplings on the table, still steaming hot and with only a little left. In the picture, there is a white porcelain bowl, plump white dumplings, bright green scallions, and a pair of chopsticks that she just used, neatly arranged next to it. This is an ordinary scene, full of everyday life. Yet it is also a picture that is enough to shatter any third party's illusions, full of possessiveness and a declaration of sovereignty. Click. A soft sound. The photos are taken. Qin Yu didn't even check if the photo was good or not before switching back to WeChat and finding Su Qingqing's chat box. She did not send the message that Lin Fan typed. Instead, she sent the photo she had just taken first. There was no accompanying text. A picture is worth 1,000 words. After doing all this, she raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. For the first time, a hint of provocation appeared in those icy phoenix eyes. It's as if it's asking, is this enough? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat at this sight. Enough? That's more than enough. That was absolutely killer.
It was more ruthless and more insidious than any method he had ever come up with. His mocking provocation was masculine and condescending. Xinyu's move, however, was feminine, subtle yet precise, able to stab the other person in the softest spot of their heart.
The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Holy crap! Your Majesty! I'm bowing down in awe. That was absolutely brilliant. It's devastating.
A picture of dumplings speaks louder than 1,000 words. That girl named Xingqing is probably crying her eyes out in the bathroom. Host, I hereby declare that you have lost this battle of PUA.
You were the one being PUA'd by your fiancé.
Lin Fan almost burst out laughing.
Lose?
Looking at the woman in front of him, whose eyebrows and eyes held a hint of smugness, he thought that losing to her in this life might not be so bad.
He was about to say something.
Xinyu lowered her head once again, her slender fingers rapidly tapping on the screen.
She felt it wasn't enough. A single photograph is enough to declare sovereignty, but the final blow is still missing. She wanted to make that woman give up completely.
A line of text quickly appeared in the input box.
He's next to me, he just finished eating the dumplings I cooked. Please don't bother us again. There were no insults, no questions, not even anger.
It was just the calmest statement. Yet it carried an unquestionable, absolute authority belonging to the mistress of the house. Xinyu, didn't come here to argue.
She's here to inform you.
After typing this message, Xinyu didn't send it immediately. Instead, she turned her phone screen back to Lin Fan.
Is it okay to send it like this? She asked.
This time, she was no longer the one who was passively chosen. She became the rulemaker and in turn, handed over the power of confirmation to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at her incredibly bright eyes, at the cunning she couldn't hide and the hint of nervousness within them. He knew she was waiting for his affirmation. This crisis of trust, triggered by two ambiguous messages, has become a tacit game between the two of them after she took over.
Now, it's time for the game to end.
Lin Fan did not answer her question. He reached out his hand, but not to take his phone. Instead, he grabbed her wrist, which was still raised in midair, and applied slight force.
Caught off guard, Xinyu was pulled forward by an irresistible force.
She gasped and fell into Lin Fan's arms. The phone slipped from her hand and landed on the soft sofa. The screen was lit, and the two lines of text asserting her sovereignty were clearly visible.
What are you doing?
Xinyu was both ashamed and angry, and she put her hands on his chest, trying to struggle. Lin Fan used his arms to hold her firmly in his embrace, making her unable to move. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. His warm breath sprayed onto her sensitive earlobe, making her whole body stiffen.
It was published very well.
He whispered in her ear in a deep, magnetic voice.
She truly is my woman.
But he abruptly changed the subject, and with his other hand, he gently pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her head and meet his gaze.
Who gave you the right to make decisions for me? Xinyu was stunned. What's the meaning? Did I send it to the wrong person? Is he not satisfied? When did I say I was going to cut ties with her?
Lin Fan's words made Xinyu's heart, which had just calmed down, jump into her throat again.
What does he want to do? Could it be that he really?
Su Qingqing, and that Zhang Xinran, and all the women who want to get into my bed in the future. Lin Fan looked into her phoenix eyes, which were slightly widened due to nervousness, and said, word by word.
I won't delete any of them. I want to keep them all. Boom. Xinyu's mind went completely blank. You. She was so angry that she was trembling and couldn't utter a single word.
Looking at her adorable expression, which made her look like she was about to explode with anger, Lin Fan finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out his finger and gently stroked the tip of her pert nose.
Fool. We're keeping them around, not to maintain any lingering connection with them.
It's so that you'll have more opportunities in the future to shatter their daydreams with your own hands.
My fiancée can't be without even this much entertainment, can she?
He watched her stunned expression and admired her for a few seconds with satisfaction. Then, he picked up the phone that had fallen on the sofa and, in front of her, pressed the send button. Those 2 lines of text, typed by Xinyu herself and filled with declarative intent, were sent out. After doing all this, he casually tossed his phone aside, then cupped Xinyu's still shocked face in his hands.
Okay, I've dealt with my ex-girlfriend. Chapter 28. What's an ex-girlfriend?
My billion-dollar company is yours to tear apart.
Now, it's your turn.
Lin Fan held the soft body in his arms and whispered a declaration above her head. Qin Yu's body was still stiff, her brain in a state of malfunction due to his shocking remarks.
What do you mean by keeping them alive so she can tear them apart herself? What is meant by her recreational activities? What did this man take her for? And what did he take himself for? You.
She was about to question them when she realized that her anger had vanished without a trace after that hug and the words "my woman." All that remains is an absurd, laughable, and utterly powerless feeling. She found herself increasingly unable to understand her nominal fiancé.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a lesson in reverse PUA techniques on the female lead.
Her Majesty has switched from anger to bewilderment and curiosity. Right now, she's definitely not thinking about other women, but rather, what's wrong with your brain, man? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Host, I would call you the Cammy of the PUA world. Lin Fan ignored the system's flattery in his mind. He released Qin Yu and then gently stroked the tip of her pert nose.
Okay, stop looking at me like I'm an alien. It's just a small thing, why are you making such a fuss? Qin Yu was finally free.
She immediately took a step back to create a safe distance between them. She straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, trying to regain the aura that belonged to Queen Yuehua. However, her slightly flushed cheeks and somewhat disordered breathing betrayed her inner turmoil.
A small matter?
Qin Yu felt that her understanding had been overturned. Suspected of cheating, harassed by his ex-girlfriend, and sending flirtatious messages to other women in front of his fiancée.
In his words, these things were just minor matters? Otherwise what?
Lin Fan shrugged matter-of-factly.
Compared to the important matters, aren't these just appetizers? What important matter? Qin Yu asked subconsciously. Her heart jumped again. Is there any more important serious business than dealing with these women?
Lin Fan did not answer immediately. He turned and walked to the coffee table, took out a thick document from the briefcase he had brought, and casually tossed it onto the sofa in front of Qin Yu. A soft snap sound.
This is the important matter. Qin Yu's attention was drawn to the document. It was a very formally bound share transfer agreement.
She didn't take it, but just glanced at the big words on the cover.
Yuehua Group?
She looked up at Lin Fan with some confusion.
What are you doing with my company's documents?
It's not your company, Lin Fan shook his head and corrected, it's my company.
Qin Yu was even more confused. Your company? When did you?
She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. A piece of information that she had ignored for a long time suddenly popped into her mind. Lin Fan is the second largest shareholder of Yuehua Group. Her grandfather told her about this. But because Lin Fan had always acted so much like an ordinary person with nothing to do, she almost forgot that this man held shares that could shake the entire Yuehua Group.
What does it mean that he's taking this out now? Demonstration?
Or do you want to use these shares to exchange for something?
Qin Yu's heart sank instantly.
What she least wanted to see was that her relationship with Lin Fan would become entangled in this kind of purely transactional exchange of interests.
What do you want to exchange these shares for?
Her voice unconsciously took on a hint of coldness. Lin Fan couldn't help but find it a little funny to see her instantly become defensive. This woman's mind is always filled with thoughts of business warfare.
What are you thinking about?
He walked over and sat down next to her, leaning back lazily on the sofa.
This is for you. What? Qin Yu suspected there was something wrong with her ears. I said, it's for you.
Lin Fan repeated himself, speaking casually, as if he were simply saying, this bottle of water is for you.
All the shares of Yuehua Group under my name are now yours. Boom. For the second time, Qin Yu's mind went completely blank.
If Lin Fan's comments about his ex-girlfriend earlier only struck her as absurd, now she felt that this man had gone mad.
That's not a small amount of money. That's 15% of Yuehua Group's shares. Based on Yuehua Group's current market capitalization, these shares are worth over 10 billion. He just casually gave it away like that? Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap.
The system in my mind has also gone completely insane.
Host. What are you doing? This isn't how you squander money. Tens of billions. That's tens of billions. You're just giving it away like that? What are you after? You're willing to give up your entire fortune just to pick up girls? This is the ultimate simp behavior, host.
Lin Fan completely ignored the system's wailing. He simply looked at Qin Yu's pretty face, which was filled with shock and disbelief, and found it amusing.
What exactly do you want? Qin Yu's voice was trembling. She couldn't understand Lin Fan's behavior at all.
No one would give away billions of dollars in assets for no reason. There must be a bigger scheme behind it.
I don't have any particular purpose.
Lin Fan stretched.
I just think that being a hands-off manager should feel pretty good. A hands-off manager? That's right.
Lin Fan nodded and started counting on his fingers.
Look, I've given you all the company shares.
From now on, all the company's decisions, profits and losses, will have nothing to do with me. You are truly the chairperson, Queen Yuehua.
And I can be your fiancé with a clear conscience, eating your food, drinking your drinks, and living in your house every day.
He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see his wonderful future. From now on, I'll be a professional gigolo, a full-time kept man. You'll be responsible for earning money and supporting the family, and I'll be responsible for being beautiful.
How about that? Isn't this division of labor perfect? Qin Yu.
Looking at Lin Fan's longing expression, she was momentarily speechless.
Is this person serious? Giving up a fortune of billions just to become a gigolo? Is this something a normal person would do?
Host.
I take back what I just said. The system's voice suddenly became eerie.
You're not just a simp, you're on a whole new level. Using billions to buy a long-term meal ticket to the Queen's bedroom.
This deal doesn't seem like such a bad one? No. This is an absolute steal.
Host, from today onwards, you are my one and only idol.
Qin Yu remained silent.
She just stared intently at Lin Fan, as if trying to find even the slightest trace of a joke on his face.
But no. His expression was so serious it couldn't be more serious. It was a heartfelt, pure longing for the idea of living off a woman. For a long time. Qin Yu finally regained her voice. Lin Fan, do you know what you're saying? Of course I know. This isn't 100 yuan, it's 1,000 yuan, it's a billion. Qin Yu emphasized the pronunciation.
I know, Lin Fan's reaction remained calm.
But money is something you can't take with you when you're born or when you die, so enough is enough. Besides, if I give it to you, it's the same as still being mine, right? We're engaged.
These words made Qin Yu's heart tremble for no apparent reason. She avoided Lin Fan's gaze and picked up the document from the sofa. The cold paper felt almost hot to the touch. She opened the document, her slender fingers tracing the black and white words on the white paper. On the last page of the document, Lin Fan's name was already signed in the signature section, flowing and unrestrained. Once she signs her name on the other side, this multi-billion-dollar agreement will take effect immediately.
Why? She closed the file and asked the question again.
This time, her voice was devoid of coldness and defensiveness, filled only with pure, incomprehensible confusion. Lin Fan looked at her. I looked into her beautiful phoenix eyes and saw my reflection. He suddenly smiled. He reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear.
Because I want you to stand a little higher.
His movements were very soft, and his words were very soft.
So high that women who want to get into my bed don't even have the right to look up to you.
I want them to understand that what they've schemed so hard to get is nothing more than a trivial gift that I can casually give you.
Is this reason sufficient? Qin Yu's body froze completely.
Her breathing seemed to stop at that moment.
Chapter 29. From today onwards, your stomach is under my control. My heartbeat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, stopping for a moment. Qin Yu froze on the spot.
The air was filled with the faint yet extremely domineering declaration in Lin Fan's words.
A trivial gift.
These 5 words carry a weight 1,000 times heavier than that equity transfer agreement worth billions. It struck Qin Yu's heart, causing her pride in her calmness and rationality to crumble instantly, shattering into countless chaotic thoughts.
She's seen far too many men.
There are rich second-generation heirs who spend money like water and use luxury cars to show their love. There are cunning business elites who use sweet words and carefully crafted romance to weave traps. There are also those who claim to be deeply affectionate, disguising possession and control as protection. These are the obsessive types.
But no one has ever been like Lin Fan.
He threw billions of dollars in assets in front of her in an almost absurd way, not to possess her, to buy her off, or even to please her. Rather, it was to elevate her. They elevated her to an unparalleled height, making her an insurmountable barrier in the eyes of all those who coveted her. What he wanted was not to stand shoulder to shoulder, but to look up to. It was to let the whole world see how noble and unattainable Lin Fan's woman was.
This declaration is more shocking and more unreasonable than any "I love you." Ding. Warning. Warning.
Host behavior has far exceeded the system's predictive model. Detection indicates that the female lead, Xinyu, has experienced a heart rate spike to 128 beats per minute, and her adrenaline levels have exceeded the normal threshold by 300%. Her emotional fluctuations have reached catastrophic levels. System analysis. Host, your move is called a dimensional reduction strike confession. You didn't engage in a relationship with her on the same dimension, you created a new dimension where only you and she exist.
Everything else is insignificant. My God.
Host, I take back everything I said about you. You're not a simp, you're not the atmosphere, you're the universe itself. Lin Fan ignored the system's frantic messages flooding his mind. He simply looked at Xinyu quietly. For the first time, such a violent storm had appeared in her phoenix eyes, which were always as clear and cold as the moon. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and a trace of panic that she herself was unaware of. You. Xinyu opened her mouth, only to find that her throat was extremely dry, and the sound she made trembled almost imperceptibly. You're crazy. In the end, all she could utter were these three words. This was the only word she could think of at that moment to describe Lin Fan. Maybe. Lin Fan smiled noncommittally. He picked up the document from the coffee table and, along with a Mont-Blanc pen, shoved it into Qinyu's hand. There's no need to analyze what a madman says so seriously. Sign it. The cold pen in the thick document jolted Qinyu awake, bringing her slightly back to her senses from the dazed state of being shaken. She looked down at what was in her hand. This was no longer a cold document, but a burning flame, so hot that she could barely hold it. I don't want to. Almost instinctively, she wanted to push the document back. This is not out of spite, nor is it out of modesty. Rather, it was an instinctive resistance to this kindness that was beyond her comprehension. She was used to equal exchange and weighing the pros and cons. The gift was too heavy, so heavy that she couldn't find anything to exchange it for. Why don't you want it? Lin Fan pressed her hand down, preventing her from backing down. Is it too little? Xinyu. It's impossible to have a normal conversation with this man. Lin Fan, wake up. Xinyu forced herself to calm down, trying to reason with him. This isn't about money. This is about shares in Yuehua Group. If you give it to me, do you know what that means? You'll lose ownership and control of the company. I know, Lin Fan replied matter-of-factly. Then why? I already said I'm retired, Lin Fan interrupted her, puffing out his chest confidently. How can a proper gigolo have any assets? Wouldn't he that be deceiving consumers? He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and whispered in her ear in a seductive tone. How about you consider this an advance payment for my kept woman arrangement? The warm breath brushed past her ear, instantly turning Qinyu's ears bright red. Sugar daddy, sugar baby fee. Is there anyone in this world who would use billions of dollars in assets as a mistress fee? You're shameless. After holding it in for a long time, Xinyu finally squeezed out this rebuke through gritted teeth. But this rebuke was weak and lacked any real impact. Yes, I'm shameless. Lin Fan readily admitted it, and was even quite pleased with himself. If I weren't shameless, how could I comfortably live off you? He held her hand firmly and pressed the nib of the pen against the blank space where the agreement was to be signed. Sign quickly. Once you sign, I'm yours. From now on, I'll take care of everything: laundry, cooking, warming the bed, and folding the blankets. If you're not satisfied, you can return it any time. I won't take back the shares. Consider it compensation for your lost youth. Xinyu was completely speechless. She felt like her brain had turned into a complete mess. All logic, all pride, all defenses were shattered by Lin Fan's series of shameless yet affectionate punches. She looked at the black words on the white paper under the tip of her pen. It was as if it wasn't a signature board, but a sweet yet dangerous vortex, where once she put pen to paper, her entire life would be swept up and she could never turn back. Her hands were trembling slightly. To sign or not to sign? Reason told her she absolutely couldn't sign.
This was insane.
But deep down, a voice is clamoring and urging. It was at this moment of inner turmoil that people were torn between heaven and man. Lin Fan suddenly let go of her hand.
Well.
He sighed heavily, his face filled with disappointment.
Never mind, never mind.
He took back the document and pen, and casually tossed them back onto the coffee table. It seems that we cannot reach an agreement on our employment relationship for the time being.
Xin Yu was taken aback. He gave up?
A strange sense of loss welled up in her heart. Since we can't reach an agreement on the important matters, Lin Fan stood up, stretched, and loosened his limbs. Then, with an extremely professional eye, like that of a home inspector, he began to survey the luxurious penthouse apartment.
Let's start by talking about employee benefits and the work environment. Xin Yu couldn't keep up with his train of thought at all. What, employee benefits?
Lin Fan did not answer her. He walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, pushed open the glass door, and stepped onto the viewing platform outside. The evening breeze blows, taking in the city's dazzling lights.
Yes, the ventilation and lighting are good, and the view is also open. Lin Fan nodded and gave his evaluation.
Then he went back to the living room and tapped the expensive leather sofa with his hand.
The sofa has just the right amount of elasticity, making it perfect for a nap.
He even went into the open kitchen and opened the top of the line German imported double-door refrigerator that was embedded in the wall. Just as he expected, the refrigerator contained, apart from a few bottles of mineral water and a carton of milk that was about to expire, the place was empty.
Xin Yu just stared at him blankly.
Watching this man walk around her house so openly, making comments and criticisms,
she had a strong premonition. What he said next would definitely redefine her understanding once again. Really?
Lin Fan closed the refrigerator door, turned around, looked at her with a serious expression, and made his first request.
President Xin.
He even changed how he addressed people. As your reserve, well, your personal assistant. First of all, I need to give you a stern critique of your lifestyle. He pointed to the empty refrigerator.
Is this a human life? Are you trying to starve me to death so you can save those billions in maintenance fees?
Xin Yu's red lips parted slightly, but she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She had given up thinking. Lin Fan got more and more excited as he talked. He walked up to Xin Yu, looked down at her, and began to announce his job requirements. First, the refrigerator must be filled within 24 hours. I need the freshest ingredients, and there must be at least 50 different kinds. Secondly, I need a set of professional kitchen utensils. The ones you have here are too girly and not good for tossing the food. Third, and most importantly. Lin Fan suddenly leaned down and looked Xin Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, at eye level. The distance between the two instantly shrank to less than 10 centimeters. He could clearly see every flutter of her long eyelashes and smell the faint fragrance emanating from her hair.
Xin Yu's heart skipped a beat again.
She instinctively leaned back. Lin Fan reached out a hand and gently supported the back of her neck, preventing her from retreating. His palms were warm.
Xin Yu's body stiffened instantly.
All that could be heard was Lin Fan speaking in an unquestionable tone, word by word. From now on, you are not allowed to eat takeout or fast food. I'll take care of all your meals. Chapter 30 Infrastructure Style Pursuit of My Wife, 3 hours, and I'll give you a Michelin-starred kitchen. Lin Fan's palm was warm, and carried an irresistible force. Those words were like a brand, burningly imprinted on Xin Yu's heart. I'll take care of all your meals.
Overbearing. Overbearing. Yet it also carried a warmth that she couldn't understand, and couldn't resist. Xin Yu's body stiffened, her mind went blank.
In her more than 20 years of life, this was the first time someone had arranged things so clearly and deliberately for her. Her business acumen, which she was so proud of, was completely useless at this moment. Because the man in front of me doesn't play by the rules of business at all. He was invading her life in the most primitive, direct, and unreasonable way. Lin Fan admired the rare look on her face, a mixture of embarrassment, annoyance, astonishment, and panic, and felt quite satisfied.
Conquering an iceberg is indeed more fulfilling than signing a multi-billion-dollar contract.
He slowly released his grip, took a step back, and created some distance between himself and the outside world. But that scent that belonged to him, with its faint, refreshing aroma, still lingered around Xin Yu's nose, disturbing her mind.
You. Xin Yu finally regained her ability.
She was about to say something, such as what gives you the right, or who allowed you to do this. But Lin Fan didn't give her that chance at all. He turned around casually and took out his old phone with a cracked screen. The movement was so practiced that it was as if he had just completed a trivial work report rather than made a sensational confession. All the questions Qin Yu had prepared were instantly stuck in her throat. She looked at Lin Fan, watching him swipe down to open the screen, his focused expression giving her an absurd illusion. It was as if he wasn't fiddling with a broken phone, but commanding a massive battle.
Ding! High energy warning ahead. The host is about to begin his performance.
According to system database analysis, 99% of men expect a response from their partners after saying sweet nothings. Our host, however, belongs to that 1% of action-oriented individuals. He doesn't need a response, he wants results. He wasn't saying sweet nothings, he was issuing a notice. The system's voice in my mind was so excited it almost cracked. Lin Fan ignored it and directly dialed a number. The call was connected very quickly.
Hello, it's me. Lin Fan's opening remarks were concise and clear. A highly respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chairman, what are your instructions?
It was Zhou Zhenxiong, the former general manager of Tiancheng Group. Qin Yu pricked up her ears. She wanted to see what this man was up to this time. Mr. Zhou, you have a wide network of connections. Lin Fan said in an extremely professional tone as he paced around. Help me contact the best fresh food supplier in Donghai City, the kind that supplies Michelin 3-star restaurants. Zhou Zhenxiong paused for a moment on the other end, clearly not following the chairman's train of thought.
From acquiring multi-billion-dollar conglomerates to buying luxury properties, and now they've jumped to buying groceries? The chairman's thinking is indeed wildly imaginative. But he dared not delay in the slightest and immediately replied, Yes, Chairman. I will contact Mr. Wang of Yuxian Pavilion right away. All of their ingredients are air freighted from the world's top producing areas, which will absolutely meet your requirements.
Very good.
Lin Fan nodded and continued to issue instructions. Australian Wagyu M12, sirloin and ribeye cuts. French blue lobster, live. Italian Alba white truffles, the freshest batch.
And Kaluga caviar, aged 9 years or more. The taste isn't good if it's too young. Every time he uttered a name, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. She had only ever seen these things at the most prestigious banquets. And now, the man is listing them on his shopping list in the tone of someone buying cabbages.
What are they trying to do? Are you going to have a Manchu Han imperial feast?
Vegetables and fruits, all kinds, must be organic products picked that day. By the way, Lin Fan suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Qin Yu, who was still in a daze, and asked,
Do you eat spicy food?
This question was asked both very naturally and very suddenly. Qin Yu shook her head completely subconsciously.
Okay, I understand. Lin Fan continued into the phone, no spicy or pungent seasonings. As for the rest, you can arrange it as you see fit, but there's only one principle, it has to be the best and the freshest. In addition, deliver them all to Villa No. 1 in Tianlan Bay within 1 hour.
Yes, Chairman.
I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Zhou Zhenxiong's voice was resolute. Hang up the phone.
Lin Fan put his phone back in his pocket, the whole process flowing smoothly and seamlessly. After he finished doing all this, he looked at Qin Yu again and shrugged. All right, the ingredient problem is solved.
Qin Yu.
She felt like she wasn't talking to a person, but rather to a wishing machine. A wish-granting machine that keeps its word and is ridiculously efficient. She wanted to resist, to refuse, but found herself unable to find a way in. Because everything Lin Fan did was done under the guise of for your own good, and he arranged everything with an irresistible forcefulness.
What exactly do you want?
Qin Yu's voice carried a hint of helplessness that she herself was unaware of. I don't want anything, Lin Fan said innocently. I'm just fulfilling my duties as a personal assistant. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the kitchen, which looked high-tech but was actually empty.
If you want to do something well, you must first have the right tools.
He said it with an air of seriousness. The ingredients are top-notch, so the kitchenware can't be subpar either. A sense of foreboding rose in Qin Yu's heart.
Really?
Lin Fan then pulled out his old, highly regarded cell phone. This time, he didn't make a phone call, but instead quickly operated something on the screen. A few seconds later, he turned his phone screen toward Qin Yu. It was the official website of a top international kitchenware brand, showcasing a gleaming, industrially designed kitchen system. Below is a long list of prices that makes your head spin. 8 digits. This Starry Night series set is handcrafted in Germany and limited to 100 sets worldwide. I think it's pretty good, Lin Fan said in a tone as if discussing the weather. The design is simple, the functions are complete, and it matches the style here quite well.
What do you think? He was even asking for her opinion. Qin Yu was speechless.
She felt that her worldview had been repeatedly crushed and reshaped by this man tonight. Just an hour ago, she was the high and mighty, all-powerful president of the Qin Group. Now, she's like a puppet, being led by the nose by Lin Fan, and even her own kitchen is almost no longer hers.
Host. I take back what I said before.
You're not just the universe, you're practically the creator god. When other men pursue girls, they give them handbags and sports cars.
When you pursue a girl, it's like you're essentially moving her house.
This is a construction-style pursuit of a wife.
Starting with basic infrastructure, completely changing the other person's life. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Lin Fan ignored the system's praise. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't speak, he took it as her consent.
Okay, this set will do.
With a tap of his finger, he placed the order and paid in full. Then, he dialed Zhou Xinxiong's number again.
Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry to trouble you again.
Zhou Xinxiong, on the other end of the phone, sounded incredibly flattered and excited.
Please give your orders, Chairman. It is my honor to serve you.
I just ordered a complete kitchen system, Lin Fan said casually. I'll contact the brand and have them air freighted over as quickly as possible. In addition, contact the most professional construction team.
Lin Fan walked to the kitchen door and kicked the gleaming marble floor with his toe. Tell them I'll give you 3 hours. I want to see a brand new kitchen before dawn.
After he finished speaking, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone.
A moment later, Zhou Xinxiong's voice, filled with extreme shock and a slight tremor, finally rang out. Chairman, you mean, we should tear down the current kitchen?
Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, looking at the city lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and spoke slowly in an unquestionable tone.
Right.
Smash it all, don't leave a single screw.
Chapter 31. I didn't smash the kitchen, I smashed your frozen heart.
Smash it all, don't leave a single screw. This sentence was clearly transmitted throughout the entire penthouse via the phone's speakerphone. It was like an invisible hammer that slammed into Qin Yu's nerves.
It's been demolished?
She wanted to tear down the kitchen, which she had personally designed and which was perfect in every detail.
Lin Fan.
Qin Yu finally snapped out of her dazed state of being arranged for him. She stood up abruptly and called out his name in an almost shrill tone for the first time. She rushed in front of Lin Fan and tried to snatch the phone from his hand. Lin Fan simply raised his arm, rendering all her efforts futile.
You can't do this.
Qin Yu's chest heaved violently, an instinctive resistance and anger that came from the complete violation of her authority and personal space.
Why not?
Lin Fan lowered his arm and looked at her leisurely.
This is my home. This is the villa I bought, Lin Fan corrected her. But I live here.
Qin Yu argued firmly. You have no right to alter my living space without my consent. I didn't renovate your living space, Lin Fan replied, his calmness chilling.
I just upgraded my kitchen. Your kitchen?
Yes. Lin Fan nodded, quite matter-of-factly.
I'm going to cook for you here from now on. This kitchen doesn't meet my standards, so I'm replacing it. Is there anything wrong with the logic?
Qin Yu was completely speechless at his absurd logic.
Is there a problem? This is a huge problem.
But she found that she couldn't refute it at all.
Because this man's logic forms a closed loop.
A domineering closed loop centered on him, brooking no questioning from any outsider.
Ding.
Detected severe emotional fluctuations in the female lead. The logic defense system has completely collapsed.
Attention, host.
You have triggered the hidden achievement, Logical Loop Master. Effect: when you start talking nonsense, you'll have an aura of I don't understand it, but it sounds so reasonable, greatly weakening the other person's desire to argue. I would call this a brain-lowering attack. It directly drags the opponent down to your level, then you defeat them with your superior experience. Lin Fan ignored the clamor of the drama queen system in his mind. He simply looked at Qin Yu's stunningly beautiful face, flushed with anger, and felt that she was much more vibrant than her previous aloof demeanor.
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Xinxiong didn't dare to breathe.
He heard the entire conversation between the chairman and the future boss's wife.
What kind of god-level game is this? Demolish a kitchen worth millions just to cook for the future boss's wife? He truly didn't understand the world of the wealthy. But he knew that all he had to do now was execute the orders. Chairman Zhou Zhenxiang's voice trembled. I want to confirm with you one more time, is it really true, smash it all? That kitchen set is a limited edition Fendi. President Zhou, Lin Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? No. I wouldn't dare. Chairman, that's not what I meant. Zhou Zhenxiang was so frightened he almost threw his phone away. He immediately stood at attention and shouted to the air, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. Smash it all. I guarantee it will be smashed clean, leaving not a single piece. Lin Fan then gave a satisfied Remember, 3 hours. My people, materials, and equipment must all be in place. Before dawn, I want to see a brand new kitchen where I can cook. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Hang up the phone. The world fell silent. Xinyu stared blankly at Lin Fan. She felt as if she were not facing a person, but rather an incomprehensible force of nature. For example, a typhoon that comes out of nowhere. You can't reason with it, you can't stop it. The only thing you can do is watch it destroy everything you know. She sat back down on the sofa, exhausted, and gave up resisting. Because she knew that all resistance was futile. Whatever this man decides to do, will definitely happen. Lin Fan was very satisfied with her pragmatism. He sat down next to her, poured himself a glass of water, and poured one for her as well. Don't be angry. He handed her the water glass. You have to smash the old one to welcome the better one. That's true for people, and it's true for the kitchen too. Xinyu did not answer. She simply turned her head away, looking at the night view outside the window, expressing her final stubbornness through silence. Lin Fan didn't care. He drank his water, then took out his phone and started scrolling through short videos, turning the audio out loud. A series of mesmerizing laughs echoed through the luxurious yet quiet living room. This was completely out of sync with Qinyu's current state of mind. She found it absurd. Utterly absurd. A man who had just confessed his love to her with billions of dollars in assets immediately ordered the demolition of her kitchen. Now, he's sitting next to her, scrolling through funny videos as if nothing happened. All of this happened within a single hour. Just when Xinyu felt her mind was about to split apart. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xinyu's body trembled violently. They've arrived. Lin Fan turned off his phone, stood up, and calmly walked over to open the door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, wearing work clothes and a safety helmet. Behind him were 2 rows of workers in identical uniforms, standing ramrod straight. Each of them carried a toolbox or professional equipment. The team was neat and their expressions were solemn. They looked more like an army preparing to carry out a special mission than a construction team. Hello, Mr. Lin. The leading man took off his hard hat and bowed 90 degrees to Lin Fan. I am Wang Taizhu, the project manager of Shengong Construction. Mr. Zhou has already instructed that tonight's dismantling and assembly work will be fully handled by our 3rd gold medal construction team. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy. We guarantee you, within 3 hours, we'll give you a Michelin 3-star kitchen. Lin Fan nodded and stepped aside. Come in. Yes. Wang Taizhu waved his hand, and the workers behind him immediately filed in. Their movements were swift and professional, without a single unnecessary sound. Some people quickly laid thick protective carpets along the path from the doorway to the kitchen. Another group of people took out professional soundproof and dustproof films and began to physically isolate the entire kitchen area. The entire process was quiet, efficient, and breathtakingly professional. Xinyu sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the group of people who were methodically carrying out preparations for destruction in her home. She even saw someone carefully wrapping the valuable artworks in the living room with soft cloth. They are not here to cause trouble. They were carrying out a demolition operation with surgical precision. Lin Fan walked up to Xinyu. It's too dusty here, go stay in the bedroom. He reached out his hand. This time, Xinyu did not resist. Somewhat numbly, she placed her hand into his warm palm. Lin Fan pulled her along, passing through the busy but orderly workers, and headed towards the master bedroom. As Lin Fan passed by the kitchen, which was completely sealed off by a dustproof film, he stopped and turned to say something to project manager Wang Taizhu. Be quicker. But don't disturb her rest. Wang Taizhu stood at attention again.
Clear. Lin Fan pulled Qin Yu into the master bedroom, closed the door, and shut out all the noise from outside. He pressed a switch on the wall, and the faint sound of an air purifier running immediately filled the room. Okay, go to sleep. Lin Fan released her hand and turned to leave.
Where are you going? Qin Yu asked instinctively. Me?
Lin Fan pointed to himself.
I have to go and supervise. After all, this is where you're cooked, so there can't be any mistakes.
After he finished speaking, he opened the door and went out. The door was closed gently. In the room, only the faint sound of the air purifier and Qin Yu's own clearly audible heartbeat remained. She stood there for a long time before slowly raising the hand he had held. His domineering yet warm touch still seemed to linger in my palm.
Just then. Bang! A deafening, earth-shattering bang echoed dully through the heavy door.
The sound was like a battering ram shattering the hardest marble.
Qin Yu's body trembled violently with the loud noise.
It was demolished.
It's really been demolished. Chapter 32, Smash a multi-million-dollar kitchen just for a bowl of fried rice?
That loud crash was the mournful sound of a hard marble countertop being smashed to pieces by a hammer.
It heralded the end of an era and the arrival of another era of barbarity.
Qin Yu's body was stiff, her whole body sinking into the soft mattress, yet she couldn't feel any warmth. Her home, a private and completely under her control area that she built herself, is being invaded and transformed by a man in the most brutal way. And she was powerless to do anything about it. Then came an even more intense, teeth-grinding sound of cutting, drilling, and hammering. These sounds combined to form a chaotic symphony, each note mocking her past pride and composure.
Ding!
The icy female CEO's heart rate has exceeded 120, and she is on the verge of an emotional breakdown.
Host, well done.
I didn't just smash the kitchen, I smashed your frozen heart. With that one blow, her defenses have cracked. Lin Fan leaned against the wall outside the master bedroom door, ignoring the system's clamor in his mind. He could feel that the heavy soundproof door was vibrating slightly as the construction was going on outside. He could even picture Qin Yu looking like this, sitting on the edge of the bed with her arms crossed, her beautiful face filled with anger and humiliation. It must be a terrible feeling for someone who is used to being in control to suddenly lose all control.
However, destruction precedes construction.
Unless she is pulled out of that cold, self-righteously safe shell, she will never know that there is another way to live in the outside world. Lin Fan straightened up and knocked on the door.
Knock knock.
The noise in the room stopped abruptly. There was no response. I know you're not asleep, Lin Fan said slowly through the door. I told Manager Wang and the others to keep things quiet, but it's a demolition after all, so it's impossible to be completely silent.
He paused, then continued in that calm yet undeniably authoritative tone.
I've called 2 top-notch SPA therapists for you.
They're waiting downstairs right now.
They'll give you an aromatherapy massage to help you relax and get a good night's sleep. Inside the door, all was still deathly silent. Lin Fan didn't mind, he knew she was listening. If you don't like being touched, I can have them bring the equipment up and prepare a milk and flour pedal bath for you. Or, I can have the principal violinist from the Vienna Golden Hall fly over right now and play you a lullaby? Each time he proposed a solution, Qin Yu, sitting behind the door, felt an increasing sense of absurdity. What exactly does this man take her for? Is she a little girl who needs endless money and resources to be appeased? Finally, a cold and suppressed voice came from inside the door. I just want peace and quiet. Good. Lin Fan readily agreed. He turned and left, but returned a few minutes later. This time, he didn't knock, but simply placed an exquisite velvet box on the doormat. Then, he sent a text message. The quiet you want. After doing all this, he sat leisurely on the sofa in the living room, watching the group of workers who were creating a miracle put on a show called Extreme Transformation. In the bedroom, Qin Yu looked at the text message on her phone, then glanced at the doorway. The noise outside continued, as if it would tear the entire ceiling off. Quiet. She gave a cold laugh, but didn't delete the text message. As if possessed, she walked over and opened the door. On the doormat, a dark blue velvet box lay quietly. She picked it up and opened it. Inside are a pair of minimalist yet futuristic earbuds with a warm ceramic surface. There was also a card in the box with a line of small handwritten German text on it. Custom made for you, absolutely tranquil.
Xinyu recognized the brand, a top-tier German acoustics laboratory that provides bespoke services only to the world's most exclusive clients. These tiny earbuds were worth enough to buy a decent car. She took out her earplugs and hesitated for a moment. Boom! Another loud bang rang out, which made her make up her mind. She put the earplugs in her ears. The world fell silent instantly. It wasn't the dullness that made you feel like you were covering your ears, but a pure, absolute stillness, as if you were in a vacuum. All the noise outside was shut out. She could only hear her own breathing, which had calmed down, and her heart pounding like a drum. This feeling is wonderful. Just a wall away, there was a chaotic construction site. But the world she lived in was unbelievably quiet. And this tranquility was given to me by that man. He barged into her world in the most boisterous way, and then returned peace to her in the most extreme way. Xinyu sat on the edge of the bed, stroking the pair of cold earplugs, and for the first time, she was truly lost. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Xinyu opened the door again, she was awakened by Lin Fan's knocking. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. The living room was brightly lit. That construction team, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, has vanished without a trace. There wasn't a speck of dust in the air. Instead, there was a faint lemon scent. The floor was spotless, and all the furniture and artwork were back in their places, as if nothing had happened. Except that kitchen. Come see your new toy. Lin Fan waved to her. Xinyu walked over. She was stunned when she stood in the doorway of the brand new kitchen. The kitchen that was originally decorated with warm colors and wood, and full of life, has completely disappeared. Instead, it is a space that gleams with a cold metallic sheen, full of industrial aesthetics and a futuristic feel. The integrated stainless steel workbench is seamlessly joined and has a mirror-like finish. The wall is lined with top-of-the-line German-made kitchen appliances: Gaggenau oven, steam oven, coffee machine, Sub-Zero extra large capacity refrigerator, Miele dishwasher, forming an expensive appliance wall. On the island counter, in addition to an induction cooker, there is even a professional teppanyaki area and a sous vide cooking device. Overhead, there is a commercial-grade powerful range hood and a professional lighting system, ensuring that there is no shadow in any corner. This place can no longer be called a kitchen. This is a professional Michelin-starred restaurant kitchen that can be open to the public at any time. How was it? Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, enjoying her shocked expression, quite pleased with himself. I'll have enough to make you a Manchu Han imperial feast from now on. Just then, Zhou Xinxiang personally brought up the freshest ingredients in an insulated cold chain box, accompanied by 2 assistants. Chairman, everything you requested has arrived. Australian M12 Wagyu beef, live French blue lobster, earthy Alba white truffles, and crystal clear Kaluga caviar. Each and every one of them is a top-tier delicacy that every chef dreams of. Xinyu watched all of this, completely numb. She felt that the worldview she had built up over the past 20 years had been completely shattered by this man tonight, and then reassembled in a way she could not understand at all. Lin Fan took off his coat and tossed it onto the sofa. Then, he took out a pure black apron from a brand new drawer and tied it around his waist. His inexpensive shirt, paired with his expensive professional apron, and the futuristic kitchen behind him, created an eerie yet harmonious scene. It's getting late, let me give you something simple to tide you over. Lin Fan opened the refrigerator and glanced at it. He didn't touch the expensive Wagyu beef and lobster. Instead, they took out a few ordinary eggs, a bowl of leftover rice, and a handful of bright green scallions. Xinyu was puzzled. Instead of using a house full of delicacies, they chose the most ordinary fried rice? Warning! Warning! The host is about to activate the passive skill. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. The simpler the ingredients, the more a chef's skill shines. This bowl of fried rice might just be the final straw that breaks the Ice Queen's back. Lin Fan ignored the system. He turned on the stove, heated the pan, and poured in the oil. The series of movements flowed smoothly and were full of a pleasing rhythm. He cracked the egg with one hand, and the egg liquid quickly solidified in the oil. He then swiftly stirred it with a spatula, turning it into golden yellow egg pieces. Then, the rice was put into the pot. Xinyu's eyes widened slightly. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan effortlessly tossed the heavy German-made wok around as if it were weightless. The rice and egg crumbs in the pot traced a perfect parabola in the air before falling steadily back into the pot. Not a single grain of rice was spilled. Next comes a dazzling display of rapid stir-frying. The spatula struck the side of the pot, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound.
The rice jumped and tumbled in the pot, each grain evenly coated with golden egg liquid, becoming distinct and shimmering with an enticing luster. Finally, he sprinkled in salt and chopped green onions.
Sizzle.
An indescribable wok aroma, a blend of the smoky fragrance of burnt rice, the fresh aroma of eggs, and the delicate aroma of scallions, suddenly burst forth and instantly filled the entire space.
Qin Yu's throat moved involuntarily.
Lin Fan turned off the heat, tossed the food in the pan, and plated it. A bowl of golden fried rice, each grain distinct and perfectly separated, a true work of art, was presented before her. There were no extra side dishes, and no fancy decorations. It's just the purest thing, a bowl of rice. Lin Fan gently placed the plate and a delicate spoon on the dining table in front of Qin Yu. He took off his apron and looked at her.
Try it. Chapter 34 Detail Offensive, Melting the Iceberg in Family Intervention. Does this man have mind-reading abilities?
Qin Yu's brain, that supercomputer known for its precision and composure, which had processed hundreds of billions of commercial contracts, completely crashed at this moment.
I have a bad stomach.
These 3 words are her most heavily guarded fortress, her only weakness beneath her cold armor. To maintain her perfect image as the empress of the Qin group, she never showed the slightest sign of illness in front of outsiders. Even when she was in excruciating pain and sweating profusely, she could still sign contracts worth hundreds of millions without batting an eye. Even her closest assistant was unaware of this matter.
How could he know? Did he plant a spy among himself? Or did he investigate his personal physician?
Countless thoughts flashed wildly through her mind, each one sending chills down her spine. Looking at her face, which was filled with shock and wariness, Lin Fan did not explain, but instead took another half-step closer. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to a dangerous level. Qin Yu could even smell the faint scent emanating from him, a mixture of the aroma of rice and the smell of cooking.
What? Did I hit the nail on the head? So you want to kill me to silence me?
Lin Fan said, with a hint of mockery.
Host. High-level warning.
The target's firewall has crashed, and the core code is garbled. Her current danger assessment of you exceeds that of Wall Street financial giants. According to our system's analysis, there's a 99.9% probability that she's thinking about how to make you physically disappear. Lin Fan completely ignored the system's noise. He simply looked at Qin Yu calmly.
Who sent you?
Qin Yu finally found her voice. Although it was still cold, the slight tremor revealed her inner turmoil.
This was the only reasonable explanation she could think of.
The business world is like a battlefield, and her enemies could stretch from Donghai City to the other side of the ocean. Sending a man to approach her in such an unbelievable way, gain her trust, and then undermine her from within, that's something those old foxes are capable of doing.
Send?
Lin Fan smiled, a smile that carried an air of knowing all too well.
Do you think anyone in this world can command me?
He spoke of it casually. But that innate, domineering aura that surpassed everything made Qin Yu's heart clench.
Yes.
He's the kind of person who can casually buy up Tianqing Group, use the Tianlan Bay luxury apartment as a temporary residence, and buy up a Porsche 4S store like it's a vegetable market.
Who can get him to do it? Who would dare send him? Then you. Qin Yu's logic was completely confused. If he's not an enemy, then what exactly does he want to do?
Lin Fan stopped keeping him in suspense. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed to his eyes.
Use this to view.
Then he pointed to his heart.
Use this to write it down. Qin Yu didn't understand what he meant at all. When you first came to my company, you stood there for 3 minutes.
During that time, your left hand unconsciously pressed on your lower abdomen twice. Although the movement was very subtle, you did it.
Qin Yu's body froze.
It was our first time eating at a hotel. There were 12 dishes on the table, 3 of which were spicy and 2 were raw or cold.
You didn't touch any of them even once.
You only drank the warm water on the table and didn't even touch the room temperature juice.
Qin Yu's breathing began to quicken.
Also, I went into the break room in your office.
There was a very faint medicinal smell in the air.
At the bottom of the trash can, I saw a box of stomach medicine. It was the latest model made in Germany, specifically for chronic gastritis. Lin Fan's every word was like a precise bullet, constantly shattering Qin Yu's last psychological defenses. These are details that she herself had never noticed.
He actually wrote it all down? What terrifying observation and memory skills that must be required. This is no longer a simple investigation. This is a kind of all-pervasive infiltration. He was like an invisible net, capturing all her habits and every little detail without her even realizing it. You. Xinyu opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say a word. Shock, horror, and a hint of panic that she herself couldn't quite discern. In front of this man, she felt completely transparent, with no secrets whatsoever. Ding! Fatal blow. Host, your meticulous three-pronged attack has completely shattered the target's psychological defenses. Iceberg melting progress, 90%, 95%, 99%. Warning! Warning! The target's emotions are fluctuating excessively, posing a risk of liquefaction. This system recommends that the host immediately cease output and take physical measures to calm the target. Lin Fan ignored the system. Looking at the woman who was completely lost in thought, he felt a pang of pity for the first time. She always presented herself as an invincible queen. But no one knew that the queen could also get sick and feel pain. He dropped his aggressive stance and softened his tone. So, as I said, from now on, I'll take care of all three of your meals. Now, go take a shower and go to bed. His words were no longer commands, but rather an arrangement that could not be refused. Xinyu did not move. She just stared at him blankly, and for the first time, confusion appeared in those eyes that were always covered with frost. She didn't understand. Why did he go to such lengths to achieve this? He's after her money? He has so much money he could crush her. She coveted her power? The power of Tiansheng Group was enough to make them do whatever they wanted in Donghai City. Was he after her beauty? With his status, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Why her of all people? Lin Fan noticed her confusion. He offered no explanation. Some things lose their meaning once they're said. He simply reached out, past her, and pointed to the door leading to the master bedroom. Go. One word. Simple and straightforward. Xinyu's body moved as if by some strange force. She turned around, started walking, and headed towards the bedroom. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, as if she were walking on clouds. My mind was still blank, but my heart, which had become cold and constricted due to stomach problems and years of high pressure, uncontrollably felt a strange warmth. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching Xinyu walk into the bedroom and close the door. Winning over an aloof female CEO is more exhausting than fighting 300 thugs. Host. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the hidden mission, melting the iceberg. The reward God-level massage technique has been issued. Next time she has a stomachache, you can, hee. Lin Fan. This system is getting more and more unorthodox. He picked up the plate that Xinyu had eaten clean from the table, walked to the sink, and began to wash it. In the futuristic kitchen, the sound of rushing water brings a strange sense of reality called life. Just then, his old cell phone, with its cracked screen, rang again at an inopportune moment. Lin Fan wiped his hands and picked up his phone. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar Beijing number. He pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came the voice of a dignified and composed middle-aged man, tinged with a hint of displeasure and questioning. You're Lin Fan? Lin Fan hadn't spoken yet. The voice continued, I am Qin Jinghua. I don't care what methods you used, get away from my daughter immediately. Qin Jinghua. Xinyu's father is the current head of the Qin family in Beijing. Lin Fan stopped moving. He spoke calmly into the phone. Uncle Qin, aren't you being a bit too nosy? Chapter 35, a phone call that shocked the capital, a domineering declaration, she is my woman. On the other end of the phone, there was a long, suffocating silence. Qin Jinghua, a figure who could make the business world tremble with a stomp of his foot in the capital, had clearly never been contradicted in such a tone before. After a full 10 seconds, his voice, which had been steeped in power for decades, rang out again. This time, it lacked its previous majesty and was filled only with suppressed anger. Young man, do you know who you're talking to? I know. Lin Fan took the phone away from his ear, casually pressed the speakerphone button, and then tossed it onto the kitchen counter. He slowly rinsed the foam off his hands with water while speaking into the direction of his phone. Qin Jinfa, male, 58 years old, chairman of the Qin Group in Beijing, Xinyu's father. Am I right, Uncle Qin? The breathing on the other end of the phone suddenly became heavier. Lin Fan's intelligence was so accurate that it alarmed him. Since you know that, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think that just because you've made some money and acquired Tiansheng, you can act like you own the place in Beijing? Let me tell you, the Qin family is a much deeper pool than you imagine.
Qin Jingguo's threat carried a stale, condescending tone. Lin Fan dried his hands and picked up his phone.
Oh? How deep is it? Is it deeper than the Mariana Trench? Ding.
Host detected using infuriatingly offensive language. The other party's blood pressure is rapidly rising.
Friendly reminder, elderly people should avoid excessive emotional agitation.
The system's voice rang out in a cheeky tone.
Presumptuous. Qin Jingguo was completely enraged.
A furious shout came from the receiver, accompanied by static, which sounded particularly jarring.
Lin Fan. I'm giving you one last chance.
Immediately, right now, disappear from my daughter's world. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to show you what true power is. I can not only make you lose Tiansheng, but I can also make sure you have nowhere to stand in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
That's such a cliché line.
He said exactly the same things as the villains in TV dramas who get slapped in the face by the protagonist. Lin Fan was not frightened at all. On the contrary, he found it somewhat amusing.
He stopped wasting words with Qin Jingguo and went straight to asking a question.
Uncle Qin, I heard that the Qin Group is currently competing for a cooperation project on a new energy port in Europe, is that right? On the other end of the phone, Qin Jingguo's breath hitched again.
This matter is a top secret of the Qin family. How could he know?
Lin Fan didn't wait for his reply and continued talking to himself. Your main competitor is the Rothschild family branch in Europe. You've already poured billions into this project and smoothed things over with a lot of connections. But you seem unaware that the final decision maker for that project, Duke Andre, just skied with me in Switzerland last week. Lin Fan's tone was very calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
He personally promised me that the project would be mine if I asked.
What do you think would happen if I called him right now and told him I really dislike the Qin family in Beijing?
There was complete silence on the other end of the phone.
All that remained were heavy, rapid breathing.
Fear.
A deep-seated fear was being transmitted via telephone line from the center of power in the capital to the kitchen of this villa.
Qin Jingguo finally realized that he was not dealing with a nouveau riche who had just gotten lucky.
Rather, it was a terrifying existence that he could not comprehend at all, nor could he possibly contend with.
Who are you?
His voice trembled for the first time. Lin Fan smiled, preparing to end this boring conversation with the classic line, I'm someone you can't afford to mess with.
Just then, with a creak,
the door to the master bedroom was gently pushed open. Qin stood gracefully at the door, wearing a silk nightgown. She wasn't wearing makeup, and her stunningly beautiful face was pale with a sickly pallor. Her eyes, which were always covered with frost, were now filled with shock, anger, and a kind of panic that Lin Fan had never seen before. She had clearly heard everything. Lin Fan stopped moving. He glanced at Qin Yu at the door, and then did something that neither Qin Jingguo on the other end of the phone nor Qin Yu in front of him expected. He spoke into his phone in a nonchalant tone.
Who I am is not important. What is important is that from today onwards, your daughter is under my care.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal sounded. The entire space fell into a deathly silence.
Qin Yu stared blankly at Lin Fan, her body trembling slightly with anger.
Lin Fan, are you crazy?
She finally spoke, her clear voice carrying a hint of hoarseness that she herself didn't realize.
That's my father. How could you talk to him like that? She couldn't understand it. How dare this man?
That's Qin Jingguo, the head of the Qin family in Beijing. A single word from him is enough to wipe out countless businesses. Lin Fan, however, didn't care at all.
He walked towards Qin Yu step by step.
His steps were not fast, but they carried a powerful sense of pressure. Each step seemed to pound on Qin Yu's heartbeat.
Why not?
He stopped in front of Qin Yu and looked down at her.
He's ordering me to leave you. So you can threaten him with the entire Qin family business?
Qin Yu's voice rose several decibels.
Do you know what that means for the Qin family?
You're ruining the Qin family. In her view, the family she had fought for so many years was being pushed into the abyss by this man in the most arrogant way.
Destroyed?
Lin Fan smiled. That smile carried an extreme domineering quality that Qin Yu was unfamiliar with.
You've got one thing wrong.
He suddenly reached out and gently pinched Qin Yu's chin, forcing her to raise her head and look directly into his eyes.
This action was full of aggression. Qin Yu's body stiffened instantly. She tried to break free, but found that his fingers were like iron clamps, and she couldn't budge them at all. I am not destroying the Qin family. Lin Fan stared into her eyes, which were filled with panic, and spoke each word clearly. I'm telling you, and I'm also telling him. From now on, you, Qin Yu, are no longer a tool for the Qin family's marriage alliances, nor are you a bargaining chip in business. You are my woman. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to ask me for permission first. Not even your father. Boom. Qin Yu's mind went completely blank. She considered countless possibilities. I thought he would apologize, explain, and say that he acted impulsively. But I never expected him to say something like that. He wasn't provoking anyone. He is declaring sovereignty. In the most barbaric, unreasonable, yet chilling way. You. Qin Yu's lips moved, but she could no longer utter a single word in rebuttal. The business principles and family interests she had always believed in were shattered at this moment by the purest force of this man. Do you think that yielding and submission would be useful to a ruthless leader like your father? Lin Fan released her chin, but his powerful aura still enveloped her. No. That will only make him think you are weak and easy to control. He can order me to leave you today, and tomorrow he can force you to marry some old man who can bring benefits to the Qin family. The freedom you want is not something you get by compromising. It was won with fists. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer, striking Qin Yu's heart hard. She always believed that she was strong and independent enough to earn her place in the family's turmoil through her own abilities. But she only discovered it today. Faced with true, absolute power, all her efforts seemed so pale. And this man is doing his own thing to support her. A sky where she no longer needed to consider anyone's opinion. An unprecedented and unfamiliar emotion welled up from the deepest part of my heart. Is it a feeling of being wronged? Is it being moved? Or a sense of security from being firmly protected? She couldn't tell the difference. All she knew was that her heart, which had been frozen for over 20 years, had cracked open at that moment. Lin Fan's heart softened when he saw her distraught appearance. Were you too harsh in what you just said? Host, don't back down. According to the system's analysis, this is exactly what the iceberg is looking for. This is called CEO-style PUA, oh no, CEO-style care. Look, the melting progress is already 99.9%. Lin Fan ignored the system's teasing. He looked at Qin Yu's pale face and at her thin shoulders beneath her nightgown. He suddenly reached out and picked her up in his arms. Ah! Qin Yu gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The sudden suspension of her body made her mind even more confused. Lin Fan! What are you doing? Put me down. Shut up. Lin Fan picked her up and turned to walk towards the bedroom. His movements were steady, and his arms were strong and powerful, giving her a sense of security she had never felt before. You have a bad stomach and need to rest. Now, right now, go back to sleep. He commanded her in the same tone her father used to command him. Qin Yu was completely stunned in his arms. This man. He had just used the toughest methods to confront her father, and in the blink of an eye, he was using the most domineering way to show concern for her health. This extreme contrast left her completely unable to adapt. Lin Fan gently placed her on the soft bed, then pulled the blanket over her. After he finished doing all this, he prepared to turn around and leave. Just then, a slightly cool little hand suddenly reached out from under the covers and gently grabbed the hem of his clothes. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Chapter 37: Ex-girlfriend threatens suicide. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head and looked at the slightly cool little hand on the hem of his clothes. Very white, very slender, and because of the pressure applied, a thin layer of powder appeared on the knuckles. Qin Yu, the Ice Queen recognized by the business community of Donghai City, the woman who was just trembling with anger because of her father's phone call, was now clinging to him like a little girl afraid of being abandoned. Ding! High energy warning. The iceberg is melting at 100%. Host, she's gone for it. She's gone for it. That was a killer move. A textbook example of how to keep someone in check. Host, don't just stand there, push back. Lin Fan ignored the system's wailing in his mind. He turned around and looked at Qin Yu, whose head was the only part of her body sticking out from under the covers. Her face was still pale, but her eyes, which were always covered with frost, now looked like a night sky washed by rain, revealing a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. Is there anything else?
Lin Fan spoke, without a trace of gentleness, still in that matter-of-fact tone. Xin Yu's lips moved slightly. She herself didn't seem to have figured out why she was pulling him back. The hand gripping his clothes tightened its hold unconsciously. She only managed to utter one word before she could say nothing more.
Asking her to beg someone to stay?
That's harder than killing her. But she couldn't bring herself to let go. The only sound in the room was the intermittent breathing of the two people. Xin Yu's panic and Lin Fan's calmness created an eerie tension.
Let go, Lin Fan said again.
Xin Yu's body trembled almost imperceptibly, and the hand gripping his clothes tightened even more instead of loosening. It was an almost instinctive resistance. Looking at her stubborn expression, Lin Fan suddenly found it somewhat amusing.
What an eccentric woman. He didn't insist any further.
Instead, he used an irresistible force to peel her small hand off the hem of his clothes.
Xin Yu's heart sank suddenly. He still wants to leave. However, the next second,
Lin Fan did not turn away, but instead took her hand and tucked it back into the warm blankets. His palms were dry and warm, enveloping her icy fingers and sending a subtle electric current through her.
Xin Yu froze completely. Your hands are so cold, why are you sticking them out?
Lin Fan released her hand, looking down at her.
Want to have your leg amputated? What's this? Do you care? With such a terrible attitude?
Xin Yu's brain completely shut down, and she was utterly unable to process the complex situation before her. Lin Fan didn't give her time to think. He glanced around the luxurious yet deserted bedroom, then walked straight to the window, pulled over an expensive-looking single sofa, and dragged it to the bedside. A soft bang sounded. He sat down casually, crossed his legs, and looked ready to set up camp there.
What are you doing? Xin Yu finally found her voice. Can't you tell?
Lin Fan glanced at her.
I'm keeping an eye on you while you sleep. I don't need it. This is an order, Lin Fan interrupted her.
Until you recover, your personal freedom is under my control.
Overbearing. Unreasonable.
Yet, Xin Yu felt not the slightest bit of aversion. Instead, the anxiety that had been hanging over her because of her father's phone call slowly settled back down at that moment.
An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her.
She pulled the blanket over her head, leaving only her bright eyes peeking out as she secretly observed the man on the sofa. Lin Fan ignored her and took out his phone, starting to play with it by himself. Under the soft light, his profile was clearly defined, and his focused expression was strangely attractive. An eerie stillness settled over the bedroom.
Host, you're really something.
This tsundere style of protection, ostensibly surveillance, but actually companionship, is simply amazing.
This system announces that you are tonight's MVP.
The Ice Queen's defenses have been completely breached.
Lin Fan ignored it. Break down their defenses? He simply felt that if he left this sickly woman alone here, what if she developed a fever and became mentally impaired in the middle of the night?
Then his shield wouldn't be effective anymore.
Yes, that's it. It's purely out of self-interest. Time passed by second.
As Xin Yu felt a strange sense of security, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The fatigue and stress that had accumulated over the past few days surged up like a tide.
Just as she was about to drift off to sleep. Buzzing. Lin Fan's phone suddenly vibrated.
It wasn't his old phone, but the encrypted phone that the system rewarded him with, specifically designed for handling core tasks. Lin Fan swiped the screen and glanced at the caller ID.
Shu Ting.
His movements paused for a moment.
Calling so late must mean something urgent has happened at the company.
He didn't answer immediately, but first glanced at Xin Yu on the bed. She seemed to be asleep, her breathing steady. Lin Fan then stood up, walked to the balcony, gently closed the glass door, and then pressed the answer button.
Explain.
His voice instantly regained the coldness and authority befitting a chairman. On the other end of the phone came Shu Ting's clear and capable voice, which suppressed excitement and nervousness. Chairman, the list has been cleaned up.
Not bad efficiency.
Lin Fan wasn't surprised.
Shu Ting was a smart woman.
She knew that this was her best chance to prove herself, and she would definitely do her best. The first batch of 37 people have all been dismissed in accordance with the procedures, and the relevant evidence has been sealed and can be transferred to the judicial authorities at any time. Shu Ting paused for a moment, then continued her report. In addition, Mr. Wang, he is very cooperative.
Oh?
A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips.
How exactly will we cooperate?
He personally broke the leg of his brother-in-law, manager Wang from the purchasing department, and then took him to the police station. Xu Ting's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. That old dog Wang Hai is really ruthless when it comes to protecting himself.
They can do this to their own people.
Very good. Lin Fan was satisfied.
This is just an appetizer. Proceed as planned. I want to see the second batch of processing reports before dawn. Understood, Chairman.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan did not go back immediately. He stood on the balcony, overlooking the night view of Tianlan Bay. Thousands of lights shone brightly, like a galaxy of stars. And he now stands at the top of this galaxy. This feeling is really good. Just then, the phone screen lit up again.
This time, it was a text message. An unfamiliar number.
Lin Fan clicked on it. Lin Fan, this is Su Qingqing.
I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? Is our 3-year relationship really just going to end like this?
I'll be waiting for you at our favorite bar, Nightfall at.
Su Qingqing?
Lin Fan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. This woman is truly a persistent ghost. Without thinking, he prepared to delete the text message. However, just as his finger was about to press down, the second text message followed immediately. It's still the same number. If you don't come, I'll jump from here. A photo was also attached to the text message.
The background of the photo is the rooftop of the night bar.
Su Qingqing, dressed in a sexy halter neck mini dress, sat on a railing more than a meter high, her long legs dangling in the air. The night wind blew through her long hair, making her look precarious. Her face was still streaked with tears, making her look pitiful.
Threatening to commit suicide?
What a cliché. Lin Fan even wanted to laugh.
Will he go?
Of course not. He couldn't wait for this woman to disappear from his world. He was about to turn off the screen and ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a detail in the background of the photo. Not far behind Su Qingqing, a blurry male figure was leaning against the door of the rooftop, seemingly smoking. Although the face was obscured, the figure. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Chapter 38 Lin Fan, Officer, someone is wasting public resources here. Puff.
The smoke rings Lin Fan exhaled hadn't even had time to dissipate before they were blown away without a trace by the night wind on the rooftop. His casual friendly reminder was like a boulder that crashed into the hearts of Su Qingqing and Su Lei, stirring up a storm.
Wardrobe malfunction? At a time like this is what he's concerned about?
Su Qingqing sat on the cold railing, her body stiff as a statue. She had imagined 100 different reactions from Lin Fan: panic, anger, pleading, or repentance. She never expected him to react this way. A detached, spectator-like reaction, even with a hint of commentary. This felt colder and more humiliating to her than any vicious curse.
Lin Fan.
Su Qingqing's scream tore through the night sky, carrying a sense of exasperation after being completely exposed.
Are you even human?
I'm about to die, and you're still making sarcastic remarks.
Oh.
Lin Fan flicked off his cigarette ash, shifted to a more comfortable position on the beach chair, and said, "Are you going to die?
Then go ahead and jump."
His tone was so flat and emotionless, as if he were asking, "Have you eaten?"
You.
Su Qingqing was so choked by his words that she almost fainted.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Lin Fan finally raised his head and looked at her directly. In the darkness, the scarlet glow of his cigarette resembled the eye of a wild beast, full of aggression and insight.
Su Qingqing, stop acting.
You're not tired, but I'm tired just watching you.
Do you think I don't know what you two siblings are up to?
Lin Fan pointed at Su Lei, who was still holding his phone and looked completely bewildered.
Find the right angle, set the right lighting, take a few poignant photos, add a few sad words, and post them on WeChat moments so that everyone can see how crazy you, Su Qingqing, are for love, and how cold and ruthless I, Lin Fan, am. At that time, I will be the scumbag that everyone condemns, and you will be the victim who deserves sympathy.
Maybe I can even use this hype to hook up with a richer guy than me, right? Lin Fan's every word was like a scalpel, precisely dissecting Su Qingqing's darkest and most despicable schemes. Those sordid thoughts that she herself dared not even contemplate were laid bare before her in public, bloody and raw.
Su Qingqing's face instantly drained of all color.
I didn't. You're lying, she retorted hysterically, but her trembling voice betrayed her inner panic.
Sis, stop wasting your breath on him.
Su Lei finally realized what was happening. He mustered his courage, took 2 steps forward, and pointed at Lin Fan's nose. Lin Fan, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. If you don't give my sister an explanation today, I'll fight you to the death. He struck a pose that he thought was very fierce. Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at him. Will I fight you to the death? What should we use to play? Your unpaid credit card, or your game account that I just banned? Puff. Su Lei felt a tightness in his chest, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. This guy's mouth is more venomous than a knife. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your verbal skills have reached max. You have successfully dealt a double blow to the Joker siblings. Satisfaction plus 500. Lin Fan stubbed out his cigarette and slowly stood up. Su Qingqing and Su Lei's hearts were both in their throats. Is he coming over? Is he finally going to back down? Su Qingqing's face even already displayed the expression of a victor. However, Lin Fan simply walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down at the city below, which had fallen into a deathly silence due to the power outage. Do you know? He asked a question out of the blue. 3 years ago, when I first came here with you, I stood here, looking at the lights of thousands of homes below, and vowed that one day I would give you a home in this city. Su Qingqing was taken aback. Of course she remembers. Back then, Lin Fan's eyes shone with light, like a fool who had nothing but possessed the whole world. A long-lost feeling, almost forgotten by her, quietly resurfaced in her heart. Could it be that he still has feelings for her? I think I did it. Lin Fan turned around, looked at her, and had a strange smile on his face. I now have many homes in this city. Tianlan Bay No. 1 Villa is my home. The mountaintop manor with its panoramic views is my home. I even bought the property rights to this building I'm standing in, along with the entire street, just yesterday. So, this place can also be considered my home. He shrugged. Look, I have so many. But which one should I give to you? Su Qingqing was completely stunned. He wasn't reminiscing about the past. He's showing off. In the cruelest and most nonchalant way, he flaunted to her what she would never have missed. So, Su Qingqing. Lin Fan walked towards her step by step. Now you should understand the gap between us. You're still living in that self-righteous love game from 3 years ago, while I've already moved to a new map and started playing a new game. To me, you're not even an NPC in the starting village. You're just obsolete data that's been phased out by the version. After saying that, he walked up to Su Qingqing. He didn't pull her away, nor did he say another word. He simply took out his phone and dialed a number in front of her. Su Qingqing's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. She knew it was all over. This man truly doesn't love her anymore. No, perhaps he never loved her the way she imagined. Overwhelmed by immense sorrow and regret, she was swallowed up like a tidal wave. She forgot to cry out and forgot to perform. She just stared blankly at Lin Fan. The call was connected. Hello, is this 110? Lin Fan's calm voice sounded exceptionally clear on the quiet rooftop. I want to call the police. The address is the rooftop terrace of the Nightfall Bar on XX Road. Someone here is causing trouble and intends to create social panic and waste public resources by jumping off a building. Yes, there are 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman's name is Su Qingqing, and the man's name is Su Lei. I don't have their ID numbers, but you should be able to find them in your system. Boom! Su Qingqing and Su Lei's minds exploded simultaneously. Call the police? He actually called the police? Lin Fan. You're insane. Su Qingqing finally snapped out of her shock and scrambled down the railing. In her panic, she twisted her high heels and fell to the ground in a disheveled state. Hang up now. Hang up the phone now. She scrambled forward, trying to snatch Lin Fan's phone. Going to the police station? If she has a criminal record, her life will be completely ruined. Su Lei was also terrified. He pointed at Lin Fan, trembling, unable to utter a single word. Lin Fan simply shifted his body slightly to the side, thus avoiding Su Qingqing. He continued speaking into the phone in that calm tone. Yes, please hurry. The person in question is very emotionally unstable, and I'm worried she might do something to harm herself. Okay, thanks. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan put his phone back in his pocket and looked down at Su Qingqing, who was lying at his feet, tears streaming down her face.
Look, I've invited an audience for you. The police and firefighters will be here soon, along with reporters.
The scene will definitely be much bigger than you expect.
Now, are you satisfied?
Su Qingqing collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling like a leaf. She looked up, and her face, once adorned with exquisite makeup, was now filled with nothing but endless fear and despair. She looked at the man in front of her and felt that he was a complete stranger. This is no longer the Lin Fan who was always obedient to her.
This is a devil.
A devil who smiles as he pushes people into an abyss of no return. Lin Fan didn't bother to look at her again and turned to leave.
Lin Fan. Don't go. I beg you. Explain to the police. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Su Qingqing cried out in anguish from behind.
Lin Fan's steps did not falter in the slightest. Just as he reached the entrance to the rooftop.
Wah wah.
The piercing sound of sirens grew louder as they approached, echoing throughout the night sky. Immediately afterwards, the previously dark street below was illuminated by flashing red and blue lights.
Chapter 39 Evidence on the Cell Phone.
The sirens grew louder as they approached, eventually culminating in a piercing roar that exploded on the rooftop. The flickering red and blue light made Su Qingqing and Su Lei's pale faces look like ghosts. Downstairs, several police cars and a fire ladder truck were already in place, blocking the entrance to the Nightfall bar.
It's over.
Sis, she really called the police. Su Lei's voice trembled so badly that his phone fell to the ground with a thud. Su Qingqing collapsed to the ground, her body limp, and she didn't even have the strength to get up.
She never imagined that Lin Fan would actually do that. Show no mercy whatsoever. Not giving any leeway.
Heavy footsteps came from the doorway, and two uniformed police officers, along with several firefighters, rushed up to the rooftop with serious expressions.
Police. What's going on?
The lead officer looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, who was the calmest person in the room. Su Qingqing felt as if she had grasped at the last straw. She suddenly scrambled to her feet, tumbling and crawling to a policeman's feet, where she clung tightly to his leg.
Officer. Help. It's him. It's him.
She stretched out a trembling finger and pointed it directly at Lin Fan.
He forced me.
He tricked me into coming here, saying that if I didn't get back together with him, he would push me off this cliff.
He's a devil.
Her cries were incredibly shrill, her face streaked with tears and snot, perfectly portraying the image of a pitiful woman driven to desperation. The two policemen tensed instantly, their hands instinctively resting on their equipment at their waists, their gazes towards Lin Fan filled with vigilance.
Su Lei also realized what was happening and immediately chimed in, yes. Officer, it's him.
He's driving my sister crazy.
Arrest him right now. Ding. Epic staged accident detected.
Ex-girlfriend's acting skills explode as she tries to turn the tables.
Host, how would you rate this move?
This system gives it 9 points. I'm deducting 1 point to prevent her from getting arrogant. Lin Fan ignored the voice in his mind.
He even found it somewhat amusing. They're still putting on an act even at this point.
He didn't rush to explain, but instead turned his gaze to the phone that had fallen at Su Lei's feet.
Officer.
His voice was steady and stood out clearly amidst the chaotic cries. Before drawing any conclusions, I suggest you take a look at his phone. Lin Fan gestured with his chin towards the absent-minded Su Lei. He diligently documented every dangerous moment of his sister.
He is an excellent photographer.
The lead policeman paused for a moment, then gave his partner a wink. Another police officer immediately stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the phone from the ground. Su Lei tried to snatch it, but was stopped by a stern gesture from the police.
The phone is not locked.
The police officer swiped the swipe a few times casually, and his expression turned strange.
The album is full of artistic photos of Su Qingqing sitting on the railing.
There are wide shots, close-ups, and even a few short videos. In the video, Su Lei's voice can be clearly heard. Sis, stick your leg out a little more. Yes, that makes it look more dangerous. Make your expression more desperate. Think about how that bastard Lin Fan treated you.
The evidence is conclusive. They even provide guidance on dialogue delivery.
When the lead policeman looked up at Su Qingqing again, his sympathy had vanished, replaced by undisguised disgust. Provoking trouble, making false police reports, and wasting public resources.
Very good.
The police officer coldly uttered a few words. Su Qingqing's crying stopped abruptly. She knew it was all over. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps and the clicking of camera flashes came from the rooftop entrance.
Make way! Make way! We are reporters from Donghai TV. Who is threatening to jump off the building? What's the situation on the ground?
A large group of reporters carrying cameras and microphones somehow got wind of the situation and broke through the blockade downstairs, rushing up the stairs. The flashbulbs were flashing wildly, illuminating everyone's face on the rooftop in a clear light.
Su Qing.
Qing and Su Lei were instantly exposed to countless cameras.
It's over. This time it's really over. Su Qingqing felt dizzy and her vision went black. She almost fainted.
She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. A sharp-eyed reporter immediately pointed the microphone at Lin Fan, who stood to the side and had the most outstanding temperament.
Sir, are you the person involved? Could you please explain what happened?
Lin Fan gave the camera a helpless yet somewhat bitter smile. He imitated Su Qingqing's previous manner, speaking in a sorrowful tone.
I'm just her ex-boyfriend.
I received a call from her tonight saying she was going to commit suicide. I was very worried, so I rushed over immediately. I kept trying to persuade her, but she was very agitated.
I really didn't expect this.
Sigh, I thought she was really having a mental breakdown, but I didn't expect it to be just a performance. His words were clearly transmitted through the camera lens.
A woman, deeply in love, attempted suicide for love. A cold-blooded ex is pushing me too far. The plot took an instant turn.
It turned into a social news story about a devoted ex-boyfriend being deceived in his feelings by an unreasonable and materialistic woman.
So it was all an act. My God, people these days will do anything to get attention.
This is a waste of police resources. This kind of person should be severely punished. The reporters were buzzing with discussion, their gazes toward Su Qingqing filled with disdain and contempt.
No. That's not how it is. Let me explain. Su Qingqing completely broke down.
She wanted to explain, but she couldn't find a way to defend herself. The police did not give her another chance.
Take them both away. The cold handcuffs clicked onto Su Qingqing and Su Lei's wrists.
The icy touch sent a shiver down her spine and shattered her last shred of illusion and dignity. She was lifted off the ground by the police and dragged away. As she passed by Lin Fan, she mustered all her strength, raised her head, and stared intently at him.
Those eyes that Lin Fan once adored now held only endless resentment and regret. Lin Fan!
She screamed in a hoarse voice, each word distinct and deliberate.
I'll haunt you even as a ghost.
Lin Fan simply looked at her calmly, then slowly leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear.
Okay. I'll wait.
However, even ghosts are divided into different classes.
Someone like you would probably only be able to wash dishes for me in the 18th level of hell. Su Qingqing's body trembled violently.
She couldn't catch her last breath, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from anger.
The world is finally quiet.
Lin Fan watched the siblings being dragged away, feeling no pleasure whatsoever, only boredom. He turned around, ready to leave this noisy and troublesome place. This farce should come to an end. Just as his hand was about to touch the rooftop doorknob, suddenly, a rapid vibration came from my pocket.
It wasn't the encrypted phone used for official business.
It was his personal cell phone. Lin Fan took out his phone.
Chapter 40. The CEO saves the day. His fiancée is delirious with a high fever.
The number flashing on the phone screen was that of the housekeeper, Uncle Lee. Lin Fan paused for a moment. This number was stored on his personal cell phone, which he almost never let go of.
No more than 5 people knew this number. There can only be one reason why Uncle Lee called so late. Qi knew.
He answered the phone without even checking the caller ID.
Explain.
Sir.
Something terrible has happened.
On the other end of the phone, Uncle Lee's voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety and panic. Even his usual composure had vanished.
Madam, she has a fever again.
Her temperature is very high, and she keeps talking nonsense, calling your name incessantly.
Call his name?
Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly involuntarily.
Trouble. Women are such a hassle. I see.
He hung up the phone without hesitation and turned to leave this place filled with flashing lights and cries of distress.
Sir, you can't leave yet.
The lead policeman was clearly still reeling from the plot twist. He reached out and blocked Lin Fan's way.
His posture was very standard and formulaic.
According to regulations, we need you to come back to the station with us to give a detailed statement. Lin Fan stopped, turned his head, and looked at him calmly.
He didn't say anything, but simply took out another phone.
That encrypted phone belonged to the chairman of Tianxing Group. In front of the police, he dialed Wang Hai's number.
Wang Hai. 3 minutes. Have the director of the West City branch call me back.
Tell him that his men are preventing me from going home to sleep with my wife. Lin Fan spoke slowly, but every word struck a chord clearly in the hearts of everyone on the rooftop.
Sleeping with my wife.
These 6 words carry a sense of self-righteous domineering authority.
The policeman's body froze instantly. He's not stupid.
Anyone who dares to speak in this tone is either a madman or a very important person whom he absolutely cannot afford to offend. The man in front of them clearly didn't seem to be a madman.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
The king's disdain skill has been activated.
Subtle and deadly display of power.
Prestige plus 1000.
Friendly reminder, if the police chief doesn't call back within 3 minutes, the system suggests you directly acquire the police station.
Lin Fan.
You're a true business genius.
Time passed, second by second. The atmosphere on the rooftop was extremely oppressive.
The reporters dared not take pictures anymore. Su Qingqing's crying stopped, and everyone held their breath, staring at the powerful man.
1 minute. 2 minutes.
It happened at the 2:30 mark.
Sizzle.
The walkie-talkie on the policeman's waist emitted a piercing static sound, followed by a roaring, furious voice bursting out from it.
Zhang Wei. Are you fucking a pig brain? Of all the people to stop, why did you have to stop Mr. Lin?
I don't care what method you use, whether you kneel down and kowtow or beg for mercy while clinging to his leg. If Mr. Lin loses even a single hair, you can pack your bags and get out of here. It was their bureau chief's voice.
The color drained from the face of the policeman named Zhang Wei in an instant.
He looked at Lin Fan with a fear that defied description. He picked up the walkie-talkie, his hands trembling, and was about to explain.
Lin Fan's phone rang. An unfamiliar local number.
Lin Fan answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button.
Mr. Lin.
Hello? I am Zhao Chang from the West City branch.
I'm so sorry.
It was my poor management of my subordinates that disturbed you.
I apologize and apologize to you.
On the other end of the phone, the bureau chief who had just been roaring was now as humble as a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Lin Fan remained silent.
He simply handed the phone to the policeman named Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei shuddered, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his police uniform. Mr. Lin, his voice trembled.
It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You can leave any time. We can give you the statement another day. No, there is no need to give it.
Lin Fan put his phone away and hung up immediately. He didn't even glance at the policeman again and walked straight past him. The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. The reporters held up their cameras, but none of them dared to press the shutter.
Lin Fan's figure disappeared at the entrance to the rooftop.
It wasn't until a full minute after he left that the oppressive air on the rooftop began to flow again.
Boom.
Downstairs, the roar of an engine, like the howl of a wild beast, could be heard. The silver Koenigsegg 1:1 transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the night and disappearing into the distance. The car was driven at its maximum speed. The street scene outside the window rushed past, turning into blurry patches of light and shadow.
Host, are you rushing to be reincarnated at this speed?
No, you're rushing off to be a cooling-off patch for your fiancé. Lin Fan ignored the system's noise.
He just felt a little irritated.
That feeling of having everything under control was torn open by Qin Yu's illness.
This made him very unhappy. 10 minutes later, at Villa No. 1, Tianlan Bay.
The Koenigsegg executed a beautiful drift and came to a smooth stop at the doorway. Lin Fan climbed out of the car before the door was fully raised. The living room was brightly lit.
Uncle Li was anxiously waiting at the door.
When he saw Lin Fan, it was as if he had seen his savior.
Sir, you're finally back. Where is she? In the bedroom.
The family doctor just came by and said it was a high fever caused by acute flu, coupled with overwork and too much emotional fluctuation, which is why it keeps recurring. Lin Fan ignored what he said next and rushed straight up to the second floor.
The bedroom door was ajar. He pushed him away. In the room, on that huge bed, there was a bulge. Xinyu curled up in the blanket, her body twisting restlessly. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, which soaked a few strands of hair and stuck to her smooth forehead. She was unconsciously uttering broken murmurs. Lin Fan. Don't go. Cold. Lin Fan stopped by the bedside. He looked down at this woman who was ruthless and decisive in the business world, but at this moment she was as vulnerable as a child. The hesitation lingered in his mind for only a fraction of a second. He reached out, his movements less than gentle, even somewhat rough, and brushed aside the damp stray hairs on her forehead before placing his palm on hers. Scalding hot. The astonishing temperature made his hands feel like they were being burned. The moment his palm touched her forehead, Xinyu's restless squirming suddenly stopped. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes, which were covered with a layer of moisture due to a high fever. Confused, bewildered, vulnerable. Her gaze wandered aimlessly across the ceiling for a moment before finally settling on Lin Fan's face. Chapter 41. I became her only support? Their eyes met. A pair of eyes, burning with a feverish haze and moisture. A pair of eyes, carrying the coldness and restlessness of the night. Xinyu's lips moved slightly, her chapped lips devoid of any color. She looked at the man before her, his face, which had appeared repeatedly in her dreams and in reality, now so clear it seemed unreal. Lin Fan. She opened her mouth, but what came out were broken, warm syllables. Lin Fan did not respond. He simply felt that the skin beneath his palm was incredibly hot. Is this woman trying to burn herself to a crisp? Are you delirious from the fever? He finally spoke, in his usual cold and emotionless tone. Xinyu didn't seem to understand what he was saying. She just stared at him stubbornly, and in those eyes that were always cold and aloof, a hint of childlike grievance and dependence was now revealed. Then, she said something that Lin Fan never expected. Grandfather. Lin Fan's hands suddenly froze. Grandfather? Who did she mistake him for? The old man who could make fried rice, who only existed in her memory. Ding. Major plot twist. The target's high fever has caused cognitive impairment, causing them to mistake the host for a deceased relative. System suggestion: the host can turn this into a situation and stage a touching drama of grandparent-grandchild affection to break through their last psychological defenses. Lin Fan ignored the system's nonsense. He withdrew his hand, the scalding sensation still lingering in his palm. Looking at the woman on the bed, delirious with fever, the inexplicable irritation in his heart not only did not lessen, but intensified. Trouble. They are truly the most troublesome creatures on earth. Water. Xinyu uttered another faint single syllable, licked her chapped lips, and made a dry swallowing sound in her throat. Lin Fan stood still, without moving. He told himself he should go downstairs immediately and let Uncle Li or the family doctor handle it. This is none of his business. He was just her shield, not her personal caregiver. However, his body moved against his will, turning him to the bar in the corner of the room, where he poured himself a glass of warm water. He took the water glass and walked back to the bedside. Get up and drink some water. The tone of the command is simple and direct. Xinyu on the bed did not react at all, only frowning, as if she had fallen into a deeper nightmare. Lin Fan's patience was being rapidly exhausted. He placed the water glass on the bedside table, then reached out, one hand under her neck and the other supporting her back, and with an almost rough force, pulled her out of the covers. Her soft, hot body nestled in his arms. A faint fragrance, a blend of her body lotion and medicinal scent, wafted into his nostrils. Xinyu's body was very light, so light that it surprised him. She leaned obediently against him, resting her head limply on his shoulder, like a cat that had lost all its strength. Lin Fan's movements paused for a moment. Damn it! He just wanted her to have a sip of water. He picked up the water glass and brought it to her lips. Open your mouth. This time, Xinyu seemed to understand. She slightly opened her mouth, and warm water flowed slowly into her mouth along the rim of the cup. She drank very quickly, and a few drops of water spilled from the corner of her lips, slid down her beautiful jawline, and disappeared into the collar of her nightgown. Lin Fan's gaze involuntarily followed the trajectory of the falling water droplet. Host. Don't look. Don't look. Based on the analysis of this system's human aesthetics database, the allure of this image has reached 9.7.
Please immediately avert your gaze and silently repeat 3 times, I am a gentleman. Lin Fan suddenly came to his senses. He somewhat rudely placed the water glass back on the bedside table, making a crisp clinking sound. After finishing the glass of water, Xinyu seemed to feel a little better, and a faint trace of color returned to her cheeks. She remained nestled in Lin Fan's arms, showing no intention of moving. Lin Fan looked down at her. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyelids, and her breathing became more even. Are you asleep? Lin Fan was about to put her back. Suddenly, a cool hand grabbed his shirt. It wasn't very forceful, but it was very persistent.
It's that trick again.
Lin Fan frowned and tried to pry her hands open.
Don't go.
The woman in his arms suddenly murmured in her sleep. The voice was soft and ethereal, yet it was like a fine needle that pierced Lin Fan's heart without warning.
Grandpa is gone.
You've all left. You, don't go either, okay? Her voice was filled with a deep, unyielding sadness and fear. That's not an attempt to win back a lover. It was a little girl abandoned by the whole world, clinging to the last piece of driftwood in her despair. Lin Fan stopped moving. He looked down at the woman who had buried her face in his chest and was clinging tightly to his clothes. He had always thought of her as an iceberg, hard, cold, and indestructible.
He tried every means to break through and melt this iceberg. But he only realized it now. Beneath the iceberg lies neither treasure nor conspiracy.
She was just a little girl who had been lonely and afraid for too long. Everything she did, her cold armor, her aloof demeanor, was all to protect herself from being abandoned again. An emotion he had never felt before surged up from the deepest part of Lin Fan's heart. It's neither the thrill of conquest nor the satisfaction of control.
It is pity.
A sudden, inexplicable, yet incredibly intense pity.
Ding.
Detection indicates the target's deep subconscious has been fully opened to the host. The iceberg core has been unlocked. The hidden quest, the only one to rely on, has been triggered.
Task requirement: respond to her request. Mission reward: divine healing skill.
Lin Fan ignored the system. His mind was blank.
Should we respond to her request? How should we respond?
Tell her he's not her grandfather, he's just a jerk trying to use her to get rid of trouble.
Still.
He looked at her face, which appeared particularly vulnerable due to the high fever and anxiety.
For a long time.
He slowly raised his other hand. The hand paused in mid-air for a moment, and finally, gently, landed on her back. Then, in a deep, hoarse voice that even he himself found unfamiliar, he uttered a single word.
Chapter 42. She wasn't sick, she was poisoned.
A single word, so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it struck Qinyu's heart with tremendous force. Lin Fan gently placed her back on the soft bed, his movements still not exactly gentle, but with a deliberate slowness compared to before. He pulled the blanket over her, intending to cover her with it. However, Qinyu, who had just lain down, began to tremble slightly with unease. Her delicate brows furrowed again, and the heat on her forehead that had just been soothed by the warmth of his palm seemed to return once more.
Cold, pain.
Broken syllables spilled from her chapped lips. The deep-seated pain, catalyzed by the high fever, could no longer be disguised by her usual strength. Lin Fan stopped moving.
Stomach problems.
It's that troublesome thing again. He stood by the bed, looking down at the woman curled up in a ball, and the feeling of irritation rose in his heart again. He should leave. Handing her over to the family doctor and housekeeper downstairs was the best choice. He had more important things to do. The internal purge of Tianqing Group had only just begun, and he also needed to think about the follow-up handling of the Su family siblings. He is not a nanny.
Host. Congratulations.
You have successfully completed the hidden quest, the only reliance. The reward, divine medical skill, has been issued.
You are now a walking Huatua, a reincarnation of Bian Ke.
Friendly reminder, the divine healing technique includes an advanced version of the divine massage technique rewarded last time, specifically for treating various stomach discomforts, back and leg pains, and cough, you know what I mean. The system's voice rang out in my mind at just the right moment, carrying a sense of encouragement and anticipation.
God-level massage technique.
Lin Fan remembered this skill that he had forgotten about. He originally thought it was just another frivolous thing the system had come up with. Now it seems, it might come in handy. He glanced at the woman on the bed who was constantly muttering in pain, then looked at his own hands.
Host, don't hesitate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to legally take advantage. A perfect chance to showcase your masculine charm. Just imagine, in her most vulnerable and helpless moment, you use divine hands to relieve her pain. What is this? This is a god descending to earth. This is a savior arriving. Wouldn't an iceberg melt into a hot spring on the spot? Lin Fan. He just wanted the woman to be quiet and stop disturbing his contemplation of life. Yes, that's it. Lin Fan found a perfect reason for his actions that was consistent with his identity. He no longer hesitated. He bent down, reached out, and lifted the thin blanket covering Qinyu. Her silk robe was slightly disheveled from her curled-up position, outlining her slender and beautiful body curves. Her flat stomach rose and fell slightly due to stomach cramps. Lin Fan paused for 0.01 seconds. He then placed his warm palm directly on it. Through the thin silk robe, he could clearly feel the temperature of her skin and the tension in her muscles caused by pain. Qinyu's body trembled violently, and she let out a suppressed groan. A strange, intensely aggressive heat emanated from his palm, instantly enveloping her throbbing stomach. She wanted to resist, to run away. But his body was so weak that he had no strength at all. The heat, far from making her uncomfortable, felt like a warm current that quickly seeped into her skin, soothing her rebellious nerves. Lin Fan ignored her reaction. The instant his palm touched her, all the information about the god-level massage technique transformed into countless data streams and flooded into his brain. Acupoints, meridians, force, frequency. Everything was as clear as a map etched into my mind. He doesn't even need to think. His fingers, instinctively, began to press and knead those key acupoints with a specific rhythm, sometimes lightly, sometimes heavily. Zhongwan, Tianshu, Zusanli. Even though they were covered by clothing, each of his presses was as precise as the most sophisticated instrument. A strange, warm energy flowed continuously from his palms, entering Qinyu's body through the activated acupoints. That energy was domineering, yet gentle. Wherever it passed, the pain that was tangled up due to spasms was gradually soothed and relieved. My stomach, which had been cold and constricted, began to feel warm and soft again. The effect was immediate. Qinyu's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. She fidgeted uncomfortably, then slowly stopped. Miraculously, a healthy blush appeared on that face that had been deathly pale from the high fever and pain. Her breathing changed from rapid to steady and long. I completely relaxed. Comfortable. A contented murmur, heavy with sleep, escaped from her lips. She even unconsciously moved her body closer to that warm, large hand, as if wanting to absorb more warmth. Lin Fan looked down at the scene. Looking at this woman who was just in excruciating pain, now she was as docile as a cat that had been stroked. A strange, unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. This feeling is completely different from acquiring a company or using money to subdue a competitor. It's a kind of creative and healing pleasure. Ding! Fatal strike. God-level massage technique is incredibly effective. Target's comfort level plus 1000. The host's dependence on the target has exceeded the threshold. Warning! Warning! The iceberg has completely liquefied. Host, please prepare for flooding. This system has activated Lu Xiaohui mode for you to ensure you remain unmoved. Lin Fan ignored the system's noise. He could feel that Qinyu's body was completely relaxed, and her high fever seemed to be slowly subsiding under the soothing effect of that strange energy. He prepared to withdraw his hand. Just then, Qinyu suddenly rolled over and lay flat on her back. But her hand, which had been hanging by her side, precisely grabbed Lin Fan's wrist, which was still resting on her lower abdomen. Her hands were soft, slightly cool from her illness, and her grip was loose, yet they held an unyielding stubbornness that refused to be refused. Lin Fan stopped moving again. He looked at her sleeping face, which had regained its calmness and even carried a hint of tranquility. Here we go again. This woman is so restless even when she's asleep. He tried to pull his hand back. However, the moment he moved slightly, Qinyu's hand unconsciously tightened its grip. She uttered incoherent murmurs in her sleep once again. No. Don't stop. Lin Fan. What's this? Requesting extended service after the scheduled time? He was thinking about whether he should use some force to pull his hand back. Suddenly, he felt something unusual in his palm. It wasn't the softness and warmth of Qinyu's body. Beneath that warmth, an extremely faint yet chilling energy was lurking deep within her stomach.
That energy was extremely well hidden. If it weren't for his divine medical skills granting him an inhuman level of perception of the human body, he would never have been able to detect it. It's like a venomous snake lying in wait, keeping all its fangs hidden most of the time, only daring to poke its head out and release a trickle of venom when its host is at its weakest.
This is not just ordinary chronic gastritis. Lin Fan's body tensed instantly. Warning. High energy reaction. Host, please be aware. For the first time, the system's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity and urgency. Deep scan in progress. Scan complete. Trace amounts of deep-sea tears biotoxin residue were detected in the target body. This toxin was synthesized 3 years ago in an underground laboratory belonging to the European Ouroboros. It is colorless and odorless, and can mix with any food or liquid. Initial symptoms are identical to those of chronic gastritis, but it slowly erodes the host's vital functions over time. It has a 3-year incubation period. Once it manifests, there is no cure. Boom! Lin Fan's mind went completely blank.
Chapter 43: Defying Fate, Smashing the System in Anger. Tears of the Deep Sea.
Ouroboros.
The incubation period is 3 years.
There is no cure.
Every word was like a heavy hammer tempered with ice, slamming into Lin Fan's nerves. His hand, which was on Qin Yu's lower abdomen, remained still. The burning heat beneath that skin contrasted absurdly with the overwhelming chill that surged through his heart.
Stomach problems? Overwork?
Bullshit. This is murder. A meticulously planned, 3-year-long, slow and brutal murder. That woman, who usually seemed aloof and armed herself with coldness and rationality, had actually been walking a tightrope on the road to hell. She herself knew nothing about it. An indescribable rage erupted from the deepest part of Lin Fan's chest. That wasn't the anger from being humiliated by the Su family, nor the satisfaction from successfully slapping them in the face. It was a kind of absolute, inviolable rage at the thought of one's own possessions being defiled by ignorant ants.
Those who harmed me?
Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, and the words he uttered were tinged with the stench of blood.
Ding! Host's rage level has exceeded the critical point.
The King's Domain passive skill has been triggered.
Warning!
The host's current emotions are extremely dangerous, with a risk of turning to the dark side. This system strongly suggests that you calm down first, for example, go downstairs and get some ice cream?
Alright, never mind. A divine choice has descended once more. Host, please make your decision.
For the first time, the system's voice lost its usual playful tone and became unusually solemn. Before Lin Fan appeared 3 options, each radiating a different light.
Option 1, observe coldly.
This is Qin Yu's destined tribulation, and it has nothing to do with you. Immediately withdraw, dissolve the engagement, and let her fend for herself. Reward: another 10 billion will be deposited into the Swiss bank, and the title of absolute rationality, permanently immune to all emotional influences, becoming a ruthless money-making machine.
Option 2, extend life by 1 year.
Based on divine medical skills, consuming a portion of one's own primal energy, the toxins will be temporarily suppressed, forcibly extending life by 1 year. However, the toxins will not be eliminated, and will erupt tenfold after 1 year, beyond the help of even gods and Buddhas. Reward: Qin Yu's favorability towards you plus 50, life-extending divine hand title.
Option 3, defy fate.
Using god-level medical skills as the core, and fusing with the power of the system's origin, forcibly eradicate tears of the deep sea. This action will consume a massive amount of the host's energy and has a very high chance of alerting the mastermind behind the poisoning. Choose reward: King Yama's sorrow title, immune to all poisons, all evils retreat, Qin Yu's loyalty locked at 100% unwavering for life. Some key clues about the Ouroboros organization. Lin Fan stared at the 3 options without even a second of thought.
I choose 3.
He didn't even bother to repeat it in his mind, he just said it out loud.
Cold and resolute. Ding! Host has made a choice.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title King Yama's sorrow, 100% loyalty from Qin Yu, and clues related to Ouroboros.
Warning! Energy consumption is extremely high. The system will enter a short hibernation mode. Host, good luck. Don't kill yourself.
As the system's final voice faded, Lin Fan felt an unimaginable, overwhelming power surge from his limbs to his hands. In an instant, everything in his mind became clear: the structure of the tears of the deep sea, the methods to crack it, and the steps to completely annihilate it using his own energy. He did not hesitate any longer. With his other hand, he also covered Qin Yu's flat stomach.
Qin Yu's body trembled again.
Two streams of heat, 1,000 times more powerful than the simple warmth before, surged forth from his palms.
This time, it's not about appeasement. It is purification. It's war.
Lin Fan closed his eyes. The air in the room seemed to have been sucked out at that moment. He could clearly see that chilling, leech-like toxin lurking within Qin Yu's body.
It disguised itself as normal cells, hiding in every corner. The moment his energy invaded, these imposters finally revealed their fangs.
They began to retaliate fiercely, trying to devour Lin Fan's energy and even eroding his body in the opposite direction.
Snort.
Lin Fan let out a cold snort.
How dare a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon?
He increased the energy output.
Ah!
Qin Yu, lying on the bed, suddenly let out a painful scream. Her body suddenly arched up like a fully drawn bow, veins bulging on her forehead, and her whole body trembled violently.
This is the most violent reaction when the toxin is forcibly removed.
Lin Fan did not stop moving. His face turned pale at a visible speed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The consumption was far greater than he had imagined. But he had no intention of stopping. He leaned down and whispered in Qin Yu's ear.
Bear with it.
His lips almost touched her delicate earlobe.
It will be done soon.
I don't know if it was his words that had an effect, or if that domineering energy began to gain the upper hand. Qin Yu's screams gradually subsided, and her violent trembling slowly subsided. Thin wisps of black gas, finer than a hair and carrying a fishy stench, began to be forced out of her pores and then dissipated into the air.
The whole process lasted a full half hour. As the last wisp of black gas dissipated,
Lin Fan abruptly withdrew his hand, his body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. He braced himself against the edge of the bed, panting heavily, his face as pale as a sheet of paper.
An unprecedented feeling of weakness swept over my entire body.
But he couldn't care less about himself. He looked at Qin Yu on the bed. She lay quietly, her breathing steady and long, her furrowed brows completely relaxed. That face, which had been deathly pale from the high fever and excruciating pain, now had a healthy, baby-like rosy glow.
She was sleeping soundly and peacefully.
It felt like waking up from a long nightmare and finally returning to the safest harbor. Lin Fan reached out and touched her forehead again. The scalding temperature has completely subsided, leaving only a normal, warm body temperature.
It's done.
He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He looked at her peaceful sleeping face, at that face that carried a hint of stubbornness even in her sleep.
3 years of slow poisoning.
Who on earth harbors such deep hatred for her?
The Qin family's business rival? Or, is it an internal family struggle?
Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Fan's mind, but in the end, they all turned into a chilling killing intent.
No matter who you are. No matter where you hide. You touched someone you shouldn't have. The game is over.
Lin Fan straightened up, feeling exhausted as if a tide was washing over him, but he forced himself to walk to the floor-to-ceiling window of the room. He took out the encrypted phone and dialed Wang Hai's number.
The call was answered almost instantly.
"Chairman," came Wang Hai's respectful greeting. Lin Fan looked out the window at the city night view that he had illuminated and spoke. His voice was not loud, and even had a slightly hoarse quality due to weakness. But every word felt like a chilling wind blowing from the deepest hell.
Wang Hai. Find me an organization called Ouroboros.
3 years ago, it synthesized a toxin called Tears of the Deep in an underground laboratory in Europe. Wang Hai, on the other end of the line, stopped breathing. Lin Fan ignored his shock and continued to issue orders in that terrifyingly calm tone.
I want all the information about this organization.
From the very beginning, to every member, every transaction, and every customer. Especially the list of customers who purchased Tears of the Deep 3 years ago. He paused, as if he was thinking. Then, he added one last sentence. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find all the people involved. Alive, I want to see him. I want to see the ashes of the dead.
Chapter 44. News breaks again on the rooftop at night.
Lin Fan leaned against the edge of the bed, breathing heavily. He felt completely drained, like a sponge that had been wrung out.
An unprecedented sense of exhaustion washed over him.
He looked at Qin Yu. She was sleeping peacefully, her face rosy.
Host, your stamina is lacking. The system's mocking electronic voice rang in your mind.
However, considering you were saving a damsel in distress, you barely pass. Lin Fan ignored her.
He simply watched Qin Yu silently. 3 years of forbearance, 3 years of being poisoned. How much had this woman endured?
He wasn't a saint. He saved her initially only because of the marriage contract, because she was his possession. But when he saw her vulnerable side, when he saw her clinging to him in her sleep, crying "don't go," something changed.
It's a responsibility. An impulse to protect.
He slowly sat down on the carpet beside the bed, leaned against the edge, and closed his eyes.
Exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tide.
I don't know how much time passed. Lin Fan was awakened by a slight noise. He opened his eyes abruptly, his body tensing instantly, and he went into a state of alert.
It was Qin Yu.
She was slowly opening her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered.
Her mind was blank.
She only remembered the intense stomach pain, the high fever, and the hazy dream. In the dream, she seemed to have grasped something warm. She shifted her body. There was no pain. Her stomach felt warm and cozy. Her body felt lighter than ever before. She even felt that breathing was much easier.
What's going on?
She sat up and looked around in confusion. The room was quiet. She saw Lin Fan by the bedside. He was leaning against the edge of the bed, his eyes closed, his face somewhat pale. "Lin Fan," she called softly. Lin Fan instantly regained his senses. He stood up, his body somewhat stiff.
What's wrong with me?"
Qin Yu's voice was a little hoarse, but she was no longer as weak as before.
"High fever.
Stomach ailment," Lin Fan replied calmly.
"I'm fine now."
Qin Yu raised her hand and touched her forehead. Her temperature was normal. She then pressed her stomach. There was no cramping. She even felt a long-lost feeling of hunger.
This is incredible.
She had suffered from stomach problems for years, relying on painkillers for several days every month. High fevers also left her feeling weak all over.
But now, she feels like a completely different person.
What did you do?" For the first time, confusion appeared on Qin Yu's face.
"It's nothing."
Lin Fan walked to the bar, poured her a glass of warm water, and handed it to her.
"I just used a little special method."
Qin Yu took the water glass, the warm glass comforting her hands. She took a sip. It was sweet and refreshing.
My illness, she still couldn't believe it.
Lin Fan sat down on the edge of the bed, avoiding her probing gaze. "You have a good constitution, you're just a little overworked, plus a few minor ailments.
You'll be fine after a few days of rest."
He didn't mention the poison.
Now is not the time.
He needs to find out who's behind it all.
Qin Yu looked down at her water glass, silent for a moment.
She looked up. Lin Fan's face was somewhat pale, but his eyes were clear.
He didn't seem to be lying.
But this speed of recovery was simply unheard of. "Thank you," Qin Yu said, her words somewhat stiff. She wasn't used to thanking people, especially Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not respond.
Silence fell over the room again. Qin Yu felt uneasy.
This silence made her feel somewhat lost. She was used to coldness and distance. Lin Fan's sudden intrusion had disrupted all her rhythm.
Just then, Lin Fan's encrypted phone suddenly vibrated.
He glanced at the number. It belonged to Wang Hai. Lin Fan answered the call and pressed speakerphone.
"Chairman."
Wang Hai's voice was full of respect, even with a hint of barely suppressed excitement. "The matter you instructed us to handle is already showing signs of progress."
Qin Yu's body stiffened slightly. "Chairman? That title. Speak." Lin Fan's voice remained calm, though slightly weary.
"Director Zhao of the Chengxi branch has taken the Su siblings into custody. He apologized to you repeatedly, saying he hadn't disciplined his subordinates properly and had caused you trouble. He even said he would personally come to apologize," Wang Hai reported.
"Whom?"
Lin Fan responded calmly, "Let them follow the rules. Judge them according to the proper procedures.
No need for special treatment."
"Yes, Chairman," Wang Hai replied decisively.
"What about clues about the Ouroboros?"
Lin Fan cut straight to the point.
Wang Hai's voice turned serious. "We mobilized all our resources overnight and have found some preliminary information. Ouroboros is an extremely secretive international mercenary organization.
In addition to carrying out assassinations and sabotage missions, they are also involved in some illegal biotechnology research and development. The toxin Tears of the Deep Sea is indeed one of their products.
Xin Yu's body trembled violently. Tears of the Deep Sea? Toxin?
She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Fan didn't look at her and continued listening to Wang Hai's report. 3 years ago, there was a large transaction involving deep sea tears. The buyer's identity was highly confidential, but our technical team is working hard to track him down. We expect to be able to pinpoint the specific target by tomorrow morning, Wang Hai said.
Very good.
Lin Fan said in a deep voice, continue the investigation.
Don't overlook any clues.
I want to see who has such a large sum of money to buy this kind of thing.
Yes, Chairman.
Lin Fan hung up the phone. He placed it on the bedside table.
Xin Yu's breathing became rapid. She understood. She wasn't sick.
She was poisoned. Tears of the Deep. A name that sounds like it carries the scent of death. Her pride in her rationality crumbled completely at this moment. She looked at Lin Fan, the man who had not only saved her but also knew about her poisoning.
He had even been investigating the killer for her overnight. I've been poisoned?
Xin Yu's voice trembled slightly. Lin Fan's gaze finally fell on her.
He nodded. Why?
Xin Yu's body trembled slightly. She couldn't understand who would use such a sinister method to deal with her. I'm still investigating, Lin Fan said.
Xin Yu's heart pounded.
She recalled Lin Fan's conversation with Wang Hai.
Chairman. Tiansheng Group.
He was not only her fiancé, but also the man who controlled a vast business empire. Countless images flashed through her mind. For 3 years, she had looked down on him, regarding him as a burden to the family. She thought he was just a useless good-for-nothing.
But now, he possesses assets worth billions and is the head of Tiansheng Group.
He saved her life and even helped her track down the murderer. But while she was ill, she kept murmuring in her sleep that he should not leave. A complex mix of emotions she had never experienced before surged within Xin Yu. There was shock, shame, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable tremor. Lin Fan stood up and walked to the French windows. The sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. You should get some rest, Lin Fan said. I still have some things to take care of.
Xin Yu didn't speak.
She simply watched Lin Fan's retreating figure. His body appeared somewhat thin in the morning light, yet incredibly resolute. She suddenly felt a sense of peace she had never felt before. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave the bedroom, his personal cell phone vibrated again.
An unfamiliar number.
Lin Fan answered the call.
Hello? A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Fan? I'm a reporter from Donghai TV. Would you be available for an interview regarding the incident that occurred last night on the rooftop of the Nightfall Bar?
Xin Yu's heart clenched. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile curved the corners of Lin Fan's lips.
An interview? Lin Fan's voice held a hint of amusement.
Of course, that's convenient. However, I have a better proposal.
Chapter 45, Official Announcement streamed live online. Interview?
On the other end of the phone, the female reporter's breathing quickened. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Fan to agree so readily. Of course it's convenient, Lin Fan replied with a hint of amusement. However, I have a better proposal.
Please speak.
The female reporter replied hastily, afraid that he might change his mind. Lin Fan glanced at the woman on the bed who was still in a state of shock, and slowly spoke.
There's nothing to talk about regarding Miss Su Qingqing.
She's just a pitiful person blinded by desire, not worth wasting public resources on.
What I'm giving you is a truly exclusive headline. The female reporter's heart began to race. My fiancée, Miss Xin Yu, the president of the Qin Group, is unwell last night due to overwork.
I took care of her all night.
Boom. Fireworks seemed to explode in the female reporter's mind. Xin Yu,
the #1 ice queen of Donghai City's business world. The woman who never gives any private interviews, and not even a male fly can get close to her.
Does she have a fiancé? And because she was sick, she was taken care of all night? This is more than just an exclusive headline, it's a bombshell news story that could paralyze the entire financial and gossip circles of Donghai City. Mr. Lin. The female reporter's voice trembled. You mean
My meaning is very simple, Lin Fan interrupted her.
I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. We're going to have a live video broadcast. The topic is my relationship with my fiancé. Do you dare to accept it?
I dare.
Of course I dare, the female reporter practically shouted.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan tossed it aside and looked at Qin Yu with a leisurely air.
Qin Yu was completely stunned.
Her brain was completely unable to process the information she had just received.
Live streaming? Should they go public with their relationship? Now? In this way? Are you crazy?
She finally found her voice, but the calmness and composure that belonged to the Ice Queen had vanished.
Why? Why did you do that?
Lin Fan did not answer her question. He simply walked over, picked up the robe she had placed by the bed, and draped it over her shoulders with an unquestionable gesture.
Sit still. Remember to smile when the camera comes on.
His movements were so natural, as if they had done it 1,000 times before.
But this sudden intimacy made Qin Yu's body stiffen instantly.
His fresh and pleasant scent, mixed with the exhaustion of a sleepless night, entered her nostrils.
It tastes very unfamiliar.
Yet it also gave her a strange sense of peace.
Ding! System emergency restart successful.
Host, your besieging way to rescue Zhao strategy. No, I mean protecting your wife through public opinion is a textbook example of public relations maneuvering. Using a gossip topic that captures the public's attention to create the strongest protective shield for your target.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
This system declares you the kami of crisis public relations. In his mind, the system's voice rang out again, filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster.
Lin Fan ignored it.
He simply felt that what an enemy hiding in the shadows fears most is the spotlight.
Since you want to play dirty tricks, then I'll lay everything out in the open.
I want the whole world to know that Qin Yu is my woman, Lin Fan's woman. Before you make a move against her, think twice about whether you're qualified to stand on the same stage as me.
5 minutes later.
Lin Fan's phone screen lit up, and a video call request popped up.
He pressed the answer button.
On the screen appeared the face of the female reporter who had just been speaking, flushed with excitement.
Behind her was the entire news studio of Donghai TV.
Clearly, this was no longer just her interview, but an emergency operation by the entire television station.
Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Zhang Lin, a reporter from Donghai TV.
Our live broadcast has started, and we currently have over 500,000 viewers online.
Lin Fan nodded calmly.
He adjusted the angle of his phone, framing himself and Qin Yu behind him in the shot.
Hello everyone, I am Lin Fan.
He paused for a moment, then reached out and very naturally tucked a stray strand of Qin Yu's hair behind her ear.
Qin Yu's body trembled almost imperceptibly. This is my fiancé, Qin Yu.
The chat room exploded with comments at that moment.
Holy crap! What am I seeing? Goddess Qin. It really is Goddess Qin. Who is this guy? What makes him so special? Let go of my goddess. Fiancé? When did that happen? I've been dumped. Wait a minute, don't you guys think this man looks familiar? Holy crap! Isn't he the guy from yesterday's rooftop incident? His ex-girlfriend threatened to jump off a building for him, and he immediately went public with his relationship with Goddess Qin? What kind of incredible plot is this?
Reporter Zhang Lin clearly saw the comments on the screen, and she immediately seized on the most crucial question. Mr. Lin, the outside world is very curious about your relationship with President Qin. When did you two get together?
3 years ago.
Lin Fan's answer was understated, yet it dropped another bombshell.
3 years ago.
They had been secretly dating for 3 years.
Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat.
She looked at the composed man in front of the camera.
He is lying.
But his expression was more sincere than any truth.
We've kept a low profile for the past 3 years, Lin Fan continued, his hand already grasping Qin Yu's hand, which was outside the blanket.
Her hands were a little cold. He wrapped it in his palm.
Because Xiaoye doesn't like being too high profile.
I respect all her decisions.
But now, I feel it's time to tell everyone.
His gaze shifted from the camera lens to Qin Yu's face. That focus and deep affection were so real that Qin Yu herself was momentarily dazed. Because I don't want her to suffer any more grievances. Whether it's work-related stress or physical ailments, from now on, I'll take care of it. As for what happened last night, it was just a minor incident, a misunderstanding. Miss Su Qingqing and I broke up a long time ago. I hope everyone will stop disturbing her life." His words were perfectly tactful. He not only officially announced his relationship with Qinyu, but also perfectly extricated himself from the media storm of last night, and even showed a hint of generosity towards his ex. In just a few minutes, the image of a perfect man, affectionate, devoted, responsible, and with a touch of mystery, was established. Xinyu stared at him blankly. She watched as he wove a perfect love fairy tale for her. Watching him declare his ownership of her in front of a national audience. She knew it was fake. This was a play he staged to protect her and to lure out the mastermind behind it all. But why is her heart beating so fast? Why was the hand he was holding so hot? "Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin." Reporter Zhang Lin was so excited she was almost incoherent. "One last question. What are your plans for the future of you and President Qin?" Lin Fan smiled. He turned his head and looked intently at Qinyu. Then, facing the camera, he spoke slowly and deliberately, in an extremely serious tone. "My plan is very simple. Make her the happiest woman in the world." The live stream was interrupted at that moment. Lin Fan hung up the video call. The room fell into a deathly silence. The dramatic media storm we just witnessed seems to have never happened. Lin Fan released Qin Yu's hand and stood up. "All right, the show's over." Qin Yu was still immersed in what he had just said and hadn't come to her senses. She looked at the man in front of her and felt that he was a complete stranger. Lin Fan didn't look at her again, but turned around and walked towards the door. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, he stopped and asked a question without turning his head. "From now on, wherever you go, the spotlight will follow. This is the safest protection." He paused, then added, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll have Uncle Lee make it." Chapter 46: The Logic of a Super Rich Man Buying a Restaurant. Xing Yu's breath caught in her throat for a moment. The room was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat, each beat louder than the last. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" After such a sensational media storm, after this live broadcast that he single-handedly stirred up and that shook the entire Donghai city, this is the question he asked. What exactly is the structure of this man's brain? You. Xinyu opened her mouth, but found that after asking those two words, her throat went dry. She wanted to ask him why, what gave him the right, and what he considered her life to be. But when the words came out, all that remained was an absurd sense of powerlessness. Lin Fan did not wait for her reply. He naturally picked up his phone and found Uncle Lee's number. "What exactly do you want?" Xinyu finally managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. Lin Fan's finger paused on the dial key for a moment, and he turned his head to look at her. "Acting is tiring. After the performance, of course we need to eat." His logic is simple and blunt, yet it carries an irrefutable sense of entitlement. Xinyu. She felt that the calmness and rationality she had built up over the past 20 years were crumbling inch by inch in front of this man. The call was connected. "Chairman," came Uncle Lee's respectful voice. "Uncle Lee, get something to eat." Lin Fan's tone was as casual as if he were ordering a street food. "Yes, Chairman, what would you like to eat? Chinese or Western food?" "I'll have the Michelin 3-star chef come over right away." Xinyu sat up straight. She thought that was the limit. However, what Lin Fan said next made her fully understand what it meant for poverty to limit her imagination. "Michelin is too ordinary." Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe and said lazily, "I remember Xiaoye mentioned before that there is a restaurant in Paris called Sky Mirror that is pretty good." Uncle Lee on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Xinyu was also stunned. She did mention it, but it was at a dinner party during an international business forum, a casual conversation with a business partner about food, and she had almost forgotten about it herself. How could he know? "Go, bring the head chef of that restaurant over here right now." Chairman Uncle Lee's voice carried a hint of difficulty. Sky Mirror's head chef, Mr. Augustus, never accepts private assignments, and at this time, he should be at his restaurant in Paris. "Then let's buy the restaurant." Lin Fan interrupted him, speaking casually. "Make him close down his business, and bring his entire chef team over in a private jet. Right now. Money is not a problem. Tell him I'm only giving him 3 hours." "Uncle Lee, yes, Chairman. I'll take care of it right away." The call ended.
The room fell into a deathly silence once again.
Xing Yu looked at Lin Fan, the man who had just bought a world-class restaurant, in the tone of someone buying cabbage. She suddenly realized that her once proud business acumen and vast assets seemed ridiculously naive in his presence.
Is this how he does things?
Solve all problems in the simplest, most brutal, and most unreasonable way.
Ding.
Host, your consumption logic of wanting to eat fried rice so you bought a chicken farm is truly unique and unpretentious. This system gives you 32 thumbs up.
Congratulations, host, on perfectly achieving the hidden achievement, the self-cultivation of a tycoon. Reward, money power aura enhancement.
Wearing this aura increases the success rate of all negotiations related to money by 50%. Lin Fan ignored the system's voice in his mind. He looked at Xing Yu again and shrugged.
All done. We can eat in a bit. Xing Yu remained silent.
She simply looked at him quietly, as if trying to discern something from his calm face. But there was nothing there.
There was no scheming, no boasting, only complete composure.
You're only making things worse by doing this. After a long silence, Xing Yu finally spoke, her voice regaining some of its composure. The person hiding behind us will only hide even deeper now that they see us being so high profile.
No.
Lin Fan shook his head, walked to the sofa by the bed, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. The reason why mice dare to squeak in the dark is because they feel that the darkness can protect them. He took a sip of water and continued.
But what if you suddenly turn on all the lights in the house and throw a big party, attracting everyone's attention? Guess what the mouse will do? Xing Yu's heart skipped a beat. She understood. Instead of passively waiting for the enemy to make a move, it's better to take the initiative, set the stage to its maximum, and turn the spotlight on its brightest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, any conspiracy or trickery will have nowhere to hide. He wasn't joking. He thought further ahead than she did with every step he took. But you didn't have to. Xing Yu's voice softened. You didn't have to drag me into this in this way. I can manage on my own. You alone?
Lin Fan laughed, a laugh with an indescribable meaning. If you're alone, you're probably in an emergency meeting in the public relations department right now, frantically trying to figure out how to clarify your relationship with that female protagonist who jumped off the building. Then your stock will fall, your partners will question you, and your competitors will take the opportunity to attack you. In the end, even if you win, you'll be covered in mud. Lin Fan stood up and walked up to her.
And now, you don't have to do anything.
All you need to do is take a hot shower, eat the world's finest dinner, and then get a good night's sleep. After dawn, all anyone will talk about is the enviable love of the president of the Qin Group and your mysterious, wealthy, and perfect fiancé. He leaned down to look her in the eye. As for those who want to cause trouble, those who want to see me make a fool of myself, and those who want to take advantage of the chaos, they have to ask me first whether I agree or not. At that moment, Xing Yu's heart skipped a beat. She saw her own reflection in his pupils. A somewhat disheveled, somewhat shocked, yet firmly protected behind him. For the past 3 years, she has been fighting alone in the business world, getting used to the cutthroat competition and fighting alone. This is the first time someone stood in front of her. In a way that she could not understand at all, yet was incredibly powerful. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang again.
It's still Uncle Lee.
Lin Fan casually pressed the speakerphone button. Chairman, the private jet has taken off and is expected to arrive in Donghai in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Uncle Lee's report was concise and efficient.
In addition, as you instructed, the acquisition contract for the Sky Mirror restaurant has been drafted, and the other party has no power to resist.
Very good. Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 47: The father-in-law comes to settle accounts.
Chairman, the private jet has taken off and is expected to arrive in the East China Sea in 2 hours and 40 minutes. In addition, as you instructed, the acquisition contract for the Sky Mirror restaurant has been drafted, and the other party has no power to resist.
Very good.
Lin Fan nodded and casually hung up the phone. The room was deathly silent. Xing Yu sat on the bed, still draped in her silk nightgown. Her brain had completely stopped functioning. To acquire a world-class restaurant just so that its chef can fly halfway around the world to cook a meal. This was beyond her full understanding of the word luxury.
This is not luxury at all. This is absurd. They've gone mad.
She looked at the man in front of her, the man who was nominally her fiancé. After he finished all this, he was as calm as if he had just ordered takeout.
You.
Xin Yu's lips moved, and she finally managed to find a bit of her own voice.
You can't always do this. What?
Lin Fan turned around, somewhat puzzled.
Use money. Xin Yu's breathing was a little rapid.
Use this most brutal and unreasonable method to solve all the problems. Throughout her more than 2 decades of life, money has been a tool, a bargaining chip, and a means to achieve her business goals.
But for Lin Fan, money seems to be a weapon. An ultimate weapon that can shatter all rules and logic.
Lin Fan looked at her, his expression puzzled, as if he was genuinely pondering her words.
After a moment, he asked in return, quite seriously. Why not? Isn't this the fastest and most efficient way?
Xin Yu was speechless after being choked by his words.
Quick? Efficient? He actually thinks this is efficient? Ding.
Detected that the Ice Queen's worldview is being reshaped. Host, your super-rich logic is launching a devastating attack on her.
System rating, this display of bravado was simple and unpretentious, a true return to basics, a thunderclap and silence.
This system gives it 100 points, and we're not afraid you'll get arrogant. Just as Xin Yu's worldview was on the verge of collapsing and being rebuilt. Her phone, which was on the bed, suddenly started vibrating wildly. The screen displayed 2 words that caused her heart to stop.
Father. Xin Yu's body tensed instantly. What was bound to happen has finally happened.
That live broadcast was not only for her hidden enemies, but also for her extremely controlling father.
Lin Fan glanced at the vibrating phone, then at Xin Yu's instantly frozen posture. Looks like your number 1 fan has called. Xin Yu ignored his teasing. She took a deep breath and, as if heading to her execution, pressed the answer button. Xin Yu.
As soon as the call connected, a roar filled with rage and accusation burst from the receiver, loud enough to be heard clearly throughout the entire room.
Are you out of your mind? What was that live stream all about? You dare admit in front of the entire Donghai city that that good-for-nothing is your fiancé? You've completely disgraced the Qin family.
It was her father, Qin Zhengyang, the current chairman of the Qin Group.
I command you, now, immediately, get back here.
Also, issue a public statement immediately clarifying that you have absolutely no relationship with that good-for-nothing surnamed Lin.
Otherwise, don't even think about setting foot in the Qin family again.
Xin Yu held her phone, her fingertips icy cold.
She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to refute.
But faced with Qin Zhengyang's long-simmering rage, all her words stuck in her throat. She subconsciously looked at Lin Fan. The man her father called good-for-nothing was leaning back on the sofa, watching her with a leisurely air, even a hint of amusement on his face.
Humiliation, anger, helplessness.
A mix of emotions surged within Xin Yu.
Just as she was about to be engulfed by the torrent, a hand reached out.
That hand, with its distinct knuckles, carried an irresistible force as it snatched the scalding hot phone from her grasp.
It's Lin Fan. Xin Yu was stunned.
Lin Fan put the phone to his ear without even turning it on speakerphone.
He just listened quietly.
Qin Zhengyang on the other end of the phone seemed unaware that the person on the other end had changed, and continued to roar wildly, venting his anger.
A good 10 seconds or so passed.
Lin Fan slowly began to speak. His first words froze the air in the entire room.
Are you done talking?
On the other end of the phone, Qin Zhengyang's roar came to an abrupt halt. He clearly recognized the unfamiliar voice as well.
Who are you? I am Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's answer was calm and unwavering.
Lin Fan? Qin Zhengyang was taken aback at first, then his anger flared even more fiercely. You damned piece of trash. You dare answer my call? Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. Our Qin family. Mr. Qin.
Lin Fan interrupted him for the second time. First, please watch your words.
Xiaoye is my fiancée now, and I don't like anyone yelling at her.
Secondly, I have received your comments regarding our relationship. However, I don't care. Third. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the French windows, and looked at the already bright sky outside. If you want to discuss whether Tianqing Group will terminate all cooperation projects with Qin's Group, I suggest you have your secretary schedule an appointment with my assistant, Wang Hai.
My time is very precious. As for other matters.
Lin Fan paused, then uttered the last few words in a calm, factual tone.
You're not qualified to talk to me. After saying that. Smack. He hung up the phone immediately.
The whole world fell silent. Lin Fan casually tossed his phone back onto the bed, as if he had only done something insignificant. He turned around and looked at Qinyu, who had completely turned to stone. Look. The problem is solved. Qinyu stared blankly at him, then looked at the phone on the bed whose screen had gone black. Is it resolved? Is that all? Her father, who was always decisive and held the power of life and death over the entire Qin group, was just dismissed by him with a few words? No. That's not a way to get rid of someone. That was crushing. It's a merciless dimensional reduction attack from another dimension. Ding. Epic wife protecting scene. King's disdain skill upgraded again. Host, you're not qualified line just now was incredibly cool. Dominance value plus 10,000. The system strongly suspects that the father-in-law on the other end of the phone has already started checking his company's stock price. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Uncle Li stood respectfully at the door, followed by two maids dressed as maids. Sir, madam, breakfast is ready. Lin Fan ignored Qinyu, who was still in a state of malfunction. He walked straight to the door and gave instructions to Uncle Li. Clear out the restaurant downstairs. Replace all the tables, chairs, and tableware. Wait a minute, our friends from Paris need this. Chapter 48. The father-in-law's company has hit the limit down. Uncle Li bowed and withdrew. He didn't even ask why. The two maids immediately began to work, their movements swift and skillful. The expensive mahogany dining table was carefully carried out. The matching 12 Windsor chairs also disappeared at the restaurant entrance. The hand-woven Persian carpet on the ground was rolled up by two male servants and carried out. The entire first-floor restaurant was cleared out into a huge, empty space in just a few minutes. Looking at this absurd scene, Qinyu felt as if she wasn't in Tianlan Bay No. 1 villa, but rather at a construction site slated for demolition. She wanted to say something. But she found herself at a loss for words. Faced with this man, all her language system and all the logic she had built up over the past 20 years failed her. Not used to it? Lin Fan walked over to her and sat down naturally, as if he wasn't the one who had just issued a series of crazy orders. Leave some space so you can put out new items. His answer was still the same kind of outrageously simple, linear logic. She knew. She gave up on communication. She felt that if she said another word to him, she might end up like her father, so angry that her blood vessels in her brain would burst. She picked up her phone, wanting to see how far the live streaming storm had progressed. However, as soon as the screen lit up, a newly popped up text message took up the entire screen. The sender was her father's private secretary, Secretary Zhang. The content is short, but every word is startling. President Qin, something terrible has happened. Tiancheng Group has unilaterally torn up the contracts for 3 of our ongoing core projects. The chairman was just forced to step down by several veterans at the board meeting, and he's currently raging in his office. The company's stock price hit the daily limit down within 3 minutes of the market opening. Boom. Xinyu's mind went completely blank. She held her phone, her fingers trembling slightly. It hit the daily limit down? Just because of a phone call? Because of that man's casual remark, terminate the cooperation? She had estimated the strength of Tiancheng Group, but she never imagined that its influence would be so terrifying. This is no longer just commercial suppression. This is a dimensional reduction attack. It was a dragon's casual breath upon an ant. She slowly raised her head and looked at the man beside her who was idly scrolling through short videos. He seemed completely unaware of and utterly uninterested in everything that had just happened. At this moment, the iceberg of pride in Xinyu's heart finally, completely collapsed. It was so shattered that not even a single intact piece of ice could be found. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your indirect bragging has been a resounding success. You didn't even glance at it, yet you gave your father-in-law's company a taste of bungee jumping. Prestige points plus 20,000. System reminder, to deal with this kind of self-righteous, stubborn old man, you can't reason with him. You have to smash his toys directly, then he'll know who's in charge. Lin Fan. Your analogy is dangerous. He turned off his phone and stood up. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Qinyu was still reeling from the massive shock and hadn't yet reacted. Let's eat. Lin Fan pointed upstairs. We can't exactly meet our friends from Paris in our bathrobes. His words pulled Qinyu back to this absurd reality.
Right.
A group of chefs who flew in from Paris were also waiting for her.
Xinyu mechanically stood up and walked towards the walk-in closet on the second floor. Push open the door.
An entire wall was covered with a dazzling array of haute couture gowns from major high-end brands, hanging quietly there.
Each one is quite valuable.
Each and every piece of clothing was once her armor in the business world. But now, looking at these clothes, she felt lost for the first time.
Which one should she wear? Go meet a chef whom he bought from Paris like buying cabbages?
She suddenly realized how ridiculous all those so-called haute couture items in her wardrobe were. Just as she was hesitating, Lin Fan also walked in. He didn't even glance at the dazzling array of clothes, but walked straight to a corner and pulled out a simple, off-white dress. Then, he handed the skirt to Xinyu.
Wear this.
The tone was commanding.
No room for argument.
Xinyu looked at the dress, which she had bought a few years ago, but had never worn because she thought it was too ordinary.
Why this one? She asked instinctively. Comfortable. Lin Fan's answers were always simple and direct.
Xinyu took the dress. The fabric was soft and comfortable to the touch. She did not refute it further. She found that she seemed to have begun to get used to him arranging everything for her.
This feeling is strange.
There was a hint of annoyance at being offended. But more than anything, it was a feeling of ease I'd never experienced before, of being completely taken care of.
30 minutes later,
Xinyu changed her clothes and came downstairs. She wore light makeup, and her off-white dress made her look less sharp and more gentle and domestic. Lin Fan was sitting on the sofa, looking at a document. He looked up when he heard footsteps. He glanced at it casually and then nodded.
Good. Xinyu. Good.
Her outfit would make her the center of attention at any business party.
When it came to him, all I got was a not bad?
Just as Xinyu began to doubt her own aesthetic sense, the villa's gate was slowly pushed open. Uncle Li stood respectfully at the door, behind him a row of men dressed in pure white chef uniforms and wearing tall chef hats. The leader was a French man in his 50s with a high nose, deep-set eyes, and a neatly trimmed mustache. His demeanor is more like that of an elegant artist than a chef. It was Augustus, the legendary Michelin-starred chef and the key figure behind The Mirror of the Sky.
Augustus's gaze swept across the empty living room, finally settling on Lin Fan.
He stepped forward and gave Lin Fan a standard French hand gesture to the chest. Dear Mr. Lin, Augustus, and my team extend our highest respect to you. His Chinese has a slight accent, but his pronunciation is clear.
Thank you for recognizing Sky Mirror. From today onwards, it will serve only you.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
Enough with the nonsense. I'm hungry. Augustus's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He has worked in the industry for 30 years, serving countless royalty, nobility, and top billionaires. This is the first time someone spoke to him in the tone of someone ordering food at a roadside stall. But he dared not show any dissatisfaction.
Just 3 hours earlier, this man had bought everything he was so proud of with a sum he couldn't refuse.
Yes, sir.
Augustus immediately turned around and gave a series of instructions to his team in French.
The group of chefs immediately sprang into action.
They took out various kinds of processed top-quality ingredients from a temperature-controlled silver metal box that they carried with them. Australian Wagyu beef, French blue lobster, Caspian caviar, Italian white truffles. They even brought a complete set of portable, top-of-the-line kitchen equipment. In this spacious, even somewhat rudimentary living room, a temporary, world's most expensive kitchen began to be built. Xinyu stood at the top of the stairs, looking at the scene before her that resembled a Hollywood blockbuster film set. She suddenly realized. Perhaps, her father's company's stock price plummeted, not unjustly.
Chapter 49. You cook, can you even build a wall?
Augustus's team demonstrated the military-like execution expected of a world-class kitchen. Portable gas stove, molecular gastronomy appliance, sous vide machine. All sorts of unheard of equipment were assembled in just 10 minutes and neatly arranged in the center of the living room. The silvery metallic sheen created an eerie harmony with the surrounding empty environment. Xinyu sat on the sofa not far away, feeling as if she were watching a science fiction movie. She, and the man sitting next to her, leisurely playing cards on his phone, were the only audience members in this movie.
Sir, madam.
Augustus stepped forward again, followed by 2 assistants, one of whom carried a plate covered with a silver lid.
Appetizer, deep sea dream.
Augustus himself lifted the lid of the meal, his movements as elegant as if he were displaying a rare treasure. In the center of the plate is a thin, pink slice of raw meat, as thin as a cicada's wing, garnished with a few plump, translucent black caviar, and underneath is a layer of shaved ice emitting wisps of white steam. We select the finest tuna belly, air freighted from Hokkaido, and use the most premium part. We then rapidly freeze it with liquid nitrogen at 196 degrees Celsius and slice it into 0.3 mm thin slices using a specially made handmade obsidian knife. Paired with Ossetia caviar from the Caspian Sea, every grain contains the deepest freshness of the ocean.
Augustus's introduction is full of poetry and passion. This is his work, the culinary art he pursued throughout his life. Looking at the plate of exquisitely crafted artwork that didn't resemble food, Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for how to begin eating. Lin Fan finally put down his phone. He peeked over and took a look. Then, he picked up the silver fork and shoveled the slices of tuna belly, along with the caviar, into his mouth. He chewed it twice. He swallowed it. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. Augustus's smile froze instantly.
The bodies of his 2 assistants behind him also visibly stiffened.
What did they see? Did that man eat the €6,800 deep-sea dream by eating a plate of smashed cucumber? Blasphemy. This is a desecration of art.
Lin Fan clicked his tongue and gave his evaluation. It tastes good.
Augustus's lips twitched involuntarily. Good? Just good?
This dish once moved a prince from Dubai so much that he wrote a poem on the spot to praise it.
Well, Lin Fan added, it's a bit like ice fong. Augustus.
He felt as if an ice pick had pierced his heart.
Ice fong?
That's the unique fusion of ice and fire flavor brought about by liquid nitrogen cryogenic cooking.
That's the essence. Ding.
Detected that the host is challenging the artistic dignity of a world-class chef using the tasting methods of northeastern stew.
The effect of this dimensional reduction attack is remarkable. System evaluation: every chew you make is a ruthless trampling of luxury.
Every swallow you take is a powerful critique of capitalist corruption. We suggest that next time the host directly engages in hands-on activities, which will better embody the spirit of returning to simplicity.
Reward: divine taste, passive skill.
Your tongue is now more sensitive than the world's most sophisticated instruments, capable of detecting even the slightest difference in ingredients and seasoning variations. Lin Fan ignored the system's noise. He looked at the petrified Augustus and waved his hand.
Next.
Augustus took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging impulse within him to die together with this barbarian.
He's a professional. He cannot be swayed by the tastes of his guests.
Even if this guest's taste is still at the primitive stage of eating raw meat and drinking blood.
Yes, sir.
He waved his hand, and the second dish was served.
An afternoon in Provence.
We select the tenderest part of the chicken breast from Bresse, France, marinated for 48 hours with top-quality white truffles and foie gras, and then slow cook it at a low temperature to lock in all the juices into the meat fibers. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan forked a whole piece of chicken breast and stuffed it into his mouth.
A bit tough. Augustus.
The third dish.
Tears of the Atlantic.
French Fendiclaire oysters, served with our secret lemon foam. Lin Fan ate them one after another.
It's a bit fishy. Augustus.
The fourth dish.
The first snow of the Alps. Australian M12 Wagyu sirloin, medium rare.
Lin Fan cut off a large piece and chewed it.
A bit old.
Augustus's face had turned from pale to ashen. The entire team of chefs behind him stopped what they were doing and stared at the man sitting on the sofa with the look of someone looking at a prehistoric behemoth.
Old?
That's achieved using top-of-the-line equipment and precise temperature control down to the second, resulting in the perfect doneness.
Firewood?
That's the unique, chewy texture of breast chicken.
Fishy?
That's the purest, most primal taste of the sea from Fendiclaire oysters.
Does this man even understand anything?
Xinyu sat beside her, completely numb. She even felt that the scene before her had a kind of absurd, dark humor. A team representing the pinnacle of human culinary skills is doing everything in its power to satisfy a man whose taste might be worse than that of a stray dog on the street. She suddenly felt like laughing. It was neither mockery nor sarcasm. Rather, it is a kind of nihilistic, liberating smile that arises after witnessing all common sense and logic being crushed. It turns out that when a person becomes powerful to a certain extent, the so-called rules, the so-called authority, the so-called art It really is just a joke.
Finally,
After enduring an hour of torture that could be described as the worst in his career, the last dessert has been served. Augustus stood there, his body ramrod straight, like a condemned prisoner awaiting sentencing. He no longer cares about praise. He only prayed that this demon would stop speaking. The living room was deathly silent. Lin Fan wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and stretched his limbs.
he walked up to Augustus and looked him up and down.
Augustus's heart leaped into his throat.
He's here. He came to the final judgment. The craftsmanship is all right.
Lin Fan finally spoke. Augustus felt all his strength drain away, and he almost collapsed to the ground.
Good.
This assessment, while still insulting, is at least not a bit old or a bit tough. It's all fancy and doesn't fill you up, Lin Fan continued.
After eating for a while, it's like I haven't eaten anything at all.
Augustus's heart, which had just settled down, was instantly filled with anxiety again.
How about this?
Lin Fan patted Augustus on the shoulder.
Starting tomorrow, you don't need to do any of this fancy stuff. Just cook me some home-style dishes. Do you know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Augustus's brain crashed. Tomatoes, scrambled eggs?
He, a legendary Michelin chef hailed as the Da Vinci of the kitchen, is going to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for this man here. He felt that his artistic integrity was being repeatedly vilified.
And another thing, Lin Fan said, as if he had remembered something. Does your team have anyone who can build walls? Augustus was completely dumbfounded. WH? What?
Build a wall, lay bricks, use cement.
Lin Fan gestured. I think that lawn in the yard is nice, it's a waste to leave it empty. Go over there and build me a stove.
I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes, the kind sold at street stalls.
A serious expression appeared on Lin Fan's face.
Use fruitwood charcoal to slowly roast it until the outer skin is charred black and golden sugar oil flows out inside.
That's what I call delicious.
Having said that, he ignored Augustus, who had completely turned into a statue, and turned to walk upstairs. The entire Michelin 3-star team was left alone in the empty living room, looking at each other in bewilderment, collectively questioning their existence. Xin Yu looked at Lin Fan's back, then glanced at the group of French chefs who seemed to be questioning their existence.
Her phone suddenly vibrated again. It was sent by Secretary Zhang.
President Qin, the chairman, he was just rushed to the hospital. They say it's a sudden onset of high blood pressure and a myocardial infarction. Chapter 50 The King of Medical Competition, 3 countries vie to save my dad. Xin Yu held the phone. The small metal screen felt incredibly heavy at that moment. The line of text that Secretary Zhang sent, every punctuation mark, felt like a red-hot steel needle piercing into her brain.
Hypertension. Myocardial infarction. They were taken to the hospital.
The man who had played the role of a tyrant in her life for more than 20 years, the father who was always energetic and always in control of everything, just fell down like that?
Because of a phone call.
Because of the man in front of me, with just a few casual words.
Absurd. This is all so absurd.
She looked up, her gaze passing through the empty living room and towards the stairwell on the second floor. Lin Fan's figure had just disappeared from that spot.
She didn't know what emotion she should be feeling right now. Is it worry? Is it pleasure? Or fear? Right. It is fear.
An indescribable fear of Lin Fan, a fear that comes from the depths of one's soul.
He wasn't joking. He wasn't showing off his wealth.
He was playing a game where she didn't even have a ticket, using rules she couldn't understand at all.
Her father, her family, and everything she was once proud of were just building blocks that he could easily knock down.
Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. Lin Fan came down again. He was holding a sock in his hand, a look of confusion on his face.
Strange, the other one is missing.
He walked up to Xin Yu, looked down at her stiff posture and her deathly pale face.
What's wrong? Is the food not good? Xin Yu's body trembled violently. That string, stretched to its limit, finally snapped. My father, he's in the hospital.
Her voice carried a sharpness and trembling that she herself was unaware of.
Myocardial infarction. It's all because of you. Because of that phone call you made.
She stared intently at Lin Fan, as if trying to find even the slightest trace of guilt or panic on his face.
However, there was nothing there. Lin Fan simply said, "Oh."
That O was light and airy, devoid of any emotion, as if he had just heard that it might rain tomorrow.
Oh? Qin Yu was almost in despair. You only said oh? That's my father. He might die. He won't.
Lin Fan's answer was shockingly calm. He casually tossed the socks he was holding onto the sofa and walked up to her.
What can you do at the hospital now? He asked. Can you bring the stock price back up? Or can you shut those old guys on the board up? Or can you personally perform heart bypass surgery on him? A barrage of questions left Qin Yu speechless. She can't. There's nothing she can do.
If she went, she would only be surrounded by reporters, questioned by relatives, and told a bunch of medical terms she couldn't understand by doctors. In the end, she would be left in endless chaos and anxiety, waiting for an unknown outcome. You'll only serve one purpose.
Lin Fan continued. It's about showing everyone your vulnerability and panic, so that those rats hiding in the shadows can see more clearly and laugh even louder. You.
Qin Yu's lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal.
Because everything he said was true.
Cold-blooded, but correct. So I'm just supposed to do nothing, she practically screamed.
I'm just supposed to stand here, eating your French cuisine, and waiting for news of his death? Who said we had to wait?
Lin Fan glanced at her, puzzled. Then, he took out his phone again. In Qin Yu's eyes, that phone was more terrifying than the Grim Reaper's scythe.
He dialed Uncle Lee's number in front of her. Uncle Lee.
Chairman, what are your orders? Find out which hospital Qin Zhengyang is in now, Lin Fan said, as if he were arranging a routine business visit.
Yes, Chairman, please wait a moment. We found it.
It's in the emergency room of the Department of Cardiovascular Medicine at the First People's Hospital of Donghai City.
Very good. Lin Fan nodded.
Now, contact the 3 best cardiac surgery teams in the United States, Germany, and Switzerland, and tell them that I don't care what mode of transportation they use, whether it's a private plane or a military transport plane, I want them to be at Donghai First People's Hospital within 2 hours.
Uncle Lee on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment.
Chairman, these 3 teams belong to different organizations, and having them come at the same time might be.
Then let's buy those 3 institutions.
Lin Fan's logic is always so simple and straightforward. Tell them, this is not a consultation, this is a competition. Whoever can restore Qin Zhengyang's body to a state of even better health than he was at 20 years old in the shortest possible time, my family foundation will invest $10 billion in his team and the medical institution he works for. US dollars.
Uncle Lee, yes, Chairman.
In addition, Lin Fan added, contact the president of the First People's Hospital and tell him that from now on, his hospital's entire mission is to serve Qin Zhengyang, this one patient.
If the patient loses a single hair, I will pluck out every single hair from the lawn of his hospital.
Also, acquire the medical group that owns this hospital. I want absolute control. I want that hospital director to understand that he is not treating patients right now, he is treating his boss.
Smack.
The call ended. Lin Fan tossed his phone back onto the sofa and looked at Qin Yu, who had completely lost the ability to think. He shrugged.
Look. The problem is solved again. Ding.
Host, your body-style rescue model has successfully transformed a humanitarian crisis into a capitalist frenzy.
That's vision. That's vision.
Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement pricing master of life.
Reward, words become law, aura beginner.
Wearing this aura, any command you issue, within the scope of what money can solve, will have a 100% higher efficiency and success rate in execution. Lin Fan ignored the system's voice. He looked at Qin Yu, then pointed to the group of French chefs in the center of the living room who were completely dumbfounded.
Now, can you eat in peace? It seems the dessert hasn't been served yet. Qin Yu did not answer. She just stared at him blankly.
Looking at this man who, with just a few words, mobilized the world's top medical resources to save her father in an almost humiliating way. Her worldview, her values, everything about her was crushed into dust in this storm. Then, on the ruins, a brand new, bizarre world is slowly being built.
The only rule in this world is him. Sudden. But. A soft laugh escaped Qin Yu's lips.
She covered her mouth, but the laughter couldn't be stopped. From initial repression to later trembling, it finally turned into uncontrollable, joyful laughter. She smiled, but tears streamed down her cheeks. She didn't know whether she was crying or laughing. All she knew was that her life over the past 20-odd years had been a huge joke.
Now, she is finally free from this joke. Chapter 51: The CEO's Online Tutorial, Logic Restructuring and Duck Engineering.
Lin Fan stood there, watching the woman who was both crying and laughing, her body trembling uncontrollably.
She's broken.
That was the first thought that popped into his head. It's like a sophisticated computer running an overloaded program. Too many conflicting instructions are input, eventually causing the CPU to burn out and the system to crash.
Ding! Warning! Warning!
The Ice Queen has experienced a logical breakdown, and her emotional system has completely collapsed.
Host, your inhumane actions have caused irreversible mental damage to the target.
The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude and excitement.
Detected that Qin Yu is currently in a once-in-a-lifetime emotional vacuum. All defense mechanisms are reset. It's time to unleash your damn, irresistible charm. Option 1, Cold-Blooded to the End 2.0.
Seriously tell her that excessive emotional fluctuations can lead to endocrine disorders and accelerate skin aging, and as a bonus, offer a La Mer all-in-one skincare set as compensation for emotional distress. Reward for completing the task: 1 forever single golden VIP card permanently valid, Qin Yu's favorability 20.
Option 2, Awkward Comfort.
Use your own methods to stop her current emotional breakdown and bring her back to a communicable state. Reward for completing the task: master-level culinary skill can transform any ingredient into something magical, possessing the aura of a god of cookery, Qin Yu's favorability plus 10, unlocking key information, Qin Yu's childhood trauma fragment 1.
Master-level culinary skills?
This is not bad. We can't expect those Frenchmen to build walls every day from now on. I just want to be able to eat well in the future, and incidentally study the complex emotional mechanisms of human women. Lin Fan found an incredibly solid scientific basis for his choice in his heart.
He took a step and walked up to Qin Yu.
The woman remained immersed in her own world, tears mingling with a relieved smile as they slid down her beautiful cheeks. Lin Fan extended his hand. The movements were somewhat stiff. He didn't wipe away her tears, nor did he hug her. He simply, as if comforting a frightened stray cat that dared not get too close, extended 2 fingers and carefully touched the top of her head.
Then, in a calm and matter-of-fact tone, state the facts. All right. Don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore.
Qin Yu's laughter and crying came to an abrupt halt. She suddenly raised her head, and her eyes, washed by tears, were surprisingly clear. She looked at him. Looking at the man who had just touched the top of his head with his finger.
What did he say? If I cry again, I won't be pretty anymore?
How could he say something like that to a 3-year-old with such a serious expression, as if he were announcing a company financial report?
Absurd. Utterly absurd.
But it was this extreme absurdity that, like a precise scalpel, instantly severed the chaotic nerve in her brain. All the breakdowns and all the catharsis were replaced at this moment by an even stronger, bittersweet emotion.
She stopped crying. He stopped laughing.
She just stared at him intently, as if trying to see right through him.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Rewards are being distributed.
Master-level culinary skills have been instilled. Friendly reminder: tossing food in a wok is an art. Please practice diligently.
Qin Yu's favorability plus 10.
Current favorability, 30. Friendly reminder: this has surpassed her favorability towards the company's cleaning lady. Congratulations. Unlocking key information: Qin Yu's childhood trauma fragment 1. Lin Fan had no interest in the system's prompts. He felt uncomfortable with the woman staring at him so intently. These emotional creatures are such a hassle. To escape the awkward atmosphere, he decisively turned around and focused his attention on the Michelin-starred group in the center of the living room, who were still frozen in place.
All right, break time is over. Lin Fan clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Augustus's body trembled almost imperceptibly, as if he had just woken from a nightmare. Gentlemen? About that stove.
Lin Fan walked up to him, put his hands behind his back, looking like a foreman inspecting a construction site. I just thought about it, and just knowing how to build walls isn't enough.
Augustus. You are chefs, so your control over the heat should be professional.
Lin Fan's logic was impeccable. Therefore, the design of this stove must be aerodynamic, so that the aroma of the fruitwood charcoal can penetrate into every fiber of the sweet potato to the greatest extent. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands in the air.
How big should the air inlet be? how tall should the chimney be, and how should the curvature of the furnace be designed? These are all things to be learned. Augustus. He felt as if his name was being disassembled letter by letter and thrown into cement to be mixed. Sir, he began with difficulty, we are chefs, not architects. Is there a difference? Lin Fan asked back. One is stacking ingredients in the kitchen, and the other is stacking bricks in the yard. Essentially, it's all about the art of stacking. Augustus felt that his worldview was being forcibly formatted by this man in an unreasonable way. Xinyu sat on the sofa, watching this scene. She found that she could now calmly, and even with a touch of curiosity, appreciate Lin Fan's various inexplicable behaviors. Just then, Lin Fan seemed to remember something else. He took out the phone that had changed the fate of countless people again and dialed Uncle Li's number. Chairman. Uncle Li's voice was always so calm and steady. Uncle Li, please contact the best excavator driver in Donghai City for me. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone from Uncle Li. This was the longest delay in his reaction since he started following Lin Fan. Excavator? Yes, Lin Fan confirmed. I want to dig an artificial lake in the yard. Xinyu. Augustus and his team. The lake doesn't need to be too big, just big enough to raise a few ducks, Lin Fan continued. I want to eat roast duck, the kind that's freshly caught and roasted. Uncle Li, yes, Chairman. Are there any requirements regarding the breed of ducks? Of course. Lin Fan's answer was taken for granted. I want Beijing ducks. Pick the fattest ones from Quanju's breeding base and air freight them over. Also, hire me the best roast duck chef. No, one isn't enough. Bring their entire kitchen over. Tell them that I provide food and lodging here, offer a monthly salary of 1 million, and the job is very simple. It's about teaching those French people how to roast duck. After saying that, smack. He hung up the phone again. Then, he turned his head and looked at Augustus, who had completely lost the ability to control his expression. Did you hear that? Your new subject will begin tomorrow. Besides building walls, we also need to learn how to carve ducks. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Fan's face. I place great importance on the all-round development of my employees. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 52, Building a Wall and Roasting Duck, Excavator Carving a Map. Augustus stood there, as if his soul had been ripped out. The group of French chefs behind him also looked ashen-faced, as if they had heard the pronouncement of the end of the world. Building a wall. Roast duck. These two things have absolutely nothing to do with anything they've learned in the past 20 years. This is an insult. No, this is worse than an insult. This is a complete and utter destruction, from the spiritual to the professional. Gentlemen. Augustus used all his strength to try to salvage his last shred of dignity. We are French chefs. What we pursue throughout our lives is the art of cooking, the ultimate experience for the taste buds, not art. Lin Fan interrupted him, his face showing a pure, heartfelt confusion. Can it be eaten as a meal? Augustus. I'm offering you $1 million monthly salary, not so you can come and discuss what art is with me. Lin Fan walked up to him and patted his stiff shoulder. All I care about is whether my employees can roast a duck for me with crispy skin, tender meat, and a melt-in-your-mouth texture. Skills assessments will begin tomorrow. Whoever slices the duck the thinnest and has the best knife skills will have their bonus doubled for the month. Anyone who can't even lay bricks straight can go out and pull weeds in the yard. Lin Fan's logic is simple and blunt, yet it possesses a despairing and irrefutable persuasive power. The bonus is doubled. Go to the yard and pull weeds. Looking at Lin Fan's serious face, Augustus suddenly realized that this man was not joking. He really intends to have these Michelin 3-star chefs transition into construction workers and Peking duck chefs. Ding! Congratulations on successfully establishing the new Oriental Michelin cross-industry training program. Your management philosophy is ahead of its time. Management proficiency plus 100. System suggestion: consider offering an elective course on excavator operation to fully implement the cultivation of multi-skilled personnel. Lin Fan. You really are an educator. Just then. Boom! A deep, loud engine roar came from outside the villa, growing louder as it approached. The ground throughout the villa felt a slight tremor. The group of French chefs in the living room were startled by the sudden commotion and looked out the window in alarm. Xinyu also curiously raised her head.
On the meticulously manicured, expensive imported lawn of the villa, a row of enormous vehicles slowly drove in. 5 brand new excavators, painted bright yellow, lined up like steel behemoths, rolled over the soft grass and came to a stop in front of the villa. The door of the cab of the lead excavator was pushed open. A burly man wearing blue overalls, covered in grease, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, jumped down from above. He looked around and was stunned when he saw the group of foreigners in white chef's uniforms in the living room, and Chinyu, who had an extraordinary air about her, sitting on the sofa. Then, his gaze fell on Lin Fan.
Which one of you is Boss Lin?
The man had a loud voice, carrying a bold and unrestrained air of chivalry.
My name is Wang Taizhu, an outstanding graduate of the Excavator Operation Program at Lanshan Vocational School. I heard you have a big job here. Like digging a lake? Uncle Li strode forward, just about to make an introduction.
Lin Fan waved his hand and walked straight over.
That's me.
He looked Wang Taizhu up and down, then glanced at the row of imposing excavators behind him.
How's the technology?
Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhu threw his cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out, and pounded his chest with a loud bang.
Boss Lin, what a question.
I'm not bragging, but in the entire Donghai city, when it comes to operating excavators, if I, Wang Taizhu, say I'm second, no one dares to claim to be first. Cooking, opening bottle caps, threading needles, those are all child's play.
If you can name it, there's nothing my excavator can't do.
Very good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He pointed to a century-old camphor tree not far away.
Master Wang, do you see that tree?
I see it.
What, are you going to move it to a different place? No.
Lin Fan shook his head.
Use your bucket to pick a leaf from the top of that tree. The smile on Wang Taizhu's face froze.
He picked at his ear, thinking he had misheard.
Mr. Lin, what did you say?
Pick the leaves?
Yes.
Lin Fan's expression was extremely serious. You can only pick one leaf, and you are not allowed to touch any other branches or leaves.
Wang Taizhu.
The 4 brothers behind him, who were also ace drivers, were all dumbfounded. They drive massive vehicles weighing tens of tons, clearing roads up mountains and mining underground. They've seen it all.
Using a digging bucket to pick leaves? What kind of godlike operation is this?
Xinyu sat on the sofa, watching this scene, and finally couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. She was afraid she would burst out laughing.
How did this man manage to arrange every absurd thing so logically? What? You can't do it? Lin Fan looked at Wang Taizhu, who was in a daze. It's possible. Of course it's possible. Provoked by him, Wang Taizhu's technical arrogance instantly resurfaced. Mr. Lin, you'd better watch this.
He flipped over, jumped back into the driver's seat, and started the steel behemoth. The enormous robotic arm, under his control, slowly rose, and then, with a lightness and precision completely incongruous with its massive size, reached towards the canopy of the camphor tree.
Everyone held their breath.
The group of French chefs were completely dumbfounded. They felt that the impact they had experienced today was greater than the impact they had experienced in the previous half of their lives combined. Carefully navigating the edge of the excavator bucket, we passed through the dense foliage. Finally, it came to a steady stop beneath a vibrant green leaf.
With a gentle hook,
the leaf then detached from the branch and fell into the huge excavator bucket.
The entire process was smooth and fluid, with the surrounding branches and leaves remaining completely still.
Pretty. Lin Fan led the applause. Wang Taizhu poked his head out of the driver's seat, his face beaming with smug satisfaction.
Boss Lin, how is it? Not bad, right?
Good. Lin Fan nodded, then changed the subject.
However, just picking leaves is not enough. Wang Taizhu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition arose spontaneously.
Lin Fan pointed to the open space in the center of the yard. I want you to dig a standard circular artificial lake here, with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of 3 meters.
That's easy. Wang Taizhu breathed a sigh of relief.
But, Lin Fan continued, the lake bottom cannot be flat. I want you to use a bucket to carve a world map for me from the bottom of the lake.
Wang Taizhu?
The Asian plate should be higher, the European plate should be flatter, Africa should have the texture of a desert, and the Americas should have space for the Great Lakes. Lin Fan spoke while gesturing with his hands. Every detail must be precise. Once the lake water is released, I want to stand on the roof of the villa and have a clear view of whether my ducks are swimming in the Pacific Ocean or bathing in the Atlantic Ocean. Wang Tieju's mouth was agape, and the half-smoked cigarette he was holding fell to the ground. He looked at Lin Fan, the man who had solemnly asked him to use an excavator to create a relief sculpture at the bottom of the lake. He suddenly realized, I may have wasted the last 20 years of my life driving an excavator.
Just as the entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence,
Uncle Li suddenly rushed out of the villa, his face showing an unprecedented panic.
Sir! Something terrible has happened.
Lin Fan turned around, somewhat displeased.
What? Is there a traffic jam on Duck Road?
No. Uncle Li ran up to him, panting heavily, and lowered his voice.
It's the Qin family from Beijing.
The Qin family patriarch, with his men, has already arrived in Donghai City.
Chapter 53. A big shot from Beijing has arrived? Let's get a helmet first. Uncle Li's face was deathly pale, more so than ever before.
He followed Lin Fan and witnessed his madness in buying restaurants, mobilizing global medical resources, and even acquiring medical groups. But this time, his composure was finally shattered completely.
The Qin family of the capital.
Xinyu muttered to herself, her face, which had just regained a little color, instantly turned ashen white again. It was a fear even more profound than hearing that her father had been admitted to the hospital. Lin Fan frowned impatiently. He had just established a good technical exchange atmosphere with Master Wang Taizhu and was preparing to have an in-depth discussion on the dialectical relationship between plate tectonics and the angle of the excavator bucket.
Is the Qin family in the capital very powerful? He asked.
It's not a matter of how powerful he is.
Qin Yu's voice trembled.
That's my grandfather, the true head of the Qin family.
My father doesn't even dare to raise his voice in front of him. He controls the entire Qin family's businesses, connections, and everything else.
He came all the way from the capital, he must have known what happened here.
He's here to demand an explanation. Lin Fan responded with an "Oh."
It turns out it was the final boss's father who arrived.
Trouble. Ding. High energy warning.
The epic NPC Old Master Qin has been detected. As the hidden boss of this area, his strength far surpasses that of the previous Qin Zhengyang instance.
The system is planning the best route for you.
Option 1, Clash of Titans. Immediately halt all unproductive projects, don a suit, and, as the chairman of Tiancheng Group, engage in a fierce business negotiation with the other party.
Use your strength and financial resources to completely conquer him.
Reward for completion, Master of Business Negotiation Skill, plus 10 favorability with the Qin family patriarch. Option 2, ignoring is the greatest contempt. Continue your grand project and invite Old Master Qin to visit and guide your roast duck stove artificial lake project, letting him truly understand what it means to not discuss ice with a summer insect. Rewards for completing the mission, Engineering Genius Aura when worn, increases the construction efficiency and final quality of any engineering project by 300%, Old Master Qin's shock value plus 10,000, unlocks Qin Family Core Secret Fragment 1.
Do I even need to think about it? What's the point of negotiating? Is it like arguing with an old man? An engineering genius, that sounds exciting. Will we be able to design our own houses in the future?
I just feel that we should show our hospitality to our guests and let them experience the enthusiasm of Donghai City in infrastructure development. In his heart, Lin Fan found a reason full of humanistic concern for his choice. He glanced at Qinyu, who was almost unable to stand, and then at Uncle Li, who was panicking and completely at a loss.
What's the panic?
He waved his hand and turned his attention back to Wang Taizhu, the excavator driver.
Master Wang, let's continue.
He pointed to the lawn in the yard, his expression focused. I have a new idea about the world map at the bottom of this lake. In addition to the tectonic plates, we should also carve out the direction of the ocean currents, so that when the ducks swim in it, they can drift with the ocean currents, saving them energy.
Wang Taizhu. Qin Yu. Uncle Li. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes rang out outside the villa.
Immediately following was the sound of the car doors closing in unison. A dozen or so black Hongqi sedans with Beijing license plates formed an imposing convoy, completely blocking the gate of Tianlan Bay No. 1 villa. Nearly 50 bodyguards dressed in black Zhongshan suits with stern expressions stepped out of the car. They lined up in 2 rows at the entrance of the villa, creating a solemn passageway. Finally, the door of the middle car was respectfully opened by a middle-aged man. A foot wearing a handmade black cloth shoe stepped out. Next came an elderly man with gray hair but a sprightly appearance, who was leaning on a dragon-headed cane and wearing a dark gray tang suit. Although the old man was over 70, he stood upright, and although his eyes were cloudy, they exuded an air of authority that commanded respect and made people afraid to look him in the eye. He is Qin Tian, the pillar of the Qin family. The moment Qin Tian appeared, the atmosphere in the entire courtyard seemed to drop a few degrees. The group of French chefs who were studying how to build the wall were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Wang Taizhu and his excavator operators also stopped what they were doing and nervously watched the intimidating old man. Qin Yu's body was taut like a fully drawn bow.
Grandpa, Grandpa.
Qin Tian's gaze swept over the messy construction site in the yard, and when he saw the several huge excavators, his brows furrowed noticeably. His gaze finally landed on Qin Yu, but only lingered for less than half a second before passing over her and locking onto the young man who was facing away from him, gesturing to the excavator operator.
You are Lin Fan?
Qin Tian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power.
The entire courtyard was completely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan finally stopped talking to Wang Taizhu. He turned around and saw the old man with a cane. He looked him up and down.
He seems to be in good health and should be able to work for a few more years.
It's me. Lin Fan nodded. You're the one who got my grandson Qin Zhongyang into the hospital?
Qin Tian spoke again, tapping his cane lightly on the ground with a dull thud. He's in poor health, he has high blood pressure, is it my fault?
Lin Fan shrugged. The group of bodyguards behind Qin Tian glared angrily.
Qin Yu's heart was in her throat.
What a quick-witted young man. Qin Tian smiled instead of being angry, but the smile sent chills down one's spine.
It seems you don't take the Qin family of the capital seriously.
You're overthinking it.
Lin Fan shook his head, correcting him seriously. It's not that I don't care about your Qin family, it's that I simply don't have time to look at you. He pointed to the large pit in the yard, and then to the pile of bricks and cement next to it.
I'm very busy.
My ducks are still on their way, the lake hasn't been dug yet, and the stove has only just been laid down.
I don't have time to deal with your family's petty affairs. The air froze. The smile on Qin Tian's face vanished completely.
He had dominated the business world for 50 years and led the Qin family for decades, and this was the first time someone had dared to speak to him in such a tone.
It's not provocation, it's not arrogance.
Rather, it is a pure, heartfelt, utter disregard.
It's as if Qin Tian's arrival and the prestige of the Qin family are less important than an unfinished duck lake. Someone come here. Qin Tian slowly raised his dragon-headed cane.
The bodyguards behind him instantly stepped forward, and a chilling aura spread out. Qin Yu was so frightened that she closed her eyes.
However, Uncle Li. Lin Fan called out as well. Uncle Li jumped up in surprise and rushed forward. Chairman, go and give this old gentleman and his friends a safety helmet.
Lin Fan pointed to the group of bodyguards who looked like wolves and tigers. There are many people and things going on at the construction site, and the machines don't have eyes.
If someone gets hurt, we won't be responsible for their medical expenses. Uncle Li, yes.
He immediately turned around, ran to the storage room, and brought out a large stack of brand new, yellow safety helmets. Qin Tian and everyone behind him were stunned. They watched as Uncle Li stood there, holding a pile of safety helmets, unsure whether he should hand them out or not.
The tense scene instantly turned into something utterly comical. Lin Fan ignored them.
He walked back to Qin Tian and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, even one that held a hint of expectation.
Sir, you seem to be in pretty good health. Perfect timing, we're short of a chief engineer here. You've come at the perfect time. A genuine smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Do you know how to build a wall? Chapter 54. Grandpa's here? Perfect timing, the construction site needs a chief engineer. Qin Tian's hand gripped the dragon-headed cane, veins bulging.
The bodyguards behind him were like ferocious beasts ready to pounce, just waiting for their master's order to tear this reckless young man to shreds. The air in the entire courtyard became thick and viscous due to the immense pressure.
Qin Yu's breathing almost stopped.
She knew this was a prelude to her grandfather's rage. The last time he showed such an attitude was when an uncle from a collateral branch of the Qin family embezzled 30 million yuan of company funds. The next day, that uncle was completely erased from the Qin family's genealogy and vanished without a trace. Now, Lin Fan's actions are 10,000 times worse than embezzling 30 million yuan of public funds.
This is a trampling on the Qin family's reputation built up over a century. Very good. Qin Tian squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. He slowly raised his cane, about to give the life or death order. Lin Fan, however, acted first. He didn't even look at Qin Tian, but turned around and walked to the group of bodyguards in black. He stretched out his hand and pointed to a burly man standing at the very front, who was over 1.9 meters tall and had a face full of scars. You. The bodyguard was stunned. Yes, it's you. Stop looking. Lin Fan waved impatiently. What's your name? The bodyguard didn't answer, but just looked at Lin Fan with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Never mind, it's not important. Lin Fan waved his hand, like a foreman picking through goods. Judging from your physique, you must be quite strong. Go, there's cement and sand over there, help Master Wang mix the materials. The bodyguard. All the bodyguards behind him. Excavator operator Wang Taizhu and his brothers, cigarette dangling from their lips. The group of French chefs in the courtyard. Qin Tian's cane, which he had raised halfway, froze in midair. Lin Fan did not stop. He then pointed to another bodyguard who wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked quite refined. You look like a cultured person. Go find Uncle Li and get the construction drawings for the duck shed. Read them to the workers so they don't build it wrong. The bespectacled bodyguard subconsciously adjusted his glasses. He is a law doctor from Peking University, a retired elite from the National Security Bureau, and now Mr. Qin's personal legal advisor and bodyguard captain. Let him read the blueprints? And you too. Lin Fan swung his arm, sweeping it over the remaining dozens of menacing top-tier bodyguards. Don't just stand there. Those with strength, go move bricks. Those with skillful hands, learn to build walls. Those with nimble legs, go hand water to the workers. The foundation for the stove must be laid before sunset today. Whoever does a good job gets an extra treat tonight. I'll have a Michelin-starred chef make you scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Lin Fan's voice was loud, clear, and full of undeniable passion. The entire Tianlan Bay No. 1 villa was plunged into an unprecedented, deathly silence. Qin Yu covered her mouth tightly with her hand. She was afraid that she wouldn't just laugh out loud, but would actually laugh herself to the point of fainting. She looked at the group of top elites from the capital who were completely petrified. She looked at her grandfather, who had been dignified all his life, but now stood frozen in place like a statue. She suddenly realized. It doesn't seem like a big deal that my father's company has hit its daily limit down. Ding! Host, you have successfully transformed a high society interrogation into a bustling construction site mobilization meeting. Your exploitation and reuse of human resources has reached a level that would make even capitalists weep. System rating: this performance art piece is filled with ruthless satire of the feudal patriarchal system and heartfelt concern for the working people. This system hereby awards you the title of first person to integrate across boundaries. Option 1, appeasement. Tell Qin Tian that considering his age, he can simply act as a supervisor and doesn't need to do the work himself, and reward him with a day of paid leave. Reward for completion: the Qin family's goodwill, a largely useless verbal promise. Option 2, power suppression. Directly appoint Qin Tian as the chief person in charge of the roast duck project, requiring him to sign a pledge guaranteeing the ducks will be able to swim within 3 days. Mission completion log reward: absolute control aura increases obedience rate by 20% when issuing orders to subordinates. Qin family core secret fragment 2. Is there even a need to choose? Of course, I want him to contribute his light and heat to my duck empire. Ignoring the system's prompts, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to Qin Tian. He picked up a yellow helmet from the pile of safety helmets that Uncle Li had brought over and walked up to Qin Tian. Old sir. Lin Fan's expression was sincere and earnest. I know you may not be able to accept the new job right away. But you must believe in your abilities. He handed the brand new safety helmet, which still smelled of plastic, to Qin Tian. Chief Engineer Qin, your team is ready. Now, I officially appoint you as the chief engineer of the Tianlan Bay No. 1 Villa Royal Duck Farm and Fruitwood Charcoal Roasted Sweet Potato Base project. I hope you won't let me down. Show the spirit you have when you take charge of the Qin family, lead your team, and strive for our shared and great Peking duck business. Qin Tian looked at the yellow safety helmet handed to him. He could no longer maintain that lofty and authoritative demeanor. A surge of blood energy rushed straight to the top of his head. You. He had just uttered one word. Boom. A loud bang interrupted him. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Excavator operator Wang Taizhu had somehow returned to the cab.
He controlled the steel behemoth, and the huge bucket slammed into the ground, sending dirt flying and instantly creating a huge crater.
Boss Lin. I've figured it out.
Wang Taizhu poked his head out of the driver's seat, his face flushed, and shouted excitedly.
Art. This is the real art. Carve a world map with a bucket.
If I can pull this off, I can become an honorary professor when I go back to Lanqiang Technical School.
Don't worry. Forget about a world map. Even if you wanted me to carve a Qingming scroll for you at the bottom of the lake, I'd do it for you.
After saying that, he turned back and once again operated the excavator, beginning his frenzied creation with an artistic passion.
That's right.
Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. Look, even Master Wang has such a high level of awareness.
Chief Engineer Qin, you can't fall behind. Qin Tian remains silent.
He just stared intently at Lin Fan, the hand gripping the dragon-headed cane so tightly that the knuckles had turned white. His bodyguards finally snapped out of the chaos. The burly man whom Lin Fan had specifically asked to mix cement stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying killing intent.
You're asking for it. His large, fan-like hand reached out to grab Lin Fan's neck. Xin Yu's heart jumped into her throat instantly. However, Lin Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. Just as that hand was about to touch him, a dark figure appeared beside Lin Fan without warning. It's Uncle Li. That old man, who had always been respectful and acted like an ordinary housekeeper. No one saw how he moved.
All anyone saw was him extending two fingers and casually pinching the burly man's powerful wrist.
Click.
A crisp sound, the sound of bones breaking. The burly man's fleshy face contorted instantly, and large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks.
He let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman. His entire arm hung limply at an odd angle.
Uncle Li loosened his fingers, as if he had merely brushed off a bit of dust.
He remained bowed, standing behind Lin Fan, and spoke humbly.
Sir, the construction site is dangerous.
You should stand further away. The entire courtyard was completely silent.
Qin Tian watched as his most capable bodyguard, who had once fought a brown bear barehanded in a Siberian training camp, was rendered useless by an old butler. For the first time, his body felt a bone-chilling cold. Lin Fan finally turned around and looked at Qin Tian. He picked up the yellow hard hat that had fallen to the ground and blew the dust off it. Then, he personally placed it on Qin Tian's white hair.
All right, Chief Engineer Qin. Now, we can start work. Chapter 55. It's just a matter of a word, not a problem at all.
The yellow safety helmet on Qin Tian's white hair stood out starkly. He had spent his life in the military and in the business world, and had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace.
That hat wasn't heavy,
but it crushed the last shred of dignity he had as the head of the Qin family.
You.
Qin Tian was about to speak, to say something to salvage the situation. Lin Fan didn't give him a chance at all. He turned around and looked at Qin Yu, who was completely stunned.
Don't worry about your dad.
His tone was so calm, as if he were simply saying that the weather was nice today.
Qin Yu was stunned. She subconsciously asked, what?
I said, your dad, Lin Fan repeated, seemingly finding her reaction a bit slow. I've already made arrangements.
Arrangements?
Qin Yu's mind was a little slow to process.
That's a heart attack, a life-threatening emergency. What should we do? Yes.
Lin Fan nodded and started counting on his fingers. Professor DeBucky's team at Johns Hopkins Hospital specializes in off-pump coronary artery bypass grafting OPCAB surgery. Professor Kramer's team at the Heidelberg University Hospital in Germany specializes in minimally invasive valve repair. Professor Benhard's team at the University Hospital of Zurich, Switzerland, is an authority in cardiovascular regenerative medicine. These three teams should be having a seminar in your father's hospital room right now.
Lin Fan shrugged.
I told them, this is not a treatment, this is a competition. Whoever can get your dad to get out of bed and practice a set of military boxing within 24 hours, my foundation will inject $10 billion into their organization. US dollars. The entire courtyard was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The group of bodyguards from Beijing, who were used to big scenes, were all gaping, looking like a school of fish out of water.
Are the world's three top medical teams competing to save one person? They're using $10 billion as a prize? Is this a rescue? This is using money to challenge God's authority. Xin Yu fell completely silent. She looked at Lin Fan, the man who had just uttered the most insane words in the most nonchalant tone. She suddenly realized how unnecessary and ridiculous her previous worries about her father had been. With him around, there's no need to talk about myocardial infarction. Even if her father died on the spot, she could probably use money to bring him back from the underworld, and incidentally, she could also get a VIP membership and enjoy a tour of the 18 levels of hell. Ding! Host, you have successfully upgraded your medical rescue skills to an Olympic-level competitive event. The Money Power skill tree has unlocked a new branch, the King of Hell Sorrow. System commentary: money really can buy anything, even the King of Hell has to give you some face. We suggest that the host's next step is to invest in an immortality project, so that your father-in-law can live to see your great-grandson's diaper change. Lin Fan ignored the system's nonsense. He looked at Qin Tian, who had completely turned to stone. Oh, right, there's also the matter of your Qin group. Qin Tian's body trembled, and a trace of emotion finally appeared in his cloudy eyes. That's what he cares about most. Qin Group's stock price plummeted to its daily limit. Its core project was unilaterally scrapped by Tianqing Group, the board of directors forced its way out, and the entire business empire was on the verge of collapse. This is the culmination of his life's work. Tianqing Group. Qin Tian began with difficulty. It's nothing. Lin Fan interrupted him again. He took out his phone, but didn't even dial a number, he just pressed the voice assistant button. Wang Hai. Chairman, I'm here. Wang Hai's respectful and capable response came immediately from the phone. What's the current situation with the Qin Group? Report to the chairman: the stock price plummeted to its daily limit within 3 minutes of opening, and its market value has evaporated by more than 30 billion yuan. 3 international capital firms are preparing to launch a hostile takeover bid for them. I understand, Lin Fan replied, without any emotional fluctuation. How about this? You now issue an announcement in the name of Tianqing Group. Tell me that Tianqing Group will make a comprehensive strategic investment in Qin's Group, with an initial investment of 50 billion yuan to support all of their R&D projects over the next 10 years. In addition, give them 2 of the AI and new energy projects that we have in hand that are intended to disrupt the industry. Let them play as they please. Wang Hai, on the other end of the phone, fell silent. A 5-second silence. This was even longer than Uncle Lee's 3-second silence. Wang Hai followed Lin Fan and carried out countless crazy orders. But this time, he was still so shocked that he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Those projects are the core competitiveness of Tianqing Group for the next 10 years, and each one is enough to change the world order. Now, are we just going to share it with other people to play with? What? Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. No. No. Chairman. Wang Hai's voice trembled. I'll get on it right away. I guarantee that in 3 minutes, Qin's Group's stock price will jump from the daily limit down to the daily limit up, and stay there for a whole month. Lin Fan hung up the call. He put his phone back in his pocket, as if he had just arranged for someone to go downstairs to the supermarket to buy a bottle of soy sauce. He looked at Qin Tian. That old man, wearing a yellow safety helmet and leaning on a dragon-headed cane, was a man who dominated the world throughout his life. Look. Your grandson's life has been saved. Your company has been saved too. I've taken care of all these trivial, unimportant little things for you. A pure and serious expression appeared on Lin Fan's face. Now, Chief Engineer Qin, could you devote all your energy to our great cause of roast duck and roast sweet potato, which is vital to people's livelihood? He reached out and took a hastily drawn diagram of the stove structure from a French chef next to him. He handed the blueprints to Qin Tian. Let's start with reviewing the drawings. I don't think the design of this chimney is very reasonable. It does not take into full account the thermal motion trajectory of aroma molecules when fruit-wood charcoal burns. Qin Tian looked at the blueprints in front of him, and then at Lin Fan's face, which seemed to say, I'm serious, I'm not joking. He gripped the dragon-headed cane tightly. A tremendous sense of powerlessness, mixed with an extreme sense of absurdity, swept over his entire body. He suddenly understood. He and his proud Qin family were nothing in front of this young man. Wealth, power, connections, prestige. Everything was as fragile as paper in the face of his simple and brutal logic. He wasn't negotiating with himself. He wasn't humiliating himself. He genuinely felt it was an honor for him,
the head of the Qin family in the capital, to be a foreman building a wall for him.
This is a dimensional reduction attack from a higher life form. Thump.
A muffled thud. The bespectacled bodyguard behind Qin Tian's legs buckled, and he knelt down on the ground.
It's not because of fear. It was because he had just secretly glanced at the financial news on his phone. The announcement from Tianxing Group has already been released.
The entire Wall Street and the entire global financial market went crazy. He, the Qin family's chief legal counsel and a retired elite from the National Security Bureau, is now reading construction blueprints for a duck farm to a group of French chefs.
Qin Tian slowly released his grip on the cane. He took the blueprint. Chapter 56. I'm serious about art. Qin Tian held the blueprint, his fingers trembling slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen blueprints before. In fact, one of the core businesses of the Qin Group was high-end equipment manufacturing, and he had seen more detailed blueprints than anyone present had ever eaten rice.
But none of them made him feel as heavy as the one in front of him. The hastily drawn lines do not depict any national treasures or world-changing inventions. It was just a stove used for roasting duck and sweet potatoes. One of them was a stove that required his personal supervision as the head of the Qin family in the capital. This vortex design allows the aroma of fruit and wood to linger in the burner for 30% longer, Lin Fan explained earnestly, pointing to an incredible spiral structure on the drawing.
Each duck can absorb the fragrance evenly, three-dimensionally, and immersively.
This is called the art of the Maillard reaction.
Qin Tian remains silent.
The legal advisor behind him, the bespectacled man kneeling on the ground, remains silent. Everyone in the courtyard remains silent. They were all trying to process what had just happened, while trying to understand why the topic had jumped from a multi-billion-dollar medical race and a multi-billion-dollar business war to the movement of molecules in the aroma of a roast duck oven. The logical chain in this is broken even more completely than the stock price of the Qin Group.
Lin Fan seemed quite dissatisfied with the awkward silence.
He looked around at the blank faces and suddenly slapped his forehead.
I see. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when he did that. What have you figured out?
Such a magnificent project, such a groundbreaking culinary revolution, it's such a pity that only we know about it.
Lin Fan's face showed the fervor of an artist finding a kindred spirit. This is a crime against human civilization.
Xingyu stood to the side, her mouth slightly open, feeling that her senses were starting to fall behind Lin Fan's train of thought. So, she asked, almost as if possessed.
So, we need to write it down.
Lin Fan said decisively.
Make it into a documentary.
To show the world how we use science and art to redefine a roast duck.
This logic is impeccable. Xingyu couldn't even find any reason to refute it. She just felt that something was wrong.
Who should we ask to take the photos? She asked instinctively, following his lead.
Well.
Lin Fan stroked his chin, starting to think, who is the best director in the world when it comes to filming food? A French chef next to him raised his hand, trembling. He was clearly the only one in the group still thinking about his job. Sir, it should be David Gelb, he said in heavily accented Chinese.
His film, Sushi, it's a monument.
Great.
Lin Fan snapped his fingers. He's the one.
Contact him and have him bring his best team to report here tomorrow. The bespectacled bodyguard who had just knelt on the ground has now gotten up. As the Qin family's chief legal counsel and information officer, he has an obligation to provide the most accurate intelligence.
He adjusted his glasses and reported in a tone of resignation, Mr. Lin.
David Gelb is a Netflix contracted director, and his schedule is already fully booked for the next 3 years.
Netflix?
Lin Fan repeated the name, as if searching his memory for something. Oh, the one who works in streaming media.
He remembered. Trouble. Lin Fan frowned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat.
For him to utter the word trouble, it seems this matter is indeed quite complicated.
Is it possible that there are finally problems in this world that money can't solve?
A hint of curiosity also appeared in Qin Tian's lifeless eyes. He wanted to see how this young man would handle real business barriers.
Would he give up, compromise, or negotiate using more sophisticated business tactics?
Then, they saw Lin Fan take out his phone again. That phone, which seemed to be connected to Aladdin's lamp.
He didn't even bother Wan Hai again.
In his contacts, he found a contact whose name was Little Horse.
The call was connected. Chairman Lin. What brings you to call me personally? If you have any instructions, just have General Manager Wang tell me.
A very enthusiastic, even slightly obsequious, male voice came from the other end of the phone. If anyone could hear that voice and know who was on the other end of the phone, they would probably faint on the spot. Because that voice belonged to Jack Ma, the head of Tencent, a Chinese internet giant. "Little Ma," Lin Fan said, as if ordering his neighborhood security guard around, "aren't you free lately?" "Never idle. We're always busy contributing to Chairman Lin's business." "Alright, stop flattering me." Lin Fan interrupted him impatiently. "I have a question for you. I'm thinking of starting a film and television company. What do you think?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. This time, there was a long silence of 10 seconds. Those 10 seconds felt like an eternity. "Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin." Xiao Ma's voice changed. You're not joking, are you? You're going to enter the film and television industry? What, this circle has been taken? No. Absolutely not. If your Tianjin group were to come in, it would be like the Normandy landings. We, the bunch playing in the mud on the beach, would all have to make way for you. Xiao Ma spoke very quickly, afraid that Lin Fan would misunderstand. All right. I don't have time for your nonsense. Lin Fan got straight to the point. I'm planning to start a company focusing on film, music, and variety shows, the whole industry chain. Can you help me with the setup? I'll help you with that? Xiao Ma was a little confused. Yes. Don't you have Tencent Pictures? I think it's pretty good. Lin Fan said matter-of-factly. How about this, you spin it off from the group, and also include your music and variety show businesses in it, package it up, and name your price. I bought it. Pony. The people in the courtyard. They couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the phone, but they could clearly hear what Lin Fan was saying. By Tencent Pictures? And also its music and variety shows? That accounts for almost half of China's cultural and entertainment industry. This is not about buying a company. This is buying up an entire industry. Ding. Host, you have successfully upgraded your acquiring a company activity from a business activity to supermarket shopping. A new branch has been unlocked in your money power skill tree industry shopping spree. System review: when you have enough money, the whole world is your shopping cart. We suggest the host's next step be to directly acquire the United Nations and turn the 5 permanent members into 5 business divisions of the conglomerate. Lin Fan ignored the system. Xiao Ma, on the other end of the phone, finally snapped out of his petrified state. Chairman Lin. Please listen to me. This isn't about money. His voice trembled with tears. Tencent Pictures is the group's core asset. If we divest it, I can't explain it to the board of directors. That's your problem, Lin Fan replied coldly and ruthlessly. I'm only asking you, are you selling or not? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 1. 2. Sell. I'll sell. Xiao Ma practically shouted. Chairman Lin. Stop counting. I'll sell. I'll go back and hold a board meeting right now. No. I'll dismiss them all right now and sign them myself. You decide the price. Even if you only give me $1, I'll sell. That's more like it. Lin Fan was satisfied. Oh, right, he added, add a clause to the acquisition agreement that I want that director named David Gelb. And take care of the Netflix contract for me. As for the penalty for breach of contract, just give me whatever you think is fair, don't be stingy, just add 2 zeros to the end. Understood. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. Forget David Gelb, even if you wanted Spielberg, I'd tie him up to you tonight. No, bring him to your side. Lin Fan hung up the phone. He put his phone back in his pocket, the whole process flowing smoothly. He looked at the bespectacled bodyguard who had provided the information and gave him a problem solved expression. The bespectacled bodyguard's legs buckled again, and he would have knelt down if the people next to him hadn't been supporting him. Is it resolved? Was it resolved with just one phone call? That's Netflix. That's Tencent. That's. His brain had completely stopped functioning. Lin Fan's gaze finally settled on Qin Tian. Look, it's Chief Engineer Qin. The matter of making the documentary has also been resolved. Now, nothing can disturb our great cause of roast duck and roast sweet potato. He handed the drawing forward a little further. Come on, let's continue.
I have a bold idea about the material of this flue.
Qin Tian looked at him, his lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. His life's pride, his life's experience, his life's scheming, all of it was utterly crushed into dust at this moment. Finally, slowly, he extended his hand, which was no longer trembling. He took the blueprints. Then, in a dry, almost dreamlike voice, he uttered his first complete sentence to Lin Fan that day.
Let's use high-temperature resistant titanium alloy. A graphene coating can be added to the insulation layer. Chapter 57. I just wanted a bowl of noodles, and you ended up calling in the Air Force? Titanium alloy. Graphene.
When Qin Tian uttered these two words, representing the pinnacle of modern industry, to describe a stove for roasting sweet potatoes, the air in the entire courtyard seemed to freeze. It was a solidification that mixed absurdity, awe, and utter self-doubt. Lin Fan admired Qin Tian's face, which had lost all color.
Good.
He gently patted Qin Tian's shoulder. The force was light, but it made the once powerful old man stumble and almost lose his balance. You're very conscientious, as expected of Chief Engineer Qin. Lin Fan's praise sounded particularly sincere.
We'll do it your way.
You'll be in charge of the materials. Money is not a problem. As for the design, it must be strictly in accordance with my drawings. Not a single pixel can be changed.
Qin Tian nodded blankly.
His brain is now like a supercomputer that has been filled with countless lines of gibberish, and it has completely crashed.
He was unable to think, he could only mechanically execute instructions.
The air duct is best made in one piece using 3D printing. Qin Tian added in a flat tone, this can minimize the air resistance on the inner wall and make the vortex of aroma molecules more smoother.
He was stunned after saying that. What is he saying?
He was discussing with a young man in his early 20s how to make the aroma of fruit would penetrate more smoothly into the subcutaneous fat of a duck. And he is Qin Tian. He is the head of the Qin family, whose mere stomp of his foot can make the business world of the capital tremble.
I understand.
Lin Fan nodded approvingly again.
Chief Engineer Qin, you've completely grasped it.
You're a promising young man, a truly promising young man. He took back the blueprints and put them in his pocket with satisfaction.
All right, I'll leave the engineering to you. Remember, I want a work of art, a monument that will be recorded in the annals of human culinary history. The construction can be slow, but the details cannot be wrong. David Gelbest's team will be here tomorrow. You be prepared to receive them. Qin Tian nodded again.
The bespectacled bodyguard behind him, the chief legal counsel, was looking at Lin Fan with the eyes of someone looking at a god.
He just secretly checked it on his phone.
Just 5 minutes ago, Tencent, one of China's largest internet giants, suddenly and without warning suspended trading in pre-market U.S. stock market trading.
The announcement contained only one sentence: there is a major asset restructuring matter. Wall Street is in an uproar. The entire financial community in China was in an uproar.
Countless analysts and journalists frantically made phone calls, trying to uncover the inside story. The source of this inside story, the instigator, is currently stretching and yawning. Sigh, now that we've finished discussing the important matters, I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Lin Fan touched his stomach and looked around. Everyone's nerves tightened again because of his action.
Hungry? Is this gentleman hungry? This is even more nerve-wracking than the earlier announcement of the acquisition of Tencent Pictures.
The French chef was the first to react, rushing forward and almost kneeling before Lin Fan.
Sir, what would you like to eat?
I'll prepare it for you right away.
French-style baked snails? Black truffle Wellington steak? Or our freshly air-freighted Brittany blue lobster? He rattled off a list of dishes that would drive any gourmet crazy.
However, Lin Fan only frowned.
Too greasy. He shook his head. Right now, I just want to eat something light.
Qin Yu, standing beside him, felt her heart leap into her throat. She had a bad feeling. As expected, Lin Fan's next words confirmed her premonition.
Give me a bowl of noodles. Noodle? Just a bowl of noodles? The tension in everyone's hearts eased somewhat. Thankfully, it wasn't an unreasonable request.
Just as the French chef was about to say that he could also make top-quality Italian handmade pasta, Lin Fan's voice drifted over again. I want my family's house on the banks of the Yellow River in Baiyin, Gansu province in northwest China, the one whose granddaughter makes the wormwood noodles by hand. The soup must be mutton soup, made from freshly slaughtered tan sheep on the same day.
The noodles must be kneaded and pulled fresh, and the proportion of mugwort powder must be neither too much nor too little. Oh, by the way, the girl making ramen has to be in a good mood. Otherwise, the noodles will taste resentful.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he smacked his lips, savoring the moment.
The courtyard fell silent once again. This silence was more suffocating than any before. If the acquisition of Penguin was a commercially superior move, then. So now, this demand is a ruthless mockery of the operating logic of human society as a whole. The straight line distance from Beijing to Baiyin, Gansu province is more than 1,300 kilometers.
We also need to find the old Ma family's house by the Yellow River. He also wants his granddaughter. And you also want her to be in a good mood and make you a bowl of mugwort noodles.
This is no longer a problem that money can solve. This is a myth.
This is metaphysics. The bespectacled bodyguard's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but found his language system had completely collapsed. All his legal knowledge and business acumen became a joke at this moment. Xinyu looked at Lin Fan, and she really wanted to pry open his head to see what was inside. Lin Fan, did you do this on purpose? She couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
What did you mean by deliberately?
Lin Fan asked innocently. I was really hungry, and I really wanted to eat that bowl of noodles. I ate it once when I traveled there last year, and I've been craving it ever since.
But. No buts.
Lin Fan interrupted her, then turned his gaze to Qin Tian, who was completely petrified.
Chief Engineer Qin. He called out. Qin Tian's body jolted reflexively. Yes, he replied. Look, I've run into another problem.
Lin Fan spread his hands, looking troubled.
Even getting a bowl of noodles is so difficult. Qin Tian remained silent.
None of the Qin family members around him spoke. They all looked at Lin Fan with an air of waiting for a verdict. Then, they saw Lin Fan casually toss the difficult problem over to them.
I'm leaving this matter to you as well. I'll give you an hour. An hour later, I want to be here, eating that steaming bowl of mugwort noodles that brings me joy. Is there a problem?
Qin Tian opened his mouth, and a hoarse sound came from his throat.
Is there a problem? This is a huge problem. This is an impossible task, like moving Mount Everest to the Sahara Desert. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked the hidden achievement in the money power skill tree God of Human Fireworks. System review. While others are still debating what to eat, you're already deciding who, where, and with what mood to cook for you.
You've redefined the act of eating.
Friendly reminder, next time, you could try requesting that a Boston lobster be grilled for you in the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, using the natural light of an anglerfish. Lin Fan ignored the system's complaints.
He simply looked calmly at Qin Tian, waiting for his answer. Time passed, second by second. Everyone in the courtyard could hear their own heart pounding.
They were all looking at Qin Tian. Watch how this former king responds to the godlike man's godlike task.
Give up? Rebel? Or beg? Finally, Qin Tian made a move. He did not refute, question, or beg.
He simply raised slowly the hand that had been trembling with humiliation and shock. Then, with all his might, he snapped his fingers.
An old, yet crisp snap of fingers.
In the corner, a man in a black suit who had been inconspicuous all along suddenly appeared beside him, bowing and waiting for orders. That was the shadow of the Qin family, the secret agent in charge of handling all impossible missions. Qin Tian's lips were as dry and cracked as the land in the desert. He gave the man instructions in a tone devoid of any emotion, purely conveying the message. Initiate a Level A response. Contact the air traffic control of the Western Theater Command to coordinate a temporary air route from Beijing to Zhongshuan Airport. Using all our connections in Gansu province, local, business, and personal, we located Baiyin, the Ma family by the Yellow River, and his granddaughter within 30 minutes. At all costs, get her and her entire toolkit, and a live sheep, here within an hour. Tell her that this is an urgent mission for the country and its people, and that she must keep a positive attitude. Go. The man in the black suit showed no extra reaction on his face, only bowing slightly.
Yes, master.
Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared outside the courtyard gate.
The entire process takes no more than 30 seconds.
After doing all this, Qin Tian seemed to have all his energy drained away, and he hunched over. He raised his head, looking at Lin Fan with an empty, devoid of struggle expression. Mr. Lin, your noodles are on their way.
The words had barely left his mouth. A deep and tremendous roar came from the distant horizon.
The sound grew clearer and clearer as it approached, carrying an undeniable, air-tearing power.
Everyone in the courtyard instinctively looked up.
A heavy transport helicopter, entirely black and bearing military markings, was seen breaking through the clouds and hurtling towards the small courtyard.
Chapter 58 Military Aircraft Delivers Noodles.
The heavy transport helicopter, entirely black, hovered above the courtyard house like a steel behemoth descending from the sky. The enormous rotors churned up the airflow, turning it into a violent hurricane that swept across the entire courtyard. The tall hats on the French chefs' heads were the first to be blown off, tumbling through the air and disappearing without a trace. Their meticulously arranged makeshift dining tables were overturned, with expensive tableware and ingredients flying everywhere. The kitchen stove blueprint, which Lin Fan and Qin Tian had jointly reviewed and which incorporated titanium alloy and graphene technology, slipped from Qin Tian's hand, was swept up by the gust of wind, and instantly stuck to the century-old locust tree in the yard, fluttering loudly. Qin Tian used all his strength to firmly plant his dragon-headed cane into the crack of the bluestone slab, stabilizing his swaying body. His elegant tang suit was inflated into a ball by the wind. He had experienced countless storms throughout his life, but he never imagined that one day he would experience the feeling of being directly hit by a Category 12 typhoon in his own backyard. Qin Yu was tightly protected by a bodyguard behind her, and she could only see Lin Fan through the gaps in the wall. That man stood in the eye of the storm. The wind whipped his hair and made his clothes flutter wildly, but he stood straight and even looked up at the enormous thing with great interest, as if he were watching a grand fireworks display.
Finally, instead of landing, the helicopter lowered a rope over an open area next to the yard.
3 dark figures descended from the sky with the speed of a special forces assault. Leading the group was none other than the Qin family's vanished shadow steward. He landed with a clean and swift roll to dissipate the force of the fall. Following closely behind was a middle-aged military officer wearing a flight jacket with a stern face. Finally, there was a young woman holding a large cloth bag, her face blank yet slightly excited, and, a live sheep bleating incoherently, suspended alone in a net. That sheep was robust and had pure white fur. It was clearly the legendary tan sheep.
Reporting to the master.
The shadow steward strode up to Qin Tian and bowed to report. The emergency supplies from the Yellow River No. 1 have been successfully delivered. The officer behind him stepped forward and gave Qin Tian a standard military salute. His voice was loud and clear, with the penetrating power unique to soldiers.
Report.
Western Theater Command Air Traffic Control Coordination Mission completed.
Target Nightingale is assessed as pleasant and has stable vital signs.
Core ingredient premium tan sheep has been assessed by the accompanying veterinarian as having 18% body fat and SSS level meat freshness.
Fully meets the highest cooking standards. Mission time, 58 minutes and 32 seconds. Requesting instructions.
In the courtyard, all the survivors who hadn't been blown away heard this report.
Their brains completely shut down. For a bowl of noodles.
Military transport aircraft were used. The theater air traffic control was coordinated. They also gave the little girl who made ramen noodles and a sheep a full set of vital sign assessments and a grade determination.
Is this something a human being would do? This is a myth come true. Qin Tian's already bloodless face twitched. He waved his hand, indicating that he understood.
He no longer had the strength to speak. He felt he wasn't working for Lin Fan, but rather participating in an absurd drama that was subverting the history of human civilization. And he was the most pathetic clown. Lin Fan walked over at that moment. He first walked around the sheep that was still bleeding, poked its rump with his finger, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he walked up to the girl who was carrying the cloth bag. The girl was probably in her early 20s, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion from the northwest sun, and large, bright eyes that were curiously observing everything around her.
Are you the granddaughter of the Ma family? Lin Fan asked.
Ah. Yes. The girl was startled and quickly nodded.
My name is Ma Xiaohua.
Hello, sir. She had clearly been given some important mission and regarded Lin Fan as some important person.
Don't be nervous. Lin Fan's tone was unusually gentle. They didn't give you any trouble, did they?
No.
Ma Xiaohua shook her head vigorously. They were so kind. They said I was chosen by the country to make noodles for a hero.
They also said that if I complete the mission, they will build the best road in my hometown and build a university.
Lin Fan.
He glanced back at Qin Tian.
Qin Tian silently avoided his gaze, his hunched body shrinking even further.
Lin Fan was speechless. He just wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, but the Qin family made it sound like a poverty alleviation project.
Ding!
Host, you have successfully upgraded a simple meal order to a national-level key poverty alleviation project. A new branch has been unlocked in your money power skill tree, Infrastructure Maniac.
System review: to get rich, build roads first.
Your casual remark will boost the GDP of the entire region.
Next time, we suggest you consider asking for a freshly baked pizza in the heart of the Sahara Desert and see if they can bring Italy right there for you.
Lin Fan ignored the system's nonsense.
All right, let's begin. He said to Ma Xiaohua, just do it the way you do at home. Don't feel pressured.
Just think of us as radishes in the field. Ma Xiaohua nodded emphatically, her face radiating a sacred sense of mission.
The Qin family's bodyguards once again demonstrated their astonishing efficiency.
In less than 3 minutes, a temporary workbench made of high-strength alloy and a complete set of outdoor cooking equipment were set up in the center of the yard.
The lamb was respectfully taken aside and prepared by the two chefs.
Ma Xiaohua opened her cloth bag, inside which were flour, mugwort powder, and her old basin and rolling pin that she had brought from home.
She started kneading the dough. Everyone held their breath.
The French chefs, who had just been so arrogant, now craned their necks, looking like a flock of fledglings waiting to be fed. They held pens and paper, and some even started recording on their phones, afraid of missing a single detail. They watched as Ma Xiaohua's fingers flew across the dough, as she kneaded the wormwood powder into the dough in a mysterious ratio, and as that ordinary lump of dough gradually came to life in her hands. The bespectacled bodyguard, Qin's chief legal counsel, was carrying a broadcast-grade camera, intently recording every shot as if filming a state banquet.
He was emotionally devastated.
He recalled the cases he was in charge of when he was in the National Security Bureau.
Now, he's filming a girl from northwest China kneading dough.
He felt that his career had been devastatingly insulted.
The noodles were quickly pulled. On the other side, the mutton soup also emitted a rich aroma.
A steaming bowl of wormwood noodles, with its clear broth and bright green, chewy noodles, was solemnly placed in front of Lin Fan.
The entire courtyard was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone's eyes were focused on the bowl of noodles, and then on Lin Fan's face. An operation involving military aircraft, spanning thousands of miles, and costing an incalculable amount of money, ultimately yielded its result in this bowl of noodles. Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks. He picked up a noodle, blew on it, and put it in his mouth.
He chewed slowly. Time seemed to stretch out at that moment.
Qin Yu's heart was in her throat. She was even more nervous than when she checked her college entrance exam scores. Finally, Lin Fan swallowed the mouthful of noodles. He put down his chopsticks. He only said one word. Then, he picked up the bowl and took a sip of soup. There was a little too much salt in the soup. However, there was no resentment in the noodles, only a festive flavor.
He drew a conclusion.
Thump. Among the French chefs, one with poor mental resilience collapsed to the ground.
That's it? Did you add too much salt? We almost lost our lives, and you give me a too much salt critique? Qin Tian closed his eyes. He no longer wanted to see or hear anything. Destroy it, quickly.
All right, you've worked hard. Lin Fan smiled at Ma Xiaohua, then said to Qin Yu beside him, this girl's task is complete. Make arrangements to fulfill all the promises made to her.
Raise the standards threefold. Qin Yu nodded numbly.
She is now completely desensitized to projects worth tens of billions.
That.
Ma Xiaohua mustered her courage and asked softly, Hero, are you satisfied with the noodles I made?
It's all right.
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, go back and practice your salt control skills more. After saying that, he handed the bowl to the bodyguard next to him, indicating that he had finished eating. The entire incident, from beginning to end, was full of thrilling absurdity, but ultimately ended in an extremely mundane way. The heavy transport plane roared into the sky once again, carrying the crew who had completed their historical mission and a bewildered Ma Xiaohua, disappearing into the horizon. The courtyard finally returned to peace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a world war.
Chapter 59: The Duck's Ecosystem?
No, this is a miniature Earth on the tip of your tongue. The roar of the heavy transport helicopter faded into the distance, and the courtyard finally returned to its long-lost tranquility.
The mess left by the strong wind was quickly cleaned up by the Qin family's well-trained bodyguards.
The French chefs, their top hats blown off, solemnly picked up the scattered tableware, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt about the world. Qin Tian still wore his yellow hard hat and leaned on his dragon head cane, standing there like a statue. His eyes were vacant, as if his soul had been ripped out. Never in his life had he experienced the meaning of dimensional reduction attack so profoundly. The dignity he had painstakingly maintained was crushed to pieces behind Lin Fan's casual remark, "I want to eat noodles." Xin Yu walked to Lin Fan's side, looking at the man who had just stirred up half of China with a bowl of noodles, her feelings indescribably complex. She knew that from now on, her understanding of him would probably never be measured by common sense. "Lin Fan, I've already arranged for Uncle Li to handle things with Ma Xiaohua," Xin Yu said softly, her voice tinged with weariness. "It's a national-level key poverty alleviation project, 3 times the standard. I estimate it will directly boost the GDP of her hometown several times over." Lin Fan nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the result. Well done. Money should be used wisely." Xin Yu. "Used in a practical way? For your bowl of noodles?" Ding. "Host, you have successfully upgraded the national-level poverty alleviation project to Lin's philanthropic deeds. The money power skill tree has unlocked a new branch creator of people's livelihood projects. System commentary: giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. You have directly provided a complete industrial chain, making you a true philanthropist of the new era. We suggest that the host consider establishing a Moon Palace farm on the moon to achieve global food self-sufficiency." Lin Fan ignored the system's praise once again. He walked to the center of the courtyard, looked at Master Wang Tieju's already partially completed underwater world map, and stroked his chin with satisfaction. "Master Wang, the progress is good," Lin Fan praised loudly. Wang Taizhu poked his head out of the cab, his face covered in mud, but his spirits were high. "Boss Lin, don't worry. My excavator has lived up to expectations. The Pacific Ocean excavation is complete, and it's now moving towards the Atlantic." "Very good." Lin Fan nodded, then changed the subject. "However, just having a shape is not enough." Wang Tieju's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Boss Lin's insufficiency often meant an even greater artistic effect. "The lake water can't be stagnant." Lin Fan pointed to the lake bottom where the basic structure had already been dug out, his tone serious. "My ducks are the future kings of roast duck, and they need to swim in water with life." Qin Tian trembled slightly upon hearing the words "possibly alive." He had a premonition that a new impossible mission was about to begin. Ordinary tap water lacks activity and has an unbalanced mineral content, which cannot nourish the duck's feathers and meat, Lin Fan said eloquently, like a professional duck farming expert. "We need a self-sufficient, miniature ecosystem." He turned to look at Qin Tian, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if he were looking at a powder keg about to be ignited. "Chief Engineer Qin, what do you think is the best way to ensure this artificial lake has the purest, most suitable living water for the growth of Beijing ducks?" Qin Tian opened his mouth, and after a long while, he finally managed to utter a dry voice. "Mr. Lin, you mean, you want to simulate the ecological environment of a natural river in this lake?" "No." Lin Fan shook his head. "Rivers are too small scale. What I want is a miniature ocean. It needs crystal clear water, abundant plankton, aquatic plants that can purify the water, and unpolluted fish and shrimp that can coexist harmoniously with ducks." He became more and more excited as he spoke, gesturing with his hands in the air. "I want my ducks to chase small fish in the Pacific Ocean and frolic in the seaweed in the Atlantic Ocean every day. This will not only strengthen their bodies and improve the firmness of their meat, but also make them happy, ensuring that every duck tastes like happiness." Ding. "Host, you have successfully upgraded farming to ecological art. A new branch has been unlocked in your money power skill tree, Ecological Civilization Builder." System commentary: you're not raising ducks, you're creating a Michelin 3-star underwater world for them. We suggest that you consider equipping these ducks with private diving instructors to teach them how to find inspiration in the deep sea. As Qin Tian listened to Lin Fan's grand vision, he felt his blood pressure spike again. A miniature ocean? Ducks chasing fish? The taste of happiness? This wasn't just absurd, it was madness. However, he no longer had the strength to refute. Slowly, he snapped his fingers again. The shadow steward reappeared, bowing and waiting for orders. "Contact the world's top marine biologists, hydrologists, and ecological engineers. No, bring their entire teams here." Qin Tian's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable command. "Tell them that Tiancheng Group will provide them with unlimited research funding. Their only task is to create a self-sufficient, miniature marine ecosystem for this artificial lake within 3 days, perfectly suited for the growth of Beijing ducks.
Yes, master.
The shadow steward accepted the order expressionlessly and left. Just then, Uncle Li walked over quickly, holding a tablet computer in his hand, his expression somewhat strange. "Chairman, Wang Hai has sent a report," Uncle Li said.
The announcement of Tianqing Group's capital injection into Qin's group has been released.
Qin's stock price has rebounded from its daily limit down and has been locked at the limit up for 3 consecutive days.
The global financial market is discussing Tianqing Group's next strategic move.
In addition, Mr. Ma from Tencent has submitted a divestiture plan for Tencent Pictures, music, and variety show businesses, and said he would sell them to you at a friendly price. Uncle Li paused, then added, "Mr. Ma said he personally went to Netflix headquarters, and the contract issue with director David Gelb has been resolved. He is packing his bags and will arrive in Donghai City tomorrow." Lin Fan nodded, as if these were all trivial matters.
The efficiency is not bad.
He looked at Wang Taizhu and spoke again. "Master Wang, regarding that world map of the lake bottom, besides tectonic plates and ocean currents, we also need to consider the habitats of underwater creatures. For example, the Mariana Trench needs to be dug deeper to serve as a haven for deep-sea fish in the Great Barrier Reef area. We need to use stones to create the shape of coral reefs to facilitate the growth of aquatic plants."
Wang Taizhu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Boss Lin, you want me to carve an underwater world with a bucket? I, Wang Taizhu, will take the job. I guarantee your ducks will swim more freely than fish."
Just as Wang Fan and Wang Taizhu were enthusiastically discussing the structure of the underwater world, another sudden screech of brakes came from outside the courtyard gate. This time, it wasn't a Hongqi sedan. Instead, there were several off-road vehicles bearing the logos of the United Nations Environment Program and the World Wildlife Fund, as well as a white helicopter that descended from the sky with the words International Institute of Marine Biology prominently displayed on its fuselage. A group of white-haired, bespectacled foreign experts, carrying various professional instruments, rushed into the courtyard, led by Qin's bodyguards. The elderly man at the head of the group, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was stunned when he saw the huge pit in the center of the courtyard and Wang Taizhu, who was excitedly carving undersea terrain with a bucket. His gaze swept over Qin Tian, who was wearing a hard hat and looked utterly dejected, then over the dumbfounded French chef, and finally landed on Lin Fan, who was pointing fingers and looking triumphant.
"Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Lin?" the old man asked in fluent Chinese, with a hint of confusion and awe. "Our urgent mission is to construct a world-class miniature marine ecosystem in an artificial lake at a private villa."
Lin Fan turned around, smiling, and extended his hand.
"It's me.
Welcome, experts, to my duck ecological park.
He pointed to the soil beneath his feet, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future.
"However, before I begin work, I have a small request." Everyone's heart was in their throat. "I hope my ducks can eat the purest deep-sea microorganisms." Lin Fan's tone was as calm as if he were talking about something very ordinary. "So, I would like to ask you all to help me catch some pure, natural, and unpolluted deep-sea microorganisms from the deepest part of the ocean on Earth, the Mariana Trench."
"Alive," he added.
Silence. Deathly silence. All the experts who had just arrived were frozen in place, as if under a spell.
Mariana Trench? Deep-sea microorganisms? Alive? Is this even a human being's request? Chapter 60 Shocking. The world's richest man raises ducks to exhibit deep-sea civilization?
Dr. Anderson, a renowned figure in the global marine biology community with gray hair, had his facial muscles stiffen.
He repeated Lin Fan's words in an almost sleepwalking tone. Living, deep-sea microorganisms, from the Mariana Trench?
The team of experts behind him, each a leading figure in their respective fields, were now like a group of landlubbers seeing the ocean for the first time, collectively speechless.
Silence. A silence that was purer and more complete than ever before. Finally, a young, blonde expert, Dr. Anderson's most prized student, couldn't hold back any longer.
He took a step forward, his face flushed.
"Sir, this is impossible."
His Chinese was fluent, but somewhat distorted with excitement.
"This completely defies common sense. At the deepest point of the Mariana Trench, the water pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres.
The microorganisms there are barophilic bacteria that live in extreme environments.
Once they leave the high-pressure environment, they will instantly explode. It's like scooping a deep-sea fish directly to the surface.
We have no technology to maintain that kind of extreme pressure while transporting live animals over long distances.
let alone dropping them into an artificial lake at normal atmospheric pressure. This is murder. This is a desecration of life.
He became more and more agitated as he spoke, almost pointing his finger at Lin Fan's nose in accusation.
Qin Tian, wearing a safety helmet, silently took half a step back. He had a premonition that this arrogant young man would suffer a terrible fate.
However, Lin Fan simply picked at his ear. He didn't even look directly at the blonde expert, but spoke in a slightly bored tone.
Explode? That means your equipment is faulty. Can't it be shipped? That means your vehicles are too slow. He finally raised his head and looked around at the group of scientists who represented the pinnacle of human wisdom. I thought I had invited a problem solver.
In the end, you're just a bunch of question repeaters.
Lin Fan shook his head, his face showing obvious disappointment. I'm so disappointed. That sentence is not heavy.
This caused all the experts present to feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Dr. Anderson's face turned from deathly pale to liver-colored.
Mr. Lin. This isn't about money. This is about the laws of physics. It's about the boundaries of science.
Oh, the boundary.
Lin Fan nodded, seemingly agreeing with the statement.
Then let us push the boundary outwards a bit. He ignored the group of experts. He turned around to face Uncle Lee, who had been standing respectfully by his side.
Uncle Lee. Chairman, I'm here. James Cameron, CEO of Connecting Deep Sea Odyssey. Uncle Lee, yes. Deep Sea Odyssey?
Dr. Anderson's body jolted when he heard the name.
The team of experts behind him also instantly became agitated. This name is a legend in the field of marine exploration.
It is the world's most mysterious and advanced private deep-sea exploration company, possessing the world's only unmanned deep-sea submersible fleet constructed from ultra-high-strength titanium alloy. Legend has it that their submersibles can navigate the Mariana Trench as freely as if it were their own backyard.
But the owner of this company has always been a mystery.
Some say it's a low-profile royal family, others say it's a secret project of a certain country. James Cameron, the famous director of Titanic and Avatar and an avid deep-sea explorer, is the company's honorary advisor and CEO.
Uncle Lee's call was answered instantly.
A passionate and artistic male voice came from the tablet computer.
Hey! Lee! My old friend. Does my boss have some brilliant idea again? Tell him I just got back from Pandora and I'm bursting with inspiration. Uncle Lee handed the tablet to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan took the tablet, and a white-bearded, fanatical foreign old man appeared on the screen.
James.
Lin Fan's tone was as casual as if he were greeting the old man who guards the gate downstairs.
Oh my God. It's you. My supreme boss.
James Cameron jumped up from his chair the moment he saw Lin Fan's face, and gave an exaggerated chest-touching salute to the screen.
Excuse me for being rude.
I was just thinking about how to make our latest Spear of Poseidon submarine feel epic.
Boss?
Dr. Anderson and the experts behind him were once again struck by a thunderbolt. The real owner behind Deep Sea Odyssey is this young man who looks to be only in his early 20s. The blonde expert opened his mouth wide, but could no longer utter a sound.
Stop talking nonsense.
Lin Fan interrupted his enthusiasm. Activate Spear of Poseidon.
My God. You want to start it? It's still only in the theoretical testing phase.
I need to move it into the practical stage now, Lin Fan said firmly.
Target, Challenger Abyss.
I need you to collect a live sample, mainly barophilic bacteria. Then, using our mobile deep-sea ecosystem, transport them alive to Donghai City.
I'll give you 48 hours. James Cameron fell into a long silence on the other side of the screen.
The fervor on his face was gradually replaced by a more frenzied light called challenge.
Boss, you're making history.
His voice trembled. Maintaining a micro-ecosystem under ultra-high pressure at normal atmospheric pressure, this is a miracle only God could accomplish. I'm not God, Lin Fan corrected him. I just provided God with a budget that he couldn't refuse.
I understand. James roared. 48 hours. No. 36 hours.
I will personally lead the team. I guarantee to deliver the most lively little darlings from the Mariana Trench to your dinner table, no, to your duck lake. Lin Fan hung up the call. He returned the tablet to Uncle Lee. The entire yard was so quiet that you could hear the sound of the sheep ruminating. Lin Fan turned around and looked again at the group of scientists who had bin completely turned into stone statues. He pointed to the blonde expert who had previously been shouting impossible. You. The blonde expert was startled. What's your name? I'm called Carl. Very good, Carl. Lin Fan nodded. Now, the impossible problem has been solved. The sample will arrive in 36 hours. Your job is to design and build a permanent ultra-high-pressure microbial observation and cultivation base that can seamlessly connect with the mobile deep-sea ecological cabin within these 36 hours. He paused, then added. It was built right next to Duck Lake. I want my ducks to be able to admire these live snacks from the deep sea, 10,000 meters below the surface, every day through high-strength glass. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your breeding and feeding behavior to interspecies civilization exhibition. The money power skill tree has unlocked a new branch, civilization observer. System review. While other ducks are still eating chaff, your duck is already visiting a deep sea civilization. We suggest the host's next step be to capture some alien creatures, allowing your duck to adapt to the interstellar age ahead of time. Lin Fan ignored the system's incessant complaints. He looked at that group of world-class experts, who were now looking at him with a complex gaze that seemed to be looking at a god, or perhaps a madman. He suddenly felt a little bored. Solving problems is always so simple, yet so tedious. His gaze swept around the courtyard, finally settling on the group of French chefs huddled in a corner, doing nothing. He walked over. The chefs, who had just experienced a helicopter hurricane and witnessed a series of miracles, trembled with fear. You guys, Lin Fan said. Yes, sir, the head chef replied tremblingly. Lin Fan pointed to the soil next to him, which had been dug out by Wang Tieju's excavator and piled up into a small mountain. See that pile of dirt? I saw it. I think it's such a waste to just leave them piled up like this. Lin Fan's face showed an expression of cherishing resources. This soil, nourished by the century-old trees in my yard and mixed with the essence of various grass roots, is a rare and precious soil full of life. He looked at the group of French chefs and, in an unquestionable tone, gave them new instructions. Now, I command you. Use this soil to grow the world's finest black truffles for me. From now on, I will need to use it as a side dish when I roast sweet potatoes. French chefs. They looked at the pile of unremarkable, yellowish-brown soil, mixed with pebbles and grass roots. She glanced again at Lin Fan's face, which seemed to say, I'm very serious. The head chef's legs buckled, and he knelt down on the ground. He cried. Sir, we are chefs. We are not geologists, and we are certainly not farmers. Chapter 61 System guides the entertainment queen. The top floor of Tianjin Group, the president's office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the skyscrapers of Donghai City stand side by side, with traffic flowing like rivers and crowds of people like ants. Lin Fan stood by the window, one hand in his pocket, looking down at the city he had trampled under his feet. Behind him, several senior executives in suits were bowing and carefully reporting their work. Chairman, our acquisition plan for that piece of land in the south of the city has entered the final stage, and we expect to complete the entire transaction next week. Chairman, the second phase of financing for the new energy project went very smoothly, with several top investment banks showing a strong willingness to cooperate. Lin Fan didn't turn around, but simply gave a faint hum. The executives, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, exchanged glances and quietly left the office. The whole world fell silent. Lin Fan turned around and sat down in the leather chair that symbolized supreme power. On the table were piles of financial statements and investment plans, each number representing the flow of hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth. It's so boring. Seriously, it's so boring. When money becomes a string of cold numbers, when so-called business games become a game that can be decided with just a few words, the thrill of revenge and the excitement of controlling everything are rapidly fading. Like a child who's tired of playing with old toys. He needs a new, more interesting, and more stimulating toy. Those idiots in the Su family? Lin Fan didn't even bother to recall their faces. The thrill of crushing a few ants wouldn't last long. He had long since forgotten them. Those people didn't even deserve to be in his memory. What he wanted was a deeper level of control. It's not about controlling money, but about controlling people's hearts, controlling public opinion, and controlling the joys and sorrows of countless people. An idea gradually became clear in his mind. The entertainment industry. A glitz and glamour built on fame, fortune, desire, and the spotlight. Here, he can easily elevate an ordinary person to become a superstar where he can bring down a rising idol with a single sentence, leaving them utterly ruined. He will no longer be the behind-the-scenes capital, he will become the player who sets the rules of the game. This is what true power is. Lin Fan picked up the internal phone and pressed a button. Wang Hai, come to my office. Less than 30 seconds later, there was a knock on the office door, and Wang Hai, dressed in a sharp suit, walked in respectfully. Chairman, you wanted to see me. Wang Hai is now Lin Fan's most capable subordinate, with strong execution skills and shrewd methods. Sit down. Lin Fan pointed to the chair opposite him. Wang Hai sat down meticulously, his back straight, awaiting instructions. Tiancheng Group's current business is too traditional. Lin Fan interlaced his fingers and placed them on the table. Wang Hai felt a chill run down his spine. Is the chairman dissatisfied with the status quo? He immediately began to think about which project had gone wrong, or which senior executive had been foolish enough to offend this capricious new leader. I'm planning to start a new company, Lin Fan continued. Wang Hai perked up and immediately replied, Chairman, you have a brilliant vision. We should have expanded into new business areas long ago. Which field do you favor? Artificial intelligence or biomedicine? I can assemble a team overnight and come up with the world's most advanced solutions. He's ready to make a big splash. However, Lin Fan only uttered 2 words softly. Entertainment. The professional smile on Wang Hai's face froze instantly. He even doubted that he had heard correctly. Chairman, you mean, the entertainment industry? Wang Hai's speech slowed down, with a hint of cautious confirmation. Is there a problem? Lin Fan raised his head and looked at him calmly. No. No. Wang Hai hurriedly waved his hand, a fine layer of sweat already seeping from his forehead. He braced himself and analyzed from the perspective of a professional manager. Chairman, if I may be frank, the entertainment industry is too complex, with long investment return cycles and extremely high uncertainty. As foreign capital, it will be difficult for us to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. Currently, the major domestic giants, such as Huayu and Xingyao, have already formed a monopoly. If we rashly enter, I'm afraid it will. Lin Fan interrupted him. I'm not asking for your opinion. His words were soft, yet carried an irresistible pressure. I'm just informing you to do this. Money, whatever you want. Personnel, poach whoever you fancy. All I care about is results. Wang Hai's back was instantly soaked with sweat. He understood. This young chairman is not making business decisions at all. He was just having fun. And I am the one who has to pave the way for his fun. Just as Wang Hai was feeling immense pressure, his mind racing as he pondered where to begin, that familiar, mocking voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind once more. Ding! Detected that the host has unlocked a new game map, the world of fame and fortune in the entertainment industry. As expected of the host I chose, you really know how to have fun. Those old fogies in the financial world can't compare to the young men and women in the entertainment industry. The God-tier choice system is here to unleash a brand new main quest. Please select your starting strategy. Option 1, take a steady and cautious approach, acquire a second-rate entertainment company on the verge of bankruptcy, Starlight Media, and start from scratch to experience the hardships and joys of entrepreneurship. Choose reward, industry phantom, title effect, projects you favor will inevitably fail, artists you sign will inevitably collapse, 50 million in debt, and a bunch of obscure, unknown celebrities waiting for your paycheck. Lin Fan. This system understands what the hardships of starting a business means. Option 2, go all out, start from scratch, register a brand new company, use financial power to break into the market, and show everyone the power of capital. Choose the reward, newbie protection period, buff effect. Your company's first film project will have the bizarre experience of explosive word of mouth but box office failure, and a best newbie investor certificate. Ale. Lin Fan scoffed at both options. He didn't come here to experience life, he came here to be a god. Option 3, cut off the enemy's supply line by poaching Qinlan, the star producer and vice president of industry leader Huayu Media, and let her build your team an empire. Choose the following rewards, perfect leveled loyalty contract effect. Qinlan will be 100% loyal to you and will never betray you. Divine eye effect, you can see through an artist's potential, scandals, and the upper limit of their commercial value at a glance, and the Midas touch script evaluation ability. Is there even a need to choose? Adults, of course, want it all. No, the strongest adult is simply the best one. I choose 3, Lin Fan silently recited in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making the best choice.
Loyalty pact has been generated. Eye of God has been activated. Turning stone into gold ability has been infused.
In an instant, Lin Fan felt his brain being flooded with a massive amount of information, and countless pieces of knowledge about script structure, cinematic language, and market trends were integrated into his mind. Even more remarkably, his eyes also seemed to have undergone some changes. He looked at Wang Hai opposite him and could actually see a row of faint, illusory characters.
Name, Wang Hai. Potential value, 85 business elite. Loyalty, 90 system under adjustment. 95, 99. 100.
Hidden information, has a severe fear of his wife.
That's interesting.
A playful smile curved the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. Across from him, Wang Hai, who was still struggling to figure out how to start the conversation, suddenly felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart, as if something had seen right through him.
Chairman?
Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his chair.
The plan to establish a new company is cancelled. Wang Hai was taken aback. Had the chairman changed his mind?
Very good. However, Lin Fan's next words made his heart sink to the bottom. We're not going to build the company, Lin Fan said calmly. Let us poach someone and have her build an entertainment empire for me.
Wang Hai's heart was in his throat. He had an extremely ominous premonition. I wonder, which expert has the chairman taken a liking to?
Lin Fan tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound.
He uttered a name. Xin Lan. Boom.
Wang Hai felt his mind go blank, as if it had gone completely blank.
Xin Lan. That name is practically a legend in the entire Chinese entertainment industry.
She entered the industry at 20, became a top agent at 25, and transitioned to producer at 30, single-handedly creating several ratings phenomenal hits and award-winning actors and actresses. Today, she is the second in command at the industry leader Huayu Media, holding shares in the company and known as the Iron-Blooded Rose and the Empress of the entertainment industry.
Dig her up? This is no longer just poaching talent.
This is like trying to demolish someone else's load-bearing wall. Wang Hai's lips were dry, and he spoke with difficulty. Chairman, this is impossible. Xin Lan is the soul of Huayu Entertainment. She has a life-or-death friendship with the founder of Huayu Entertainment, and she herself is a shareholder of Huayu Entertainment.
We can't give her a reason to refuse. Reason?
Lin Fan smiled. He stood up, walked to the French windows again, and looked down at the tiny world below.
Wang Hai, you must remember this. When your power is strong enough, you are the reason.
After he finished speaking, he turned his head, and a strange light seemed to flash across his eyes. When Wang Hai met his gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt an urge to kneel down and submit. The words he wanted to say were instantly stuck in his throat.
Impossible?
Perhaps, the word impossible simply doesn't exist in front of this young chairman. Lin Fan's gaze passed over Wang Hai and landed on a document on the table about Huayu Media. On the first page of that document, next to Xin Lan's photo, there was a line of gold text that only he could see.
Name, Xin Lan. Potential value, 98 empire builder.
Loyalty, 0. Hidden message, due to ideological differences, a complete break with the founder of Huayu Entertainment is imminent.
Lin Fan's smile deepened. Chapter 62 A new use for money, your dream, I bought it.
Wang Hai's cold sweat slid down his forehead.
Impossible.
These 3 words almost never appeared in his career. As the director of the president's office at Tiansheng Group, Wang Hai had seen it all and dealt with countless thorny business problems. He was confident that with the resources of Tiansheng Group as his backing, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish in Donghai City.
But they poached Xin Lan. This is no longer a business problem, it's a challenge to industry norms.
Xin Lan and Zhao Wenhua, the founder of Huayu Media, are practically inseparable, forming the cornerstone of Huayu's growth from a small workshop into a multi-billion-dollar giant. Poaching her would be harder than getting Zhao Wenhua to sell his company himself. However, faced with Lin Fan's calm yet seemingly all-seeing eyes, Wang Hai couldn't bring himself to say, I can't do it. The system's correction of 100% loyalty made him instinctively regard every word Lin Fan uttered as divine decree. Reason was screaming absurd, while the body had already given the most honest response.
Yes, Chairman. Wang Hai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and answered with an unprecedentedly firm tone. I'll take care of it right away.
Lin Fan was very satisfied with his reaction.
A perfect tool should be like this: you only need to execute it, you don't need to think about it.
I didn't ask you to talk to her, Lin Fan said slowly, interrupting Wang Hai's rapidly forming negotiation plans.
Wang Hai was taken aback. If we don't talk about it, how can we dig? I'll give you 24 hours.
Lin Fan held up one finger. I need to know the real reason why Qin Lan and Zhao Wenhua broke up. Not the nonsense in the media, I need the core reason, the one that she couldn't stand. In addition, find out which project she recently argued with Zhao Wenhua about, and put all the information about that project, including the script, the main creative team, everything, on my desk. Lin Fan's instructions were clear and ruthless, carrying an unquestionable sense of command.
Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat. The chairman seems to have known all along that Qin Lan would break off the relationship?
The thought sent chills down his spine. This is no longer just a business sense, this is predicting the future.
Yes. Wang Hai had no more doubts, bowed to accept the order, and quickly walked out of the office.
He needed to utilize Tianqing Group's top-tier business intelligence network, and even some special channels operating in the gray area.
But none of that matters. The important thing is that the chairman's orders must be carried out.
The office door closed, and the world fell silent once more. Lin Fan walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and gently swirled the amber liquid in the glass.
In his mind, the system's voice rang out at just the right moment, carrying a hint of schadenfreude and excitement. Ding! Host, I've discovered a key point. You sent Wang Hai to poach talent?
The way he's doing it, it looks like he's going to dig up the ancestral graves of China Entertainment Group.
But I love it. That's what you call striking at the heart of the problem. So exciting.
Lin Fan ignored the system's noise. He took his wine glass and returned to the French windows. His ability to see with the eye of God allows him to see things that ordinary people cannot. For example, at this moment, on the top floor of Huayu Media's headquarters, a thick black aura representing anger and rupture is rising and colliding.
A storm is brewing.
And he will be the one who controls the storm.
Efficiency. This is the power of top-tier capital.
Only 3 hours had passed. Wang Hai knocked on Lin Fan's office door again. His face showed fatigue, but even more so, a sense of exhilaration after completing the mission and a profound awe of Lin Fan. Chairman, everything has been investigated. Wang Hai placed a thick document on Lin Fan's desk. As you predicted, the conflict between Qin Lan and Zhao Wenhua has reached an irreconcilable point. The core conflict is a script project called Shadow City.
Wang Hai opened the document and pointed to a page.
This is a suspenseful crime script, with a very large scope and extremely high script quality. Qin Lan is very optimistic about it, regarding it as a milestone in Huayu's transformation, and has already assembled a top-notch film production team, even securing 2 Best Actor awards.
However, Zhao Wenhua rejected it. What's the reason?
Lin Fan took a sip of wine and asked casually. Zhao Wenhua believed that this project involved a large investment, was high risk, and lacked a popular star. He demanded that Qin Lan suspend Shadow City and instead produce a sequel to a successful fantasy drama, and forcibly appointed several trainees recently signed by the company as the leads. Wang Hai's tone carried a hint of disdain. In his own words, the audience are all fools.
They'll eat whatever you feed them. Sentiment and popularity are the only things that matter. Art can't put food on the table.
Qin Lan slammed her fist on the table with him at the board meeting because of this project. This is the first time such a thing has happened in their 20 years of cooperation.
Interesting.
Lin Fan's fingertips lightly traced the surface of the cup. One wanted to be an artist, the other only wanted to be a businessman. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Where's the script?
Here it is. Wang Hai pulled out a bound script from the bottom of the folder.
The author of this script is a newcomer named Li Mo, who is very stubborn. Zhao Wenhua wanted to buy it out at a low price and also asked him to change the protagonist to a naive and innocent character to cater to the popularity. Li Mo refused on the spot and claimed that he would rather let the script rot in his hands than change it drastically. Currently, the copyright to this script is still in Li Mo's hands. Lin Fan took the script and casually flipped through a few pages.
The Eye of God automatically provided an assessment. Screenplay title: City of Shadows. Potential assessment: 95 points. Potential for a phenomenal masterpiece. Adaptation suggestion: no adaptation needed. The original work is already a masterpiece. Box office prediction: current market, 500 million, potentially reaching 2 billion after positive word of mouth spreads.
Award predictions: Golden Lion Award for Best Screenplay, Golden Horse Award for Best Film.
It is indeed a rough gem. Xi Lan's eye for talent is indeed sharp. Unfortunately, Zhao Wenhuo only saw money. Li Mo's contact information.
Lin Fan closed the script.
It's all ready.
Wang Hai immediately handed over a business card. Lin Fan glanced at it, then pushed the script and business card aside.
Wang Hai. Yes, Chairman.
Lin Fan stood up, walked over to him, and straightened his slightly disheveled tie. This intimate gesture flattered Wang Hai, and his body tensed instantly.
Now, do 3 things.
Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it possessed a magical quality. First, establish a special fund for film and television project investment in the name of Tiancheng Group, with no limit on the amount. You will personally be in charge.
Second, contact Li Mo and tell him that I want to buy his script. He can name the price.
In addition, I will personally invest in him to set up his own screenwriting studio and give him absolute creative freedom.
Wang Hai's breathing became rapid. Unlimited limit. Invest in a new screenwriter. What a magnificent achievement.
Third. Lin Fan paused, looking at the darkening sky outside the window, a playful smile blooming on his lips. Book the rooftop garden at the Hilton Hotel tonight.
Then, send Xinlan an anonymous invitation. Wang Hai held his breath, waiting for the words that would determine the entire industry landscape.
Lin Fan turned his head, looked at him, and said, word by word.
The invitation only had 1 sentence on it. Your dream, I've bought it. Chapter 63, The Truth is Out. I am the new ruler of Tiancheng, and the Empress submits. Hilton Hotel, Sky Garden. Beneath the enormous glass dome lies a meticulously crafted dreamscape.
Countless star-like lights dot the tropical plants, a central fountain murmurs gently, and the air is filled with the refreshing scent of fine fragrances mixed with earthy aromas. The night view of the entire Donghai city became the most luxurious backdrop for this garden.
Xinlan is sitting here alone.
She wore a sharply tailored black business suit, exuding a capable yet aloof air. A cup of coffee, long since cold, sat on the table, untouched.
The anonymous invitation that read your dream, I've bought it, lay quietly beside her. Arrogant.
That was her first reaction upon seeing that sentence.
What is Xinlan's dream? Is it the script City of Shadows, which Zhao Wenhua considered trash but which she treasured? Or is it her desire to completely change the distorted ecosystem of Chinese entertainment, and even the entire industry, that only values traffic and not quality? Neither of them can be simply measured by money. She came out of mere curiosity.
She wanted to see which arrogant fool dared to provoke her in this way.
Time passed second by second.
10 minutes have passed since the invitation was given, but the other party has still not shown up.
Xinlan's patience is running out. She picked up her handbag, ready to leave.
Being stood up by some pretentious guy was a new humiliation in her career.
Just then, a series of unhurried footsteps came from the entrance. Xinlan looked in the direction of the sound.
A young man was slowly walking towards her. He was dressed casually and looked to be no more than 20 years old, completely out of place with the luxurious atmosphere here. But his steps were steady, carrying a composure beyond his years.
Lin Fan.
Xinlan quickly searched her memory for the name. She had no recollection of it. He wasn't the heir to any company in the industry, nor was he any of the newly rich she knew.
A stranger. President Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Lin Fan sat down in the seat opposite her, his posture casual.
Xinlan sat down again, leaning back slightly, maintaining a cautious and distant distance. Did you send the invitation?
It's me, Lin Fan admitted readily.
Do you know who I am?
Xinlan, vice president of Huayu Media, top producer, and queen of the entertainment industry. Lin Fan read out her titles one by one, without any emotion.
Am I right?
Xinlan did not respond. She didn't like the feeling of being seen through.
So, you booked the entire rooftop garden just to buy me a cold cup of coffee?
Her tone turned sharp. Lin Fan smiled and snapped his fingers. Soon, a waiter pushed a food cart over and served the 2 of premium Blue Mountain coffee and several delicate desserts.
It's hot now.
Lin Fan picked up his coffee and took a sip first.
President Qin, let's get straight to the point.
I'm very interested in your dream, that script called Shadow City.
Qin Lan's body tensed instantly. He knows about Shadow City.
This matter was the core of her dispute with Zhao Wenhua within the board of directors, and the news was strictly kept under wraps, making it impossible for outsiders to know.
Who exactly is this young man? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Qin Lan chose to deny it, a professional habit she had developed over the years.
No, you understand.
Lin Fan put down his coffee cup, leaned forward, and an invisible pressure enveloped him. For this, you didn't hesitate to slam your fist on the table with your partner of 20 years, Zhao Wenhua. You see it as a milestone in your artistic career, but Zhao Wenhua only wants to use it to promote a few worthless internet celebrities. Every word Lin Fan said was like a needle, precisely piercing Qin Lan's most painful spot. At this moment, her defenses crumbled.
Who exactly are you? Why are you investigating me?
Qin Lan's voice turned cold, carrying a clear warning.
Investigation? Lin Fan scoffed. President Qin, you need to understand one thing.
When an elephant knows the whereabouts of an ant, that's not an investigation, that's just passing by.
Utterly arrogant.
Qin Lan has been in the business world for many years and has seen countless arrogant capitalists, but none of them dared to speak to her in this way.
However, she could not refute it.
The fact that the other party knows the inside story of Shadow City proves that his power is unfathomable.
What is your purpose? Qin Lan abandoned the probing and went straight to the point. It's simple. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, resuming his relaxed and casual demeanor. Leave Huayu and come here.
I'll give you the power to set up a new company, unlimited financial support, and absolute control.
You can film whatever you want. You can use whoever you want. Shadow City is just the beginning. Qin Lan's heart skipped a beat. Absolute power of discourse.
These 5 words represent what she struggled for 20 years to achieve, yet never attained.
At Huayu Entertainment, she was always number 2, always forced to compromise for Zhao Wenhua's commercial interests. The pie in the sky that this young man painted was too big and too tempting. But she wasn't some naive young girl fresh out of school. On what grounds? Qin Lan asked calmly. On the grounds that you booked the Hilton's rooftop garden? Or on the grounds that you discovered the conflict between me and Zhao Wenhua? This is not enough. Of course not enough.
Lin Fan seemed to have anticipated her question. He snapped his fingers again. This time, it was Wang Hai who came over. Wang Hai held a tablet computer in his hands and respectfully handed it to Qin Lan.
President Qin, please take a look. A video is playing on the tablet. The video footage is very clear, showing a well-decorated screenwriter's studio.
A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looks somewhat stubborn, is talking eloquently in front of the camera.
It's Liam O, the screenwriter of Shadow City.
Therefore, I have decided to exclusively grant the entire copyright of Shadow City and the priority development rights for all my works over the next 10 years to the Film and Television Special Fund under Tianxing Group. Because Mr. Lin Fan, who is also the chairman of Tianxing Group, not only gave me a price I couldn't refuse, but also gave me something that no one else in the industry could give me. In the video, Liam O paused, his eyes shining. Respect. He promised me that he would set up an independent screenwriting studio for me and give me 100% creative freedom, and would never change a single word. The video has finished playing.
Qin Lan froze. Tianxing Group. Chairman.
She finally understood where this young man's confidence came from. He's neither a young master nor a newly rich man. He is the mysterious new master who has just taken control of Tianxing Group, a business giant in Donghai City. Script. Her biggest bargaining chip, the root cause of her falling out with Zhao Wenhua, has been easily obtained by the other party. To cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. This move was ruthless and effective.
Is that enough now?
Lin Fan's voice rang softly in her ear. Qin Lan slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, truly scrutinizing this young man for the first time.
He wasn't just making empty promises.
He was driving her to the brink of despair in a way she couldn't resist, and then offering her a ladder to heaven. I have one last question, Qin Lan said, her voice a little hoarse.
Explain. Why are you doing this? Tianxing Group's main businesses are industry and finance. The entertainment industry is just a game with extremely high uncertainty for you. Aren't you afraid of losing everything you've invested so much in?
This was her last struggle, and also her greatest inner confusion.
Lin Fan smiled.
He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and opened his arms as if to embrace the city's dazzling lights.
President Qin, have you thought about this? When you have a lot of money, it's no longer money. It is a power. A power to change the world and set the rules at will.
He turned around and looked down at Qin Lan, his dark eyes burning with an ambition and desire that made Qin Lan's heart tremble. And I simply enjoy the pleasure that this power brings.
Welcome to my game, Ms. Qin Lan.
At that moment, Qin Lan suddenly felt that she was not facing a single person.
It is a demon in human skin. Chapter 64. Ex-girlfriend cries for help?
Lin Fan, add money, beat her to death.
Demon.
This word lingered in Qin Lan's mind, refusing to leave.
She had met too many people, businessmen, politicians, artists.
Some were greedy, some were hypocritical, some were idealistic. But this young man before her was none of them, yet he seemed to be everything.
He viewed power as a game and the world as a playground.
This pure, undisguised desire for control sent a chill down her spine. This tremor contained fear, but even more so, it contained an emotion called excitement that had been suppressed for too long. Working under Zhao Wenhua was like being a dancer in shackles, having to calculate gains and losses with every step and consider others' reactions with every gesture. She possessed extraordinary skills, yet she was trapped in a cage called commercial returns, carving vulgar puppets day after day. And now, this man who calls himself a demon has handed her a sword that can sever all shackles.
What is the cost? Submission.
Qin Lan slowly pushed the now cold coffee aside.
She stood up and walked up to Lin Fan. The distance between the two was less than half a meter.
This was the first time she had seen the man who controlled the Tianqian group so closely. Young, handsome, and with an unsettling composure.
What are the rules of your game? Qin Lan asked.
Her voice was no longer cold or sharp, but rather a calm inquiry. When she asked that question, it meant that she had accepted the player's identity.
Lin Fan smiled. The rules are simple. He extended a finger and gently tapped Qin Lan's shoulder, a flippant gesture that carried an undeniable air of authority. First, I will give you unlimited resources, but I want to see absolute success. I want the entertainment empire you build to crush China Entertainment Group in the shortest possible time and become the sole hegemon in the industry. Secondly, I don't care about the process, I only care about the results. Company management, artist signings, project operations, that's all your business. But all the final decision-making power is mine. Third, and most importantly,
Lin Fan applied slight pressure with his fingertips.
Never try to deceive me or betray me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to destroy everything I've created, including you.
His words were soft, yet every word was piercing.
Qin Lan's body stiffened slightly. She could tell that this man wasn't joking. He really would do it. I see. Qin Lan nodded, accepting these three domineering rules.
She took a step back, creating distance between them, and then made a move that shocked Wang Hai.
She bowed slightly to Lin Fan. Qin Lan greets the chairman.
No contract was signed, and no procedures were followed. With a verbal promise and a simple bow, this once powerful queen of the entertainment industry completed the most important change of ownership in her career. Lin Fan was very satisfied with her pragmatism.
Very good.
He turned around and looked out the window at the night view again.
Starting tomorrow, Huayu Media will cease to exist.
He said it so casually, as if he were talking about something trivial.
Qin Lan's heart skipped a beat. What does the chairman mean? What I mean is, I want you to completely empty Huayu Entertainment.
A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. Don't leave behind its top directors, its most promising artists, its core production team.
Doesn't Zhao Wenhua like traffic? Then I'll drain all his traffic. Doesn't he like old IPs? Then I'll make him cling to those moldy junk and sink into the dustbin of history.
I want his proud business empire to become an empty shell and a joke within 3 days.
Hiss.
Even Qin Lan, who is used to the ruthless competition in the business world, couldn't help but gasp in shock.
This is no longer just poaching talent. This is digging up ancestral graves. And they dug it up shovel by shovel right in front of the owner. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Qin Lan quickly calmed down and analyzed from a professional perspective.
Many people in Huayu have signed long-term contracts with exorbitant breach of contract penalties, and Zhao Wenhua has extensive connections in the industry.
If he is determined to blacklist them, many people will not dare to easily switch jobs. Penalty for breach of contract?
Lin Fan scoffed dismissively, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He looked at Wang Hai. Director Wang, please tell President Qin what our group's legal department and special fund are used for. Wang Hai immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied, Chairman, President Qin. Tiancheng Group's legal department can handle any commercial contract dispute, guaranteeing that the other party won't encounter the slightest trouble.
As for the special fund,
Wang Hai paused, then said in a calm, factual tone, its limit is unlimited. Forget about breach of contract penalties, it's more than enough to buy out Huayu Media itself. Qin Lan remained silent. She experienced once again what the power of capital truly means.
Faced with absolute financial power, so-called contractual obligations and personal connections are as fragile as a piece of paper. As for connections,
Lin Fan added slowly, President Qin, you will soon find out who the real connections are in the entire Donghai city, and even the entire country, when the title of chairman of Tiancheng Group is revealed. Qin Lan was completely speechless. She realized that all the experience and skill she had accumulated over the past 20 years seemed so naive and laughable in front of this young man.
She only needs to do one thing. Implement. I understand.
A renewed fighting spirit ignited in Qin Lan's eyes, the excitement of finding a new battlefield.
Give me a list. Who does the chairman want to start with? No.
Lin Fan shook his head.
It's not me, it's you.
He walked over to Qin Lan and patted her on the shoulder. I want you to compile this list yourself. Those who once supported you, those who suppressed you, those who were two-faced, those who changed sides with the wind, I want you to decide their fate with your own hands. Bring those you deem worthy into your new empire. Bury those you despise, along with Huayu Entertainment. Lin Fan's voice possessed a captivating, bewitching power.
This is my first gift to you.
Qin Lan's breathing became somewhat rapid at this moment. She looked at Lin Fan, the man who had not only given her power but also the thrill of revenge. He accurately grasped her deepest desires. Zhao Wenhua, those directors who betrayed her and those artists who used their popularity to boss her around. Scenes flashed through her mind. In the end, it all turned into a chilling killing intent.
Thank you, Chairman.
A genuine, bloodthirsty smile finally bloomed on Qin Lan's lips.
I guarantee you will see a spectacular show. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone and pressed speakerphone.
On the other end of the phone came a female voice that sounded both tearful and terrified, yet somewhat familiar.
Lin Fan, save me. It's Su Qingqing.
Before Lin Fan could speak, a cacophony of curses and a man's rough voice came from the other end of the phone.
You bitch. You dare make a phone call? Give me your phone.
With a thud, it seemed as if the phone had been knocked to the ground.
Immediately following was Su Qingqing's even more heart-wrenching cries and pleas for mercy. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. Pay back? What are you going to pay back?
Your brother, that good-for-nothing, lost 3 million at our casino. If you can't come up with the money today, I'll sell you to Southeast Asia to work as a prostitute.
The call was disconnected.
The hanging gardens were deathly silent. Qin Lan and Wang Hai both looked at Lin Fan, waiting for his reaction. Their ex-girlfriend is being chased for debts, and their younger brother has huge gambling debts. They're curious to see how their new master will handle this melodramatic situation. Was it out of consideration for past relationships that he stepped in to save her? Or will you stand by and watch the show? Lin Fan's face remained expressionless. He simply picked up a napkin from the table, slowly wiped his hands, and then threw the napkin into the trash can. It was as if they were just dealing with some insignificant piece of trash. He looked at Wang Hai and spoke calmly. Check which casino it is. Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat. Was the chairman really going to make a move after all? Qin Lan watched with great interest. However, Lin Fan's next words stunned both of them.
Tell the casino owner I'll add another 2 million. Let him hit you even harder.
Chapter 65. I'm sorry, Tiancheng has given us far too much. Qin Lan's smile appeared exceptionally alluring under the dazzling lights of the rooftop garden. She didn't say another word.
Actions speak louder than words.
In front of Lin Fan and Wang Hai, she took out her personal cell phone from her handbag. The screen lit up, revealing a dense list of names in the contacts, encompassing almost half of China's entertainment industry. Lin Fan watched with great interest, like a diner waiting for the meal to begin.
Wang Hai held his breath. He knew that an unprecedented industry upheaval was about to begin with this small mobile phone. Xinlan's finger slid across the screen without hesitation and stopped at a name. Phone Gang.
Zhao Wenhua is the go-to director for Huayu Media, a box office legend in domestic commercial films, and one of Zhao Wenhua's closest brothers. It's common knowledge in the industry that when Phone Gang's film failed 20 years ago, Zhao Wenhua mortgaged his house to help him pay off his debts.
This kindness is considered the most unbreakable cornerstone of Huayu Media. To dig him out is to openly slap Zhao Wenhua in the face. Xinlan pressed the dial button. The call was answered almost instantly. Sister Lan? Calling me so late, does President Zhao have some new ideas?
A cheerful and noisy voice came from the other end of the phone, with the sounds of clinking glasses and conversation in the background.
Director Phone, are you still socializing? Xinlan's tone was calm and even. Hey, don't even mention it. I was drinking with some investors.
Those bastards, all they care about is viewership ratings. They just keep trying to cram their own people into my new film.
It's so annoying. It's so much more comfortable working with you, so professional.
Phone Gang complained, his tongue thick with slurred speech. If you had the chance to stop drinking with investors and cater to the whims of online traffic, and to make a movie you truly wanted to make, would you take it?
The other end of the phone went silent instantly. Phone Gang seemed to have sobered up halfway. Sister Lan, what do you mean? Did you fall out with President Zhao? He became wary.
You can understand it this way, Xinlan said without wasting words.
I've switched to a new platform. Now, I'm formally inviting you, along with your entire team, to come here. This is impossible. Phone Gang's voice was hoarse. Sister Lan, you know my relationship with President Zhao.
I know, Xinlan interrupted him. So, I'll state my terms. First, triple the budget for your new film, with no upper limit. Secondly, you have the final say on casting, script, and editing. I will never interfere.
Third, your personal salary and the entire team's salary will be doubled.
Fourth, we'll handle your exorbitant breach of contract with Huayu.
Tiansheng Group's legal team will contact you within an hour. Tiansheng Group.
When Xinlan uttered those 4 words, Phone Gang on the other end of the phone held his breath.
Silence. A deathly silence that lasted for 10 seconds.
I need to think about it. Phone Gang's voice was full of struggle.
I'll only give you 30 seconds. Xinlan's tone was cold. Phone Gang, don't talk to me about feelings. We're both adults. What Zhao Wenhua can give you is past favors. What I can give you is everything for the future. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. I'll do it. A low, furious growl came from the other end of the phone. Sister Lan. When are we signing the contract? Xinlan hung up the phone. The whole process took less than 3 minutes.
Wang Hai stood to the side, completely numb.
Is this the power of capital?
20 years of brotherhood couldn't even last 3 minutes in the face of tripling the budget and Tiansheng Group. Lin Fan picked up his coffee and took a small sip.
So boring.
It turns out that all it takes to break up a much talked about brotherhood is a phone call.
Ding. Host detected Empire demolition activity.
A new branch has been unlocked in the Money Power Skill Tree Industry Bulldozer.
System review. Congratulations, host.
You have successfully verified the ancient truth that brothers are for selling. We suggest your next step be to try acquiring the patent for the word loyalty and making it your exclusive consumer product. Lin Fan ignored the system's complaints.
Xinlan had already dialed the second number. Hello, Teacher Zhang? This is Xinlan. Yes, I've left Huayu Entertainment.
I have a new project, a historical drama, with an investment starting at 500 million yuan.
I'm just waiting for your approval, Best Actor. Penalty for breach of contract? Tiansheng Group will handle that. Hang up.
The third phone call. Sisterly, this is Xinlan.
Don't bother with those newbies anymore, they're a waste of their talent.
I'll assemble the top management team in China for you, with resources from all the top artists in the entertainment industry. You can choose whatever you want.
Yes, it's a project of Tiansheng Group. Hang up. The fourth, the fifth. Xinlan is like a calm and efficient executioner. With each call, a piece of flesh and blood is torn off from the Huayu Entertainment empire.
Director, Best Actor, Top Agent, Top Special Effects Team, Ace Marketing Department.
Her contact list turned into a death list.
Everyone who received her call went through a remarkably consistent transformation, from initial shock and doubt to overwhelming joy and decisiveness upon hearing the words Tiancheng Group.
No one can resist this temptation. This is no longer just poaching talent. This is a divine being descending, saying to a group of mortals, "Those who believe in me will have eternal life." Wang Hai's phone started vibrating incessantly. Messages kept pouring in.
Chairman, Director Phone Gang's team has packed up overnight and will fly to the East China Sea first thing tomorrow morning.
Chairman, Zhang Yingdi's lawyer's letter has been sent to Huayu Entertainment.
Chairman, the Public Relations Director of Huayu Entertainment, along with the entire department, has submitted their resignations. In less than half an hour, Xinlan single-handedly wiped out almost all of Huayu Media's core staff using just one mobile phone. Lin Fan watched all of this and even found it somewhat tedious. He thought there would be a fascinating contest, or at least some back and forth and resistance.
The result was just a one-sided massacre.
Just then, Xinlan stopped.
Her finger hovered over a name. Su Qingqing. In today's entertainment industry, this name represents top-tier popularity.
She is one of the most popular young actresses in China entertainment television in the past 2 years, and also the apple of Zhao Wenhua's eye, whom he personally discovered and nurtured with all his resources. It is widely rumored that Su Qingqing is Zhao Wenhua's kept woman. To touch her would be to completely tear off all the masks of hypocrisy, and would be the ultimate humiliation for Zhao Wenhua. Xinlan raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. This was the first time tonight that she had shown a questioning attitude. Lin Fan understood what she meant. He smiled, walked over to Xinlan, and took her phone.
He didn't look at Su Qingqing's name.
Instead, he slid his finger down and found the name that everyone was deliberately avoiding.
Zhao Wenhua.
Lin Fan handed the phone back to Xinlan.
Call him. Lin Fan's instructions were simple and clear. Tell him. The game has begun. Chapter 66, Killing with Spirit.
Chairman Lin teaches you how to elegantly destroy an empire. Xinlan held her phone, her fingertip hovering over the 3 characters Zhao Wenhua. These 3 words once represented her 20 years of youth, and represented trust, struggle, and glory. Now, it only represents betrayal, a break, and an impending, complete reckoning. The entire rooftop garden was eerily quiet, with only Wang Hai's increasingly heavy breathing and the ceaseless low rumble of the distant city. Lin Fan's command, with a devilish allure, echoed in her ears.
Call him.
Tell him the game has begun.
This is more than just a declaration of war. This is an insult.
It is on the very foundation of Zhao Wenhua's proudest empire that a failure is inscribed as an epitaph.
Xinlan's finger ultimately did not press down. It wasn't hesitation, nor was it reluctance. She was savoring the moment.
Savoring the sweetness on the eve of revenge, a mixture of pleasure and cruelty.
Just then, Wang Hai's phone vibrated rapidly, breaking the eerie silence.
Wang Hai glanced at the caller ID, immediately walked to a corner, and answered the call in a low voice. A few seconds later, he strode back, his face displaying a complex expression of horror and fervor.
Chairman. Huayu Media's stock price suddenly plummeted during after-hours trading.
Wang Hai's voice was trembling as he turned his phone screen toward Lin Fan. On the screen, a bright red candlestick line plunged straight into the abyss at a terrifying angle of almost 90 degrees. Financial news has just broken that a major personnel upheaval has occurred within Huayu Media, with several core team members, including renowned director Phone Gang, collectively requesting to terminate their contracts.
Right now, the entire financial world is in an uproar.
Everyone's guessing that Huayu Entertainment has offended someone and is about to be wiped out.
Xinlan's heart skipped a beat. That's too fast.
All of this happened too fast. It has only been half an hour since she made her first call. In just half an hour, an entertainment empire worth tens of billions of dollars was on the verge of collapse.
This is the power of Tiancheng Group. This is the power of the young man before me.
Lin Fan glanced at the precipitous candlestick chart, his face expressionless, even showing a hint of dejection. He looked at Xinlan.
Now, the timing is just right.
Give him the final blow when he is at his most desperate.
Go ahead and fight.
Xinlan took a deep breath, completely dispelling the last trace of distracting thoughts in her chest. She pressed the dial button. Then, at Lin Fan's prompting, he pressed the speakerphone button.
Beep, beep. The phone rang only twice before it was rudely answered. Xin Lan. You bitch.
A hysterical roar exploded from the receiver, echoing in the silent sky garden.
It's Zhao Wenhua.
His voice was filled with frantic anger and disbelief.
Did you instigate Feng Gang? And Lao Zhen? Fatty Wang from the PR department. Have they all gone mad? What kind of spell did you cast on them? Aren't they afraid of being blacklisted by the entire industry? Xin Lan didn't speak, she just listened indifferently.
These incompetent rages sound so pleasant.
Zhao Wenhua on the other end of the phone seemed to notice the silence.
He breathed heavily and spoke in a threatening tone, his voice harsh.
Xin Lan, let me tell you, don't think you're all grown up now. Without Huayu Entertainment, you're nothing. I can lift you to the heavens, and I can send you to hell.
You come back here right now, kowtow and apologize to me, and I can pretend this never happened.
Lin Fan smiled.
He took the phone from Qin Lan's hand. He didn't speak, but simply snapped his fingers lightly into the receiver.
A crisp snap sound.
Zhao Wenhua on the other end of the phone was stunned.
Who's there? Mr. Zhao, how have you been?
Lin Fan spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice a completely unfamiliar young man's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan. Tiansheng Group is now mine. Tiansheng Group. Lin Fan.
Zhao Wenhua's breathing stopped completely at that moment.
He finally realized that what he was facing was not Qin Lan's rebellion at all. It was a premeditated hunt by a behemoth.
It was you who did it. Zhao Wenhua's voice was hoarse and filled with fear. Don't be nervous, Mr. Zhao, Lin Fan said slowly.
I have no intention of doing anything to Huayu.
I have absolutely no interest in your rotten IPs or your group of trainees who can only fake smiles.
I just came to take some things I like.
Lin Fan handed the phone back to Qin Lan.
President Qin, now it's your turn to tell President Zhao what we've accomplished tonight.
Qin Lan took the phone, looked at the receiver, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. She knew that this was the most magnificent execution moment that Lin Fan had bestowed upon her.
Mr. Zhao, listen carefully. Director Feng Gang and his entire team belong to me from today onwards.
A heavy sigh came from the other end of the phone. The contract for Best Actor Zhang Wuli and his 3 upcoming films belongs to me. Top agent Li Rong and all the artist resources she has belong to me. The visual effects supervisor, the marketing supervisor, the public relations supervisor, and more than 80% of the core staff in their departments will also belong to me starting tomorrow. Every name Qin Lan uttered was like a heavy hammer blow to Zhao Wenhua's chest. Zhao Wenhua could no longer speak. All that could be heard were his increasingly rapid and desperate breaths. He felt that his empire was being demolished brick by brick right before his eyes.
You're going to ruin Huayu Entertainment.
Zhao Wenhua finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, filled with resentment and bitterness.
No.
This time, it was Lin Fan who spoke. He picked up his phone, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window.
I don't want to ruin the Chinese entertainment industry. I just simply find you an eyesore.
Zhao Wenhua, your biggest mistake was not underestimating Qin Lan's ambition, but overestimating your own value. You think you control an empire, but in reality, you're just a beggar sitting on a mountain of gold, not knowing how to use it. Looking out at the bustling night view, Lin Fan spoke in a tone that was almost like a pronouncement.
Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I also bought the script for Shadow City. I will invest 1 billion yuan in it, use the team you've always dreamed of, and make it a classic that you'll admire for the rest of your life. And you can only cling to your garbage of data traffic and slowly rot away. On the other end of the phone came Zhao Wenhua's utterly broken, beast-like roar. Lin Fan hung up the phone immediately. The whole world is peaceful now. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the prerequisite mission for Empire's destruction, mental destruction. A new branch has been unlocked in your money power skill tree, Industry Disruptor. System commentary: this is the ultimate act of destroying someone's spirit. You not only robbed him of his money and his person, but you're also trying to defeat him by using his dreams. The next step, host, is to acquire Zhao Wenhua's ancestral home and convert it into a duck farm. Lin Fan ignored the system's cheers. He turned around and looked at Qin Lan, who had completely embraced the role of Empress, and Wang Hai, who was standing to the side, completely dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that it all ended too quickly.
Somewhat boring.
His finger slid lightly across the phone screen, stopping at the name Qin Lan had deliberately skipped.
Su Bingbing. Why don't you dig up this person? Lin Fan asked.
Qin Lan was taken aback, then replied, Chairman, Su Bingbing is Zhao Wenhua's kept woman.
To touch her would be to completely break off relations. Weren't we just falling out? Lin Fan retorted. Qin Lan.
Lin Fan threw his phone on the table.
I want to see her tomorrow. Have her come to Tianqing Group and sing me a song.
Wang Hai and Qin Lan were both stunned.
Sing a song? Just for this?
Well sung, Lin Fan said, a pure, childlike smile that sent chills down one's spine. I'll make her the funeral director for CEIBS.
Chapter 67 Su Bingbing sings a funeral dirge.
Chairman Lin, stop acting. The next day, at the top floor of Tianqing Group, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the CEO's office. The air was filled with the scent of victory. Wang Hai stood in front of Lin Fan's desk, his tablet computer displaying the front-page headlines of financial news. Chairman, Huayu Media's stock price plummeted to its daily limit upon opening, with over 30 billion yuan already trapped. The China Securities Regulatory Commission has intervened, and Zhao Wenhua himself has been restricted from leaving the country and is currently under investigation.
Wang Hai's report was filled with a triumphant and exhilarating feeling. Overnight, a business empire collapsed.
He was a witness to this storm. Qin Lan stood to the side, having changed out of her sharp black suit and into a well-tailored beige trench coat. She appeared less stern than before, and more radiant with a renewed glow. Before her lay a brand new company organizational chart and a multi-page artist signing plan. Her new empire is rising at an astonishing pace. Lin Fan sat in the leather chair, idly twirling the pen in his hand. All of this was within his expectations.
The process of crushing an ant is far more tedious than you might imagine. Chairman.
There was a knock on the office door, and Wang Hai's secretary poked her head in.
Ms. Su Bingbing from Huayu Entertainment has arrived.
She's in the meeting room downstairs. Qin Lan paused for a moment.
Su Bingbing.
This name was Zhao Wenhua's last shred of dignity. Lin Fan threw the pen on the table.
Let her come up. Coming straight here?
Wang Hai was somewhat surprised.
Lin Fan nodded. My office has a better view.
Qin Lan and Wang Hai exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of confusion in each other's reactions.
But they didn't ask.
The chairman's orders must be followed. A few minutes later, the office door was pushed open again.
Su Bingbing walked in.
She wore a simple white dress, her face, unadorned, bearing a perfect paleness and weariness. Her head was slightly bowed, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. She resembled a small white flower swaying in a storm, fragile, helpless, and utterly pitiful. Any man who sees her now would probably feel an overwhelming urge to protect her.
Qin Lan frowned slightly. She knew Su Bingbing too well. This woman was far more complex than she appeared on the surface.
Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, observing the newly crowned first widow of the entertainment industry with great interest. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind right on time.
Ding! Eye of God has automatically scanned the target. Name, Su Bingbing. Potential rating, 92. Top influencer, ambitious individual. Loyalty to Zhao Wenhua, 5. Playing alone.
Hidden information, the individual harbors a long-standing grudge against Zhao Wenhua, viewing him as a stepping stone to advancement, and is currently seeking an opportunity to extricate himself. He possesses substantial evidence of Zhao Wenhua's embezzlement of public funds and involvement in illicit transfers of benefits.
That's interesting.
Lin Fan's interest grew even stronger. This is no white flower, it's clearly a man-eating flower.
Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin.
Su Bingbing spoke timidly, her voice trembling with a hint of a sob. You wanted to see me. Her performance was flawless.
Don't be nervous.
Lin Fan's tone was gentle. He pointed to the empty space in the center of the office.
I invited you here for no other reason. I just want to hear you sing a song. Su Bingbing was stunned.
Qin Lan and Wang Hai were also stunned. Why go to all this trouble to bring a top influencer to the top floor of Tianqing Group just to hear her sing a song?
Sing what?
Su Bingbing asked softly. Lin Fan thought for a moment.
Let's sing your signature song. Foam. Su Bingbing's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Foam.
A sad love song about the illusion of love, how easily it can shatter. Let her sing this song at this time and in this place. To destroy the spirit. That's incredibly cruel. She raised her head, her tearful eyes looking at Lin Fan. Her pitiful appearance was enough to melt the heart of any man of stone. However, Lin Fan simply made a please begin gesture. There was no accompaniment, and no microphone. Su Bingbing closed her eyes, and a tear slid down her cheek. A mournful and poignant song slowly filled the empty office. The bubbles in the sunlight are colorful. Like me, being deceived, I am happy. Her singing skills are excellent, and her emotions are rich, perfectly conveying the heartbreak and despair after being betrayed. Wang Hai, standing to the side, could hardly bear to watch. Xin Lan's expression grew increasingly cold. She had heard this song countless times, but never before had it felt so full of hypocritical artifice. The song ended. Su Bingbing was already sobbing uncontrollably, her thin shoulders trembling incessantly. The office was silent. She waited for Lin Fan's reaction. Is it sympathy? Is it pity? Or is it a contract offered as a handout after satisfying a perverse desire for control? However, Lin Fan simply clapped lightly. You sang well. Su Bingbing was overjoyed. Unfortunately, there was too much acting involved. Lin Fan's next words caused the air in the entire office to freeze instantly. Su Bingbing's crying stopped abruptly. She suddenly raised her head, and all the vulnerability and sorrow in her eyes, which had been filled with tears, vanished in an instant, leaving only shock and a hint of bewilderment that she couldn't hide. He saw through it? How is that possible? Chairman Lin, I don't understand what you mean. She still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. No, you understand. Lin Fan stood up and walked step by step to her. He was a head taller than her, looking down at her with such a powerful sense of oppression that she could hardly breathe. Stop with your sympathy-seeking tricks, Miss Su. It's useless against me. Lin Fan reached out and gently lifted her chin with his index finger, forcing her to look him in the eye. Now, let's get down to business. Su Bingbing's whole body stiffened. All her pretense was shattered in front of this man. She finally understood what kind of monster she was facing. Chairman Lin, what do you want? Her voice returned to normal, clear and cold, with a hint of wariness. I want you to be the funeral director of CETV. Lin Fan released his grip, took a step back, and his carefree smile returned to his face. Zhao Wenhua elevated you to a pedestal, making you a star admired by all. Now, I want you to kick him into hell with your own hands. Su Bingbing's heart began to pound wildly. I need you to hold a personal press conference, Lin Fan announced his plan slowly and deliberately. Tiancheng Group will provide the venue and invite all the mainstream media from around the world. At the press conference, what you need to do is not sing or cry. Instead, you should make public all the evidence you have about Zhao Wenhua. I want you to tell the whole world, in person, how rotten and corrupt this magnificent empire of Huayu truly is inside. I want you to be the last straw that breaks Zhao Wenhua's back. Su Bingbing's breathing became rapid. This offer is 1,000,000 times more tempting than giving her an astronomical contract. This is revenge. It's her chance to completely crush the man who has always controlled her and treated her like a plaything and a tool. Don't rush to answer, Lin Fan interrupted her. In return, Tiancheng Group will set up a top-level personal studio for you, provide you with S-level film and television resources, and make you the first empress of the new empire under Xin Lan's command. Looking at her face, flushed with excitement, Lin Fan threw out the final bait. How is it, Miss Su? Will you act in this scene, or not? Su Bingbing stared intently at Lin Fan, her chest heaving violently. A long time. She suddenly smiled. That smile no longer held any trace of innocence or vulnerability, only the most primal ambition and desire. I'll act it out. Chapter 68: The Puppet's Revenge and the Mastermind. I'll act it out. When Su Bingbing uttered those two words, she seemed to undergo a complete transformation. That deliberately feigned innocence and fragility, like a painted mask being burned by a raging fire, peeled away inch by inch, revealing the most authentic and chilling ambition beneath. Lin Fan was very satisfied. He likes clever tools, but he likes even more toys that will cooperate on their own. 24 hours later. The press conference hall on the first floor of the Tiancheng Group headquarters building. This place has been transformed into a courtroom. Hundreds of journalists from around the world, armed with cameras and microphones, stood ready. Flashes of light created a silvery sea, and the air was filled with a buzz of anxiety and anticipation. Everyone knows that a storm that will upend the entire industry is about to break out today.
The main character is Su Bingbing, the former darling of Huayu Media. Backstage dressing room. Lan looked at Su Bingbing in the mirror.
She changed into a pure black long dress, looking completely different from the helpless little white flower she had been yesterday. Her makeup was exquisite and cold, and her eyes no longer held any fear, only a resolute determination to avenge her great humiliation.
Are you ready?
Lan handed her a glass of warm water.
Su Bingbing did not answer.
I've been waiting for this day for 3 years. Her voice was calm, yet carried a metallic quality.
Lan said no more.
She turned and walked out of the dressing room, glancing up at the security camera in the corner. She knew that the real director of this grand drama was sitting on the throne on the top floor, watching them with utter boredom. The press conference started on time.
The moment Su Bingbing stepped onto the stage, the flashbulbs went off at an all-time high. Click. Click. Click.
The sound of camera shutters clicking was so frequent it sounded like a torrential downpour. Su Bingbing stood behind the podium, not looking at any of the reporters. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the ceiling, landing on some distant place. The entire room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her first words.
There was no crying, no accusation.
Today, I stand here only to reveal a truth. Su Bingbing's voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone, resonated throughout the entire hall and across countless screens watching the live stream. A truth about Huayu Media, about Zhao Wenhua, about this empire corrupted by capital and desire. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge screen behind her lit up instantly.
That's not a PowerPoint presentation, nor is it a photograph. It's a high-definition video. The scene shows a lavish private clubroom, reeking of alcohol.
Zhao Wenhua, his face flushed, is embracing a fat, middle-aged man and pushing a young trainee into his arms.
Mr. Wang, this is our company's newest employee. She's obedient and sensible.
In the picture, Zhao Wenhua's smile is obsequious and greasy.
The entire audience erupted in uproar. This is an internal drinking party at CEIBS? I know that girl.
She's a member of a girl group that debuted last year.
My God, is this what they call resource swapping?
Su Bingbing ignored the commotion below the stage. She pressed the remote control. The screen switched between images of 2 different contracts, each bearing the official seal of Huayu Media.
Each contract clearly showed the staggering amount of tax evaded. Next came the bank transfer records.
Huge sums of money flowed from Huayu's accounts to shell companies set up overseas by Zhao Wenhua's relatives.
Finally, there is an audio clip. That script must be played by Su Bingbing. What? The role isn't suitable? Then change it. Change it until it's suitable. The audience doesn't understand art, they just want to see faces.
Zhao Wenhua's arrogant voice echoed in the press conference hall.
Evidence. One after another.
Like heavy hammers, they smashed the magnificent shell of Huayu Media to pieces, revealing its rotten and maggot-infested interior. The reporters went crazy. They frantically pressed the shutter button, and questions came one after another, plunging the entire venue into an uncontrolled frenzy.
Ms. Su, may I ask where you obtained this evidence? What exactly is your relationship with Zhao Wenhua?
Huayu's stock price has been hitting the daily limit down for several consecutive days.
Are you trying to completely destroy it by doing this?
Su Bingbing remained expressionless throughout all of this. She was just doing her performance.
A performance titled Revenge. Top floor, CEO's office.
Lin Fan yawned as he looked at the live stream on the screen in front of him.
It's noisy.
That's too slow. In his view, this kind of drama of releasing evidence step by step and watching the opponent slowly die is inefficient and lacks any aesthetic appeal. True destruction should be instantaneous, thorough, and an absolute crushing that gives the opponent no time to breathe or react.
Ding.
Host's mood has shown signs of boredom. The industry disruptor skill is optimizing solutions for you. System solution: it is recommended that the host directly hack into the global livestream signal and play a deepfake video of Zhao Wenhua kneeling and begging for mercy. This will ensure a one-step solution and maximize the entertainment value. Lin Fan ignored the system's nonsense.
He picked up the internal phone and dialed Wang Hai. That's fine. Yes, Chairman.
Wang Hai, on the other end of the phone, sounded barely suppressed excitement.
The scene of the press conference.
Just as Su Bingbing was preparing to release the last, and most fatal, piece of evidence, the complete chain of evidence regarding Zhao Wenhua's embezzlement of public funds, the large screen behind her suddenly went black.
The entire audience was stunned.
The reporters assumed it was an equipment malfunction.
Su Bingbing also frowned. The next second, the screen lit up again. But what appears is no longer any file or video.
It was a live news broadcast.
The location of the scene is the entrance to the headquarters building of Huayu Media. Dozens of police cars, flashing red and blue lights, surrounded the entire building. Hundreds of police officers set up a long cordon.
On camera, a man in handcuffs, with disheveled hair and a deathly pale face, is being escorted out of a building by two police officers. It was Zhao Wenhua. He seemed to be still reeling from the huge change, and was in a dazed and absent-minded state.
What's going on? Why did the police suddenly take action? This is a live broadcast.
The reporters in the press conference room were momentarily stunned.
The plot before their eyes took an unexpected turn. But what drove them even crazier was yet to come.
Almost simultaneously, all reporters' mobile phones received a push notification from the official news app of the Donghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Title: Donghai Police crack major financial fraud and money laundering case. Main suspect Zhao Momo has been criminally detained. Main text: It is understood that the reason this operation was so swift and precise was thanks to a citizen, Mr. Lin, who wished to remain anonymous, who provided an overwhelming amount of irrefutable core evidence.
Mr. Lin. Boom.
The entire press conference hall felt as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped on it. All the reporters looked at Su Bingbing, who was also in a state of great shock, on the stage with the eyes of someone looking at a monster.
No, that's not right.
Their gaze passed over Su Bingbing and landed on the huge screen behind her, which was broadcasting Zhao Wenhua's disheveled appearance live.
They finally understood. Su Bingbing's press conference was never the main course.
She was just a smokescreen.
A glamorous facade used to attract everyone's attention.
The true hunters remain hidden behind the scenes from beginning to end, delivering the most fatal blow to their prey in a way that is unimaginable to them. Su Bingbing stood on the stage, her whole body ice cold. She thought this was her revenge, that she had personally sent Zhao Wenhua to hell. In the end, she discovered that she didn't even have the right to carry out the execution. She was just a minor character, responsible for polishing the guillotine's blade.
In the office,
Lin Fan turned off the live stream.
Game over. Chapter 69: The New Empress?
Wrong, she's my personal barista.
Game over.
Lin Fan turned off the noisy live stream on the screen.
The entire CEO's office instantly fell into a deathly silence.
On the table, the cup of top-grade Da Hong Pao tea, brewed by Wang Hai himself, had completely gone cold.
It's so boring. It's really boring.
When a meticulously planned storm, powerful enough to upend an industry, ends so casually, the thrill of being in control quickly fades, leaving only a lonely emptiness at the top.
It's like defeating the final boss in a game, only to find that the opponent is just a bunch of easily defeated data.
They were too lazy to even pick up the dropped equipment.
Ding.
Host's emotions have entered a sage period. Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced from Empire Destroyer to plain pacifist.
System reminder: when you feel bored with life, why not look up at the sun in the sky? It's been burning for 5 billion years, isn't that kind of boring too? Lin Fan. This system is getting better and better at making sarcastic remarks. Chairman. Wang Hai's voice, trembling slightly, broke the silence.
He held the tablet computer in both hands, bowed deeply, and his posture was extremely humble.
Breaking news: the asset liquidation process for Huayu Media has been initiated.
Due to the numerous crimes Zhao Wenhua is suspected of, and the large sums involved, all assets have been frozen.
We don't even need to pay any penalties for breach of contract. Wang Hai's report had a dreamlike, unreal quality to it.
Xinlan stood on the other side, with a densely packed list of personnel and project plans on the virtual projection in front of her. Chairman, Director Fengang's team, Teacher Zhanghua, Li Rong's management team, all the core personnel we plan to poach have officially signed their employment agreements this morning.
The new company's registered name is tentatively set as Myth Entertainment. I'm applying for the first phase of seed funding.
You decide. Lin Fan interrupted her.
He had absolutely no interest in these specific numbers and procedures.
That's Xinlan's game, not his.
Lan paused slightly, then immediately changed her words. Yes, Chairman. I will handle it entirely.
She and Wang Hai exchanged a glance, and both saw in each other's reactions of fear akin to reverence for a deity. What this young chairman wanted was never a business empire. All he wanted was the pleasure of destroying another empire.
Now that the fun is over, will these tools that were promoted also become boring? The atmosphere in the office became somewhat stagnant. Lin Fan's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table.
His attention fell on the file about Su Bingbing that Qin Lan had placed aside. A chess piece. He used a rather attractive piece to divert attention and incidentally test its loyalty. She's probably still at that point, enjoying the lingering warmth of the spotlight at that now meaningless press conference.
A thought suddenly popped into my head. Wang Hai. Yes, Chairman. Have Su Bingbing come to my office. Wang Hai and Qin Lan were both taken aback. Su Bingbing?
This grand drama has come to an end, and her mission as a tainted witness has been accomplished.
Why are you looking for her now? Qin Lan reacted quickly. Chairman, Su Bingbing's value has been basically exhausted.
The next step for her is to leverage the heat of this incident to get her a role in an art film by a top international director, completely shedding her traffic star label and transforming her into a serious actress.
This is the most cost-effective solution.
From the perspective of a professional manager, she offered the most rational advice. Lin Fan didn't look at her.
I didn't ask you that.
His tone was calm, yet it made Qin Lan's heart skip a beat. She overstepped her bounds. She tried to guess what her master was thinking.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Qin Lan immediately lowered her head.
Lin Fan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window.
Go.
Yes. Wang Hai dared not hesitate any longer and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Only Lin Fan and Qin Lan remained in the office.
The atmosphere was even more oppressive than before.
Qin Lan stood there, motionless, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing.
For a long time.
Lin Fan slowly began to speak.
Qin Lan. I am here. What kind of person do you think Su Bingbing is?
This question caught Qin Lan somewhat off guard. She carefully chose her words and answered cautiously, a very intelligent woman. She knows how to assess situations and is ruthless enough.
So, do you think she'll be grateful to me?
Lin Fan turned around, a playful smile on his face. She is grateful that I gave her the opportunity to avenge her enemies, and grateful that I promised her the position of Empress of the new empire.
Qin Lan remained silent. She couldn't answer. Because she herself is the same kind of person. Gratitude? No. For people like them, there is only fear and exploitation. See, you also think it won't happen.
Lin Fan walked back and sat down in the chair. No matter how much you give a person like this, she will never be satisfied. Her ambition will be like a vine, constantly climbing upwards, trying to touch things that don't belong to her.
It's very troublesome to use. Qin Lan's heart sank.
She understood the unspoken meaning in Lin Fan's words.
Chairman, is this getting rid of Su Bingbing?
Just then, there was a knock on the office door.
Su Bingbing has arrived.
She changed out of the aggressive black dress she wore at the press conference and put on the same simple white dress. This time, however, there was no trace of vulnerability or helplessness on her face. She walked into the office, first nodding slightly to Qin Lan, before focusing her attention entirely on the man sitting on the throne of power.
Chairman Lin.
Her demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant, and even carried a hint of deliberate distance. It was as if she was declaring that she was not a plaything to be manipulated, but a collaborator with whom one could have an equal dialogue. Looking at her like this, Lin Fan suddenly found it somewhat amusing.
Ding.
Target Su Bingbing has been detected attempting to initiate self-worth enhancement negotiation mode. System analysis, she thinks she can use her control of public opinion to negotiate with you.
TSK, does this kid have some misunderstanding about the word capital?
Sit. Lin Fan pointed to the sofa opposite him.
Su Bingbing sat down, her back straight. Today's press conference was excellent, Lin Fan said first.
It was all thanks to your brilliant planning, Chairman Lin, Su Bingbing replied flawlessly. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened in the second half, interrupting your performance.
Su Bingbing's body stiffened almost imperceptibly.
She heard the sarcasm in those words. I am already content to see Zhao Wenhua get what he deserved, she replied softly.
Yeah?
Lin Fan leaned forward, and an invisible pressure enveloped him.
I thought you would regret not being able to deliver the final blow yourself.
Su Bingbing's breath caught in her throat for a moment. She raised her head and looked directly at Lin Fan. Chairman Lin, you called me up here not to discuss my feelings.
She decided to take the initiative.
What you promised me before, the position of the first empress of the new empire, a personal studio, S-level resources. I remember, Lin Fan interrupted her.
President Qin will arrange those things. Tianqing Group never goes back on its word.
Su Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Fan's next words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave.
However, before that, I need you to get used to your new job. Su Bingbing was taken aback. A new job?
Lin Fan did not answer her, but looked at Qin Lan beside him.
Mr. Qin, what brand is the coffee machine in my office? Although Qin Lan was puzzled, she immediately replied, it's the Swiss Jura, the top-of-the-line fully automatic model. Change it. Lin Fan's instructions were simple and brutal.
Change to the most complicated type, which involves hand-cranking the bean grinder and manually pressing the powder, requiring precise control of water temperature and time.
Qin Lan, yes, I'll take care of it right away.
Lin Fan then looked at Su Bingbing, who was completely stunned.
He announced her new position in a matter-of-fact tone. From today onwards, you are my personal barista.
Every morning at 9 o'clock, I want to have a perfect hand-drip latte on my desk.
This is your first job as the first queen of myth entertainment.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and admired Su Bingbing's face, which was contorted with shock, humiliation, and anger.
This is much more interesting than looking at financial reports. Chapter 70. Sorry, money really can buy anything. Personal barista.
These 5 words, like 5 red-hot steel needles, pierced Su Bingbing's eardrums and penetrated her brain.
The office was deathly silent.
The air seemed to have solidified into glass, fragile and cold.
Humiliation. Anger. Absurd.
Countless emotions churned within her chest, eventually transforming into a violent, almost overwhelming dizziness.
Who is she? She is Su Bingbing. A woman at the very top of the entertainment industry's popularity rankings.
A victor who has just slain her enemies and is about to ascend to the top, the focus of global media attention. And now, this man, the man who just elevated her to a pedestal, tells her in a condescending tone that her new job is to make coffee.
Chairman Lin.
Su Bingbing finally found her voice again, each word sounding like it was squeezed out from between her teeth, sharp and icy.
This joke is not funny at all.
Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his stomach, and looked at her with a leisurely air.
I never joke. His answer, though casual, shattered Su Bingbing's last shred of hope.
Qin Lan stood to the side, eyes downcast, seemingly lost in thought, like a lifeless sculpture. But her hands, hanging at her sides, unconsciously tightened. Wang Hai had already taken out his phone and started searching for top manual coffee machine brands. The chairman's orders are like imperial edicts. Even if he were asked to buy an aircraft carrier in the next second, he would immediately contact the shipyard. Su Bingbing's breathing became rapid, and her carefully maintained composure was on the verge of collapse at this moment.
Why?
She questioned him, her voice trembling slightly with anger. My value lies in front of the camera, on the stage.
I can create hundreds of millions in wealth for you and for the new company. Not here, as a humble. Humble?
Lin Fan interrupted her, repeating the word, a strange look appearing on his face.
Miss Su, you seem to have misunderstood something.
He sat up straight, interlaced his fingers, and placed them on the table.
Your value is not determined by you, nor by the market. It's up to me to decide. Every word Lin Fan spoke was like a precise scalpel, dissecting reality and revealing the bloody power dynamics beneath.
Today, I feel your value is just a cup of hand-drip latte that satisfies me.
As for tomorrow.
He paused, then looked at her flushed face with great interest. Maybe she'll read the newspaper to me, or maybe she'll feed the fish.
Who knows? You. Su Bingbing could no longer remain calm and suddenly stood up from the sofa.
Her chest heaved violently, and a flame of humiliation burned in her beautiful eyes. She wanted to scream, sweep everything off the table, and slap this devilish man in front of her.
But she can't.
Reason, like a cold chain, tightly bound her impulses.
Ding. Target. Su Bingbing's rage level has reached 99%. Resistance action is about to be triggered. System review. Oh no. The innocent little flower is about to turn into a tyrant. Host, quick! Get your weed killer. Let her know what the iron fist of capitalism is like.
Lin Fan ignored the system's incessant chatter. He simply watched Su Bingbing calmly as she struggled frantically on the verge of exploding.
He enjoyed the process.
Like a mischievous child watching with great interest a butterfly whose wings he has plucked, fluttering futilely on the ground.
Chairman Lin. Su Bingbing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down.
She changed her strategy, trying to persuade the other party with logic.
You are a businessman. Businessmen pursue profit. The commercial returns I can bring are far greater than a cup of coffee.
What you are doing does not make business sense.
Business logic? Lin Fan smiled. It was a pure, cruel laugh that came from the heart when hearing the innocent words of a child. He looked at Wang Hai beside him. Director Wang, tell Miss Su, what is the one thing that our Tiancheng group has the most of right now?
Wang Hai immediately put down his phone, bowed, and answered clearly and distinctly.
Reporting to the chairman, Ms. Su. Tiancheng Group currently has a market value of 3.7 trillion yuan and cash reserves of over 400 billion yuan. The last thing we lack is money.
Su Bingbing's face paled slightly. Lin Fan then looked at Qin Lan.
President Qin, tell Miss Su why I founded Myth Entertainment?
Qin Lan paused, raised her head, and looked directly at Su Bingbing for the first time. Her answer, calm and objective, was more hurtful than any words. The chairman's exact words were that he simply enjoyed the pleasure of having the power to do whatever he wanted, change the world, and set the rules.
Pleasure. Su Bingbing's face completely lost its color. She finally understood.
She has always tried to understand the thoughts of a deity using the mindset of a businessman.
Money? Profit? Business returns?
These pursuits of ordinary people are utterly worthless in this man's world. Everything he did was simply to please himself. And she, Su Bingbing, her so-called value, everything she was proud of, was just an insignificant prop in his game, providing amusement.
A suffocating silence fell over the office once again.
Su Bingbing stood there stiffly, like a piece of porcelain about to shatter. All her pride, all her ambition, all her scheming were crushed to pieces at this moment. Lin Fan stood up and walked over to her.
Now, you have two choices.
His voice was soft, yet it possessed an irresistible magic.
First, stay.
Learn how to use that most complex machine in the world to brew me a cup of coffee. Your personal studio, S-level resources, the title of the new empress of the empire, everything remains the same.
You are still Su Bingbing, the focus of everyone's attention under the spotlight.
He paused for a moment, then held up a finger and pointed to the office door.
Second, walk out through that door.
You are free. However, I guarantee that from the moment you step out of Tianqing's gates, no company in the entire country will dare to hire you. The evidence of your tax evasion and your shady dealings with Zhao Wenhua will spread throughout the world in a way that is 100 times more exciting than today's press conference. You will lose everything. He withdrew his hand, took a step back, and gave her room to breathe again.
Choose. Is it better to be a queen who must learn to brew coffee, or a penniless wanderer?
Choose. He didn't even bother with commands, instead throwing the choice back at her like a piece of trash.
This is more insidious than any order.
Because he knew she had no choice. Just then, there was a knock on the office door.
Wang Hai went over and opened the door.
Two workers in overalls carried in a huge machine encased in a heavy wooden crate. Mr. Lin, your La Marzocco, model Strata AP, has arrived.
May I ask where it will be installed?
The worker asked cautiously. Lin Fan did not answer. His gaze passed over the huge wooden crate and landed on Su Bingbing's pale, paper-white face. The whole world seemed to consist only of that cold, metallic machine and her empty eyes, trembling from her violent struggle.
Chapter 71. Sorry, top actresses are only fit to wear aprons and grind coffee in my eyes. The enormous machine, named La Marzocco, stood like a silent steel behemoth in a corner of the office. Its cold, metallic sheen reflected Su Bingbing's bloodless face.
The workers were still carefully connecting the water pipes and adjusting the pressure valves, and the slight sounds they made seemed particularly jarring in the deathly silent office.
Each sound was like a death knell tolling for her dignity.
Lin Fan didn't look at her again. He simply pointed casually to the bar counter next to the floor-to-ceiling window at the two workers.
Just put it there, the lighting is good.
His tone was as if he were deciding the placement of a piece of furniture, rather than deciding the fate of a person. This action, this casual command, completely shattered the last shred of hope in Su Bingbing's heart.
She wasn't dreaming. All of this is true.
Leave? The thought flashed through my mind, but I immediately dismissed it. She knew better than anyone what the consequences would be if she went out. Lin Fan wasn't threatening her, he was simply stating a fact. This man, who could wipe out the Huayu Empire overnight, could also make her, Su Bingbing, vanish from the world without a trace.
Leave? To be a humble barista?
The person who once shone brightly in front of the camera and was adored by thousands has to learn to grind beans and control the water temperature, just to make this devil smile.
The humiliation overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, almost suffocating her. Ding!
Detected that the target is currently engaged in an internal struggle.
Dignity 1, survival will +1, Dignity 1, survival will +1. System analysis, the Schrödinger's knee experiment is underway.
Before the observation results are available, her knee is in a superposition state of both kneeling and not kneeling. Lin Fan felt that the system's analogies were becoming increasingly absurd.
Time passed by, second by second. The workers had finished the installation and debugging, bowed respectfully to Lin Fan, and quietly withdrew. Now, there are only 4 people left in the office. And a steel behemoth.
Wan Hai and Xin Lan stood in the distance, like 2 emotionless backdrops, awaiting the final outcome. Su Bingbing remained frozen in place, her simple white dress now resembling a thin prison uniform. Lin Fan finally lost his patience. He stood up from his chair and slowly walked to the brand new coffee machine. He reached out and gently stroked the cold metal body, his movements tender, as if he were caressing a beloved work of art.
Isn't it beautiful?
He didn't turn around, but he spoke to Su Bingbing.
Su Bingbing's body trembled almost imperceptibly.
It's called Strata EP, the Lamborghini of coffee machines. Every pressure valve and every extraction port requires precise calculation and control.
Even the slightest deviation will result in garbage.
Lin Fan turned around and finally looked at her directly.
Just like people. Su Bingbing's breathing stopped completely at that moment. She understood.
This machine is her. All her value, all her pride, had to be precisely controlled.
The slightest deviation would render her worthless and discarded without mercy.
She slowly, very slowly, lifted her foot.
Step. Another step.
Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge, requiring all her strength. She walked up to the coffee machine and stood in front of Lin Fan.
She didn't say anything. But this action says it all. She chose to submit.
A fleeting, complex emotion flashed in Xin Lan's eyes.
Was it pity? Or relief?
Perhaps, she simply saw her past self in Su Bingbing.
Lin Fan smiled. Very satisfied. He liked this silent, yet utter, submission. Very good.
He stepped back and made way for him.
Wan Hai. Yes, Chairman. Wan Hai stepped forward immediately.
Give her the coffee beans and the instruction manual.
Yes.
Soon, a bag of top-quality geisha coffee beans printed with foreign languages and a thick, dictionary-like instruction manual in English were placed in front of Su Bingbing.
Su Bingbing stared at the instruction manual, her mind blank.
She was a top student from a young age, and English was not a problem for her. The problem is, she now has to learn how to serve a winner as a loser. President Xin, Lin Fan spoke again.
Chairman, I'm here. Find her an apron.
Lin Fan glanced at her pristine white dress.
Don't let her get my office dirty. Apron.
These 2 words were like 2 slaps to Su Bingbing's face. She could no longer hold back, her body swayed violently, and she nearly fell over.
Xin Lan did not move.
She simply looked at Lin Fan calmly, waiting for confirmation.
Lin Fan's instructions sometimes need to be interpreted.
Lin Fan seemed to have seen through her thoughts and added a sentence.
Pink, it'll be cuter. Without further hesitation, Xin Lan turned and walked out. Soon, a brand new pink cartoon apron with lace trim was brought in. Then, it was handed to Su Bingbing.
Su Bingbing held the ridiculous apron, her fingers trembling slightly from the force. She closed her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, all my emotions had faded, leaving only a numb emptiness.
Silently, she tied the pink apron around her slender waist. A white dress paired with a pink cartoon apron, it's comical and full of irony. A vengeful goddess who was just pointing fingers at the global media and exposing the dark secrets has now become a ridiculous maid preparing to cook. Let's begin.
Lin Fan sat back on his throne, like an audience member waiting for the show to begin. I hope to have my first drink before I get off work. Su Bingbing took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, opened the bag of coffee beans. With a whoosh. Because of her nervousness, her hand slipped, and most of the expensive bag of coffee beans spilled onto the spotless floor. Brown beans rolled everywhere. A few even rolled to Lin Fan's feet. The office was deathly silent. Su Bingbing froze, staring at the mess on the floor and her hands covered in coffee powder, her mind completely blank. Lin Fan was not angry. He simply bent down, picked up the coffee bean at his feet, and played with it between his fingertips. He looked at Su Bingbing with a pure, childlike smile that sent chills down one's spine. It seems there's something you still need to learn. The first thing. Don't let your hands shake. Chapter 72 The Madman Project, Best Director. Don't let your hands shake. Lin Fan spoke very softly. But it made Su Bingbing feel as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on her knees. She looked at the coffee beans scattered all over the floor, each one seeming to mock her disheveled state. She could no longer stand. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees. The pristine white dress instantly became covered in tiny specks of dust from the floor. Lin Fan did not go to see her. He simply fiddled with the coffee bean in his hand, then casually tossed it into the trash can. The movement was casual, as if he were throwing away not some top-quality geisha tea, but a useless pebble. Pick it up. He sat back in his leather seat and gave the second instruction. Not a single one can be missing. Su Bingbing's body stiffened. She looked up at Lin Fan with an incredulous gaze. Make her kneel on the ground and pick up the beans one by one with her hands. This is more humiliating than letting her die. Qianlan stood at a distance, her body slightly tense. She could sense that Lin Fan was making a show of force. Su Bingbing is the monkey that gets punished. And she is that mountain that must heed the warning. Wang Hai had already quietly taken a step back, minimizing his presence. In the office, the only sound was the faint hum of the new coffee machine. Su Bingbing did not move. Her body was trembling violently, an instinctive reaction born from a mixture of anger and fear. Lin Fan didn't urge him. He simply picked up the tablet on the table, which Qianlan had just compiled as the initial concept for the new company, Myth Entertainment. He made a few random strokes, then let out a soft sigh, a sound of boredom. President Qin. Chairman, I'm here, Qianlan replied immediately. Your plan is very professional, very sound, and also. Lin Fan paused, seemingly searching for a suitable word. Boring. Qianlan's heart sank. This plan is the best solution she came up with after staying up all night, combining her 20 years of industry experience. By signing top artists, securing prime time slots, and investing in top-tier scripts, we can take steady steps forward. Within 3 years, we will be able to rival Huayu Entertainment, and within 5 years, we will reach the pinnacle of the industry. This is the right path. But Lin Fan only received the word boring in return. I don't like waiting. Lin Fan threw the tablet on the table with a soft thud. The sound made Su Bingbing, who was kneeling on the ground, tremble. She finally started moving. She lowered her once incredibly proud head and stretched out her hands, which had once been adorned with millions of jewels, to begin groping and picking up the scattered coffee beans on the cold floor. 1. 2. Her movements were humiliating and numb. Lin Fan didn't look at her again, as if she were just a robot vacuum cleaner in operation. His attention was completely focused on Qianlan. What I want is not a company that will only make money in 5 years. What I want is a toy that I can find interesting right now, immediately. Toy. Qianlan once again gained a deeper understanding of her place in his eyes. What does the chairman mean? She asked cautiously. Movies and TV series are too slow. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his hands behind his head. From script to filming to release, a year has passed. It's all too late. I want to play something fast. He sat up straight, his face showing the excitement of a child discovering a new game. We need variety shows too. We're producing a variety show together. Qianlan immediately searched her mind for a solution. Right now, the hottest trends in the market are talent shows and outdoor reality shows. With our resources, we can create the most star-studded show in history. No, Lin Fan said directly. Those are things that others have already done. He held up one finger. I want to create a brand new variety show about directors. Qianlan was stunned. A director?
What's the point of having a bunch of behind-the-scenes people on stage? I've already thought of a name for the program.
Lin Fan's interest was rising.
Let's call it Best Director.
The rules are simple. First, invite 10 of the top directors in China. Feng Gang is one, and you find me 9 more at his level. Second, give each of them 100 million yuan in startup capital. Lin Fan's words made Qin Lan's breath catch in her throat.
100 million? A variety show with a startup capital of 1 billion? This isn't just extravagant, this is insane. Third, give them the same theme for each episode. For example, betrayal or redemption.
Let them use 100 million yuan to make a short film within a specified time.
Then, it's broadcast live nationwide, and viewers vote. Each episode eliminates a director, recouping their investment.
The person who survives to the end will be the best director. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he shrugged, his face showing a smug look that said, "I'm a genius."
Qin Lan's mind has completely shut down. She couldn't analyze this crazy plan using any business logic. To make 10 accomplished directors fight each other like gladiators in front of a national audience? This is no longer a variety show. This is trampling on the dignity of the entire industry. Ding!
Host detected dimensional reduction style innovation. The industry disruptor skill tree has unlocked a new branch rulemaker.
System review, brilliant. You not only want to be a capitalist, but also the biggest dealer. I suggest that at the end of the show, the eliminated directors collectively wash the champion's feet. The effect will be explosive. Lin Fan ignored the system's complaints. He looked at the dumbfounded Qin Lan and asked, "So, how was this game? Was it fun?" Qin Lan swallowed hard. She didn't know if it was fun or not. All she knew was that once this news got out, the entire Chinese entertainment industry would be shaken to its core. On the other side, Su Bingbing has finished picking up all the coffee beans.
Holding the beans she had regained, she stood up unsteadily and walked to the cold machine. She opened the thick English instruction manual, her hands trembling, and began to follow the diagrams step by step.
Grinding beans, filling, tamping, extraction.
She did each step with utmost care, afraid of making any more mistakes. Sweat trickled down her forehead, dripping onto the hem of her white dress, leaving a small water stain.
Finally,
she extracted a cup of dark brown liquid with a burnt smell from the machine.
It failed.
She stared blankly at the glass of liquid that was clearly garbage.
But she didn't have time to come back again.
She picked up the cup of coffee and walked to Lin Fan's desk.
"Chairman Lin, your coffee."
Her voice was dry, hoarse, and filled with despair.
Lin Fan snapped out of his game idea and glanced at the strangely colored cup of coffee.
He showed no sign of disgust.
He simply picked it up and took a small sip.
Then, under the tense gazes of Su Bingbing and Qin Lan, he swallowed the coffee without expression. He did not comment on the taste of the coffee. He put down his cup, looked at Qin Lan, who was completely stunned, and announced his even grander next plan.
"By the way, Mr. Qin, having a director alone isn't enough to make it exciting. Go and sign all the top actors and actresses in China for me."
A smile that would make even the devil tremble appeared on Lin Fan's face.
"I want to make a movie.
A movie with 100 main characters.
Chapter 73, 100 best actors competing for scenes?
Chairman Lin teaches you what involutionary filmmaking is. A movie with 100 main characters." These words struck Qin Lan like a thunderbolt, hitting her squarely on the head. She felt as if her soul had left her body, floating in mid-air, looking down at her completely petrified self in the office. All the industry knowledge and business logic she was so proud of, built up over 20 years in the industry, collapsed and shattered into dust in that instant.
"Chairman."
Qin Lan's lips moved, but she couldn't make any sound. She wanted to say, "That's impossible." She wanted to say that movies aren't made like that. She meant that 100 main characters meant no main characters at all. The script would fall apart, and everyone's role would be diluted to the point of being negligible. Just resolving the issue of character ranking on the poster would be enough to make any company's PR team resign en masse.
"Is there a problem?"
Lin Fan found her absent-minded appearance quite amusing. "Ranking, script, screen time, these."
Qin Lan finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "Oh, this?"
Lin Fan's tone was casual, as if he were discussing what to have for lunch. "The billing order will be based on the order in which they signed contracts. Whoever arrives first will be ranked first." The amount of screen time is also determined by the order in which the contracts are signed.
The first person to sign gets the most screen time. The last person to sign gets only one shot.
As for the script, Lin Fan smiled, a smile tinged with pure malice.
There's no script. Just an outline. Let them improvise and perform freely.
Whoever performs well, I'll have the editor give them more screen time.
I don't want a movie. What I want is a large-scale social experiment about human nature.
Qianlan fell completely silent.
She understood.
She devoted herself to building a business empire for him, one that would expand its territory and generate profits. All he wanted to do was build a Roman Colosseum. What he wanted to see was not the actors performing on screen, but rather them fighting tooth and nail on set for a single shot.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully creating the involution-style filmmaking method. The rulemaker skill has unlocked a new branch, King of Chaos.
System review, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
We suggest introducing a viewer vote revival mechanism, allowing fans to spend money to buy screen time for their idols.
Guaranteed to earn more than the film's box office revenue.
Lin Fan ignored the system's cheers. His interest had been completely ignited. And that variety show, Best Director, he said, moving on to the next topic.
Qianlan's nerves tightened again.
Making 10 top directors compete on stage like trainees, facing votes from the entire nation.
Chairman, what about their pride? How much does self-esteem cost per pound?
Lin Fan interrupted her directly. Tell them that for the final champion, the next movie, I will personally invest 2 billion.
Qianlan's pupils suddenly contracted. 2 billion. This figure has exceeded all previous investment records in the history of Chinese cinema. This is no longer about money. This is a passport to the altar that no director can refuse. As for those who were eliminated, a cruel, childlike smile appeared on Lin Fan's face.
They will join the champion's crew without pay, working as assistant directors, script supervisors, and tea servers for the champion. I want to show the whole nation what a loser looks like. A chill ran down Qianlan's spine. She can imagine it. Once this news is released, what kind of frenzy will those big directors who usually have the final say on set and are looked up to by countless people go through? Tempted by the lure of 2 billion, and to avoid becoming a loser serving tea and water to the champion, they will use every trick in the book to win. That will be the most real and bloodiest war in the history of Chinese variety shows. Go ahead and announce it. Lin Fan waved his hand, ending the conversation. For him, these were just 2 fun games. But for Qianlan, these are 2 nuclear bombs about to be dropped on a calm lake. Just then, Su Bingbing, who had been silent all along, walked over with a new cup of coffee. Having experienced her first failure, this time she was incredibly focused. She placed a standard latte steadily on Lin Fan's table. Although the latte art was still crooked, at least it didn't spill or smell burnt. She lowered her head, preparing to face a new round of judgment. Lin Fan picked up the cup, didn't even look at it, and threw it directly into the trash can. With a bang, the ceramic shattered. Su Bingbing's body trembled violently. I suddenly don't want to drink coffee anymore. Lin Fan stood up and walked up to her. Go, peel an apple for me. He took a Fuji apple from the fruit bowl on his desk and handed it to her. Su Bingbing stood there, frozen in place. From a top actress to a barista, and now, an apple peeling maid. Her dignity is being ruthlessly stripped away layer by this man. What? Lin Fan held up the apple and waved it in front of her. Didn't you peel it? Su Bingbing did not answer. She silently took the apple from his hand, then walked to the side, picked up a fruit knife, and began mechanically peeling the apple, circle by circle. Her hands were shaking. The peel broke several times. Lin Fan didn't urge him, and just watched with great interest. Watch as a once radiant woman is completely tamed. Seeing this, Qianlan dared not hesitate any longer. She took out her phone and opened the group chat that brought together half of the entertainment industry. She didn't type. She pressed the voice input button directly. Then, in an almost judgmental, emotionless tone, she recounted Lin Fan's 2 insane plans word for word. The champion will exclusively enjoy a 2 billion yuan film investment. The other 9 people will join the crew to serve the champion. The movie The Demise of the Chinese Entertainment Empire features 100 main characters, whose roles are determined by their contract order. There is no script, allowing for free improvisation. She sent out 2 voice messages.
1 second. 2 seconds. The once quiet group chat exploded instantly. Countless messages, countless question marks, countless exclamation marks flooded the screen. The entire Chinese entertainment industry was shaken to its core at that moment.
Qin Lan stopped looking at her phone. She looked up at the man who was admiring the actress peeling an apple.
She suddenly asked a question. Chairman, who do you plan to direct that movie with 100 main characters?
Lin Fan withdrew his gaze from Su Bingbing's trembling hands and thought for a moment. He suddenly smiled. Let the first one to be eliminated in Best Director direct it.
Chapter 74. They've gone mad. Everyone's gone mad. Big directors are vying to be the losers just to make a movie about killing 100 people? The first director to be eliminated was Director Lai. This sentence, though seemingly light, carries more weight than any server in the office.
Qin Lan's brain completely stopped functioning. She looked at Lin Fan, trying to find even the slightest trace of a joke on his excessively young face.
No.
Only pure, enthusiastic, and undisguised malice.
This is a closed loop. A perfect closed loop, filled with humiliation and despair.
10 of the country's top directors fought tooth and nail in front of a national audience for a vague championship and a 2 billion yuan investment. Then, let that first, most shameful, and most unsuccessful good-for-nothing take charge of a movie with the most luxurious cast in history, but destined to become a laughingstock in the industry.
The winner may not necessarily have the last laugh. The loser, however, suffers double the public and eternal shame. Ding! Host has successfully constructed a humiliation loop. King of Chaos skill proficiency plus 100.
Your manipulation of human nature has reached the level of a hair's breadth. System suggestion: add a revival round to the Best Director program. Eliminated directors could do live streaming e-commerce for viewers, with the highest sales earning a chance to be revived.
The products would be screws manufactured by Tiancheng Group.
Lin Fan ignored the system's increasingly absurd suggestions.
His attention was completely focused on the silent drama unfolding before him. Qin Lan is petrified. Su Bingbing trembled.
And the fruit knife that kept slicing off course in her hand, leaving an apple with dents and bumps.
Click. The apple peel broke again. This is the third time.
Su Bingbing's body stiffened abruptly. Holding the apple, which had less than half its flesh remaining, and the cold fruit knife, she was frozen in a state of despair.
She wanted to throw it away.
She wanted to stab that demon with the knife.
But she can't. She didn't even dare to look up at Lin Fan's reaction.
Lin Fan didn't even look at her. He simply looked at Qin Lan, at the woman he had newly appointed, the empress of his entertainment empire.
Your phone is too noisy.
Qin Lan then seemed to wake up from a dream. She looked down at the incredibly hot phone in her hand. On the screen, there was a dense, cascading list of missed calls and message notifications, like a waterfall.
Phone Gang, Zhanghua, Li Rong. Each name represents a powerful figure in China's entertainment industry.
At this moment, they were all like ants on a hot pan.
Madness, confusion, fear, greed.
All her emotions converged in her palm through this small screen, almost burning her.
Chairman,
Qin Lan wanted to explain that she needed to deal with the storm she had started herself.
Shut down. Lin Fan's instructions were simple and brutal. What?
I said, turn it off, Lin Fan repeated, a hint of impatience on his face. Let them guess, let them wait, let them go crazy.
Truly intelligent people don't waste time on phone calls. Qin Lan was stunned. She didn't understand. However, the next second, she understood. Wang Hai suddenly pushed the office door open from the outside.
He even forgot to knock.
Chairman.
Wang Hai's breathing quickened, his face flushed with a mixture of shock and fervor.
Downstairs, downstairs.
He was panting, as if he couldn't even finish a sentence.
Get to the point.
Lin Fan's tone was calm.
Director Phone Gang, he's here. Wang Hai finally finished speaking.
He's downstairs in the lobby right now, saying he wants to see you, and he's willing to sign the contract anytime.
Boom.
This statement had a greater impact on Qin Lan than all of Lin Fan's previous crazy plans combined.
Phone Gang. That famous director who is known in the industry for his fiery temper and arrogant personality.
That guy, Feng Depeo, who even dared to disrespect Zhao Wenhua, the chairman of China Entertainment Group. Within 10 minutes of Qin Lan sending those 2 voice messages, he himself had already appeared downstairs at Tianxin Group.
He wasn't even making a phone call. He charged straight in. Qin Lan finally understood the meaning of Lin Fan's words. Truly intelligent people don't make phone calls.
They will appear in front of you as quickly as possible and seize the first spot.
Because in Lin Fan's rules, the order of signing determines everything.
Looking at Lin Fan, Qin Lan felt as if she were facing not a young man in his early 20s, but a demon who had lived for thousands of years and understood human nature.
He wasn't developing a business plan at all. He is conducting a precise, humane selection process.
Look. Lin Fan wasn't surprised by Wang Hai's report at all. He simply shrugged and smiled at Qin Lan. The game has already begun.
He didn't tell Foam Gang to come up. She didn't say anything about going to see him.
He sat there so calmly, as if the person anxiously waiting downstairs wasn't some national treasure level director, but an insignificant delivery man who had come to his door on his own initiative.
He's going to leave him hanging. He wanted everyone to know who the only rule was in this game. The office fell silent once again.
Only Wang Hai's heavy breathing could be heard. The apple, which had been peeled down to its core, fell to the ground with a crisp sound from Su Bingbing's hand.
Clatter. Su Bingbing finally broke down.
Looking at her empty hands and the ugly fruit pit on the ground, tears silently streamed down her face. However, no one looked at her. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the traffic below, which looked like matchboxes.
President Qin. Yes. Qin Lan's voice was a little hoarse. Add another rule to that variety show.
Lin Fan turned around, revealing a bright smile that sent chills down Qin Lan's spine. The directors who are eliminated each time have to work like slaves for the champion. He and all the core members of his team will be prohibited from directing any film or television works as a director for the next 5 years. I want them to know that being eliminated by me is equivalent to being completely wiped out of this industry.
Qin Lan's body swayed slightly.
She grabbed the desk for support before she could stand up.
Ruthless. That's too ruthless. This is no longer about setting the rules of the game.
This is using capital to exercise the power of life and death. He not only wants the winners to have everything, but also the losers to have nothing.
Just then, Lin Fan's personal cell phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar, encrypted number. Wang Hai and Qin Lan were both startled. No more than 5 people in the entire country know this number. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID, answered the call, and pressed the speakerphone button. An aged but powerful voice came through the receiver.
Mr. Lin, it's me, Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo. Qin Lan's heart was struck again.
If Foam Gang is the king of commercial films, then Zhang Guo is the unshakable pillar of Chinese art films. He is a highly respected figure with countless students, a figure even officials treat with great deference.
Has he also joined the fray? Teacher Zhang, what can I do for you?
Lin Fan's tone remained casual. I wouldn't presume to offer guidance. Zhang Guo, on the other end of the phone, paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts.
Mr. Lin's game is quite interesting.
However, this old man has a favor to ask.
Explain. Can I choose right now to be the first one eliminated?
Zhang Guo's words caused Qin Lan and Wang Hai's minds to freeze instantly.
Does he want to be the loser? He wants to direct that movie with 100 main characters? Why?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly experiencing a genuine surprise for the first time.
He didn't ask why. He simply asked a question. Teacher Zhang, are you sure you've thought this through?
On the other end of the phone, Zhang Guo was silent for a moment, then answered in a tone that was almost a sigh, yet filled with boundless fervor.
Mr. Lin, you don't understand.
Put 100 award-winning actors and actresses in an unscripted arena, and watch them tear each other apart, betray each other, and sell everything for a single shot.
This isn't a movie. This is fucking art. Chapter 75. They've gone mad. Top directors compete for the first lost spot. Who's worse? Art.
When Zhang Guo uttered those last 2 words on the other end of the phone in an almost frenzied, pilgrimage-like tone,
the entire CEO's office fell into a silence heavier than death.
Qin Lan felt her eardrums buzzing. She didn't hear any sound, rather, the space was so quiet that even her own heartbeat sounded deafening. A national treasure-level artist, on the phone, swore at a young man in his early 20s, saying that his absurdly ridiculous film about killing 100 people was art. This world has gone mad. Wang Hai stood there, mouth agape, completely frozen in place. He felt as if his brain had been formatted, all his common sense and logic completely erased by that phone call.
Su Bingbing, kneeling on the ground, even forgot to cry.
She looked up, staring blankly at the man holding the phone. She thought she was already at the very bottom of hell, but now she realizes that this man is creating a deeper, more insane hell that she could never have imagined.
Ding!
Detected a soul resonance between the madman of art and the chaotic monarch. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded capital game to performance art.
System scathing comment, oh no, you've led this old man astray.
He understood your 5th level, while you just wanted to watch the monkey show on the 1st level. A genuine smile, as if he had finally met his match, finally appeared on Lin Fan's face.
Interesting. Seriously, it's starting to get interesting.
He did not answer Zhang Guo immediately, but instead enjoyed the extreme silence that he had created himself.
Zhang Guo, on the other end of the phone, seemed to sense the silence as well, and he pressed on somewhat anxiously, Mr. Lin? What do you mean?
Lin Fan finally spoke. His answer caused the atmosphere in the office, which had just eased, to freeze and shatter once again.
Teacher Zhang, I refuse. 3 words. Light and airy.
Xin Lan's body swayed violently. If she hadn't been holding onto the table, she would have collapsed to the ground.
Reject? He actually refused? Why? This doesn't make sense.
Having Zhang Guo direct that movie would be the best solution, both in terms of generating buzz and its artistic merit. Zhang Guo, on the other end of the phone, was also visibly stunned.
Why?
His voice was full of confusion.
Mr. Lin, do you think this old man isn't qualified to direct this work of art? No.
Lin Fan shook his head, even though the other person couldn't see him.
On the contrary, Teacher Zhang, you are more than qualified.
He strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the traffic below, which appeared as insignificant as ants. Precisely because you are a towering figure, you cannot so easily become that loser.
My game has my own rules.
Lin Fan turned around, facing his phone and the 2 distraught subordinates in the office, and announced his even more twisted and cruel rules. I will not designate anyone as the first loser. I want to see you all give it your all to become that loser. I want to see you, Teacher Zhang, make a terrible film in front of the whole nation, a film that everyone will vote to get rid of. I want to see how you rack your brains, abandon your life's glory and aesthetic sense, to pander to vulgarity and pursue failure.
Don't you think?
Lin Fan's lips curled into a devilish smile.
Is the process of a master striving to degenerate into a clown the ultimate form of performance art? There was complete silence on the other end of the phone.
There was only the sound of breathing, one breath after another, growing heavier and heavier.
That wasn't anger. That's excitement.
It was the ultimate experience, a burst of creative energy, a frenzied excitement.
A long time.
Zhang Guo's laughter came through the receiver. The laughter, which was initially suppressed, quickly turned into unrestrained and exhilarating laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mr. Lin.
You're not a devil, you're a fucking genius.
Okay.
I'll play this game. This old man, will definitely make you the worst short film in history, so bad that it'll win the Golden Raspberry Lifetime Achievement Award.
You wait. Smack. Zhang Guo hung up the phone on his own initiative. In the office, only his unrestrained laughter remained, its echoes still lingering.
Xin Lan and Wang Hai have completely given up on thinking about it. They just stood there expressionless, like 2 wax figures whose souls had been taken away. A highly respected artist went mad with excitement in order to snatch a spot from a loser. Their boss, on the other hand, felt satisfied because he had successfully driven an artist insane. Lin Fan casually tossed his phone back onto the table. His attention had been drawn to something else.
Wang Hai shoved the office door open from the outside once again. This time, Wang Hai's face was no longer flushed, but deathly pale.
He couldn't even speak, he just held up his constantly vibrating phone and handed it to Lin Fan.
On the screen is a live updated entertainment news app.
The front page headline, in blood red, bold font, featured a title that would make Xin Lan want to jump off the building immediately.
It's insane.
To secure the first loss in the Best Director category, director Feng Gang shaved his head live on stream outside Tianjin Film Studio. Below the news article is a live video. In the video, in the magnificent lobby of Tiancheng Group, the usually aloof Feng Depeo is seen holding a pair of clippers and, surrounded by countless mobile phone cameras, personally shaving off his signature head of hair, strand by strand.
Black hair covered the ground. He roared at the camera like a madman. Zhang Guo. You old geezer. You want to be the first one eliminated by me? No way. Chairman Lin.
Feng Gang, am putting this out there today. I am the person in all of China who makes the worst movies.
The comments section of the video is going crazy.
Even more frenzied than the barrage of comments was Wang Hai's tearful, desperate report.
Chairman, it's not just director Feng. Downstairs lobby is already packed with people.
Director Zhang Guo and his entire team have just arrived. Wang Hai took a deep breath and uttered the words that were enough to make the whole world collapse. And, the Directors Association of China, apart from those who have passed away, all 36 remaining directors, not one of them was missing, all of them came. They said, they want to sign up as a group to participate in your bad movie contest.
Chapter 76 Michelin 3-star, only fit to be a cook on film set?
And, the Directors Association of China, apart from those who have passed away, all 36 remaining directors, not one of them was missing, all of them came. They said, they want to sign up as a group to participate in your bad movie contest. A contest of the worst movies. When Wang Hai uttered those 4 words in a tone as if he were on the verge of fainting, he himself didn't know what he was saying.
The lobby downstairs at Tiancheng Group has been completely turned into a mental asylum.
All 36 directors of the Chinese Directors Association were present.
They are not here to protest. They came to register.
What they were fighting for wasn't honor, but the humiliating spot to be the first to be eliminated in directed that 100-man killing movie. Qinlan leaned against the desk, her fingertips icy cold. She looked at Lin Fan, the one who started all of this, who was now just idly twirling the pen in his hand. It was as if the absurd farce downstairs, which was enough to be recorded in the history of Chinese cinema, was nothing more than a boring rain outside the window to him.
Chairman.
Qinlan's voice was so dry she could barely speak. What do we do now?
Should we invite them up?
Please. She used that word because she didn't know what other word could describe the surreal reality before her. Lin Fan finally stopped twirling his pen. He didn't answer Qinlan, but instead turned his gaze to Su Bingbing, who was kneeling on the ground, her soul seemingly detached from her body. In front of her was the latte she had made for the second time, now completely cold. Next to it was the apple that she had peeled down to just the core. It's really ugly, Lin Fan suddenly said. The 3 words startled both Qinlan and Wang Hai.
Su Bingbing's body trembled violently.
The coffee is awful, and the apple looks terrible. Lin Fan stood up, walked over to Su Bingbing, and looked down at her.
Miss Su, it seems you have no talent for serving people.
Su Bingbing bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Humiliation had numbed her senses. Lin Fan seemed to have lost interest in her submissive attitude as well. He suddenly thought of something. A brand new game that could revitalize him.
President Qin.
Chairman, I'm here. Tell me, what kind of standard should the food be for a film crew that has a budget of 2 billion yuan and features 100 Best Actor and Actress winners?
Qinlan's brain went blank once again.
She couldn't keep up with Lin Fan's leaps in thought at all. One second they were discussing how to deal with the group of crazy directors downstairs. The next second, the topic shifted to the food served on set. According to the highest industry standards, hire a professional catering team. Qinlan gave the most standard answer based on her professional instincts.
Professional? Lin Fan scoffed. What do you mean by professional?
He looked around, and finally his gaze fell on the brand new, $1 million coffee machine.
What I need is not professional expertise. What I want is the best.
Lin Fan walked back to his throne, sat down, and then, in a tone as if announcing a divine decree, issued his latest command.
Pass on my message. Starting today, Tiancheng Group's Myth Entertainment will host the first Chef Showdown National Culinary Competition. Qinlan. Wang Hai. The office fell into an even more eerie, frozen silence than before. Ding. Host's creativity has exploded.
The King of Chaos skill has automatically generated a brand new DLC for you, a culinary arena. System suggestion: the competition venue can be set up directly downstairs at Tiancheng Group, so those directors can watch while eating instant noodles. Lin Fan ignored the system's nonsense and continued to explain his rules. First, invite all the head chefs of Michelin-starred restaurants across the country, all the folk masters who have been featured on A Bite of China, and all the masters and successors of all cuisines. Tell them, I don't care who they are, if they want to participate, they can all come.
Secondly, the entire competition will be broadcast live nationwide.
Third, and most importantly, Lin Fan said, a familiar, devilish smile spreading across his face, the prize money for this competition is 50 million.
Chen Lan's lips moved slightly. A prize of 50 million?
The final champion needs to be the catering crew of our movie, The Demise of the Chinese Entertainment Empire, which features a 100-person kill.
He will become the crew's personal chef. Boom! Chen Lan felt as if her worldview had been completely blasted into cosmic dust. Why would the nation's top culinary masters be asked to cook for a film crew? This is no longer just a humiliation.
This is using capital to redefine the word honor. He wanted everyone to see that in this game he had created, even service was a supreme gift that needed to be fought for.
Wang Hai's face was no longer deathly pale.
He felt as if his blood had stopped flowing.
He could foresee the earth-shattering tsunami that would erupt in the entire Chinese catering industry when this news got out.
What kind of crazy situation would those masters, who are usually respected and whose dishes sell for exorbitant prices, be driven to buy the title of cook for the film crew?
Chairman. Wang Hai's voice trembled with tears, those directors downstairs. Let them wait.
Lin Fan waved his hand impatiently.
A bunch of good-for-nothings who can't even make a bad movie, what right do they have to see me?
This statement is filled with undisguised contempt. It was as if those National Treasure-level directors downstairs weren't even worth a second glance in his eyes.
He picked up the internal phone and dialed the publicity department. Immediately pushed the news of the chef showdown across the entire internet.
I want to pin this to the top of the list so that everyone who opens their phone today will see this as the first thing they see.
Let's use.
Lin Fan thought for a moment. Sorry, my Michelin 3-star restaurant is only fit to be a wok cooking machine for film crews. On the other end of the phone, the publicity director remained silent for a full 10 seconds before replying in a sleepwalking tone, Yes, Chairman.
Hang up the phone. Lin Fan finally turned his gaze back to Su Bingbing.
The woman remained kneeling there, like a soulless sculpture.
You.
Lin Fan pointed at her.
Su Bingbing's body trembled mechanically. This chef showdown needs a judge.
But right now, we don't have any contestants or dishes.
Now, you are the only judge. Go.
Lin Fan's tone was so light it carried no weight.
Go downstairs to the lobby and announce the start of the battle of the chefs in front of all the media and the director. Chapter 77 Don't rush, the first test is braised beef noodles. Go downstairs to the lobby and announce the start of the battle of the chefs in front of all the media and the director.
Lin Fan's command was so light it carried no weight.
But it completely crushed the last remaining remnant of Su Bingbing's self into powder. Go ahead.
These two words, like an invisible brand, are imprinted on her soul. She slowly stood up from the cold floor. Every joint in the body groaned in agony, unable to bear the strain. She didn't look at Lin Fan, nor at Chen Lan and Wang Hai. She simply turned around, took a step, and walked towards the gate that leads to hell. Every step felt like walking on burning coals. From the president's office to the elevator, a distance of only a few dozen meters, it felt like an eternity to her.
White dress, pink cartoon apron.
This comical outfit is her only armor at this moment, and also her heaviest shackle.
The elevator doors opened. She went inside. The smooth metal interior reflected her deathly pale face and her empty, unfocused eyes. Who is she? She is Su Bingbing. Where is she going? Go to a public execution ground. What are we going to do? Go be a clown. Ding.
Target Su Bingbing's mental state has fallen below the threshold. Walking Dead mode activated.
System commentary. Host, your taming techniques are more professional than MI6.
I suggest you open a training course specializing in how to reshape people's minds.
Tuition is 98,000. I guarantee you'll be in high demand.
Lin Fan ignored the system's ramblings. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he watched the red number slowly descend on the monitor screen.
The game has only just begun. Tianshine Group, first floor lobby. This is no longer a mental hospital. This is the carnival square before the end of the world. Hundreds of reporters surrounded the entire hall.
In the sea of flashing lights, countless faces distorted by excessive excitement floated. At the eye of the storm, Director Phone Gang had already shaved his head. He sported a shiny bald head and held a buzzing pair of clippers in his hand, yelling at a group of elderly men in suits who had just squeezed in.
Zhang Guo. And you bunch of old bastards. You want to compete with me for the title of King of Bad Movies? In your next life. Let me tell you, when it comes to making terrible commercial films, I, Phone Gang, am the grandmaster. Director Zhang Guo was surrounded by a group of students. Looking at the seemingly crazed Phone Gang, he was not angry at all, but instead showed excitement at having met his match. Xiao Feng, don't speak too confidently. Making bad movies isn't just about passion, it requires maturity and a precise betrayal of the audience's aesthetic sense. You're still young, you're not mature enough. Bullshit. The box office of all the terrible movies I've made could circle the earth. You think you can do that? High box office numbers mean your awfulness isn't genuine enough. These two titans of the Chinese film industry, at this moment, are arguing like two old men fighting over cabbage at a market, their faces flushed red. Around them, the 36 directors of the Directors Guild were divided into several camps, attacking each other and exposing each other's shortcomings. Director Wang, your film Interstellar 2049 from last year was bad enough, don't come here to join the fray. You don't know anything. I wasn't bad enough. This year, I guarantee all the shots will be upside down, and all the actors will speak in dialect. Stop arguing, all of you. I've decided, my short film will be an hour of black screen with tractor music playing. Nobody's as bad as me. The reporters went crazy. They frantically documented this epic and magical scene before them. They knew that from this day forward, the history of Chinese cinema would be completely rewritten. Just then, with a ding, the door to the president's private elevator opened. The clamor of the entire venue fell eerily still in that instant. All the cameras and all the eyes turned to the elevator entrance. Then, everyone was stunned. The one who walked out was Su Bingbing. She was wearing a simple white dress and a pink apron with a cartoon bear printed on it. The coldness she displayed at the press conference was gone, as was the vulnerability she had been rumored to possess. There is only one kind of calm, a near-death, numb calm. Su Bingbing? Why did she come downstairs? And dress like that? Is this some kind of new performance art? Her face, why is there no color in it at all? My God, what is she holding in her hand? An apple core? The reporters' brains went blank for a moment. The unfolding events before them had exceeded even their wildest imaginations. Su Bingbing didn't look at anyone. She walked stiffly, step by step, to the center of the hall, to the makeshift stage that originally belonged to her press conference. The large screen behind her was playing a loop of footage of Zhao Wenhua being escorted away. She stopped. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her to speak. They didn't know what she was going to say. But they had a strong premonition. A storm even more absurd than the director's brawl is about to begin. Su Bingbing raised her head, her empty gaze sweeping across the entire room. She opened her chapped lips. By order of Chairman Lin. Her voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the entire hall. Myth Entertainment presents the first national culinary competition, Chef Showdown, which is now in session. Boom! The entire hall seemed to have been hit by a neutron bomb. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were cleared. Chefs, a battle for supremacy? What is it? Before anyone could react, Su Bingbing continued to read out the rules in a completely emotionless tone. The champion's prize money is 50 million. The winner will become the exclusive chef for the crew of The Fall of the Chinese Entertainment Empire. Registration is now open. After saying that, she gently placed the blackened apple core, which she had been holding all the way, on the podium. Now, I will serve as the sole judge for this competition. As she finished speaking, the entire venue remained deathly silent. Then, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then came the second, the third. Finally, the entire hall erupted in deafening, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! A cooking competition? And Su Bingbing is the judge? They've gone mad. Tianxing Group has completely lost its mind. I get it. I get it. This is real performance art. Lin Fan is mocking all of us. He thinks we filmmakers are no different from cooks. Phone Gang and Zhang Guo also stopped arguing. They looked at Su Bingbing on the stage, and at the apple core that had been used as a token, their faces showing a complex mix of humiliation, anger, and a hint of fear. they finally realized it. In the eyes of this young madman, these so-called artists were not even qualified to be his opponents. They were just props in his game. And amidst this frenzied laughter, Xinlan's phone rang incessantly in her top-floor office. It was the director of the publicity department calling. President Xin. It's gone viral. The entire internet is buzzing about it. Our press release, sorry, Michelin 3-star restaurants in my restaurant are only fit to be used as wok-flipping machines for film crews, garnered over 1 billion views across the internet in less than 5 minutes after it was released. Xinlan listened numbly. Just now, the French Culinary Association issued its strongest protest against us, saying that we are insulting the art of gastronomy. Following this, the culinary associations of the world's 8 major cuisines, Italy, Spain, Japan, and others jointly issued a statement boycotting our barbaric competition. But the director on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and continued in a sleepwalking tone. However, our newly opened registration email address has been overwhelmed. Luc Debussy, the Michelin 3-star chef from France known as the Hand of God, was the first to send in his application. The email contained only one sentence: 50 million, and that bastard Lin Fan's tongue, I want them all. Next up was Chen Matzi, the grandmaster of Sichuan cuisine and the contemporary successor of the Mapochen family. He said he would show that arrogant brat what it truly means to have one dish, one style, 100 dishes, 100 flavors. And there's the #1 Cantonese roast meat expert, Ghost Han Chang. He said 50 million is enough for his son to marry 10 wives, and he took the job. President Xin. Right now, our inbox is receiving hundreds of registration emails every second, and the server has crashed. Xinlan hung up the phone. She looked at the man sitting on the throne, watching the farce unfolding below with utter boredom. She suddenly realized. This world may not be crazy. Instead, she is being reshaped by this man according to his own preferences. Lin Fan yawned. The laughter downstairs is too noisy. The reactions of these ordinary people are all too predictable. He picked up a new apple from the table and tossed it to Su Bingbing, who had been kneeling on the ground picking up coffee beans since the beginning. Oh, no, she's already finished picking them up. He's kneeling there now, lost in thought. Cut one more. Lin Fan's instructions were as arbitrary as could be. This time, the skin must not be broken. His gaze swept over Xinlan, then over Wang Hai, and finally landed on the monitor screen, on Su Bingbing, who was surrounded by countless cameras but felt as lonely as an isolated island. He suddenly felt that this game was still missing something. It's missing something that can truly drive those self-important chefs to their breaking point. He gave Xinlan a purely malicious smile. President Xin, issue another announcement. I've already decided on the topic for the first round of the Chef Showdown competition. Xinlan's nerves tightened once again. The theme will be turning the rotten into the magical dot. Designated ingredients. Lin Fan paused, enjoying the extremely tense reactions of Xinlan and Wang Hai. Then, word by word, he revealed the answer that would make every chef in the world vomit blood on the spot. Braised beef flavor, instant noodles. Chapter 78, I'll give you instant noodles, but no seasoning packet. Braised beef flavor, instant noodles. These 6 words, spoken through Su Bingbing's hollow lips and transmitted via microphone, resounded throughout the hall, and then, through countless live broadcast cameras, spread throughout the world. The wild, deafening laughter in the hall came to an abrupt halt. It didn't gradually subside. It was instantly severed by an invisible, giant axe from another dimension. The air froze. Time stood still. The expressions on the faces of all the reporters, directors, and onlookers froze at that moment. Mockery, ridicule, absurdity. Then, these expressions began to crack. A terror deeper than absurdity and more extreme than madness, called incomprehension, slowly crept up from the depths of everyone's heart. Am I hallucinating? A young reporter muttered to himself, pinching his thigh and wincing in pain. Using instant noodles as an ingredient to hold a national culinary competition? Let a group of Michelin 3-star chefs compete using instant noodles? He's not crazy, he wants the whole world to go crazy with him. Gang's shiny bald head looked exceptionally pale under the flashlight. He stopped shouting and just stared at the woman on stage wearing a ridiculous apron, mouth agape. The fervor on director Zhang was face faded. In its place was the bewilderment and shock of a scholar encountering an inexplicable supernatural phenomenon. They thought they understood Lin Fan's game. They believed they were pawns on the chessboard, having voluntarily chosen to fall. Now they realized they were wrong. They don't even qualify to be pawns.
They, along with that packet of braised beef noodles, are all props that this madman uses to fool the whole world.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for successfully transforming commercial activity into a sociological experiment. Your rulemaker skills have reached perfection. Your manipulation of the collective unconscious of humanity has reached godlike levels. System comment, that's ruthless. Your move is tantamount to asking all the painters in the world who can paint the Mona Lisa with just a matchstick.
This is a fundamental, structural humiliation of an entire industry.
Lin Fan showed no reaction to the system's praise. He just felt a little bored.
Human imagination is always so limited.
Their shock, their bewilderment, their anger were all within his expectations.
It's like watching a movie where you already know the ending. He picked up the internal phone and dialed Wang Hai.
How's the situation downstairs? On the other end of the phone, Wang Hai's voice trembled with the tremor of someone who had just survived a disaster. Chairman, the PR department's phones have been ringing off the hook. The chairman of Shiwang Group, the largest instant noodle manufacturer in China, personally called and said he was willing to offer 1 billion yuan to exclusively sponsor our Chef Showdown. Their stock price hit the daily limit within 5 minutes of you announcing the rules.
And
Wang Hai paused, seemingly digesting an even more unbelievable piece of information. Luc Debussy, the 3 Michelin-starred chef in France, has just updated his social media.
Wang Hai read the translated text with difficulty.
He said, instant noodles are the tragedy of the post-industrial era, a disgrace to human culinary civilization. But to create the most exquisite flavors from the most shameful ingredients, that is the ultimate path for a chef.
I accept this challenge.
Xin Lan stood to the side, her face pale. She felt like she wasn't listening to a work report. She was listening to an absurdist drama, written by the devil himself. A madman devised an absurd rule. Then, the world's smartest and proudest group of people began frantically searching for a reasonable, even noble, explanation for this absurd rule. This world is being distorted into the shape Lin Fan likes at a visible speed.
Anything else?
Lin Fan asked calmly.
Yes. Wang Hai's voice suddenly rose, Chairman.
The vice president of the Palace Museum in charge of cultural and creative products just called us personally to ask if we would like to refer to the ancient recipe of imperial braised pork from the Kangxi era to upgrade our instant noodle seasoning packets.
Xin Lan's body swayed slightly.
She managed to hold on to the edge of the table to avoid falling.
She finally understood. What Lin Fan wanted was neither a culinary master nor a movie. What he wants is power.
One is an absolute power that can arbitrarily define noble and base, and arbitrarily distort honor and shame. He inspired the proudest people in the world to give their all for a humble goal. This is his pleasure. Lin Fan hung up the phone. He turned his gaze back to Su Bingbing.
The woman was still kneeling on the ground. She had just finished peeling her second apple.
This time, the peel didn't break. A whole, bright red fruit peel hung down on her fair wrist. She held up the peeled apple like a believer offering a sacrifice, her eyes empty and humble. Lin Fan did not answer.
He simply stood up and walked to the corner of the office.
There, piled up were dozens of boxes of different brands of braised beef instant noodles, which Wang Hai had just ordered to be delivered. He casually picked up a box and threw it in front of Su Bingbing. The sharp corner of the cardboard box hit her knee, but she didn't even flinch.
Go.
Lin Fan issued new instructions.
Downstairs in the lobby, in front of everyone. Cook all the instant noodles here.
I will personally select the official noodle that is most suitable for our great competition.
Su Bingbing's body froze. To make her cook instant noodles in front of the national media, like a supermarket saleswoman?
Lin Fan seemed to see through her hesitation.
He added a sentence. By the way, it will be live streamed the whole time. I've already thought of a title.
A pure, childlike, cruel smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Let's call it Top Female Star Teaches You 100 Ways to Dye Instant Noodles. Su Bingbing finally raised her head. The last glimmer of light in those eyes that once captivated countless people has been extinguished. She did not resist. She simply picked up the box of instant noodles silently, stood up unsteadily, and walked towards the office door. Her back view was resolute and filled with the aura of death. Just as she was about to walk out the door, Lin Fan's voice came from behind again. Oh, I forgot to tell you the most important rule. Su Bingbing stopped in her tracks. Lin Fan, facing her retreating figure and Wang Hai on the other end of the phone, announced the final and most fatal patch for his game.
Notify all participating chefs.
During the competition, they can use any top-quality ingredients and any advanced kitchen equipment.
But that instant noodle packet contains the very essence.
Lin Fan spoke clearly, word by word. Seasoning packet, do not use.
Chapter 79 Seasoning Packet Ban. Do not use the seasoning packet.
These 5 words, like 5 red-hot steel needles, pierced Su Bingbing's eardrums, nailing down her last shred of consciousness. Her steps stopped at the office door.
The hand that was holding the instant noodle box and the hand that was holding the apple both lost all their strength at the same time. Snap. The apple rolled to the ground. Splash.
The cardboard box fell to the ground, scattering the instant noodles inside, making a cheap and crisp cracking sound.
She didn't turn around. She didn't even lower her head.
She just stood there stiffly, like an antique doll with all its gears removed, maintaining a posture on the verge of collapse. Strip her of her dignity and make her a barista. Crush her pride and make her peel an apple. Now, they want to strip her of her last remaining value as a tool. Tell her to cook a bowl of instant noodles that have no soul. Lin Fan didn't look at the mess she had made yet again. He simply picked up the internal phone and dialed Xinlan's desktop extension.
Add the new rules to the announcement.
Xinlan picked up her phone blankly, her fingers swiping across the screen, but she couldn't find the media group that had just been exploding with activity. Her brain was no longer capable of processing such a complex command as send a message. Wang Hai stood to the side, looking at Lin Fan with an expression as if he were looking at a monster, and then, with trembling hands, he completed the action for Xinlan.
He edited a message.
Supplementary rule: the designated ingredient for this competition is braised beef instant noodles. The use of any seasoning packets, vegetable packets, or oil packets that come with the product is prohibited.
Click. Send. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a fundamental rule upgrade.
The King of Chaos skill has unlocked its ultimate technique, Creator of Nothingness. Congratulations, you can now command others to build a skyscraper out of thin air.
System praises, brilliant. Now those chefs will have to invent their own soy sauce. Next step, forbid them from using fire.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and finally turned his gaze to Su Bingbing's back. It seems there's a second thing you still need to learn. His voice was calm and even.
It means to hold things firmly. Tianshine Group, first floor lobby. Braised beef flavor, instant noodles.
After Su Bingbing announced this absurd exam question in her lifeless voice, the entire hall fell into an eerie, deathly silence that lasted for 10 seconds.
Then came a volcanic eruption of wild, maniacal laughter.
Now, as Wang Hai's supplementary rule spread silently throughout the hall via countless mobile phone screens, the laughter, once again, came to an abrupt halt. It was cut off cleanly at the root by an invisible pair of scissors from a higher dimension. A reporter's facial muscles still maintained the arc of a big laugh, but his eyes were already wide open and bloodshot.
No. No seasoning packets allowed?
His mutterings were like a pebble thrown into a still lake.
Is that still called braised beef noodles? Isn't that just a bowl of bland flatbread? My God, my God. I get it. I finally get it. A veteran financial reporter suddenly clutched his head as if in a frenzy. He's not holding a cooking competition.
He's conducting an extreme stress test. He's testing the value of the brand concept.
How much is Master Kong worth if it loses its seasoning packets? When a Michelin 3-star chef loses all the top quality ingredients he knows, can he still be called a master? This isn't food, it's philosophy. It's economics. It's postmodern deconstructionism. Feng Gang's bald head, under the flash of the camera, reflected a light of despair.
He and Zhang Guo, who was standing next to him, stopped their standoff.
The two, whose combined age exceeds 120, are pillars of the Chinese film industry.
At this moment, they are like two children seeing the ocean for the first time, their faces filled with confusion and awe. They were just arguing about who was better at making bad movies.
Now they understand.
What they called rottenness was so rich and colorful, and full of the brilliance of humanity, in the face of Lin Fan's nihilism. What Lin Fan wanted was not rottenness at all.
He wanted nothing.
Just then, Xinlan's private cell phone shrieked again.
He is the director of the publicity department.
Xinlan mechanically pressed the speakerphone button.
President Qin.
The voice on the other end of the phone was no longer excited, but a trembling, dreamlike sound, as if utterly shattered by a profound shock.
That French chef, that Luc Debussy, he's posted again.
He said, taking away the seasoning packets is the greatest insult to a chef, and also the highest praise.
Because God created the world from nothingness.
That man named Lin Fan gave us a chance to become gods. He also said he would use snowmelt from the Alps to cook that flatbread from the east. He would use the hind leg of a Pyrenean black pig to hand simmer the purest meat sauce, to infuse that flatbread with soul.
He challenged the world's top chefs.
He said that this competition was no longer about the 50 million prize, but about defending his dignity as a creator. On the other end of the phone, the publicity director paused for a moment before continuing his report in an almost tearful tone.
President Qin, our server has completely crashed. Shaiwang Group has increased its sponsorship fee to 2 billion.
They said they are willing to immediately establish a post-seasoning packet era flavor research institute to fully cooperate with our competition.
And
the China Intangible Cultural Heritage Protection Center just called, saying they urgently need to dispatch an expert team to document the entire process of this deconstruction and reconstruction of traditional cooking techniques on postmodern ingredients.
They said this could be a landmark event in the history of human cuisine. Qin Lan hung up the phone.
She looked at the man sitting on the throne. He slowly bent down and picked up the apple that Su Bingbing had peeled and that had rolled off the ground. He brought it to his mouth and took a small bite.
Click. The crisp sound was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent office.
This time the ones you peeled are quite sweet,
he commented.
Then, he looked at Su Bingbing, who had been completely turned into a stone statue at the door.
Go.
Pick up the noodles on the ground and take them downstairs.
It's time for your live stream to begin. Su Bingbing's body finally moved.
She didn't cry, didn't make a scene, and didn't show any further emotion. She simply bent down and, with the hands that had once played the most expensive piano, picked up the broken, cheap instant noodle pieces from the ground, one by one, and put them back into the cardboard box. Then, she picked up the tattered cardboard box, turned around, and walked out of the office. This time, there wasn't even a hint of death in her silhouette. All that remains is pure, absolute obedience.
Chapter 80. I'll cook this bowl of noodles.
The king of instant noodles personally takes the stage. In Lin Fan's office, only the crisp sound of apples being chewed and crushed could be heard. He leaned back on his throne, slowly eating the apple that Su Bingbing had peeled for him, his gaze fixed on the huge surveillance screen on the wall. The screen was divided into dozens of small sections, broadcasting the magical spectacle in the lobby downstairs from all angles without any blind spots. The main character in the central image is Su Bingbing. Clutching the tattered cardboard box, she walked through the crowd that parted automatically in shock, and reached the center of the hall. There, the logistics staff of Tiancheng Group had quickly set up a long table with a brand new induction cooker and a gleaming stainless steel pot on it.
She did not communicate with anyone.
She simply put down the cardboard box, plugged in the power, poured water, and turned on the fire. The series of movements were fluid and graceful, yet filled with the stiffness of a marionette. Qin Lan and Wang Hai stood behind Lin Fan, like two soulless stone statues. They too were looking at the screen, but their gazes were unfocused and unblinking. What was happening before their eyes was completely beyond the processing capabilities of their brains.
Ding!
Detected large-scale social performance art. Top female celebrity cooking noodles livestream has officially started.
Global online viewership has exceeded 500 million. The influence of the King of Chaos skill is spreading exponentially.
Systems hot take. Host, your move has turned Tiancheng Group's press conference into a branch venue of the Spring Festival Gala. We suggest immediately enabling the live stream tipping function. Call the gifts seasoning packets, each worth 10,000 yuan.
Guaranteed to crash the server on the spot.
Lin Fan ignored the system's incessant chatter. His attention was drawn to the live chat messages scrolling across the screen.
Holy crap! What am I seeing? Su Bingbing is really cooking instant noodles? That title. Top female celebrity teaches you 100 ways to dye instant noodles. Is that a title any human being could come up with? Look at her hands.
She's carefully putting those crumbs of dough into the pan, bit by bit.
She's so calm, it's frightening.
What kind of bullshit cooking competition is this? What kind of bullshit movie about killing 100 people is this? Even if I die today, I will watch Su Bingbing finish cooking this pot of noodles. Lin Fan found it somewhat boring.
The fanaticism of mortals is always so monotonous.
He carefully tossed the fruit pit he had just finished eating into a trash can 10 meters away. Then, he casually asked Qin Lan a question behind him.
President Qin, tell me, how long do you think it takes to cook a bowl of noodles without a seasoning packet until it becomes mushy? Qin Lan's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She couldn't answer. This issue isn't about cooking, it's about human nature. Wang Hai's phone rang at this inopportune moment, yet with perfect punctuality. He answered the phone and put it on speakerphone.
On the other end of the phone came the utterly distorted scream of the publicity director, a mixture of ecstasy and terror.
President Wang. Shaiwang Group has gone mad.
Just now, their chairman, Chen Wei-wan, held an emergency online press conference. He announced that Shaiwang Group will invest an additional 3 billion yuan in cash, plus 10% of the group's shares over the next 5 years, just to secure the exclusive title sponsorship of Chef Showdown. He said that Chairman Lin's proposed post-seasoning packet era is a renaissance for the convenience food industry.
It's a great revolution. He wants to represent the entire industry in paying the highest tribute to Chairman Lin. The office was deathly silent. Qin Lan's breathing almost stopped.
3 billion in cash, plus a 10% stake in a food empire worth hundreds of billions.
This is no longer a sponsorship fee. This is paying tribute.
It was a letter of surrender presented by a vassal king to the Celestial Empire in ancient times.
Lin Fan's face remained completely expressionless.
He just felt that this guy surnamed Chen was a little smarter than those directors. The publicity director on the other end of the phone was still giving a report in a dreamlike tone. And the president of LVMH, the world's largest luxury goods group, just made a public statement. He said he's going to immediately establish a hydraulic instant noodles division to design a co-branded, diamond-encrusted instant noodle bowl for our competition. He said, art should be presented with the most exquisite luxury. The Wall Street Journal's front page headline read, "A young man from the East used a packet of instant noodles to shake up global capital markets."
Wang Hai silently hung up the phone.
He looked at Lin Fan, the young man who was idly switching between surveillance footage.
He felt like he wasn't facing a person.
Instead, he is a god who was dragging the entire world into his insane game. On the screen, Su Bingbing had already poured all the broken dough pieces into the pot.
The water is boiling.
Cheap, broken, soulless flatbreads floated in the pan.
And she just stood there quietly, watching.
That face, which once captivated countless people, was now devoid of any expression. This scene was broadcast live to every corner of the world. It is bizarre and absurd, yet possesses a deadly beauty that makes it impossible to look away.
Look!
Lin Fan suddenly spoke, pointing at Su Bingbing on the screen.
A perfect work of art does not need an expression.
His words sent a chill down the spines of both Qin Lan and Wang Hai.
Just then,
a new disturbance was observed on the surveillance footage in the lobby downstairs. A middle-aged man, dressed in a custom-made suit, slightly overweight, and with slicked back hair, forced his way through the wall of reporters surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. His goal was as clear as it could be. It was that humble noodle stall, right in the eye of the storm.
"Chairman!"
Wang Hai exclaimed, "It's Chen Wei-wang.
The chairman of Shaiwang Group. Why has he come in person?"
Lin Fan finally sat up straight.
For the first time, a genuine interest appeared on his face.
Finally, a player who knows a little bit about the game has arrived.
In the surveillance footage,
Chen Wei-wang had already walked up to Su Bingbing. He ignored all the cameras pointed at him and the astonished gazes of the directors. All he could see was the pot of noodles bubbling away. He took a deep breath, a look of near ecstasy on his face.
It's the aroma of slow-cooked beef bone soup.
Although it's masked by the alkaline taste of the bread, I can still smell it. This is the taste of our first-generation product from 30 years ago. His words were clearly transmitted through the microphones at the scene.
Chapter 81 Instant Noodle Showdown, the battle of the culinary gods is about to begin.
The entire room fell silent. Chen Wei-wang's almost devout, trembling praise echoed clearly through the microphones on site, reverberating in every corner of the Tianqing Group's first-floor lobby.
The aroma of slow-cooked beef bone soup.
These words, like a mysterious incantation, caused everyone's brains to freeze once again.
Aroma? How can a pot of plain water with only dough cakes have any aroma?
The reporters exchanged bewildered glances, their initial mockery and absurdity replaced by a new, deeper sense of confusion. They began frantically sniffing the air, trying to discern the legendary beef bone broth aroma from the cheap, alkaline smell of the flatbread.
Feng Gang and Zhanghua also stopped their standoff.
Looking at the well-dressed man who had suddenly barged in, they felt their own madness seemed so rudimentary and tedious.
And in the top-floor office,
Lin Fan finally leaned forward slightly. He watched the surveillance footage of Chen Weiwang, who was completely absorbed in a pot of plain noodles. For the first time, a hint of pure interest, as if he had found a new toy, appeared on his usually calm face.
This person is interesting,
he was talking to himself. Qin Lan and Wang Hai stood behind him, not daring to utter a sound. They couldn't understand whether the chairman of the Shaiwang group had truly smelled something, or whether he was more completely insane than anyone else present.
Ding!
Capital's sense of smell has been detected to automatically adapt to the host's chaotic field. Congratulations, host, you have successfully attracted your first rules interpreter.
System's hot take, brilliant. This guy surnamed Chen is a smart one. He knows you're not cooking noodles, you're printing money. What he smells isn't beef bone broth, it's the scent of printing ink from a money printing press. On the screen, Chen Weiwang's performance continued.
He ignored all the cameras around him, and he also ignored the National Treasure level directors who he had pushed aside. He walked step by step to Su Bingbing, but his gaze was fixed on the pot of noodles bubbling in the water.
30 years? He spoke to the cameras with deep emotion, reminiscing about the past.
Our Shaiwang group has been constantly upgrading its formulas and adding hundreds of additives to cater to the market, making the flavor more domineering and stimulating. But we have all forgotten that 30 years ago, our first-generation product tasted exactly like this. Pure, clean, with only the most original wheat aroma and beef bone broth simmered for 12 hours using the most basic method, sprayed onto the flatbread to create a subtle base flavor. His words caused an uproar in the audience.
Holy crap! There really is beef bone broth? Sprayed onto the flatbread? No wonder.
I was wondering if I smelled a bit of meat.
It wasn't just my imagination. Chairman Chen is awesome. This is true entrepreneurial spirit. Never forgetting your original aspirations.
Chen Weiwang ignored the surrounding discussions. He simply turned his head and looked at the expressionless Su Bingbing with an almost pitying gaze. Then, he did something that surprised everyone. He took off his custom-made suit jacket, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and casually handed it to the bodyguard behind him. Then, he began to unbutton his shirt cuffs, carefully rolling them up one by one, revealing his well-maintained yet still very strong forearms.
Miss Su.
He looked at Su Bingbing directly for the first time, but his words were addressed to everyone. Thank you for awakening the soul of this bowl of noodles.
However, what happens next is beyond your control. This bowl of noodles represents the original aspiration of Shaiwang and the memory of an era.
He suddenly raised his voice and shouted to the entire audience.
I'll cook this bowl of noodles. Boom! This is insane. The chairman of Shaiwang is going to personally cook instant noodles. The CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate is working as a kitchen helper for a female celebrity?
I could brag about this headline for a year. The reporters went completely crazy, their flashes almost piercing the ceiling of the hall. Amidst a chorus of enthusiastic stares, Chen Weiwang calmly stepped forward, seemingly intending to take the cheap spatula from Su Bingbing's hand.
However, just as his hand was about to touch the spatula, Arrêtez! Stop!
A clear, bright French voice, thick with a Parisian accent, cleaved through the noise like a cold bolt of lightning.
The crowd was forcibly separated once again.
A tall, slender man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white chef's uniform and exuding an elegant air as if he had stepped out of a medieval painting, walked slowly, surrounded by a group of people also dressed in white.
His chef's uniform was spotless, with a line of small words embroidered in gold thread on his chest, Luc Debussy. Luc Debussy. France's hand of God. He's really here.
A well-informed reporter gasped in surprise.
Luc Debussy didn't even glance at Chen Weiwang, whose face was filled with astonishment.
He simply walked to the pot, bent down slightly, and examined the noodles inside, which were already swollen, with the air of someone admiring a priceless treasure. His nostrils twitched slightly. Non, he shook his head and said in English with a French aria tone, this is not nostalgia, this is not memory.
You Easterners are always obsessed with the past.
He straightened up, opened his arms, as if embracing an invisible work of art.
This is a blank canvas. This is creation.
He looked at Chen Weiwang, his blue eyes filled with the arrogance of a Gallic rooster. Sir, please remove your hand from my artwork.
Chen Weiwang's face turned a deep purplish red. You.
Just as he was about to retort, another rough voice, thick with a Sichuan Chongqing accent, rang out like thunder.
Create my ass. Those foreign devils don't know anything about food.
On the other side of the crowd, a short, stout old man with a goatee, dressed in a black tang suit, strode over, surrounded by a group of disciples. He carried nothing in his hands, but everyone felt that he exuded a domineering jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry aura, like hot pot broth.
Shan Matzi. Shan Matzi, the grandmaster of Sichuan cuisine. My God.
This is truly a battle of culinary masters.
Shen Matzi squeezed to the front of the pot, glanced at Luke, then at Chen Weiwang, and spat out a disdainful pooey. A man selling plain noodles and a man selling baked bread dare to point fingers at our Sichuan dish boiled cabbage and clear broth?
He pointed to the noodles in the pot. This noodle may seem tasteless, but it is actually all-encompassing. Only by using the spirit of the rolling rivers of Sichuan and Chongqing and the fiery essence of Jingxiu tea can its true flavor be brought out.
You guys don't know anything about shovels.
What did you say?
For the first time, anger appeared on Luke's elegant face. Just then, an even more silent, yet more dangerous figure appeared at the edge of the crowd.
He was a dark-skinned, lean middle-aged man wearing a faded tank top and carrying a gleaming barbecue knife. He wasn't with any team, he stood there alone, quietly, yet people around him unconsciously made way for him.
Ghost Han Chang. The #1 Cantonese roast meat master. He brought his knife. Ghost Han Chang didn't say anything.
He simply walked to the pot and gently tapped the edge of it with the knife that could slice a roast goose so cleanly that the skin and flesh were indistinguishable.
Bite. A crisp sound. The entire room fell silent instantly.
Chen Weiwang, Luke Debussy, and Shen Matzi stopped arguing. They looked at Ghost Han Strong, at his knife which was even more steady than a scalpel. Then, the eyes of the three people, along with the eyes of everyone else in the room, focused once again on the pot.
A showdown between world-class culinary masters, centered around a pot of instant noodles boiled in plain water, is about to begin. In the top-floor office. Lin Fan yawned. The farce unfolding before us, while more exciting than anticipated, is ultimately just too noisy.
He picked up the internal phone and dialed Qin Lan.
President Qin. Chairman, I'm here. Qin Lan's voice was numb.
Lin Fan looked at the three chefs on the screen, who were locked in a fierce struggle over a pot, and the bewildered capitalist next to them, and revealed a pure, wicked smile.
Go, issue another announcement.
Tell them to stop arguing.
The first round of the chef showdown is now beginning. Chapter 82 Going Mad. The four gods forced to combine. Go, issue another announcement.
Tell them to stop arguing.
The first round of the chef showdown is now beginning.
Lin Fan's instructions were transmitted to Qin Lan via the internal telephone line. Qin Lan was too exhausted to be shocked. She mechanically sent the divine decree to Wang Hai, who was in charge of the scene downstairs, via her phone. Looking at the short line of text on his phone screen, Wang Hai felt as if he were holding not a phone, but a grenade about to explode. He took a deep breath, walked onto the makeshift stage, and took the microphone from Su Bingbing, who had become part of the background.
Everyone. Wang Hai's voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, forcefully suppressed the noise at the scene.
Chen Weiwang, Luke Debussy, Chen Matzi, and Gue Shouqian, these four men who respectively represent the pinnacle of capital, Western cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, and Cantonese cuisine, all turned their attention to him. Those four gazes were like four weapons of different materials, yet equally sharp, causing Wang Hai's back to be instantly soaked in cold sweat. By order of Chairman Lin. Wang Hai cleared his throat, trying to keep his voice from trembling too much. The first round of the first chef showdown has officially begun. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the game rules, which were bound to be even more absurd. Looking at the four figures below the stage, already on the verge of conflict, Wang Hai read out Lin Fan's game rules, word by word.
Competition topic, fusion.
Contestants, Mr. Chen Weiwang, Mr. Luke Debussy, Master Chen Matzi, and Master Ghost Han Chang. Rules: 4 contestants must work together to create a dish with braised beef instant noodles as the core ingredient within 60 minutes. Those who fail to complete the task within the time limit or are unable to cooperate will be eliminated simultaneously, all 4.
Boom. Cooperate? How can you get these 4 men, who were just moments ago practically wanting to pound each other to the ground, to cooperate?
If the previous rules only drove the world crazy, that rule is like throwing another antimatter bomb into a crazy world.
Absurd. That's an insult. Luc Debussy was the first to explode.
His elegant face was contorted with rage as he pointed at the three men around him and roared in broken Chinese.
Cooperate? With them?
A businessman reeking of money, a butcher who only knows how to add chili peppers, and a savage who only knows how to roast pigs?
My art is unique. It must never be tainted. Who are you calling a butcher? Chen Mozi's fiery temper flared instantly.
He curled his goatee, pointed at Luc's nose, and cursed back, "You blonde devil, your food is so bland and watery, even a cat would find it tasteless.
And you dare to criticize our Sichuan cuisine? I roast a pig?
I chop a goose so that the skin and meat separate perfectly from the bone.
Can your little butter-cutting knife do that?"
Ghost Han Chang rarely spoke up. He didn't say much, but every word was as cold and sharp as the knife in his hand. The only one who didn't speak was Chen Wei-Wang. After his initial astonishment, the chairman of the Shaiwang group revealed a fanatical, enlightened gleam on his face.
He understood. He understood completely.
What Lin Fan wanted wasn't food at all. What he wanted to see was conquest.
The process of forcibly integrating four unruly top-tier individuals into a single entity.
This wasn't a cooking competition, it was a live demonstration of imperial tactics.
Everyone, calm down.
Chen Wei-Wang spread his arms and stood between the three chefs who were about to make a move, his face bearing an almost holy, tragic expression, as if he were sacrificing himself to feed a tiger.
Don't you understand yet?
This is Chairman Lin's real test. What he's testing isn't our culinary skills, but our vision.
Our breadth of mind.
Our ability to integrate completely different ideas and create a brand new future.
Integration. That's the theme of our time. Chen Wei-Wang's speech was impassioned and full of the inflammatory rhetoric characteristic of capitalists, which rationalizes everything.
The reporters listened with great enthusiasm, as if they were witnessing the beginning of a great era.
But those three culinary masters clearly weren't buying it. Roll! Chen Mozi and Luke shouted at him almost in unison.
Ghost Han Chang didn't say anything, but simply patted Chen Wei-Wang's expensive suit lightly with the back of his roast meat knife. Chen Wei-Wang's speech came to an abrupt end. He felt like he had photographed not fabric, but a piece of ice.
In the office, Lin Fan yawned as he watched the spectacular farce unfolding on the surveillance footage.
The arguments of ordinary people are always repetitive and lack originality. He felt it was time to end this foreplay.
Ding!
The chaos of the four gods has entered a heated phase.
Host, would you like to activate paid spectator mode?
The viewer with the highest donation can designate one of the masters to perform a chest-breaking boulder demonstration live. Lin Fan ignored the system's increasingly absurd suggestions. He picked up the internal phone again.
President Qin. Chairman, I'm here. Add another rule for them. Downstairs lobby. Wang Hai's phone vibrated again.
He glanced at the new message Qin Lan had sent, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He raised his head and, in a tone almost like a death sentence, announced Lin Fan's final verdict to the four men still confronting each other below the stage.
Supplementary rules.
During the competition, if any contestant manipulates the ingredients or cooking utensils without the consent of the other three contestants,
the contestant, and the restaurant, brand, and family he represents.
Wang Hai paused, then uttered, word by word, a curse powerful enough to make even gods and demons tremble. They will be permanently blacklisted by Tianjin Group worldwide.
Permanent. Ban. The hall fell into an absolute silence, heavier than death itself. Luke's arrogance froze.
The anger in Chen Mozi's eyes subsided. For the first time, Ghost Han's hand, gripping the knife tightly, trembled slightly. As for Chen Wei-Wang, the fervor on his face disappeared, replaced by an extreme fear from the depths of his soul towards the young man he had never met.
This is not the rule of the game.
These are chains of God, forged with capital, from which there is no escape. From that moment on, the four of them were forcibly bound together. We all prosper together, and we all suffer together.
A long time.
Chen Wei-Wang was the first to break the silence. He straightened his wrinkled suit and gave the other three a smile that looked more like a grimace.
So, esteemed masters, shall we begin by discussing what kind of pot we should use? An hour later, a dish that could be described as the most bizarre in the history of human cooking was served on that small podium.
What was presented to Su Bingbing was a huge, French-style crystal plate. In the center of the plate sits a crystal-clear French consommé, made with snowmelt from the Alps and the hind leg of a Pyrenees black pig, its broth as lustrous as amber. A layer of blood-red oil, made from Sichuan or Jingxiu peppercorns and Hanyuan peppercorns, floats on the clear broth. Beneath the red oil, a whole instant noodle cake, steamed perfectly using traditional Cantonese methods, retains its chewiness while fully absorbing the broth, lies quietly. Next to the flatbread is a slice of Cantonese honey-glazed char siu, sliced as thin as a cicada's wing using the amazing skill of ghost hand strong, with its texture clearly visible. On top of the char siu, there are also a few freeze-dried vegetable grains, the latest product developed by Shaiwang Group, which are said to be rich in 30 kinds of trace elements.
This dish has no name,
because it is both a work of art and a Frankenstein's monster. It was both a miracle and a disaster. Luke, Chen Matzi, Ghost Han Chang, and Chen Weiwan, 4 men, stood below the stage. In 1 hour, they experienced the entire process from fighting each other to being forced to cooperate, and then to arguing, compromising, collapsing, and rebuilding. Now, they look like 4 prisoners awaiting trial, nervously watching the sole judge on the stage.
Su Bingbing. Her pale face remained expressionless.
The eyes of the whole world are on her. She slowly picked up the silver spoon.
Then, under everyone's gaze, she scooped up a spoonful of soup.
That spoonful of soup contained clear French stock and fiery red Sichuan chili oil.
She didn't drink it.
She simply held the spoon up to her face, looking at the clearly defined yet strangely blended liquids inside.
The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
In the top floor office, Lin Fan sat up slightly and watched the screen with great interest.
Finally, Su Bingbing moved.
She slowly poured the spoonful of soup back into the plate. Then, she raised her head, her empty gaze sweeping over the 4 extremely nervous men below the stage. She opened her chapped lips and, in a voice that was almost inaudible yet crystal clear, devoid of any emotion, delivered her verdict.
Chapter 83: The Judgment of Tears. Salty. 1 word.
It was light and airy, without any undulations, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It escaped from Su Bingbing's chapped lips, pierced the deathly silence, and struck the 4 men's taut nerves with pinpoint accuracy.
Salty? Chen Weiwang's chubby face twitched.
Luc Debussy's Gallic rooster-like pride froze.
Chen Matzi's fiery temper was silenced by this word. Ghost Han Strong's knife froze. Salty?
How could a dish that combines the purity of French stock, the aroma of Sichuan chili oil, the exquisite steaming technique of Cantonese cuisine, and the flavor of freeze-dried vegetables from the capitalist era be salty? Luke's consommé prides itself on its purity and cleanliness, with salt content controlled to the milligram level. Chen Matzi's chili oil is primarily known for its aroma and numbing sensation, rather than its saltiness.
Ghost Han Strong's char siu is sweet with a honey glaze. The flatbread itself was incredibly bland. What did you say? Luc Debussy was the first to lose his temper.
His pride and elegance vanished, and he questioned in broken Chinese, "This is impossible.
My soup is art, not brine. Little girl, have you taken the wrong medicine?"
Chen Matzi retorted, his beard bristling and eyes wide.
When has my Chen Matzi's chili oil ever been salty? Chen Weiwan was also anxious.
This was a gamble involving his 3 billion and 10% stake.
He forced a stiff smile. "Miss Su, are you too nervous? Is your sense of taste slightly off?"
Ghost Han Chang didn't speak, but the way he held the knife said it all. Audiences around the world watched this absurd scene on countless screens.
The sole judge's sole assessment was an impossible word. Su Bingbing ignored their questions.
Her empty gaze slowly shifted from the colorful miracle plate to her own hands, which had once played the most expensive piano but now only held tattered cardboard boxes.
"I put it there." Her voice remained shockingly calm.
"I added salt when I boiled the water."
Boom. This statement is even more explosive than the word salty. "You." Luke trembled with rage. "You madman. You ruined my work. What right do you have? You little idiot. Do you even know what you've done?" Chen Matzi stomped his feet in anger. Chen Weiwan's vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Was it her? Was it this woman who ruined everything from the very beginning? In the top floor office,
Lin Fan leaned back on the throne, idly switching between surveillance footage.
Su Bingbing's actions finally made him stop pointing. He looked at the calm profile of the woman on the screen, and at the 4 furious so-called gods below the stage. "That's interesting.
The artwork he had smashed with his own hands seemed to have sprouted unexpected, thorny vines from the ruins.
Ding! A loophole in the rules has been detected and exploited by a contestant.
The King of Chaos skill tree has a new branch, Disorderly Executor.
Congratulations, host, your tool has learned to add its own drama. System's hot take, brilliant. Host. What's this called? This is the most deadly official cheat. I suggest immediately granting her veto power to guarantee the show's entertainment value will skyrocket.
Lin Fan ignored the system's incessant chatter.
His attention was completely drawn to what Su Bingbing said next.
Faced with the four people's roars, Su Bingbing slowly raised her head. For the first time, a faint, eerie, almost transformative emotion appeared on that deathly pale, lifeless face. It was a smile that was a mixture of mockery, pity, and pure malice.
I didn't add salt,
she said softly. I just cried a little while I was boiling water. A tear fell into the pot. So, your great dish was salty from the very beginning.
It's the taste of my tears. Dead silence.
More thorough and profoundly visceral than ever before, a deathly stillness that penetrated to the very marrow of the body. In the hall, all the flashes of light, all the discussions, all the breathing, were completely drained away at this moment by this one sentence.
A single tear.
It destroyed the art of France, the fiery spirit of Sichuan cuisine, the craftsmanship of Cantonese cuisine, and the ambitions of capital.
This reason is utterly absurd, yet utterly tragic. It cannot be refuted. How do you refute a single tear? Luc Debussy stared, speechless.
His art, his creations, his grand theory of the blank canvas had been utterly corrupted and put to its final judgment by a single, insignificant drop of liquid, thick with personal emotion. For the first time, Chen Matzi, with his mouth that had been so savage in Sichuan and Chongqing, didn't know what to say.
Should he curse a woman's tears for being too salty?
Ghost Hand Chang stared silently at the pot, then glanced silently at Su Bingbing.
His knife, steady as a rock, lowered gently.
Chen Weiwan, the capitalist with a keen sense of smell, felt as if his brain had been struck hard by an invisible hammer.
He finally understood.
He understood the ultimate goal of the man named Lin Fan.
Deconstruction.
A complete, ruthless deconstruction of all values.
Culinary skills? Art? Craftsmanship? Original aspiration?
Before absolute power and pure malice, before the most primal and powerless sorrow, all of this is worthless. He looked at Su Bingbing, who had a strange smile on her face, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
This woman isn't crazy. She was enlightened by the devil on the throne.
She became his sharpest and most vicious scalpel, reaching out to the world. Just then, Wang Hai's phone rang shrilly again. He pressed the speakerphone button with trembling hands.
President Wang.
The publicity director's tone was no longer a dreamlike murmur, but a fanatical roar from someone who had witnessed a miracle. The whole world has gone mad.
Reuters headline read, The Trial of a Single Tear, the End and Rebirth of Postmodern Cooking.
The New York Times said that Su Bingbing's behavior was the greatest performance art of the century.
They said it wasn't cooking, but an ultimate indictment of all objectified women in a patriarchal society.
Luc Debussy's teacher, the dean of the Paul Bocuse Institute, just publicly announced that he will award Su Bingbing the title of honorary food critic. He said that Su Bingbing defined the highest realm of food emotion with a single tear.
And another thing. The Pope of the Vatican just tweeted.
He said that saltiness is the suffering of the world.
Wang Hai silently hung up the phone. He looked at the woman on the stage. She is no longer Su Bingbing. She is a symbol. A totem. A sorrowful Madonna, whose story is interpreted wildly by the whole world. And the creator of all this. In the top floor office.
Lin Fan finally sat up straight. He was no longer the bored spectator. He looked at the screen, at the woman who, with a single tear, nailed 4 so-called gods to the pillar of shame. For the first time, a burning, almost greedy light, as if he had found a priceless treasure, appeared on his face.
Perfect. This is the most perfect work of art.
He picked up the internal phone and dialed Xinlan. This time, his command carried a barely suppressed, excited tremor.
President Xin. Chairman, I'm here.
Xinlan's reply was already half-hearted.
Issue another announcement.
Finally, Lin Fan's lips curled into a cruel yet pleasurable smile. The first round of the Chef Showdown has eliminated Chen Weiwan, Luc Debussy, Chen Matzi, and Ghost Hand Chang.
The winner. He paused, savoring the impending, final chaos. Su Bingbing.
Downstairs. Wang Hai's phone screen lit up. As he looked at the final verdict, he felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly, and then crushing it. He raised his head and, with all his might, proclaimed this divine decree to the world.
First round of the competition, final results. The winner is Ms. Su Bingbing. The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Then came a deafening, incomprehensible, frenzied, thunderous applause. The four men standing below the stage froze simultaneously. They lost. He lost to a woman whose cooking skills were zero.
I lost to a single tear.
The world's cameras were focused on the sole victor standing atop the world.
Su Bingbing.
The eerie smile on her face slowly disappeared. Instead, there was the original, absolute, empty obedience. She just stood there quietly, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her.
She was merely a perfect tool, executing orders. Chapter 84: The Defeated Dog's Lament, the Winner's Emptiness. Applause. Like a tsunami, like a landslide, like millions of locusts flapping their wings, it instantly engulfed the entire hall.
This is not a congratulatory message.
This is a pilgrimage.
The frantic reporters scrambled forward, stepping on each other's equipment, their cameras not focused on the bizarre dish or the four distraught men, but on the woman standing on the stage like a white statue.
Su Bingbing. Holy Mother. She is the Holy Mother of the culinary world.
A woman who judges the world with her tears.
This is the end of performance art. No. It's the beginning.
The frenzied shouts, mixed with various languages, converged into an absurd torrent. Beyond the torrent lie four isolated islands, forgotten by the world. Chen Weiwang, Luc Debussy, Chen Matzi, and Ghost Han Chang. They stood stiffly, letting the roaring sound of the waves crash against them, yet they felt nothing of reality.
We lost.
This word played repeatedly and mechanically in their minds.
Luc Debussy's body began to tremble slightly.
He looked at the woman on the stage, who was being worshipped as a goddess, and then at his own hands, the hands that had created countless Michelin 3-star miracles. Then he smiled.
He.
The laughter grew louder and sharper, filled with neurotic madness.
Art, this is art. Ha 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 ha.
My canvas, my pure white, it turns out it takes a single tear to complete.
I was wrong.
I was wrong from the very beginning. He was like a madman, laughing and crying at the same time, as if his spine had been removed, and he slumped backward.
Chen Matzi is not crazy.
His fiery temper, his anger, and all his outward emotions were utterly crushed and reduced to ashes by the words Su Bingbing wins. He just kept his head down, staring intently at his rough hands. These hands can toss the wok, add ingredients, and judge the subtle differences in cooking temperature in an instant. These hands can bring out the most powerful flavors from the finest ingredients. These hands represent the soul of Sichuan cuisine. But now, it has lost to a single tear.
A tremendous, unprecedented sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him.
The belief he had built up throughout his life about taste collapsed.
Ghost Han Strong moved.
He didn't look at anyone, but simply bent down and gently placed his ever-present, life-saving roasting knife on the cold floor.
Clang.
A soft sound.
It was more deafening than any roar. The knife is a chef's lifeblood.
To discard a knife is to discard one's life.
Only Chen Weiwang.
After experiencing initial dizziness and suffocation, the chairman of the Shaiwang group, with his capitalist-like, hyena-like keen sense of smell, detected a faint scent of rotting flesh amidst the ruins, a sign of hope for survival. He didn't look at the three collapsed gods. He raised his head, walked through the bustling crowd, through the thick glass, and looked towards the top floor of the Tianqing Group building.
That throne. That devil.
In this game, winning or losing is never the key.
The key question is, who gets to define who wins and who loses? He understood.
It's too late, but he's not quite dead yet. He had to offer his loyalty to that devil.
In the most humble and thorough way. Top floor office.
Lin Fan leaned lazily against the throne, resting his chin on one hand, admiring the masterpiece titled Fall of the Gods on the surveillance screen.
Luke's maniacal laughter is the background music. The deathly stillness of Chen Matzi is the dominant color.
Ghost Han Strong's decision to abandon his sword was the finishing touch. Chen Weiwang's gaze, filled with awe and longing, is the perfect finishing touch to this painting.
Tisk. He let out a satisfied sigh. This is more spectacular than any opera in the world. Ding.
Detection, the wailing of a loser has been completed.
Host, would you like to activate the paid on demand feature? Viewers can pay to select one of the masters to perform stewing oneself in an iron pot.
System's hot take. Host, what we're saying is, after this whole operation, if the Oscars didn't give you a Lifetime Achievement Award, they'd seem really unprofessional. Lin Fan ignored the system's witty remarks. He picked up the red wine on the table and gently swirled the scarlet liquid. This play is still missing a magnificent finale. The internal telephone rang at just the right moment.
It's Qin Lan. Chairman.
The strong woman on the other end of the phone sounded numb and exhausted.
I'm listening.
Lin Fan took a sip of wine, the rich aroma of which exploded on his tongue like the lament of a loser.
The public relations department is paralyzed. Media outlets all over the world want to interview Ms. Su. What should we do next? Interview?
Lin Fan smiled.
To make a work of art speak is the greatest desecration of art. Tell them that Miss Su is tired and needs to rest. In addition,
Lin Fan put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and gave the instruction in a joyful tone, as if composing the final movement of a symphony.
Issue another announcement.
As a tribute to the winner, and to embody the spirit of respect and inheritance in Chef Showdown. The competition venue was personally cleaned by Mr. Chen Weiwang, Mr. Luke Debussy, Master Chen Matzi, and Master Ghost Han Chang.
Every corner, every stain, must be spotless.
Qin Lan was completely speechless on the other end of the line.
Cleaning?
How can you expect these four men, who stand at the pinnacle of the world of cooking, to be like cleaners, wiping tables, washing dishes, and mopping floors?
This is no longer just an insult.
This involves pressing their divine status to the ground and repeatedly crushing it with mud-covered shoe soles until it turns to dust.
I understand.
After a long silence, Qin Lan used the last of her strength to reply.
Downstairs lobby. Wang Hai's phone lit up again.
As he looked at the new instruction, he felt as if he were not reading words, but rather knives being plunged into the hearts of those four men.
He swallowed hard and went back to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests. Please be quiet.
His voice, through the microphone, forcefully tore through the frenzied roar. He dared not look at the four soulless men below the stage, but instead read the final, cruel verdict to the void. To pay the highest tribute to the winner, Ms. Su Bingbing, Chairman Lin has decided. The venue cleaning for this round of matches will be carried out jointly by Mr. Chen Weiwang, Mr. Luke Debussy, Master Chen Matzi, and Master Ghost Han Chang. Boom! The crowd erupted. If the previous competitions were absurd dramas, then this rule is the purest, most undisguised, and most evil black mass. Non. Jamais. No. Absolutely not. Luke, who had just been helped up by his assistant, screamed again, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He wants me to wash dishes? A pot a butcher used? A grill a savage used to roast pigs? He must be dreaming. I won't do it. Chen Matzi snapped out of his daze, veins bulging on his neck. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. If he has the guts, then blacklist me. I'd rather starve to death than do such a thing. Ghost Han Cheng silently stood up, picked up the knife from the ground, and made his stance clear through his actions. A new riot is about to break out. Stop. A loud shout came from Chen Weiwang. He stood in front of the three enraged chefs. On his fat face, there was no anger, only a cold, clear-headed understanding that saw through everything. Do you still want to resist? He looked around at the three of them and, word by word, shattered their last illusions. You think this is just cleaning? This is a pledge of allegiance. We are not gods now, we are dogs. We are Lin Fan's four dogs. We have to do whatever our master tells us to do. Do I need to remind you what happens to disobedient dogs? A ban? He meant a permanent ban. Your family, your brand, everything you own, to disappear completely from this world. Chen Weiwang's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Luke's scream got stuck in his throat. Chen Matzi's anger was extinguished by the icy water of fear. Ghost Hand, who had been gripping the knife tightly, let his hand fall again. Chen Weiwang stepped forward, took a rag from a staff member, and then picked up a bucket. He walked to the pot where the French consommé had been simmered, soaked a rag, and then, in front of cameras worldwide, bent down and began to vigorously scrub the grease off the pot. His movements were clumsy, even somewhat comical. But he wiped it with utmost care. It was as if he wasn't wiping a pot.
It's about the rest of one's life.
The whole world fell silent. Everyone watched as this once powerful financial tycoon now humbly wiped the pot like a servant. This scene was more impactful than any of the farces that had just occurred. Luke looked at him, the madness fading from his face, leaving only ash and despair. Chen Matzi looked at him, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only emptiness. Ghost Hand looked at him, then put down the knife and silently picked up the broom.
An hour later. The venue is spotless and brand new.
4 men stood in the center of the empty hall, like walking corpses. The sole winner, Su Bingbing, remained on the stage from beginning to end. She didn't look at the losers who were paying tribute to her. She didn't even look at the crazy worshippers who were obsessed with her. She simply looked at her hands quietly. Those hands that once played Chopin, then picked up trash, and just now created a miracle.
Suddenly,
under the watchful eyes of the world, she slowly raised her right hand and gently wiped her right cheek.
It's an incredibly simple action. There are no tears there.
There was nothing there.
In the top floor office.
The pleased smile on Lin Fan's face faltered slightly the moment he saw this action. He slowly sat up straight, no longer the aloof observer. He leaned closer to the screen, and for the first time, his all-seeing eyes revealed a sharp, uncontrollable probing.
This action. It's not in his script. Chapter 85: The Self-Evolution of Artworks. On the screen, Su Bingbing's hand wiped her cheek. An action that has no meaning whatsoever. An action that wasn't in the script.
In the top floor office, Lin Fan's languid expression froze for the first time. He slowly straightened up, his body that had been leaning against the armrest of the throne. The relaxed enjoyment of the farce vanished, replaced by a sharp, inquisitive gaze, a mixture of astonishment and extreme excitement, like that of a hunter discovering his prey has escaped his trap.
He moved closer to the screen, staring intently at the woman's face. That face remained empty and submissive.
But that movement was like the finest, most inappropriate strand of hair falling onto this flawless painting. It disrupts the overall sense of unity. Yet it also imbued this painting with a completely new soul, one called the unknown.
Ding! Warning! Disorderly executor has experienced a logic overflow. Work number 001 is undergoing unauthorized self-iteration. System commentary, boss. There's a bug. Your tool seems to have secretly upgraded itself. This won't do. What if she suddenly realizes that working for you is not as good as being her own boss? Perhaps we should format her now?
Lin Fan ignored the system's incessant chatter.
Format? Are you kidding me? An artwork that only follows instructions is a commodity.
But a work of art that possesses self-awareness and attempts to break free from control that is priceless.
He picked up the red wine, but didn't drink it. He just stared at the crimson liquid swirling in the glass, as if watching Su Bingbing's undefinable act. Xin Lan.
For the first time, his voice carried a genuine, cold, playful tone.
Chairman, I'm here.
Xin Lan's voice betrayed her nervousness, and she also noticed the unnecessary movement.
Prepare the car. Are you taking Miss Su home? Lin Fan smiled. No.
Have her wait downstairs.
Wait for me. Downstairs lobby. The cleaning work is now complete.
Those 4 men, who once stood on the clouds, now resembled 4 soulless puppets, standing in the center of a hall so empty that echoes could be heard. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and cleaning agents, which completely washed away the previous absurd aroma that blended French broth and Sichuan chili oil. Luc Debussy's blonde hair was disheveled, and his expensive chef's uniform was stained with grime from wiping the bottom of pots. In his blue eyes, the arrogance of the Gallic rooster was gone, replaced by an empty, ashen look of utter destruction.
Chen Matzi's back hunched over.
The banner of Sichuan cuisine that he had carried all his life seemed to have been broken by the weight of that 1 hour of scrubbing. His apprentices tried to help him up, but he waved them away with a numb gesture. Ghost Hand Strong remained silent. He simply stood there, his knife and broom gone, his entire being like the roast goose he had previously chopped up, its flesh and bones separated, leaving only an empty shell. Only Chen Weiwang still retains a trace of humanity. He straightened his wrinkled, custom-made suit, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and tried to say something to the other 3. Distinguished masters, today can be considered a case of no fight, no friendship.
Nobody paid him any attention.
Luke seemed not to hear him, turned around, and staggered toward the door, his team quickly following as if escorting a mental patient.
Chen Matzi also moved.
He did not walk towards his disciple, but walked alone, step by step, towards the revolving door.
Each step seemed to be bidding farewell to an era.
Ghost Hand glanced at Chen Weiwang, a glance devoid of any emotion, and then turned and left. His back view was so solitary and isolated that it showed no trace of human warmth. Chen Weiwang's smile froze on his face. He watched the three men's dejected figures as they walked away, and saw the undisguised pity and mockery in the eyes of the reporters around him. He knew that these three people were finished. Their path was shattered by a single tear from a man named Lin Fan.
And what about himself? He had no way.
The only way for capitalists is to survive. He took a deep breath, and finally looked up, taking one last, deep look at the ubiquitous surveillance cameras on the ceiling. Then, with all his might, he forced a humble, submissive, and even slightly ingratiating smile at the unseen camera. Then, he turned around and awkwardly squeezed out of the crowd. The losers have left the stage.
The entire hall fell silent instantly.
All the shots, all the focus, returned once again to that one and only, illusory victor.
Su Bingbing. She was still standing on that small podium.
Wan Hai hesitated for a long time before finally mustering up the courage to cautiously step forward. Ms. Su, he didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Chairman Lin has instructed that a car has been prepared for you to go back and rest.
Su Bingbing did not respond.
She seemed not to hear. She simply walked slowly down from the podium. Her steps were very steady.
No longer the kind of person who was abandoned by the world, staggering like a walking corpse.
It was no longer the elegant and confident stride she once had as a favored daughter of heaven.
It was a completely new, emotionless, yet mechanical gait imbued with a certain absolute purpose.
She walked past Wang Hai without looking at him. She walked through the reporters who made way for her, ignoring the flashing lights and shouts around her. Wang Hai stood frozen in place, watching her retreating figure, a strange chill rising from the bottom of his heart.
Where is she going? The car is heading that way.
She was walking straight toward the other side of the hall.
That area is rarely used even by employees of the Tianqing Group. There is only one elevator there.
A private elevator leading to the clouds.
Top floor office.
Lin Fan watched the white figure on the surveillance screen, moving step by step, precisely towards elevator A. His lips curled into a gleeful, cruel smile, uncontrollably.
Chairman, should we stop her?
Xin Lan's voice trembled slightly.
The security system shows she doesn't have the necessary permissions.
Permissions? Lin Fan chuckled, stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window.
From here, you can overlook the entire city.
From above, one can see all living beings.
What permissions do I need to bring my own artwork home?
He didn't turn around, but gave the final instructions over the internal phone.
Open all access control gates. Let her come up. Downstairs lobby.
Amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of everyone, Su Bingbing walked to the private elevator that gleamed with metallic luster. That heavy door should have refused all unauthorized access.
However, bite.
A soft sound. The elevator doors slid open silently to both sides, revealing an empty, mirror-like, gleaming cabin. It was as if it had been there all along, waiting for a long time. Su Bingbing paused for a moment. Then, she went inside. The door slowly closed. On the floor display screen outside the elevator, the numbers started to jump upwards, rapidly increasing.
10, 20, 50, 80.
Ultimately, it settled on that number that represented the pinnacle of power.
99. Chapter 86, The Devil's Interview, You Decide Her Fate. The elevator arrived silently.
The metal doors slid smoothly to the sides, revealing not the luxury one might expect, but an extreme, spacious, and unsettling silence.
The entire 99th floor felt like there was only one room.
At the far end of the room was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, with the lights of the entire city stretching out below. A woman in a business suit stood stiffly in the center of the room. It was Qin Lan. She felt as if she were nailed to the spot by invisible nails, not daring to even breathe. The man who should have been in charge, Lin Fan, was standing with his back to the elevator entrance in front of the huge window. With one hand in his pocket, his tall figure cast a solitary and indifferent silhouette against the city's dazzling lights.
Su Bingbing came out.
Her high heels stomped on the mirror-like floor without making a sound, as if she were a weightless ghost. The elevator doors slowly closed behind her.
It isolated it from everything outside. Qin Lan's body tensed up even more in that instant.
As she watched the white figure approach step by step, she felt as if she were facing not someone who had just caused a sensation downstairs, but an unknown being summoned back from the abyss.
Dead silence. The air solidified into glass.
Lin Fan did not turn around.
Su Bingbing remained silent.
She simply walked to the center of the room and stopped a few steps away from Qinlan.
Then, I stood there quietly. Time loses its meaning here. 1 second, or 1 minute.
Qinlan felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. These two people, one with their back to her and the other facing her, both acted as if she didn't exist.
This is a kind of absolute disregard that is more suffocating than any reprimand. Finally,
Lin Fan made a move. He slowly turned around, and his handsome, almost unreal face showed none of the emotions Qinlan had expected. There was no surprise, no anger, not even curiosity. There is only one kind of peace, the peace the creator feels when examining his own work. He raised his hand and casually pointed to a chair in the corner of the office. It was a minimalist metal chair with cold lines that looked incredibly hard. It stood there all alone, out of place in the space, more like a punishment table.
Sit. One word. Order.
Qinlan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this strange standoff was finally about to proceed normally.
However, Su Bingbing did not move. She didn't even glance at the chair.
Under Lin Fan's calm gaze, she took a step. Instead of walking towards that chair. Instead, she walked towards him. She walked slowly, each step carrying a strange, unquestionable rhythm. She walked past Qinlan, who looked completely stunned.
Finally, it stopped 3 steps away from Lin Fan.
She didn't look at him, but instead, mimicking his previous actions, turned to the side and cast her gaze towards the boundless sea of lights outside the window. Silent, utter, a defiance of the first command.
Qinlan's breathing stopped. It's over. This woman has really gone mad.
In the office, only the system's gloating notification sound rang in Lin Fan's mind.
Oh dear. Host. Did you see that? She's rebelled. She's rebelled. I suggest immediately activating the Struck by Lightning program. Let her understand who the real boss is. Or tip her 9.9 yuan to unlock the master-servant contract and make her kowtow to you on the spot?
A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips.
Smash?
That's such a waste.
Isn't the view here much better than downstairs?
He spoke, his voice steady, revealing no emotion, as if he were just having a casual chat.
Su Bingbing did not answer immediately.
She looked at the traffic below, which had shrunk to mere specks of light, and remained silent for a moment. Then, in the same emotionless, flat voice, she responded.
It's too bright. It's a bit noisy. It's not an evaluation, it's a statement.
Qinlan feels that her worldview is being repeatedly shattered and rebuilt.
Some people might complain about the view from the top floor of Tianqing Group, or how noisy it is.
Lin Fan smiled. This time, the smile was more pronounced. He finally shifted his gaze from outside the window to the profile of the woman beside him. That face was still pale, still empty. But Lin Fan knew that something beneath that void had changed.
You came up here just to tell me my view is noisy?
His questions were direct and sharp. Su Bingbing slowly turned her gaze away from the window and met his probing gaze.
Their eyes met. One is a devil who controls everything. One is a walking work of art, created by the devil himself. You're the one who told me to come up here.
Her answer was calm, yet it pushed all the questions back to her without leaving a trace.
I'm the one who asked you to come up.
So, the question I should be asking isn't why I came up here, but rather you.
Good. What a fine Su Bingbing.
The amusement in Lin Fan's eyes grew even stronger.
This artwork is not only evolving itself, but it has even learned to fall into the trap of illogicality.
He suddenly felt a bit bored.
Simple tests are no longer enough for him. He needs a new catalyst.
His gaze passed over Su Bingbing and landed on Qinlan, who was almost petrified and stood like a background figure.
President Qin. Chairman. I'm here.
Qinlan jumped up and straightened up abruptly. Lin Fan slowly walked to the throne and sat down. He crossed his legs, rested his elbows on the armrests, interlaced his fingers, and propped his chin up.
The demeanor of an emperor.
He looked at Su Bingbing, but spoke to Qinlan. You said that a work of art that has developed its own ideas should be carefully preserved and locked in a safe. He paused, and every word he uttered struck a nerve with Qin Lan. Should we smash it before it completely spirals out of control and rebuild it from scratch? A fatal problem. A hellish, life or death question. Qin Lan's mind went completely blank. To call it a treasured possession? That would be condoning Su Bingbing's betrayal and negating the chairman's absolute authority. Smash it? That would make me seem so cruel and cold-blooded, and besides, who knows what the chairman's true attitude is towards this work? What if he's just testing me? Sweat silently trickled down her forehead. I think her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. She was on the verge of collapse. Su Bingbing spoke again. She remained standing there, motionless, without even glancing at Qin Lan, who was nearly suffocating. Her gaze remained fixed on the man on the throne. If she answers incorrectly. Her voice was calm and undisturbed, yet it lowered the temperature of the entire room to freezing point. Will you fire her? Boom. Qin Lan felt as if her soul had been shaken out of her body by those words. What is she saying? Is she helping herself? No. This is not helping. This is a declaration of war. She interrupted Lin Fan's game with a sharper, more direct, and more core question. She laid Qin Lan's life or death bare before Lin Fan, forcing him to make a choice and expose the rules. The office fell into an even more terrifying silence than before. Warning! Warning! Work ID 001 has been subjected to a serious logic attack. It is attempting to analyze the host's behavior patterns. Immediate formatting is recommended. Format immediately. The system alarm shrieked sharply in Lin Fan's mind. The playful look on Lin Fan's face finally vanished completely. Instead, a blazing, frenzied light, as if a priceless treasure had been found, took its place. Perfect. It's perfect. He looked at the white figure standing in the dim light. She wasn't challenging him. She was learning from him. He deconstructed him in his own way. He slowly lowered his crossed legs and leaned forward slightly. His entire aura instantly shifted from that of a languid monarch to that of an apex predator about to pounce on its prey. He did not answer Su Bingbing's question. He delivered his final, divine judgment to the challenger in a voice that was almost pleasurable yet cruel. You decide. He looked at Su Bingbing and spoke each word clearly. You decide whether she stays or leaves. Chapter 87 Crazy Beauty Online Tutorial, How to Make Your Female Boss Collapse on the Spot with Just One Sentence. You decide whether she stays or leaves. These words were spoken very softly. It floated down from the throne, weightless, yet instantly sucked the last bit of air from Qin Lan's lungs. It's over. This thought was the only complete fragment that Qin Lan could recognize in her completely shattered consciousness. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The well-tailored business suit, a symbol of elite status and authority, now resembled a shroud for a zombie. She wanted to beg for mercy, to plead, to kneel down, but she could do nothing. The decision-making power does not lie with her. It's not even in the hands of the devil on that throne. And in front of her stood the white ghost who had just plunged her into the abyss with a single sentence. The entire 99 floors were enveloped in a viscous, appalling silence. Ding! Host, you have successfully unlocked the Hell is Other People mode. We are now broadcasting live the workplace breakdown moment of an elite woman, in high definition and uncensored. Would you like to enable the paid donation channel? System's hot take, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What's this move called? Using someone else to do the dirty work? No. This is called letting the knife decide who to kill. You are the ultimate master of performance art. Lin Fan ignored the commotion in his mind. He leaned back on his throne, his fingers interlaced, his chin resting on his hand, watching the absurd drama unfold before him with great interest. He looked at Qin Lan, whose body had begun to sway, and at Su Bingbing, who remained standing still. One is the lamb that is about to be sacrificed. One was a newly born god, who was being given the power of the butcher's knife for the first time. How will God use her power? Su Bingbing moved. She did not answer Lin Fan. She didn't even glance at the man on the throne again. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, her empty, emotionless eyes met those of Qin Lan, who was almost collapsing to the ground. Qin Lan's body stiffened abruptly. That gaze was neither oppressive, nor malicious, nor even focused. But it was this very gaze that made her feel as if she had been completely seen through, analyzed, and then priced.
What's your name? Su Bingbing spoke up.
Her voice was flat and monotone, as if she were asking for the most basic and unimportant information. Xin Lan's lips moved, but she couldn't utter any coherent syllables.
What's my name? I am Qin Lan.
I am the president's assistant at Tianshan Group, Lin Fan's most capable subordinate, and a figure second only to Lin Fan in this business empire. These identities and labels have constituted her entire life over the past decade or so. But now, faced with this question that is so simple it's almost insulting, all those things have shattered.
I. She couldn't make a sound.
Because she didn't know which identity she should use to answer at that moment.
Are they lowly subordinates, begging for their lives? Or are they the group's senior executives who still maintain the last shred of dignity? Su Bingbing did not urge him.
She just watched her quietly, as if observing an interesting, malfunctioning machine.
This silence is more stressful than any questioning. At this moment, Qin Lan's psychological defenses completely collapsed.
Sweat soaked her back, and she felt dizzy, as if the whole world was drifting away from her.
You, Su Bingbing spoke again, interrupting Qin Lan's fall. How much money can you earn in a month? The second question. It is more naked and more brutal than the first one.
It strips away all the glamorous facade of elite, power, and status surrounding Qin Lan, leaving only the most primal question about value. Qin Lan was completely speechless. Looking at Su Bingbing's pale face, for the first time, she read something in that emptiness that was both incredibly familiar and incredibly terrifying to her.
Deconstruction.
Just like the man on that throne, he deconstructs and reshapes all values.
She's finished. She's completely finished. Just as Qin Lan's consciousness was about to be swallowed by darkness. Su Bingbing finally looked away.
She turned around and faced Lin Fan on the throne again.
That ultimate arbiter.
A tool that can't even explain its own name and value, Su Bingbing calmly stated her decision in a factual tone.
It's no longer useful. Boom.
Qin Lan's body swayed heavily, and she had to lean against the desk behind her to avoid collapsing to the ground.
It's no use anymore.
These 4 words are 100 times more cruel than the 3 words fire her.
Expulsion is the stripping of one's status.
Useless is a complete denial of existence itself.
The office was deathly silent. Wow. My God. A killer move. This is a killer move. Host. Your artwork has learned to subtly show off.
She didn't choose to smash the tools, she merely proved that the tools were already broken. I declare the champion of this year's PUA Masters Tournament has been decided ahead of schedule.
The playfulness on Lin Fan's face finally transformed into a tangible, joyful glow. He smiled.
It's no longer that polite, or sarcastic, curve. It was a heartfelt, joyful laugh that came from finding kindred spirits.
Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed in the empty office, striking Qin Lan's broken nerves. Perfect.
This answer was more perfect than any he had expected. She was not blinded by power, nor did she show any emotion because of this sudden power of life and death. She simply conducted a performance test in the coldest, most effective, and most value-driven way, and then concluded that it was unusable.
She wasn't challenging him.
She was imitating him, understanding him, and ultimately becoming him. Lin Fan's laughter gradually subsided. He stared at the white figure, his eyes burning with an intensity that seemed to ignite the air.
Very well.
He stood up and walked down the steps of the throne.
Since she is no longer of any use, let us throw her away.
He walked up to Su Bingbing, the distance between them less than half a meter. He leaned down slightly and whispered in her ear in a voice that was both extremely seductive and malicious, a voice that only the 2 of them could hear.
This position is currently vacant. Should you come, or should I find someone else? This is a new, even more fatal choice.
She chose to become the new Qin Lan, to sit in that seat of power, and to become his sharpest blade.
Or should we continue to maintain the status of work of art, remaining outside the rules and enjoying our unique and special status?
With her last ounce of strength, Qin Lan raised her head and looked at everything in despair. She watched the man use everything she had just lost to seduce another woman.
And that woman? Su Bingbing did not answer.
She simply raised her hand and made the 3rd gesture of the night that wasn't in the script. Her fingers gently traced Qin Lan's pale cheeks, the movement as delicate as if she were polishing a precious piece of porcelain. Then, under Lin Fan's probing gaze, she finally spoke.
Her decision was neither to become the new Qinlan nor to reject her.
She looked at Lin Fan calmly and made a completely new and unbelievable request.
Broken toys can be repaired.
She paused, then turned her gaze to Qinlan, who had completely lost her soul, as if announcing the ownership of an object.
I want her. Chapter 88. The Mad Beauty is being recruited online. The trash you don't want is perfect for me. I want her.
These two words are more subversive than any of the previous provocations.
It is not disobeying orders, nor is it challenging the rules. It is about setting the rules.
The air in the office, which had been frozen by Qinlan's declaration of uselessness, was shattered at this moment, turning into billions of vacuum fragments. Qinlan stood frozen in place, her mind unable to process this absurd statement.
You want me? Why?
A woman who has just belittled herself to nothing, a woman who has pushed herself into the abyss, is now trying to pull herself out of the abyss as if picking up a piece of trash.
Is this pity? Or is it a deeper, incomprehensible humiliation? Warning. Warning. Host. Major Bug. Item number 001 is attempting to acquire assets outside the system. She's trying to kidnap your NPC.
System's hot take, boss, this isn't just a tool awakening its own consciousness, this is your Genshin Impact pulling gotcha, trying to steal your 5-star characters.
Quick. Give her a righteous backstab. Let her know who the real whale is.
Lin Fan ignored the system's noise. The smile on his face, the joy of finding his kind, did not disappear. Instead, it became deeper and more fervent.
Interesting. That's so interesting.
He thought she would choose power, take Qinlan's place, and become his new, sharper blade. Alternatively, she might choose to refuse, maintaining the aloofness of being a work of art to highlight her uniqueness. Both of these options were within his expectations. They all fall within the scope of the script. But she chose the third path. A path he had never imagined. She didn't want that position. She wanted the person who had just been deposed to be in that position. She wasn't asking for power, she was asking for ownership. Lin Fan slowly loosened his interlaced fingers. He didn't answer Su Bingbing, but instead started walking around her, strolling slowly and deliberately. His leather shoes clattered on the floor, making a crisp, rhythmic sound that struck Qinlan's heart.
He was like a lion eyeing its new prey, scrutinizing and assessing it. A broken toy.
He stopped behind Su Bingbing, his deep voice close to her ear. You know, the cost of fixing it is often much higher than buying a new one. Su Bingbing did not turn around. She continued to look at Qinlan, whose face had turned deathly pale, as if she were looking at a product.
I know. She answered.
The two simple words only heightened Lin Fan's interest.
She knew. Of course she knew.
This woman was far more intelligent than he had imagined. So, Lin Fan walked to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, both of them staring at the rickety toy. Tell me, why would you want something with such a low cost-performance ratio?
This is a trap.
Whatever she answers, it will reveal her motives.
Is it sympathy? Or is there another motive? Or is it just a passing fancy?
Any answer would turn her from unknown back into known, bringing her back under his control. Qinlan held her breath, using the last bit of strength to await the answer that would determine her fate.
Su Bingbing finally moved.
She slowly turned her head to meet Lin Fan's probing, intensely aggressive gaze.
Their eyes met.
This time, her eyes were no longer purely empty. At the end of that void, a tiny point seemed to light up, an extremely faint light that mimicked Lin Fan's. Because, she began, each word clear and distinct.
She's someone you don't want. Boom. Qinlan's brain went blank for a second, then completely exploded. She is the one you don't want. This statement is not an explanation. It is a declaration. I want it because you abandoned it.
This has nothing to do with cost-effectiveness, nothing to do with sympathy, and nothing to do with any rational logic.
This is the purest, most primal provocation and possession of the very existence of Lin Fan. What you dropped, I'll pick up. What you deny, I acknowledge.
What you consider trash, I treasure.
This is no longer a challenge.
This is where Lin Fan's territory has been planted, and her own little flag has been raised. The office fell into its third, and most terrifying, deathly silence.
System's hot take, host, I'm speechless.
This work of art of yours seems, factory configured to be your boss's wife. How about we just go for it?
Lin Fan smiled.
This time, he laughed heartily, even letting out a deep, resonant laugh from his chest. He reached out and gently pinched Su Bingbing's chin, forcing her to raise her head and face him. His actions carried an undeniable force. But his face was full of admiration, the kind of admiration that comes from knowing you've met your match. "Good," he said. "What a convenient, it's what I don't want." He released her hand, his fingertips leaving a fleeting red mark on her smooth skin. "I'm starting to like you, Su Bingbing." He turned and walked back to the throne. Every step he took carried an absolute sense of oppression, as if he were ruling the world. He did not sit down immediately, but stood in front of the throne, looking down at the two women in the office. One is an artwork he personally crafted, which is undergoing a frenzied evolution. One is a tool of the former, about to be handed over as spoils of war. "Since you want it, then you can have it." Lin Fan's voice returned to its previous coldness and indifference, as if the man who had just shown an appreciative smile was just an illusion. He turned to Qin Lan, who was completely numb. "Qin Lan." "Yes." Qin Lan's body responded mechanically. "From this moment on, you are no longer the president's assistant of Tiansheng Group. All your positions, authority, and benefits are reset to 0. Every word Lin Fan uttered was like a heavy hammer, shattering everything Qin Lan had built up over the past decade. "Your identity, your past, your name are temporarily stored here with me. From now on, you will only have one code name." He paused, then turned his gaze to Su Bingbing. "She." Then, he looked at Su Bingbing again, and that playful smile returned to his face. "Now, this she belongs to you. However, I never do business at a loss." He slowly sat down, resuming his imperial posture, interlacing his fingers and supporting his chin. "If I give you a toy, you will naturally have to put on an even more interesting show for me." He glanced at the clock on the wall. "The media downstairs is about to lose control. The whole world is waiting for my artwork to give an explanation. Now, I'm handing over the right to interpret this to you. 1 hour." Lin Fan held up one finger. "Use this new toy you got to calm everything downstairs. Shut up and go back to where you came from. If you do that, this toy is completely yours. You can fix it however you want." His tone suddenly shifted, taking on an undisguised, cruel malice. "If you can't do it, then all I can prove is that the only value of a broken toy is to be smashed even more. Including that foolish master who dared to try to fix it. Fatal, an either-or choice. Alternatively, you could try to accomplish an impossible task with a broken tool. Alternatively, it can be completely destroyed along with the tool." Qin Lan closed her eyes in despair. She knew she was doomed. Are you going to make her face that horde of rabid reporters? In her current state? This is no different from sending her to her death. However, Su Bingbing did not hesitate at all. She didn't even look at Lin Fan. The moment Lin Fan finished announcing the rules, she turned around and walked towards the desperate woman slumped against the desk. She did not reach out to help. They didn't say a single word of comfort. She simply stopped in front of Qin Lan, looking at her quietly with her deep, emotionless eyes. Qin Lan could feel that gaze. Slowly, with her last bit of strength, she raised her head. The moment their eyes met, Su Bingbing spoke up. Her voice remained flat and cold, yet it carried an unquestionable, commanding rhythm. "Stand up."